When Xu Mingyi opened her eyes once more, she found herself transported back to the year when she was 16 and afflicted by a peculiar illness. At that moment, her robust grandfather was triumphantly returning to the capital, having rescued a young man along the way, declaring, "This fine young man shall be brought home to bring joy to my granddaughter." Thus, the heir to the Duke of Dingnan, who was clearly meant to be in a state of oblivion, was unwittingly abducted back to the city. In early autumn, within and beyond the city of Yangzhou, the verdant hills were beginning to don patches of golden yellow, yet the landscape remained lush and vibrant. In a secluded and elegant villa nestled at the foot of the mountains, an unusual stillness enveloped the air. Within a dimly lit secret passage, a young boy, no more than 13 or 14, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, wore a look of anxious distress. "Sister-in-law, what are you planning to do?" he exclaimed. She had brought him here under the pretense of revealing some treasure, but as soon as he entered, her maid Xu had bound his hands and feet. Could it be that this unreliable sister-in-law had been bribed by the court to hand him over? If that were indeed the case, why go through such trouble? Though still young, the boy had endured the harrowing loss of his family in a matter of mere months, granting him a sense of vigilance and an understanding of his predicament. Even now, he was acutely aware that the woman before him had recently taken the life of his aunt, Empress Wu, who had been hanged at the city gate. The young woman crouching before him spoke in a soothing tone. This passage was secretly excavated by Xu 2 years ago, making it the perfect refuge. Even your Wu family is unaware of its existence. You need only wait here as Xu and physician Xiao will keep you company, and there is sufficient food and water to last for 2 months. After 2 months, the forces of the Yin King would undoubtedly have breached the city of Yangzhou. Xu Mingyi rose to her feet. Seeing her intention to depart, the boy urgently implored, "Sister-in-law, why do you not stay here with me? If I were to remain, they would surely find us eventually," she replied. The boy's eyes widened in realization. "You intend to go out and face death to distract them from me." No wonder she had bound him. He struggled against his restraints, desperation causing tears to stream down his face. Xu Mingyi regarded him with mild disdain. "Your face was never particularly handsome," she remarked, "and this display of tears only worsens your appearance." Yet his cries grew increasingly frantic. Reluctantly, she added, "You must understand, I have been ill for many years and my health is severely compromised. I do not have much time left." Would this be easier for the child to accept? She was hardly adept at comforting youngsters. Physician Xiao, who had been brooding nearby, glanced at her with a somber expression. Indeed, her time was limited. If no calamities befell her, perhaps she would see 4 or 5 more decades. Wu Ran continued to wail, his voice growing hoarse. With no other recourse, Xu Mingyi struck him to render him unconscious. Peace settled over the space once more. It appeared she was far more skilled at subduing children than at soothing them. "Uncle Xiao, remember to burn some paper money for me, later plenty of it. My family is large, and we have many needs for silver," she instructed, before making her exit from the secret passage without a backward glance. At the entrance, a Zhu knelt before her in submission. "Take good care of Wu Ran, and you must personally deliver him to the Prince of Yin." The servant obeys. A Zhu's voice trembled slightly. Xu Mingyi, though not looking at her, could tell she was in tears. A Zhu had served her since childhood. For over 20 years this was the first time Xu Mingyi had heard her weep. As Xu Mingyi lifted her foot to depart, a Zhu knelt and drew closer, then abruptly struck her forehead against the cobblestone floor, declaring, "Madam's command, a Zhu dares not disobey. Once I have completed the task you entrusted to me, I will come to find you." "Very well." Xu Mingyi did not indulge her in pleasantries, continuing on without pausing or looking back. The afternoon had just passed, and the sky turned overcast. A group of men quietly surrounded the courtyard. Xu Mingyi, seated in the hall, set down her teacup, her gaze icy. They certainly arrived swiftly. Zhang Yinzhu, sent on a mission to track down Wu Ran, would not relent until she achieved her goal. The secret passage, though concealed, could not withstand meticulous searches repeatedly. After all, Yangzhou was still under the jurisdiction of the court. Perhaps she could miraculously evade their search, but that was merely a possibility. If it were just her, even if it meant enduring humiliation, she would strive to survive another day. After all, living was preferable. The Prince of Yan's army had already captured Lingbai and would reach Yangzhou in 10 days. Yet, within this courtyard, Wu Ran remained. She could not gamble with the only heir of the Wu family. The Wu family had treated her well, having entrusted their kin to her as a daughter-in-law. She could not betray that trust. Moreover, this was an opportunity she had long awaited. She had a vendetta to settle. A deep-seated enmity. A swift and orderly sound of footsteps approached, led by a young man clad in a dark blue robe. He appeared youthful, scarcely in his early 20s, with gentle and warm features. Yet Xu Mingyi was aware that this was merely a fraud. As he entered the hall and beheld the icy demeanor of the young woman seated there, his steps faltered and disbelief washed over his countenance. Zhao Zhao, you are still alive? You truly are alive. Initially, he had found it hard to believe the news. Xu Mingyi's eyes reflected raw sarcasm and hatred. Zhang Yunzhu, it was you who destroyed my Xu family's entire lineage. No, Zhao Zhao, that was not me. A bitter smile escaped Zhang Yunzhu's lips. That was my father's doing by the time I learned of it. It was too late. But he has received his just deserts. He died 3 years ago. The capital is merely 200 miles from Yangzhou. You must have heard. A chill crept into Xu Mingyi's heart. To absolve herself of all guilt, even her father's death was mentioned with such nonchalance. Zhao Zhao, I know you won't believe me now. My family indeed owes your Xu family too much. Rest assured, I will make amends in the future and will never allow you to suffer again. Zhang Yunzhu gazed at her, her tone gentle and soothing, her eyes filled with sincerity and remorse. Yet, her words were laced with persuasion. Zhao Zhao, Han Wu ran over to me, and I will take you back to the capital. Wu ran? I have not seen him. Zhao Zhao, now that I have sought you out, you can no longer deceive me. The Wu family is no more, and Wu ran, a frail youth, has nowhere to turn but to you. At this moment, Zhang Yunzhu stepped into the hall, commanding his attendants to close the door behind him. Prior to this, 2 young women disguised as attendants had already pilfered the dagger concealed within Xu Mingyi's sleeve. Zhang Yunzhu merely smiled as he stood before her. So, Zhao Zhao truly wishes to kill me. Her thoughts were simple and pure, lacking the depth of concealment ever since childhood. He had been able to see through her intentions at a glance. It was already quite astute of him to deduce that she was aware of his visit today. Alternatively, perhaps his subordinates had stirred Wu Ran's guards during their reconnaissance last night. Xu Mingyi tightened her lips slightly. If you intend to keep me by your side, I shall inevitably find an opportunity to slay you someday. Zhang Yunzhu feigned ignorance to her words. Clearly confident in his victory, he did not rush to interrogate her, but instead leaned slightly closer, resting his hand on her shoulder, his gaze greedily fixed upon her as he murmured, Zhao Zhao, it has been 5 years. I truly long for you. Do you know? Although I possess everything now, my heart cannot accommodate another. Xu Mingyi suddenly wrenched free from his grasp, rising to strike at his neck. The bracelet on her wrist concealed a mechanism with sharp spikes, and though Zhang Yunzhu evaded her, a wound was still inflicted upon his neck. Zhao Zhao, this must cease. With your abilities, you cannot kill me. You know I would come today. This act is merely a delay for Wu Ran's escape. But he cannot flee from Yangzhou. Do not waste your efforts. You are the remnant of the Xu and Wu families, and only I can save you. You ought to be more obedient. He seized Xu Mingyi's arm, his tone growing colder, his patience waning. Indeed, Xu Mingyi suddenly broke into a smile. She was, of course, stalling for time otherwise. Would she endure his meaningless prattle to disgust herself? Zhang Yunzhu intended to say more, but his expression shifted abruptly. As he cautiously touched the wound on his neck, he discovered that the blood staining his fingers was a deep shade of black. Zhao Zhaoyu. He could no longer restrain Xu Mingyi, fear propelling him to retreat a few steps. Attempting to call for help, he realized he could scarcely produce a sound. He collapsed onto the ground, keenly observing Xu Mingyi advancing toward him, her bracelet glinting ominously, while his gaze flickered to the incense burner in the corner, emitting an unknown fragrant smoke. But it was too late. From the moment the dagger was drawn from Xu Mingyi's sleeve, he had perceived the woman before him as perpetually innocent, which had unconsciously led him to lower his guard significantly. You only know that I have learned some martial arts since childhood, hence your constant vigilance. Yet, you remain unaware that I have acquired other skills over the years that can be used for murder. Do you not? Wu Ran had thought she intended to sacrifice herself to divert Zhang Yunzhu. He was mistaken. She intended to kill him. Sir, do you require us to enter? A tentative voice called from outside the door. Zhang Yunzhu clawed at his throat, desperately attempting to produce a sound as he struggled toward the door. Xu Mingyi pressed her foot upon his chest, drawing forth his waist knife, and with a swift motion, she struck. Just as the soldiers were about to break in, the door was forcefully kicked open from within. A woman of unparalleled beauty appeared before everyone, her snow-blue dress stained with blood, and in her hand, she held a grim trophy, the severed head of their lord. The soldiers gasped in horror and rage, watching as the woman unceremoniously tossed the head down the stone steps, prompting them to draw their swords and rush forward. The soldiers stationed outside the courtyard also surged in. Xu Mingyi kicked over a nearby wooden barrel, spilling the prepared pine oil across the ground. With a calm expression, she retrieved a firebrand and tossed it to the ground, biting down on the concealed poison hidden in her mouth. In an explosive flash, flames erupted and began to spread. She understood that escape was futile. As a member of the Xu family, bred for battle, she resolved to die with dignity, even in her final moments. To perish by her own hand carried no regret. Though she had always harbored a deep fear of fire, death, and pain since childhood, she took solace in the knowledge that the poison would allow her to slip away without sensation. The flames roared higher, gradually consuming her snow-blue figure, while fine raindrops began to fall from the overcast sky. At that moment, a group of black-clad figures leapt into the courtyard, engaging in a fierce struggle with the soldiers, who were still reeling from the shocking demise of their leader, Zhang Yunzhu. Without Zhang Yunzhu's command, the enemy surged forward with a fierce momentum, and in their disarray, the soldiers quickly fell apart and fled the scene. A vulture circled low in front of the burning house, its cries echoing like a lament. After a brief moment of circling, it attempted to dive into the flames. The fire singed its wings, causing it to flap desperately, yet continued to screech and plunge forward. Tianmu, the leading man in black, furrowed his brow and shouted in admonishment. Yet the vulture remained undeterred. Xu Mingyi faintly heard its piercing cries. 10 days prior, this lazy, unsightly, and noisy bird had suddenly vanished, and she had assumed it had found a new master with more lavish provisions and would not return. The leader in black, sensing something, caught sight of the flicker of snow blue amidst the flames and suddenly charged into the inferno. Master, no. A subordinate promptly followed him into the fire. The man acted swiftly, scooping up Xu Mingyi, whose body was still ablaze, and the quick-witted subordinate hastily retrieved water from a nearby tub, dousing them both just in time. How can it be you? Xu Mingyi, you're alive. As the man recognized her, shock spread across his handsome face, still glistening with droplets of water. Xu Mingyi tried to open her eyes, but they remained stubbornly shut. Quick, bring more cold water. Take her back to the barracks for treatment. The man shed his cloak and wrapped it around her scorched form, incessantly instructing his subordinates. Xu Mingyi felt her consciousness fading. She longed to ask, who are you? She also wished to know whether the forces of the Yin King would continue their advance into the capital after breaching Yangzhou, and how the emperor would respond. Would he hold the capital at all costs, or retreat to the south? How long would the two armies remain in a standoff? Ultimately, could the Yin King emerge victorious? Deep down, she secretly hoped for the Yin King's triumph, but she realized that she would not live to see it. Yet, it seemed there was no need for worry. She had always been a kind-hearted person, and today, having slain a wicked villain, one could consider her to have accumulated virtue. It is likely that she would ascend to heaven. Let us wait and observe her fate above. Half a month later, after the army of the Yin King captured Yangzhou city, they scarcely paused for breath before encircling the capital under the cover of night. In light of the Wu family's tragic demise, the morale of the Yin soldiers surged with fury, and within merely 3 days, they had taken the imperial city. A young man clad in armor led a cavalry force into the depths of the royal palace. The emperor did not flee. To be precise, he did not have the opportunity to escape. The Yin army advanced with unstoppable momentum, and due to the current court's lack of benevolence, more and more defectors sided with them. Their rapid and unbridled incursion into the capital, disregarding the peace envoy sent by the court, was something the court officials and the emperor had not anticipated. The young man burst into the Yangxin Hall, ignoring the shouts and commands of the ministers and inner court officials. He seized the ailing emperor from the dragon couch, dragging him forth and unceremoniously casting him onto the steps of the outer hall. The staunch and loyal old ministers were incensed, vociferously denouncing the young man for his lack of propriety, disregarding royal decorum. Listen, I have 2 directives for you. First, draft a self-incriminating edict to reveal the injustices against the Xu and Wu families to the world. Gazing at the bright yellow silk and writing implements cast aside beside him, the emperor trembled and erupted into a maniacal laugh. You are deluded. I could never write that. I would never issue a decree of abdication. You and your father can only be deemed traitors. Whether you write it or not is not your decision. The young man sneered, while an inner court official, eyeing the sword brandished before him, knelt tremblingly and picked up the brush. Second, Take your own life to atone for your sins." The young man flung the sword at the emperor's feet. Around them, voices of anger and sorrow filled the air, yet the man standing upon the imperial steps seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the tumultuous sky beyond the vermilion palace walls. As his father had said, the sacrifices made along this path had already proved excessively burdensome. Had he known that he would ultimately be branded as a traitor, would his grandfather, resting in peace, have any regrets? And what of Xu Mingyi? He should have arrived earlier that day. She was merely 22, was she not? The autumn wind howled, a rain fell, and yellow leaves, entwined with the flames of war and bloodshed, descended into the earth, buried alongside their sorrow. Xu Mingyi slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of a smoke-lavender gauze tent. This gauze was typically reserved for the summer months, and in recent years she had not lived with such refinement. The Wu family had certainly treated her well, yet amid the devastation of her family, she had lost the desire for such luxuries. More importantly, was she truly alive? Yet the poison had no known antidote. She remained in a daze for a moment, her thoughts clouded with confusion. "Miss, have you awakened?" A Zhu stationed outside the tent inquired softly. Having trained in martial arts since childhood and served by Xu Mingyi aside from young age, she could discern the nuances of breath within the tent and tell whether one was asleep or awake. "A Zhu?" Xu Mingyi propped herself up, startled as she caught sight of her unblemished hands, devoid of burn marks. As a Zhu lifted the bed curtain, she called out to the outside, "A Kue, the young lady has awakened. Hurry and prepare the medicine." "Eh." A girl responded and swiftly exited the room. Xu Mingyi's eyes widened in astonishment. A Kue? Wasn't she supposed to have drowned long ago? Instinctively, she glanced at a Zhu, who was handing her water, her expression shifting in confusion. This was all wrong. In Yangzhou, while a Zhu accompanied her to gather herbs, she had inadvertently been scratched on the left cheek by a thorny poisonous vine. Despite applying the ointment concocted by the renowned physician Xiao, the toxin had ultimately left a faint purplish-black scar. Yet the Zhu before her bore no such scar and appeared to be 5 or 6 years younger. Looking around, every item in the room was exquisite and of great value. This was clearly her boudoir before her marriage. The shock on Xu Mingyi's face was palpable, reaching a point where she seemed almost dazed. Zhu assumed she was still in a muddled state. After all, the young lady had been asleep for a day and a night. "Your lady has awakened?" At that moment, a boy's voice echoed from outside. "Yes, young master," Zhu gently reminded. Xu Mingyi, still in a daze, murmured, "Let him come in so I may see him." Zhu hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. "What purpose is there for me to enter? This is quite inappropriate." Xu Mingyi thought it all rather nonsensical, responding impatiently. "Ask her if there is anything she wishes to eat. If the manner lacks it, I shall have someone fetch it post-haste." If they delayed any longer, who knew if she would fall asleep again? Their mother had tasked him with overseeing Xu Mingyi. He had been waiting in the study of the Shi courtyard since early morning, and upon hearing commotion, he had come over. As for why he was to oversee her, it was truly due to his increasingly troublesome sister, whose temper had grown more volatile. Throwing things had become a trivial matter, and just the other day, she had even slapped him, claiming she wished to jolt him awake. Yet, no sooner had she delivered those 2 slaps than she closed her eyes and fell back into slumber. However, their mother had instructed him to oversee her, which essentially meant being on standby to attend to Xu Mingyi. It was said that the maidservants were slow, and there was no one more adept than him at running errands throughout the capital. While Xu Mingyi was lost in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from within. Xu Mingyi emerged, her long black hair cascading freely, and she rushed to embrace the boy, who was a head shorter than her and only about 10 years old. She had run so hastily that she knocked Xu Mingyi back a step, her eyes nearly popping out. "Mingshi, sister has missed you so much." She was uncertain whether she had ascended to heaven or was merely dreaming, regardless of which it was. All she wished to express was the truth that the Xu family had perished unjustly, and in her solitary existence over the past few years, she had yearned daily for the chance to see her family again, to hold them close. Such outrageous behavior. "Have you lost your mind?" The boy, whose handsome features were just beginning to emerge, snapped back to reality and abruptly pushed her away, regarding Xu Mingyi as if she were a lunatic. Xu Mingyi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, simply smiled at him. Xu Mingyi, could she please refrain from regarding him with that grandmotherly gaze reserved for grandchildren? Unable to contain myself, truly unable to restrain. "Where are father and mother?" "I wish to see grandfather as well," Xu Mingyi expressed with palpable urgency, fearing that upon awakening from this dream, everything might vanish. Xu Mingyi stood there, utterly stupefied. "My lady, have you forgotten? The old master has yet to arrive in the capital." In his last letter, he mentioned it would take another 4 or 5 days. Zhu managed to suppress her astonishment and spoke. "At this hour, the master is certainly at the Ministry of Rites. As for the madam," she glanced towards Xu Mingyi. Xu Mingyi continued, "She is playing Ma Tiao." But what mother was doing was of no consequence. What was utterly astonishing was that Xu Mingyi had actually called out mother. If asked to believe in the most unfathomable occurrences of this world, he would rather trust that the sun would rise in the west than to accept what he was witnessing and hearing at this moment. So, who instilled such courage in him, enabling him to dream such a dream? In the residence of the Duke of Dingnan, the Lady Cui, engaged in a game of Ma Tiao, paused at the news brought by her maid Qingying, stating that Xu Mingyi had awakened. She uttered, "I understand, do attend to her well." However, Qingying added, "But the young lady wishes to see the madam." "She wishes to see me?" Cui was taken aback. It was rare for the girl to express such a desire. Could it be that she sought to quarrel for the sake of stimulation? While pondering this, she heard Qingying speak in a complicated tone. She said that upon waking from her slumber, she missed her mother. Cui was left speechless. Miss her mother? She actually missed her mother. Cui's mind exploded like fireworks, and the game of Ma Tiao suddenly lost its allure. "My daughter is rather clingy. I apologize for the amusement it brings you all. Well then, let us postpone the game for today. We shall reconvene another time." Cui hurriedly left these words behind. The other ladies exchanged glances. When did the daughter of the Duke of Dingnan become so attached to her stepmother? Surely, they should finish this round. What happened to the one who was reputed as the most addicted to Ma Tiao in the entire capital? Cui hurried towards Shi Garden, but upon arriving at the courtyard, she suddenly paused. Had she arrived too swiftly? Would it give the girl the impression of being too easily summoned? No. The more she contemplated, the more she felt that the phrase "I miss my mother" did not sound like something that girl would express. Or was it a veiled jab directed at her? Yet, despite the girl's stubbornness and temper, she was always straightforward. If she disliked something, she would simply state it, never one to speak in a sarcastic manner. In any case, for the sake of dignity, it was perhaps better to wait a little longer before entering. Observing her mistress anxiously biding her time, yet unable to contain her anticipation, Qingying silently gazed at the sky. When the moment seemed ripe, Cui stepped forward, exuding the poise of a legitimate mother as she gracefully entered. However, as soon as she approached the main hall, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. A pair of long-awaited eyes quickly found her, and for a brief moment their gazes locked. She then heard a voice filled with endless longing and heartache call out "Mother," before being enveloped in Xu Mingyi's embrace. Cui dared not move, holding her breath in astonishment. She turned her neck rigidly and slowly, casting her gaze upon her son, her eyes seemingly conveying the message. "My dear son, I am utterly distressed." "Xu Mingyi, who isn't?" 003, strange illness, what has happened? Have I slept too long and succumbed to a nightmare? Cui's voice, gentle and cautious as if she feared shattering some fragile treasure, finally reached Xu Ming's ears. He had never heard his mother speak in such a tender tone before. I had an exceedingly long nightmare," Xu Mingyi replied, her voice choked with emotion. The experiences of her life indeed felt like a haunting dream. As for why she continued to dream even after death, she was perplexed and bewildered, for this was her first encounter with death, and she lacked any experience. She had never anticipated such a situation. Yet, she wondered if this dream would soon vanish into oblivion. She clung tightly to Cui, unwilling to let go. Sensing her unease, Cui felt an ache in her heart, a pain more profound than losing 1,000 taels of silver. She gently patted the girl's back and softly reassured her. "It's nothing to worry about. It was merely a dream. From today onward, refrain from reading those ghostly tales. It's all your uncle's fault for suggesting that such things could invigorate the mind, frightening the young girl into nightmares." She continued, "If you're truly terrified, come and sleep with me for a few nights. A mother is the strongest protection in this world. With a mother present, a child can find peace." Xu Ming's lips twitched slightly. His mother truly excelled at seizing the moment. However, the situation was undeniably peculiar, and he could no longer contain himself. "Do you still want me to fetch some food? If not, I shall return to my studies." Xu Mingyi, still embraced by Cui, shook her head. She was not hungry and wished to squander no time on food. She merely wanted to spend more moments with her family, to converse a little longer. Xu Ming remarked, "Did you not say yesterday that you wanted to eat the iced jelly from Qingfeng Building?" The iced jelly from Qingfeng Building? The crystal clear, cool brown sugar iced jelly topped with chewy little balls, adorned with fresh crushed peanuts, watermelon, and raisins. A spoonful delivered to her lips was sweet, yet not cloying, refreshing against the heat. Xu Mingyi peeked out from Chui's embrace, tears still glistening in her eyes, and looked at Xu Ming. Besides the iced jelly and jade shrimp dumplings from Qingfeng Building, I also won the buns and date cake from Guo's, and the crispy roast duck from Hashir Street. Remember to slice it thinly and get extra spring pancakes. Can you even eat all that? And these places are not close. Is this intentionally meant to exhaust him? Chui glared. How could you not eat? Hurry up. Remember to keep the iced jelly chilled. And the duck must not cool down. If Zhao Zhao wants to eat, then buy everything edible in the capital, even if just a taste of each would suffice. Xu Ming's face reflected impatience, yet he did not delay and promptly took the servant to leave the residence. Xu Mingyi feasted heartily. Chui, on the other hand, was summoned by the steward, who mentioned urgent matters requiring her attention, promising to return in the evening to keep her company. Having a daughter so attached can indeed be troublesome. Yet, she could endure it. Perhaps a little more clinginess would not be amiss. After Chui departed, a Kuei entered with medicine. What is this medicine? Xu Mingyi Inguit? A Kuei was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, it is a remedy for the young lady's somnolence. Somnolence? Xu Mingyi expressed mild surprise. The dream was indeed peculiar, recalling her past affliction with excessive sleepiness. She decided to let it be. Having already endured enough unjust treatments for this ailment, there was no sense in suffering further in her dreams. With such a capacity for appetite, would it not be more gratifying to indulge in another bowl of sweet powder? Young lady, a Kuei assumed her mistress's temperament had once again resurfaced. Yet, for reasons unknown, the usually prudent maid refrained from further persuasion. At that moment, voices echoed from outside. Is Zhao Zhao awake? It was the melodious and soothing voice of a young girl. Xu Mingyi furrowed her brow slightly, just as a thought began to form in her mind. It abruptly vanished into oblivion. Young lady, Zhu hurriedly supported Xu Mingyi, who had suddenly dozed off in her chair. Zhao Zhao has fallen asleep again. Upon seeing a Kuei emerge, the girl waiting outside leaned in and whispered. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, tall and slender, with features that were rather ordinary. However, her fair complexion and seemingly simple yet thoughtfully chosen attire lent her an air of unpretentious elegance. A Kuei nodded slightly, prompting a worried sigh from the girl. As she and a Kuei stepped into the outer hall, she suddenly inquired, I heard that the lady visited today? Zhao Zhao has been a bit irritable lately due to her illness. Did she not offend the lady? The young lady and the lady get along quite well. A look of half-genuine, half-fake surprise crossed the girl's face. Could it be that the news she had received was indeed true? Zhao Zhao truly called the lady mother. She wished to ask more, but noticed a Kuei hastily returning to the embrace of the hall. 3 days passed in this manner, and Xu Mingyi awoke once more from her slumber, leaning against the window, lost in contemplation. This dream had been extraordinarily lengthy and realistic. Initially, she had been wholly absorbed in the joy of reuniting with her family, barely pausing to reflect on the myriad details. However, after 2 days of careful observation, she found herself increasingly astonished, judging from her reflection in the mirror the ages of those around her, and the imminent return of her grandfather to the capital among various matters. It seemed that every aspect of this dream harkened back to events from 6 years prior. Was this truly a dream? Or had she genuinely returned to the age of 16? A flurry of speculations raced through her mind, causing her heart to race. At present, she needed to verify these conjectures. Young lady, it is time to take your medicine. A Kuei approached with the medicine in hand. Xu Mingyi replied, Zhu, please wait outside. Zhu accepted without hesitation. There is no need to brew this medicine any longer, Xu Mingyi stated, gazing at the bowl of medicine on a Kuei's tray. A Kuei looked at her in surprise. The girl spoke with a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by caprice. Yet, if she were not unwilling to take the medicine, why would she utter such words? After all, her mistress had always been rather protective of her own life. This time, afflicted by this peculiar illness, she often awoke with a start, immediately asking, "Akue, where's my medicine?" Whenever a new physician or doctor was summoned, she would invariably inquire, "Doctor, will this illness be fatal?" Due to the ambiguous remarks of a physician, the old man expressed that he had never witnessed such a peculiar ailment. If this condition were to persist, it could potentially ruin the very foundation of one's health. The young lady, suppressing her emotions until the physician departed, turned and buried her face in the pillow, weeping profusely and lamenting. "I am still young and do not wish to perish. If I were to die, my grandfather and father would undoubtedly be unable to bear it." Upon reflecting on these thoughts, she realized that without her, the Duke of Zheng's residence would likely crumble. This realization only intensified her sobs. Amidst her worry, Akue was more perplexed. Why did the young lady refuse to take her medicine? Xu Mingyi, without providing an answer, countered with a question. "In previous instances when I hesitated to take my medicine, you offered little counsel. What is the reason for this?" In these past few days, although she appeared dazed and lost, her profound concern for her immediate surroundings led her to notice the peculiar behavior of Akue. Indeed, Akue was momentarily taken aback. She then heard Xu Mingyi say, "You also believe that this medicine cannot cure my illness, do you not?" Akue's eyes widened in surprise. The young lady, she instinctively wanted to comfort Xu Mingyi, yet under the gaze of those eyes, she nodded with a complicated expression. "Yes, I believe those medicines may indeed be ineffective." Just as she pondered how to elaborate further, she heard the young lady speak in a calm and assured tone. "Using a remedy for narcolepsy to counteract poison is naturally futile." Young lady, Akue was shaken. From where had she heard such words? When did you realize this? Xu Mingyi inquit. Akue suppressed her inner astonishment and replied, "Only in these past few days. The young lady's illness is peculiar. It began as a common cold. Yet now even the imperial physicians are at a loss. I began to wonder if perhaps the young lady is not ill at all, but rather..." Though her medical knowledge was limited, she had heard of many strange poisons in this world, which stem from various origins and schools. Without understanding the underlying principles, one could never truly diagnose the issue at hand. The court physicians excelled in medicine, having read numerous conventional medical texts. While they were certainly not ignorant of toxicology, they might not possess comprehensive knowledge regarding the myriad of bizarre poisons. Noticing that Xu Mingyi's expression remained unchanged, Akue continued in a hushed tone. "In the past few days, I have secretly reviewed the incomplete medical texts left by my mother. Just yesterday, I indeed discovered that there exists a toxin capable of inducing perpetual slumber. However, I find it rather difficult to comprehend. The peculiar names of the medicines are entirely unfamiliar to me, and there are no antidotes recorded within. Furthermore, the text itself appears rather dubious. It claims to be a medical treatise, yet veers into discussions of sorcery and ghostly matters, becoming increasingly absurd, and to my dismay, it abruptly ends without conclusion. This has left me restless at night, worrying about the young lady's ailment, and unable to cease contemplating the fate of the scholar ensnared by the fox's charm. What would you have done had I not inquired today?" Xu Mingyi gazed at her. Akue, like a Zhu, was a maidservant bestowed upon her by her late mother. A Zhu's father was a household servant of her mother, still employed at the Duke of Dingwan's residence, and it was he who imparted a Zhu's martial skills. Akue's mother was once a midwife, who, shortly after her own mother's passing, also departed this world. Akue possessed a rudimentary understanding of medicine and a keen mind, making her a trustworthy maidservant. Yet this young maid was destined to drown in the depths of the coming night. At that time, she was in a deep slumber in the household. Fearing she would be heartbroken, delayed informing her of this tragic event for several days. Thus, she had no opportunity to sense any abnormalities. However, the situation was different now. She was acutely aware that she was not afflicted by illness, but rather poisoned. And if there was poison, there must be someone who administered it. The sudden demise of Akue, who had begun to sense the truth of this matter, seemed far too coincidental. The maid initially contemplated sharing her suspicions with her master, hoping he might devise a plan and seek out a skilled physician adept in detoxification to examine the young lady. Though this speculation lacked concrete evidence, it concerned the young lady's well-being, warranting at least an attempt. As for why she did not directly confide in the young lady, it was due to a fear that the revelation might overwhelm her, leading to a fainting spell. Indeed, she was also quite frightened. Last night, while pondering the implications of the supernatural occurrences, she found herself with tears in her eyes. The young lady, who valued her life dearly, was someone she could not bear to see come to harm. Observing the red-rimmed eyes of the maid, Xu Mingyi was struck by a sudden hypothesis. Kuei had mentioned intending to discuss this matter with her father. However, if her father were to learn of it, he would undoubtedly take it seriously. Thus, one wondered if Kuei's suspicions had been detected prematurely by someone, leading to an attempt to silence her. Kuei's knowledge of medicine was no secret, and her daily service at Xu Mingyi's side could indeed render her a target of suspicion. Even the slightest anomaly might arouse the other party's wariness. The identity of the poisoner remained uncertain. Xu Mingyi had discovered her poisoning after being sent by the Wu family to Yangzhou for recuperation, where physician Xiu diagnosed and treated her. Shortly thereafter, trouble had befallen the Duke of State's residence. Thus, the origins of her poisoning became impossible to trace. Yet, in her heart, there was always one individual she deemed suspicious. Following the prescription presented by Kuei, the maid gazed at the document with evident hesitation. My lady, is this truly feasible? Given her lady's precarious state and relentless pursuit of remedies, she had recently taken to diligently perusing various medical texts. Surely, this prescription could not have been copied from some obscure corner of a medical tome? Xu Mingyi offered little explanation, simply stating, "Let us give it a try." Kuei, feeling a pang of sorrow, nodded in agreement. Her lady was clinging to any glimmer of hope for survival. If this prescription posed no hindrance after examination by a reputable physician, then it was worth pursuing. For the time being, do not mention the change in the prescription to anyone, Xu Mingyi instructed. Furthermore, there is another matter that requires your attention. 005 Grandfather returns to the capital. Kuei nodded. Miss, please proceed with your instructions. The following day marked Xu Mingyi's 16th birthday. Due to illness, the celebrations were not as grand as in previous years, when noble ladies from the capital would come to pay their respects. Nevertheless, from early morning, an array of birthday congratulatory cards and gifts arrived at the residence of the Duke of Dingnan, some exquisite and precious, others tailored to Xu Mingyi's preferences, including several presents from the palace. This was not due to Xu Mingyi's social prowess. Her temperament was not particularly gentle, nor was she adept at navigating social intricacies. In fact, she had garnered a reputation for being a somewhat spoiled daughter of a military family. Her amiability could be attributed solely to the esteemed status of the Duke of Dingnan household. Shortly after the establishment of the Great Qi, her grandfather, the current Duke Su Qiwei, had just returned from a victorious campaign, having fought alongside the late emperor as a founding hero of the dynasty, earning considerable respect in the court and admiration from the populace. As the sole legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingnan, Xu Mingyi's status was unparalleled among noble women. On this day, Xu Mingyi surprisingly awoke early. After finishing her breakfast, she attentively examined the birthday gifts, prompting Kuei to feel a twinge of curiosity. In previous years, aside from the unnamed gift, Xu Mingyi had shown little interest in these offerings, merely instructing her to compile a list for future reciprocation. Xu Mingyi set down the box in her hands, her gaze alight with emotion. Indeed, all gifts bore similarities, yet two stood out distinctly in her memory. Jiao Jiao had sent an entire box of similarly sized and beautifully iridescent South Sea pearls, reportedly collected over the course of a year, intended for her to adorn a pearl curtain. Meanwhile, Empress Wu had sent a set of gemstone jewelry along with an intricately crafted silk fan. Xu Mingyi lifted the delicate fan, which was adorned with a safety knot, its silk surface embroidered with an exquisite depiction of flying swallows, accompanied by a small inscription, "May you be warm and benevolent. Exercise caution in your conduct." A set of gemstone jewelry was not particularly rare for the daughters of the Duke of Dingnan. However, such a gift from the Empress was commendably appropriate. As for the fan, it was indeed the season to make use of it, and the inclusion of the safety knot made it a thoughtful gift for the ailing Xu Mingyi. Previously, she had thought along these lines. Yet, perhaps due to the multitude of experiences she had undergone, She now found herself overanalyzing every detail, particularly those related to the Wu and Su families. As she gazed at the fan, a maid entered to announce, "Miss Liu has arrived." "Let her in." Louis stepped inside. "I heard that Zhao Zhao awakened early today, so I went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for you." She held a tray, smiling as she added, "I also brought a few of your favorite snacks." Xu Mingyi nodded slightly. "Thank you for your kindness. However, I have just finished breakfast. Let's set it aside for now. Perhaps you could have a taste, for good fortune's sake," Liu Yi suggested, sitting beside her and placing the bowl and snacks on the small table between them, offering chopsticks to Xu Mingyi. "I truly am not hungry." Xu Mingyi waved the fan in her hand, absent-mindedly fluttering it. Liu Yi smiled and nodded, good-naturedly acquiescing. "Then we shall not eat for now." Xu Mingyi was accustomed to indulgence, speaking her mind without regard for others' feelings. But who could blame her? After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State. The fan in her hand was indeed exquisite, reminiscent of palace artifacts. Curiously, she inquired about it. Xu Mingyi replied with a nonchalant Liu Yi paid no mind to her indifference, attributing it to her illness affecting her mood. Her gaze swept over Xu Mingyi's round fan, then to the array of ornate brocade boxes and invitations. She sighed. "In comparison, the birthday gifts I prepared seem rather meager." This was not a difficult sentiment to respond to. A simple acknowledgement of goodwill would suffice to smooth over the conversation. Yet, Xu Mingyi, reclining her chair, replied with a lackluster air, "It matters not if you do not send anything." At that moment, she had no desire to squander her time on trivialities with inconsequential people. Of course, if the person before her were truly as amiable as they appeared, she might have acted differently. Louis's expression finally faltered. "It is still necessary to give a gift. I just hope Zhao does not find it beneath her." Forcing a smile, she rose to her feet, saying, "You rest well. I shall check the kitchen to see if there is anything I can assist with. The madam mentioned that we ought to celebrate this evening among ourselves." What ourselves? She does not bear the Su surname. How thick-skinned. One might wonder if her face had grown from the soles of her feet. Picking up the tray, holding the bowl of medicine nearby, Liu Yi, too preoccupied to ponder Xu Mingyi's demeanor today, noticed the untouched medicine in the bowl. Zhao still refuses to take her medicine. Upon exiting the front hall, she quietly asked Akue, "How can we allow her to be so willful? This medicine is of little effect. If the young lady does not wish to drink it, let her be," Akue replied. Liu Yi seek. How can she recover without taking her medicine? Akue continued walking, gazing ahead as if speaking to herself. It may not even be an illness. What? Liu Yi blinked in surprise. Akue shook her head, saying nothing further. Liu Yi pressed on. Zhao's condition cannot be taken lightly. That is certainly true, she conceded. However, these physicians seem ineffectual. I was considering asking my husband, when he returns this evening, if we might invite some itinerant healers to take a look. Akui murmured, her eyes reflecting contemplation. Itinerant healers? Liu Yi said anxiously. I have often heard that some of them are reckless with their remedies. They may appear effective, but can be quite harmful. Zhao's health is precious. How can we allow an itinerant healer to examine her? Even if you mention to my husband, I fear he would not consent. Akue hesitated for a moment, yet she still replied, what if someone could truly cure the young lady? It is worth a try. Liu Yi hesitated, but Akue quickened her pace, leaving her trailing behind. Within the confines of the room, Xu Mingyi succumbed to a deep slumber once more. The task of detoxification is not one to be accomplished in a single day. The prescription she received just yesterday had lulled her into a sleep that stretched until nearly dusk. Upon awakening, she still felt as though her rest was insufficient. Weighed down by a profound fatigue, the young lady has awoken. Zhu lifted the gauzy curtain. Soon after, the voice of Akue resonated. Miss, you are awake. In stark contrast to Zhu's composed demeanor, she appeared much more animated, approaching the bedside with excitement. Miss, the old master has returned. Xu Mingyi's thoughts, still shrouded in a haze, suddenly became invigorated. Her grandfather has returned. Yes. She recalled that her grandfather had indeed arrived in the capital on the very day of her birthday. Wait, it seemed she had overlooked something of great significance. 006 The youth, Xu Mingyi, nervously turned her head to glance at the agitated, yet somewhat peculiar-looking Akue. What could possibly come next? The old master has also brought back a young gentleman, said to be for the lady's auspicious purposes, Akue murmured, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Since ancient times, she had only heard of women being given auspicious gifts. This matter concerning the lady was rather novel, something she had yet to encounter, even in tales. Xu Mingyi was thoroughly awake now. To be precise, in the past 4 or 5 days, she had never felt as alert as she did at this moment. In the guest room of the front courtyard of the Duke's residence, a faint commotion could be heard. On the bed lay a strikingly handsome young man, his thick eyelashes casting shadows over closed eyes, and his pale lips hinting at a fragile state. He was indeed a rare sight to behold. A middle-aged man, donned in a dark blue robe and sporting a disheveled beard, stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, scrutinizing the young man for a moment before approaching to gently pat his chest and arms. With a satisfied nod, he remarked, "Though he appears slender, appearances can be deceiving." Beside him, Xu Mingyi wore a complex expression. What was with his uncle's demeanor, treating the young man as if he were a mere commodity? "The person I brought back cannot be lacking in merit." The old General Xu, just having changed out of his armor, stroked his graying beard and spoke. "Mr. Yao has said that bringing him here for Zhao Zhao will surely lead to her recovery." Grandfather Xu Mingyi could no longer hold his tongue. While his sister's ailment was indeed serious, the matter of marriage was of utmost importance to a woman for her entire life. To decide so hastily seemed rather reckless. Did it not? He understood his grandfather's affection for Xu Mingyi, yet marrying the wrong person could lead to a lifetime of regret. Even at 10 years old, born into such a noble family, he grasped this truth. What's the issue? Su Chiwei waved his hand dismissively. He is just a man. After the auspicious occasion, if Zhao Zhao is not fond of him, she can simply divorce. Once healed, she can choose whomever she desires. As for the gossip that may arise from a second marriage, can slander nourish one's body or safeguard his granddaughter's life? If Zhao Zhao truly wishes not to remarry, she can enjoy a life of comfort here at the Duke's residence. After all, marriage is merely a quest for a sense of belonging and peace. Xu Mingyi fell silent, or rather, he was persuaded. Suddenly, he found himself thinking that the matter of a woman's marriage seemed surprisingly casual. No one noticed the young man on the bed twitching slightly at his temple. Having lived 17 years, he had never felt so cheap. Though his father's idea was indeed feasible, Su Yun pondered, yet I perceive this young man possesses an extraordinary demeanor, clearly not of common descent. Matters of marriage ultimately require the consent of both families. Fear not. Such trifles are easily resolved, the old General Su declared with confidence. And what of Zhao Zhao? This girl has always been open-minded, and once the pros and cons are laid out, would she truly refuse? Su Yun and Xu Mingyi exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their mixed thoughts. It is difficult to articulate. Observing the expressions of his son and grandson, General Su felt an inexplicable sense of uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Mr. Yao's divinations have never been erroneous. When it comes to Zhao Zhao's health, we cannot allow her to make the decision alone. If she refuses..." He paused, continuing, "Let us collectively persuade her with earnestness. She has always been averse to nagging, and once she becomes weary of it, she is bound to acquiesce. This truly is a pragmatic strategy." Su Yun and Su Ming nodded in agreement. "Father." At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. It was the heir to the Duke of State, Su Jin, who had just returned from his duties at the Ministry of Rites, still clad in his official robes. Unlike his elder brother, Su Yun's lean figure, Su Jin had grown increasingly corpulent in recent years, the youthful charm of his handsomeness nearly obscured by the layers of flesh acquired through indulgence. "Father has returned." His son, Su Jin, entered the room and bowed to the elder Su. Just as he began to speak, he noticed the figure lying on the bed. "Father truly brought back someone to lift Zhao Zhao's spirits. At first, when I heard the servant deliver the message, I thought I had misheard. Father, this is no jest. Zhao Zhao is still unwell. I have no time for frivolity. Su Jin's father glared at him, fury blazing in his eyes. You cannot even care for a child properly. I have yet to settle that account with you. Feeling the imminent wrath of his father, Su Jin mustered his courage and responded, Father, please calm your anger. I simply believe that if we truly need someone to uplift Zhao Zhao's spirits, the son of Minister Zhou would be more suitable. He had a fondness for the young man, who was indeed a fitting match for Zhao Zhao. The youth on the bed frowned slightly. Is he being dismissed already? Wait, what is there to argue about in this matter? Unable to endure any longer, the young man struggled to awaken, yet his efforts were in vain. Do you think anyone possesses the fortune to bring Zhao Zhao such joy? General Su smacked his eldest son on the head. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have to toil to bring her back to the capital. Su Yun and Xu Mingyi exchanged sympathetic glances. Old master, someone from Shiyuan has come to deliver news. They say the young lady has awakened. Zhao Zhao has awakened. Su Qiwei's face lit up with joy as he strode out of the room. Su Jin and the others hurriedly followed, leaving the room momentarily empty. Meanwhile, the young man on the bed, after several attempts, finally managed to slowly open his eyes. In the realm of fate, those strikingly spirited eyes, with their lustrous black pupils, seemed to harbor stars within. He propped himself up with his hands, his brow furrowed as he surveyed his surroundings, attempting to recollect the events leading up to his poisoning and subsequent fainting. He vaguely remembered encountering bandits on his journey to the capital, and it was a passing company of soldiers who had come to his aid. After that, darkness enveloped him, and he had no recollection of what transpired until about an hour ago, when he regained a semblance of consciousness and began to hear the voices around him. The conversation he had overheard made his expression darken. It appeared that this family intended to use him as a means of fortune. Their words were laden with criticism, suggesting that if they were dissatisfied later, they could simply send him away. He attempted to rise from the bed, yet found himself too weak to muster the strength. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside, and an elderly servant entered, guiding a physician carrying a medicine box. Upon noticing the youth had awakened, the old servant was visibly pleased, although this joy was tinged with ulterior motives. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, the young man inquired, May I ask to which household I owe my presence? This is the residence of the Duke of Zhenghua. Our esteemed patriarch is the current Duke of Zhenghua, the old servant replied, pride evident in his demeanor. The young man was taken aback. The Duke of Zhenghua? It was indeed the Duke who happened to save him on his victorious return to the capital. After examining his pulse, the physician remarked that the residual poison had nearly dissipated. With continued medication and a fortnight of rest, he would be fully recovered. After the physician departed, the old servant offered him a cup of water, smiling as he advised, Young master, you need only focus on recuperating. Do not feel alarmed. This fortuitous turn of events is a blessing for you. The young man pondered the old servant's tone, likening it to the manner in which a brothel madam might address a favored courtesan. He refrained from further inquiries, simply stating, Please convey my gratitude to the Duke of Zhenghua. I wish to thank him in person. After all, it was a matter of honor to acknowledge the life he owed to another. The old servant nodded in understanding, though the youth sensed a misunderstanding regarding the nature of his gratitude, and once more fell into silence. In a Shi garden in the outer hall, Xu Mingyi clung tightly to the Duke of Zhenghua. The elder, taken aback by the affection, gently patted his granddaughter's back, offering her comfort. My dear Zhao Zhao has suffered so much during her illness. I am late in returning, causing you to endure such distress. The renowned general of the great Qi, feared by his enemies on the battlefield, now spoke softly, his eyes welling with unshed tears as he felt the weight of his granddaughter's suffering. As the elder's heart ached, he cast a glance at Su Jin and the others nearby, his gaze brimming with reproach and dissatisfaction. How could they allow his granddaughter to feel so wronged? She had not embraced him like this since turning 10, and it seemed that in Zhao Zhao's heart, he alone was the pillar of support in her family. Thus, while feeling a pang of sorrow, the elder also experienced a sense of misplaced pride. All those who have been embraced by Xu Mingyi, including Su Jin, Su Yun, Su Mingshi, and the Cui family, have not shattered the delightful illusion of the old man's exclusive favor. Holding the elder, Xu Mingyi felt her heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty for days, gradually find solace, yet a pang of pain arose within her. It had been far too long since she last saw her grandfather. In recent years, she often pondered the circumstances of their last encounter, the words exchanged between them, and the gaze with which her grandfather, perhaps foreseeing the impending calamity facing the Xu family, regarded her, blissfully unaware. Yet, she could not recall a single detail. At that time, she had just married into the Pingnan Wangfu, still afflicted by her narcolepsy, leaving her little attention for anything else. More importantly, she had failed to realize that it was their final farewell. Many of life's last moments occur unnoticed. For instance, one day, when family members lift the young you and then set you down, it becomes the last time they embrace you. And at that moment, everyone, including yourself, remains oblivious to its significance. She could not remember the last time she held a family member, only that the sensation was the most comforting in the world. She dreamt of embracing them, and now, her wish had finally come true, and it seemed this was no mere dream. As her fantasies began to manifest, Xu Mingyi lifted her head from the old man's embrace, her eyes devoid of tears, and smiled, saying, "Grandfather, I do not feel wronged. In this life and the next." She remained the cherished one, never once feeling aggrieved until her death. Indeed, no grievances. Today is your birthday. Let's not speak of unpleasant matters. The old man chuckled and settled down, saying, "Grandfather has brought you a birthday gift." Xu Mingyi, pulled by the Chui family to sit beside him, felt her smile suddenly falter upon hearing those words. She did not feign ignorance. "Are you referring to that young man in the front courtyard?" "Yes, indeed." "It seems Zhao Zhao has already heard," the old man continued, pleased with her candidness. "I just brought him back, and you awaken immediately. What does that indicate?" "Mister, Yao's divination is indeed infallible." Chui spoke up, "But I have heard that the young man was in a state of unconsciousness throughout the journey. Generally, she refrained from interfering with her father-in-law's decisions. But this matter concerning Zhao Zhao was different. Just moments ago, she had sent Qing Ying to the front courtyard to check, and the report indicated he was barely alive. Who was truly benefiting whom in this arrangement? Or perhaps, it must be a mutual balance? No matter. The physician has already examined him on the way. He merely fell victim to a potent sedative. With some medication and acupuncture, he should awaken shortly. Su Jin, instinctively sitting further away from the old man, inquired, "But what if he is already betrothed?" "That is unfounded." During acupuncture, the physician mistakenly administered 2 additional needles, causing him to regain consciousness momentarily, and I seized the opportunity to converse. After the old man answered, he turned to his granddaughter with a smile. "What do you think, Zhao Zhao? Should we go see if he is to your liking?" Gazing into her grandfather's affectionate and expectant eyes, Xu Mingyi experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. It was the very same question he had posed to her on a previous occasion. She did not bother to scrutinize the individual before her, nor did she entertain any extraneous thoughts. Her singular focus was on the desire to survive. At that time, she regarded the matter merely as a ritual of supplication for rain, a means to avert calamity. Believing that the worst outcome would align with her grandfather's counsel, should the pair truly be incompatible, they could simply part ways amicably, with the Duke's residence providing a suitable compensation. Little did she anticipate that she would indeed survive, yet inadvertently cause the demise of a worthy heir from the esteemed Dingnan Wang household. In that moment, she was truly engulfed by fear. Though she yearned for life, she never contemplated that her existence should hinge upon the demise of another. Consequently, she was engulfed in fear, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of unease and guilt. The thought of remaining in the Wu household became increasingly untenable. Her marriage had been orchestrated solely to bring fortune to the family, a union secured through her grandfather's relentless persuasion. The Wu family, a lineage of great repute, held the title of a royal family granted by the late emperor. It was only through the emperor's intervention and consideration of some past affairs between the families that this marriage was reluctantly accepted. Initially, it was presumed that once she recovered from her illness, she would part ways as agreed upon by both families. However, Fate had intertwined her life with that of the grandson, leading to unforeseen consequences. The Wu family, distinguished in their noble heritage, displayed remarkable grace and understanding in their grief. In their sorrow, they still found the capacity to comfort her, insisting that the grandson's demise was merely an accident and had no bearing on her. They urged her to disregard the malicious gossip that surrounded her. While such reassurances could have been dismissed as mere platitudes, the actions of the Wu family consistently reflected her interests. They suppressed rumors from reaching her ears, sought out a reclusive healer, and discreetly sent her to Yangzhou for recuperation. At that time, the populace presumed she had succumbed to her ailments, and she herself was perplexed by the Wu family's motives. It was only later, when the Xu family encountered misfortune, that the pieces began to fall into place. Following the faintest clues, she speculated that her relocation to Yangzhou might have been a decision made in consultation between her grandfather and the Wu family. The Xu family's downfall, regardless of its severity, posed no direct threat to her, as a married woman in the Duke of Dingnan's household. Yet her grandfather must have understood that, given her disposition, it would be impossible for her to remain indifferent were she to stay in the capital. Both her grandfather and the Wu family intended to keep her in the dark. It was only by chance that she overheard whispers in Yangzhou, prompting her to write to Zhao for clarity. Zhao's investigation revealed that the Xu family's troubles were linked to the Zhan father and son. She had contemplated returning to the capital to seek an opportunity to eliminate Zhan Yunzhu. Yet upon reflection, she recognized the futility of such a plan. At that time, Zhan Yunzhu had wed the daughter of the prime minister, ascending the social ladder, making her approach nearly impossible. Moreover, a failed attempt would undoubtedly implicate the Duke of Dingnan's household. The collapse of the Duke's estate in a single night raised questions about the invulnerability of the Duke of Dingnan's lineage. The larger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Both families were founding contributors to the dynasty, having fought side by side to establish the realm under the late emperor. Alongside her grandfather Su Qiwei and the current Duke of Jinnan, Wu Jun. However, the Duke of Jinnan's family boasted a more profound foundation. If anyone were to act against them, they would need to weigh their options carefully. Yet, merely 5 years later, the Duke of Jinnan's estate ultimately succumbed to flames. Reduced to ashes, Zhao, startled by the elder's voice, Xu Mingyi returned to her senses. She gazed at those around her, all awaiting her response. Grandfather, regarding the matter of bringing fortune, I believe it is unnecessary. The act of invoking fortune at the cost of a life has already been performed once. It would be unwise to attempt it a second time. Furthermore, it is truly no longer required. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Had she so straightforwardly declined? And it was not the young man she rejected, but rather the very notion of invoking fortune? Could it be that the young lady felt too bashful to engage in such an endeavor? As the thoughts of the crowd diverged, the old gentleman was about to say something further when he noticed his granddaughter signaling the maid, Zhu, to usher the servants out of the hall. Shortly after, he heard her say, Ming Shi, I crave the sesame cakes from Fuyan Bridge. Su Mingyi Wen. Was she truly hungry? It was evident that her intention was to dismiss him. Discontent brewed within him. Yet when he met Xu Mingyi's smiling gaze, the words of refusal faltered on his lips. Perhaps she found such matters to be rather embarrassing and did not wish for him, her younger brother, to overhear. Nevertheless, if she intended to send him away, why must she insist that he run errands? With a heart full of grievances, Su Mingyi departed from Shi Garden under the scorching sun. In the hall, Su Jin looked at his daughter in confusion. Zhao. Father. Su Mingyi addressed her family in order. Grandfather, second uncle, mother. I assert that there is no need for concern. It is not out of vanity. It was well known that although Xu Mingyi cared for her reputation, she valued her life even more. I am not ill in the traditional sense. This strange ailment is, in fact, due to poisoning. She had no intention of concealing this matter from her family. Since she was uncertain about the identity of the perpetrator or whether there were accomplices, it was prudent to disclose the situation, allowing her family to remain vigilant. Poisoned. The old gentleman, Su, suddenly rose to his feet. Su Jin and the Chui family were equally astonished. Seeing the expressions of the three, the old gentleman's anger intensified. You all are unaware of this matter? Xu Mingyi quickly responded. I have only recently learned of it, and have yet to inform father and mother. Zhao Zhao, what is the meaning of this? How did you come to know you were poisoned? The others inquired urgently. What sort of poison is it that even the imperial physician cannot diagnose? Faced with their anxious inquiries, Xu Mingyi replied, it was Ah Kuei who diagnosed it. All eyes turned to Ah Kuei, who widened her eyes in surprise. I merely suspected it after reading a certain obscure book. Yet under their scrutinizing gazes, she steeled herself and continued. This poison is exceedingly peculiar and seems not to have originated within the borders of the Qi, which explains why the physicians cannot identify it. Old Gentleman Su's face darkened with concern. If it is so strange, is there no antidote? As the urgency in their eyes intensified, Ah Kuei hesitated, unable to voice her uncertainty. At that moment, Xu Mingyi spoke again. Ah Kuei has figured it out. She changed the prescription yesterday. Since the poisoning is relatively recent, likely not more than 20 days, recovery should be possible. Ah Kui tremblait slightly. Young miss, are you certain? Just based on that dubious prescription? She had not been informed beforehand that she would need to act this way. Was it true? Su Jin fixed his gaze on Ah Kuei, prompting her to nod, tears silently streaming down her heart. Yes, that is reassuring. The tension in the room eased somewhat. But do you know who administered the poison? The old gentleman Su resumed his seat, his expression darkening with renewed anger. 009, so swift. Lady Cui furrowed her brow tightly. If Zhao Zhao were indeed poisoned, as the head matriarch, her responsibility would be paramount. At this moment, she was engulfed in self-reproach and trepidation, though her predominant emotions were astonishment and fury. Rising from her seat, she directed her serious countenance towards Duke Jinghua, stating gravely, this matter arises from my negligence as a daughter-in-law. I failed to care for Zhao Zhao adequately. Allow me to investigate the situation before I proceed to the ancestral hall to seek forgiveness. This issue originates from my own oversight. I had not sensed anything amiss, let alone a mother. Xu Mingyi noted, in recent days, due to her illness, my mother had been tirelessly attending to her, neglecting even the most basic of self-care for a fortnight. If it is truly the person I suspect, her poisoning can only be attributed to my own lack of vigilance. But what extraordinary awareness could one expect from a sheltered young lady, nurtured in the lap of luxury? Xu Mingyi sought to justify herself internally. The issue may not solely lie within the household. Su Jin suggested subtly. The Duke's residence is not without its adversaries lurking in the shadows. Moreover, Zhao Zhao is the sole daughter of the Duke. Perhaps it is not such a significant conspiracy after all. Su Yun pondered. If the adversary intends to use Zhao Zhao to exact revenge on the Duke's household, the poison administered would likely be far more insidious than mere somnolence. He then inquired, with whom has Zhao Zhao had conflicts previously? Lady Cui hastily asked, prior to her recent illness, did she come into contact with anyone? After all, Zhao Zhao, with her noble lineage and beauty, might attract envy, and should an opportunity arise, malevolent intentions could easily manifest. This line of thought rendered Zhao Zhao particularly vulnerable to danger. Henceforth, she must be guarded tenfold. Lady Cui contemplated, both fearful and solemn. Observing the family's varied speculations, Xu Mingyi seized the moment to voice her own hypothesis. In fact, I have a suspicion, perhaps the truth will unveil itself tonight. Last time, Ah Kuei met her demise on this very night. This time, I shall personally uncover the truth. After a brief interval, Duke Jinghua departed from Shi Garden. Although his mind was heavy with thoughts, his demeanor remained composed. An elderly servant approached him. My lord, the young gentleman in the front courtyard wishes to express his gratitude to you in person. The patient has awakened? Yes. Dr. Qi has attended to him and stated that he is out of danger. However, he has just regained consciousness and is not yet able to rise from bed. The Duke nodded and proceeded towards the front courtyard. Upon arrival, he beheld a young man standing in the hall. Seeing the Duke approach, the youth raised his hand in salute. The Duke squinted at him. The young man, around 16 or 17, possessed a tall and slender frame, with his ink-black hair partially tied back, cascading down his back. His countenance was striking, exuding youthful vigor, and even clad in a simple, unadorned gray robe. He cannot conceal an air of refined nobility. The younger generation expresses profound gratitude for the Duke's life-saving grace. Though his tone was respectful, it did not convey subservience. Did they not say he could not rise? The Duke, observing the lingering pallor of his face, comprehended the situation and seated himself, saying, "I have never placed much importance on such formalities. You need not be overly concerned. Simply speak while reclining, without nurturing one's own health. How can one bring joy to his family?" Wu Yong merely settled into a chair beside them, speaking while reclining in bed, especially to benefactors and elders, was a deeply ingrained habit from his youth. Despite his free-spirited nature, he could not bring himself to act in such a manner. Upon seeing him seated, the Duke of Dingnan did not linger on pleasantries but spoke directly. "You are aware that I saved your life, so I shall be frank. I, Xu Mingyi, have dedicated my life to rescuing others without expectation of reward. However, there is a pressing matter that requires your involvement. My granddaughter is ailing, and it is imperative that you come to bring her joy. If you genuinely wish to repay your gratitude, this is your opportunity." Although Zhao Zhao claimed to have been poisoned, the truth of the matter remained to be verified. After careful consideration, he deemed it prudent to accept the task. Moreover, he had other thoughts in mind as well. A debt of gratitude must be repaid. The youth's expression remained composed, yet he recognized that marriage was no trivial matter. "I have never met your esteemed daughter, and to discuss a union now seems inappropriate. Is it your refusal?" The Duke's brows twitched, revealing no anger. Instead, a hint of admiration flickered within him. Yet, his tone bore a subtle pressure. "Do you believe that the daughters of the Duke of Dingnan are unworthy of you?" "That is not my sentiment," the youth responded, maintaining his dignity without further elaboration. "If I may be so bold as to inquire, what ailment afflicts your daughter? My family possesses some connections and would be willing to seek medical assistance for her." The Duke shook his head and lifted his teacup. "There is no need for such haste. Healing is not achieved in a day. We can discuss the matter further once your engagement is secured." The youth fell silent for a moment. Was he the one who was anxious? His family had many customs regarding marriage that required the approval of elders before any decisions could be made. The Duke sipped his tea, choosing not to respond to this. Setting down his cup, he spoke with a distant tone. 16 years ago, while I was leading troops in the West, I found myself ensnared by traitors and surrounded in a forest for 5 days. Under the cover of night, I led 100 wounded soldiers to break free. A month later, I received a letter from home, only to learn that the day of our escape was also the day this girl was born. Wu Yang was taken aback. Why was he suddenly sharing this? She was the first to call me grandfather and is my only granddaughter. To say it without fear of mockery, should her health be restored, I would gladly exchange my own life for hers. Wu Yang felt a stirring within him. He too had a grandfather. The words of an elder, even if laced with emotional appeal, were undeniably moving. I share this with you to convey that there is no need for idle chatter regarding this marriage. You must agree, whether you wish to or not. If you are wise, we shall proceed amicably. If not, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Caught off guard by this declaration, Wu Yang fell silent once more. It was not a plea for sympathy, but rather an understanding that the girl is the apple of my eye, and I am willing to resort to any means necessary to save her. Yet, I am not devoid of reason. The Duke of the State softened his tone, revealing a blend of firmness and gentleness. As you previously mentioned, matters of marriage cannot be forced. How about this? This engagement can serve merely as a formality to bring good fortune. Once my granddaughter recovers, the Duke's residence will return her, and thereafter, the couple may lead their own lives, free from interference, thus erasing the debt of gratitude for saving a life. The youth's brow twitched slightly. Is it to conclude with the so-called divorce? What say you? The Duke inquired. Let's not discuss whether your family would agree. I wish to know your own thoughts. Wu Yang sipped his tea, contemplating for a moment. I consent, he replied. Such promptness? The Duke found himself momentarily taken aback. Half a master, no. Such a splendid match is indeed a trap from the heavens. It is precisely because this young man feigns aloofness that he seeks to entice and ensnare. Upon this realization, the Duke of the State regained his composure, which had initially displayed a hint of excitement. However, the youth presented a condition. Has he set forth a condition? The Duke, Exercising patience, inquired, "Pray, enlighten me. If he seeks to leverage the Duke's estate for some future advantage, it is not an unreasonable request. After all, who among us does not seek personal gain? Seizing opportunities, as long as it is not excessive, is perfectly acceptable. Yet, should he voice any improper or burdensome demands that would trouble the matter, he must not blame the Duke for becoming adversarial." The young man then articulated, "Should the day come for the return of your esteemed daughter, I hope we may part amicably under the pretext of a divorce, to preserve the dignity of both families. His household places great importance on reputation. If the other party truly desires to sever ties, it is likely that my grandfather would not withstand such a blow." The Duke paused momentarily. Could it be that my earlier words were overheard? Nonetheless, the elder found no fault in this request, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. It is not an unreasonable condition. The notion of divorce serves to prevent one party from clinging persistently. Given the young man's straightforwardness, it would be illogical to insist on an outright separation. Thus, he nodded in affirmation. Parting on good terms is indeed preferable. The youth, feeling a sense of relief from the shadow of potential repudiation, exhaled softly. He then added, "However, this is merely my personal opinion. It cannot be deemed conclusive. The remaining matters must be deliberated with my family, and only upon reaching a consensus can we formally respond to your esteemed household." Initially, he hesitated to agree, partly due to concerns for his family and partly to avoid entangling marriage with matters of gratitude, which could lead to harm for both parties. It was only when the elder mentioned that this engagement was merely a formality that he began to waver. This was, of course, quite natural. The Duke was in a jolly mood, after all. The ability to negotiate terms is always a cause for celebration. In matters of joy, harmony is essential, and he would not wish to disrupt the festive atmosphere. As for whether the other family would consent to this arrangement, their agreement would be ideal. If they were to refuse, having just secured a victory, he could approach the emperor with a request. Surely, there exists no matter beyond his reach. He seldom had the opportunity to make requests of the emperor, and in this position, having won numerous battles, the rewards of gold, silver, and estates had already become commonplace. To articulate a request would, in fact, be advantageous. "You speak the dialect of the capital, yet are you from the capital?" At this moment, the Duke finally inquired, feeling no regret for asking so late. To have settled a verbal engagement without ascertaining the family background seemed impulsive. Yet this was due to the elder's indifference toward such matters. Naturally, he possessed sufficient authority to retract his decision at any time. Such is the nature of humans. When one is confident, they tend to act with a certain freedom. The youth hails from Ningyan, although he has visited the capital on numerous occasions. Ningyan? The Duke of the State, while serving tea, remarked, "What a splendid place it is, guarded by that old fellow, the Prince of Dingnan. The common folk live in prosperity and tranquility, although he often quarrels with his sworn enemy, Wu Jun. One cannot deny the fact that the Wu family has indeed brought blessings and protection to the local populace." Wu Yang interjected, "The old fellow, you say?" The Duke, oblivious to the young man's expression, casually inquired, "Does anyone in your family hold an official position?" "My father serves in the capital," Wu Yang replied. Just as the Duke was about to delve deeper into the conversation, a servant announced from outside, "Master, Miss Liu has arrived." Upon hearing this, the Duke glanced outside, and Wu Yang instinctively followed suit. The young lady, donned in a water-pink dress, held a vermilion tray in her hands. Did she come all this way to bring food? She must either be excessively eager to please or has come specifically to see him. Could it be that the young lady herself found it unseemly to visit in person and send others in her stead? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Yang furrowed his brow, rose, and respectfully bowed to the Duke before retreating to the inner chamber. He was unwilling to endure that scrutinizing gaze any longer. The Duke, meanwhile, stepped outside. "Old master," Liu Yi greeted, her smile gentle and demure, as if the person before her were her dearest elder. "I heard of your return. I had not the time to pay my respects before I went to the kitchen to prepare some cooling soup. Initially, I learned you were at Zhao Zhao's and then at Shi Garden, but could not find you. I inquired with the servants and thus sought you out." The Duke nodded slightly, his expression remaining mild. "You are thoughtful." The elderly servant, Yin Bo, took the soup from her. Lu Yi smiled and said, "I shall not delay your affairs any longer, old master. When you find the time, I would love to hear about the amusing tales from the battlefield." Yin Bo discreetly pursed his lips. If she was concerned about delaying the old master's business, then why come at all? Moreover, when the old master spoke of amusing tales from the battlefield, it was merely to entertain the young lady. She had listened to a few stories and seemed to believe they were told specifically for her delight. Given that their young lady was unwell, did she expect the old master to spare time to amuse her? Furthermore, her own father had perished on the battlefield, and yet she could find joy in hearing tales of war. What a carefree spirit she possessed. It is worth noting that Lu Yi's father had merely been a lowly soldier under the old master's command. By mere chance, he had died in the old master's presence, leaving a plea to care for his wife and daughter. The old master, known for his benevolence and compassion towards his subordinates, upon returning to the capital, provided ample assistance to the mother and daughter beyond the compensation from a court. Later, during a dry summer night, a careless candle ignited a fire that consumed their home, leaving them with nothing but charred remains, though fortunately, the mother and daughter escaped unharmed. The woman, in tears, sought refuge at the Duke's residence, imploring the old master to take them in for a few days, given her husband's valorous sacrifice. Naturally, the old master consented. What began as a few days turned into a prolonged stay, for the woman possessed remarkable culinary skills that earned her master's admiration. At that time, their daughter was merely 5 or 6 years old, and there were no companions in the household. The young Miss Lu, just a year and a half older, possessed an exceptional talent for bringing joy to their daughter, gradually coaxing her into a more docile disposition, despite her initial reluctance towards reading and writing. As time passed, Miss Lu took up residence in the Duke of Dingnan manor. It was not until 3 years ago, when her mother remarried, that they moved out. Initially, it seemed that the woman harbored a subtle interest in forming a bond with the esteemed master of the household, yet she could not capture his attention, leading her to abandon her pursuits. Although the mother remarried, the daughter expressed her unwillingness to leave, declaring her contentment to serve as a maid in the Duke's manor for a lifetime. However, despite her words, becoming a maid was an unlikely prospect. At most, she could occasionally prepare light snacks or simmer soup for her masters, merely to demonstrate her diligence. From a young age, she had garnered favor through her perceptiveness and amiable nature, and her close companionship with the young lady allowed her to be regarded as nearly a member of the household over the course of 10 years. Initially, as a servant, felt no discomfort in this arrangement. After all, the Duke's household was affluent and not overly concerned with strict protocols, making it easy to accommodate one more unfortunate girl. Yet perhaps it was the monotony of his own existence that led him to take notice, and he began to sense an unease he could not quite articulate. To voice his feelings would seem to him an act of cruelty towards a young girl, overly petty and trivial. Conversely, remaining silent felt equally unsatisfactory, leaving him only to mutter a few discontented words to himself in private. At that moment, the Duke of Dingnan smiled and nodded, and Miss Lu prepared to take her leave. Just then, guided by a servant, a young man clad in a stone-blue robe approached. Upon hearing his footsteps, Miss Lu turned her gaze towards him, and her eyes sparkled with genuine delight. In the realm of propriety and decorum, the young man, aged 17 or 18, possessed an aura that delicately balanced between adolescence and youthfulness, his eyes reflecting a gentle clarity. Approaching with a warm smile, he paid his respects to the Duke of Dingnan, who had triumphantly returned to the capital. Jin Ping had come to extend his congratulations, arriving only recently at home. "You come quite early," remarked the Duke of Dingnan, his laughter resounding with sincerity. "Why bring anything? You should know by now that I never accept such gifts. Please ensure it is taken back later." This young man belonged to the Zhan family, who resided in Qingyunfang alongside the Duke's household. Zhan Yunzhu had, in his childhood, been taken as a disciple by Su Yun. Thus he had been under the Duke's watchful eye as he grew. Although Su Yun was often considered rather disheveled at home and frequently drew the disdain of the elder, he was renowned beyond the walls of his abode. A master of painting and calligraphy whose fame had spread throughout the great nation at a tender age. Jin Ping was fully aware of the Duke's customs. "Zhan Yunzhu, with a smile, explained, "This is a birthday gift from my mother for Miss Sue. It was supposed to be delivered earlier, but she personally copied a scripture of blessings and only finished it at noon, hence the delay." The Duke nodded in understanding. It was, after all, a birthday gift for Zhao Zhao. Given that it was a handwritten scripture, the gesture, though modest, was imbued with sincerity, making it impossible to refuse. "Please convey my gratitude to your esteemed mother," he instructed as a servant stepped forward to receive the offering. "I have just returned to the capital and have official documents to prepare, so I cannot stay long. Since you are here, do join us for dinner this evening. But for now, why not visit your master?" The Duke glanced towards the inner hall, knowing that their discussions could be postponed, as he had returned today and would be presenting himself to the emperor the following day. A few of his aides were currently awaiting him in the study. Zhang Yunzhu acknowledged with a nod, watching the Duke depart. "Brother Zhang," with no one else around. Lu Yi approached him a few steps, her face adorned with a gentle smile. However, Zhang Yunzhu's gaze wandered towards the inner hall as he curiously inquired, "Do you know who resides in this guest room?" His visit was primarily due to his status as the sole disciple of the Su family's second master, having grown accustomed to frequenting the Duke's residence over the years. Yet, what guest could warrant the Duke's personal attention? "It is a young gentleman, brought back by the old master to bring joy to Zhao Zhao," Lu Yi replied softly. Mr. Yao divined that this person would bring her good fortune, allowing her illness to be healed. "Good fortune?" Zhang Yunzhu expressed surprise, instinctively furrowing his brow, sensing the subtle shift in his demeanor. Lu Yi felt a pang of bitterness, but maintained a gentle tone. "Zhao Zhao has suffered from this peculiar ailment for quite some time. Shouldn't you be pleased that there is now a chance for her recovery?" "Of course, I am pleased, though it is somewhat unexpected," he replied, regaining his composure as they walked. What is this person's background? At present, it remains unclear. However, given the calmness surrounding him, he likely is just an ordinary person. Liu Yi sipigilatit. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yunju's fingers tightened ever so slightly. What an ordinary person. How can an ordinary individual be deemed worthy of marrying Zhao Zhao? His father is merely a low-ranking official, and he has always considered his status in relation to Zhao Zhao as night and day. Yet, he never anticipated that one day Zhao Zhao might marry someone with an unclear background, an ordinary man. Has it been decided? Lu Yi shook her head slightly. For now, it remains uncertain. I must first inquire about Zhao Zhao's thoughts. In this household, no one has ever acted without regard for Zhao Zhao's feelings. This sentiment extends beyond this home. Wherever Zhao Zhao is, everything revolves around her. This has always been the case, in the past and present alike. Lu Yi gazed at the gentle and refined man beside her, a fleeting smile playing on her lips. Zhang Yunzhu squinted at the glaring sun above. After a moment, he slowly released his tightly clenched fingers and asked softly, "Regarding the matter I previously asked Miss Lu to investigate, has there been any progress? My father often says that matters must be weighed with discernment. One must not act recklessly. Only when something is of great importance can one seek to obtain what one desires. Zhao Zhao has been irritable due to her recent illness, and I have yet to find the opportunity to speak with her properly. If Brother Zhang is anxious, perhaps I can inquire with others?" "No need. I'm not in haste," Zhang Yunzhu replied. "If this matter were to leak, it would not bode well for the Duke of Zhangguo's residence. My curiosity is merely that, if it brings trouble to your esteemed family, it would not be worth it." Lu Yi nodded in agreement but slowed her pace. Noticing that the surroundings were clear of onlookers, she discreetly retrieved an object from her sleeve and lowered her head to present it. It was a purse, crafted from fine cerulean silk, embroidered with a cluster of green bamboo, exquisite in both material and craftsmanship. She had finished embroidering it days ago, but had not encountered Brother Zhang until now. Lu Yi's cheeks flushed slightly. Zhang Yunzhu appeared somewhat surprised, taking a moment before responding. "This may not be appropriate." Lu Yi looked at him, her expression momentarily blank. She understood that he had feelings for Zhao Zhao, and she was aware of his ambitions. Yet, must he only have eyes for Zhao Zhao? How could someone like him genuinely be enamored with such a willful and spoiled young lady? Surely, his interest stemmed solely from her noble status. Moreover, he used to smile at her and occasionally confide in her, praising her as someone who truly understood him. His treatment of her was evidently different from that of others. Could she have misinterpreted his intentions? Seeing her expression, Zhang Yunzhu sighed softly and smiled. If I were to recklessly accept this gift and it were to be seen by others, it would not reflect well on you. A girl's reputation is always more precious than that of a man. Ah, so he values her reputation. Lu Yi's heart settled a little as she awkwardly reclaimed the purse. Her smile strained. At that moment, Zhang Yunzhu instinctively raised his hand, hovering above her head, hesitating for a moment before ultimately retracting it. This unexecuted gesture, however, provided Lu Yi with immense comfort, even inspiration. Her previous disappointment dissipated entirely as their eyes met. Her heart raced like a drum, and her eyes sparkled. Brother Zhang has always been a man of courtesy and propriety. Perhaps she had been too impulsive. Zhang Yunzhu chuckled. Let us proceed. Liu Yi nodded. Upon noticing someone ahead, the two instinctively distanced themselves. Lu Yi returned to the inner courtyard, yet did not proceed to her own quarters. The sky soon darkened. Lanterns were lit in Shi Garden. A Zhu entered from outside and remarked, Miss, the meal is ready. The lady has sent someone to summon you to the front. Xu Mingyi, who had already changed and was prepared, nodded. Rising from the chair by the window, she cast a lingering glance at a Zhu as she passed by. A Zhu understood and nodded slightly in response. The young lady entrusted her with a task to be carried out that very night. As the evening deepened, the atmosphere in the front hall of the Duke of Zhangguo's residence was congenial. Xu Mingyi was in exceptionally high spirits. It had been quite some time since she had celebrated her birthday. Although the birthday banquet before her was quite simple, it held immense value in her eyes. There was no sign of Zhang Yunzhu at the table, although the Duke of Zhangguo had invited him to dine together. He merely paid his respects to Su Yun before departing. He had always been adept at navigating the delicate balance of how to converse in a manner that was pleasing and how to act intimately without overstepping boundaries. Thus, it was impossible for him to attend this private birthday celebration devoid of outsiders. Nevertheless, for Xu Mingyi, there was still an outsider present at the gathering. While she was not particularly gentle or humble by nature, she was not entirely incapable of accommodating others. Perhaps her demeanor towards inconsequential people and matters was excessively casual. She seldom cared to scrutinize or pay heed to anything. Otherwise, the other party would not have been able to reside comfortably in the Duke's household for all these years. At this moment, perhaps due to a surge of suspicion, her perception of the other party shifted, and she began to notice flaws everywhere. You seem to be in much better spirits. You haven't shown any signs of fatigue all day. Today, being your birthday, truly brings joy to the heart. Lu Yi remarked with half a jest. If we could add another piece of good news, perhaps your ailment would disappear altogether. Listening to this probing, yet somewhat encouraging remark, Xu Mingyi replied with a calm tone, Indeed. Once matters are clarified and all accounts settled, wouldn't the arrival of such uplifting news surely lead to my recovery? Before Lu Yi could respond further, Xu Mingyi stood up and bowed to the elders, saying, Grandfather, father, mother, second uncle, I must take my leave. It was time to disperse the gathering. He intended to visit the person in the front courtyard, having heard that they had awakened in the afternoon. Observing his grandfather's composed demeanor, it seemed likely that his efforts had borne fruit. Even though there would be an opportunity to seek a divorce in the future, he still needed to remain by Xu Mingyi's side for a while, and the duration of that stay was uncertain, possibly lasting months or even years. Thus, he felt compelled to assess whether the other party was dependable. Receiving a nod from the Duke of Zhangguo, Xu Mingyi proceeded to the guest room in the front courtyard, only to find that the person was not there. As he fled, the thought sprang to Xu Mingyi's mind. After all, he would have done the same in his position, but if the person had indeed run away, what would happen to Xu Mingyi's illness? Although he was not in favor of the notion of, he felt it necessary to at least attempt it. If there were any disagreements, they could continue to negotiate. Just as Xu Mingyi was becoming anxious, he saw Yunbo approaching with a servant carrying clothing. He hurriedly inquired, Where is the person staying in this guest room? Young master, that Lord Wu just went for a stroll, the servant replied. A stroll? Xu Mingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Hadn't the doctor said he couldn't get out of bed yet? Perhaps after experiencing a loss, one comes to appreciate the value of life. At that moment, Xu Mingyi couldn't help but express concern for the other party's health. Of course, This concern was not purely altruistic. Yin Bo chuckled. Perhaps it is due to this young gentleman's robust constitution that he recovers swiftly. Xu Mingyi nodded in agreement. A strong physique is undoubtedly a blessing, particularly when it comes to enduring hardships. When he ventures out for a stroll, is there a servant accompanying him? The young servant replied, I intended to accompany him, but young Master Wu insisted on enjoying the fresh air in the front garden. He has a good memory and knows the way. He is not accustomed to being followed. Not accustomed to being followed? Xu Mingyi mused, contemplating the implications of such a background. This might be advantageous. Once Xu Mingyi is married off, no one would dare to show her any contempt. He instinctively weighed the situation in his mind, and a sudden sense of vigilance overcame him. Yin Bo, could there be any unforeseen complications? There may be a chance he could escape. Though such a suggestion cast the Duke's residence in a dubious light, Yin Bo understood his concern. With a confident smile, he assured, do not worry, young master. There will be no mishaps. The Duke's residence is well guarded, and while I cannot guarantee that not even a fly could escape, a living person will certainly be kept under watch. Reassured, Xu Mingyi nodded and returned to his quarters, deep in thought. At that moment, a Kuei emerged from the kitchen, carrying medicine. Since Xu Mingyi was still conversing with her elders in the front hall, she decided to bring the medicine directly to the front courtyard. Balancing the tray in her hands, she found herself unable to carry a lantern. So as she passed through the garden, she slowed her pace. However, the Duke's residence is known for its lavish expenditures. Stone lanterns adorn both the pavilions and main paths. Thus there was no risk of being enveloped in darkness. A Kuei, perhaps concerned that the medicine might cool too quickly, consciously opted for a shorter route. As the cicada's nighttime chorus began to wane, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the blooming lotus flowers in the pond to sway delicately, releasing a subtle fragrance. While walking along the narrow path by the pond, a figure suddenly emerged from behind the artificial hillock and lunged at her. A Kuei gasped, dropping the tray as the medicinal concoction splattered and the porcelain bowl shattered. In the midst of her staggering, before she could regain her balance, the assailant pushed her forcefully once more. With a splash, a Kuei fell heavily into the lotus pond. Compared to the martial artist Xu, who was trained since childhood, a Kuei, who learned medicine and calligraphy in her early years, is much more delicate and timid. Not only is she unversed in martial arts, but she is also unable to swim. When she fell into the lotus pond, the assailant seized a long pole that had been prepared in advance and pressed it firmly against her struggling head. One end of the pole was bound with thick, coarse cloth, evidently to avoid leaving any marks on a Kuei that might raise suspicion later. A Kuei could only desperately raise her hands. The person by the pond was immensely strong and held the advantage, confident that success was imminent. Yet, aware of the precariousness of their actions, they could not help but glance around. At that moment, a flash of light blue caught her eye. Before she could react, she was dealt a heavy kick to her chest. The old woman cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Xu caught the long pole, reached into the water, and helped the Kuei climb up. How did you manage to get out? I thought I was going to drown. Akui, drenched and half collapsed at the pond's edge, struggled to open her eyes, choking and unable to articulate her fear. She remembered how resolutely she had plunged into the water, expecting Xu to appear and catch her, but now she felt as if she had nearly lost her life. Would they still be able to trust each other as good sisters after this? Xu, typically reticent, offered little explanation. After all, they needed to wait for the old woman to truly act before they could catch her in the act. If Xu had appeared too early, the old woman might deny everything and claim it was merely an accident that a Kuei fell into the water, rendering their efforts futile. Seizing the old woman, who had attempted to crawl away, Xu delivered a punch to her face. In the same instant, she kicked her knee, leaving the old woman with little opportunity to retaliate. The air was filled with her piercing screams. Spare me. A quarter of an hour later, the bruised and battered old woman lay on the ground, groaning in agony. The maid had not uttered a single word, asking no questions, and had come straight at her with such force. The old woman had not even had time to stubbornly protest and demand to know what was happening. Xu, stop. If you keep this up, the lady won't be able to question her. Okay, sitting on the ground and not daring to look closely, grasped Zhu's hand. As sisters who had grown up together, she was well aware that Zhu's motto had always been to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. It was only in recent years, while serving the lady, that she had managed to suppress her fiery nature. Today, however, the old woman had provoked her. "Do not worry. She will not die. Once she is subdued, it will be easier to extract information later, as per the lady's instructions." Zhu spoke as she hoisted the old woman up, her heart filled with joy at the thought of the lady's intentions, hoping that more such tasks would come their way in the future. A Kuei opened her mouth. The old woman, with swollen eyes that barely opened, was on the verge of tears. Whether she would survive was uncertain, but she had truly been subdued. Nearby, by a pavilion, a young man who had witnessed the entire scene leaned against a pillar, initially astonished, now lost in contemplation. Subduing her first will indeed make questioning easier. As per the lady's instructions, in the residence of the Duke of Dingnan, it seems there exists only a single maiden. The metaphor of the mantis capturing the cicada while the yellow sparrow lies in wait is indeed intriguing. The ill intentions of the servants are hardly deserving of pity. Yet, the words continued to echo in the youth's ears after he had been subdued. He cast his gaze upward at the serene night sky. It appeared that he would not find resolution tonight. The young man turned to depart, unable to suppress his speculations concerning the true motives behind the Duke's decision to have him serve as a good omen. Was it truly imperative for him to take on this role? Or was it perhaps that the young lady of the household was excessively proud and fierce, making her an unappealing prospect for suitors within the capital, leading them to select an unfamiliar outsider to fill this perilous void? Was the marriage merely a formality, a temporary measure? Furthermore, should this union inadvertently come to fruition, would it result in a husband who would not heed his words and require discipline? What if the husband returned home late and faced punishment? Reflecting on the actions of his family, who had meticulously examined his health during his slumber, the young man suddenly felt an unsettling ache throughout his body. Was it his youthful arrogance and naivete that had led him to this point? And since fate had allowed him to stumble upon this scene tonight, perhaps it was a divine reminder that his life was not yet meant to end. Thus, even though he could withstand adversity, he found himself compelled to reconsider his circumstances. In the front hall, a Zhu cast a disfigured maidservant to the floor. Louis, who had been hiding nearby, paled at the sight. No wonder Xu Mingyi and the others had been acting so strangely. After her complexion shifted through various shades, she abruptly turned and swiftly vanished into the night. This maidservant had taken advantage of the absence of others to push the serving girl into the lotus pond, attempting to drown her. In the hall, a Kuei recounted the events that had transpired. The Duke's expression darkened immensely. Zhao Zhao had informed them today at Shi Yuan of the hidden schemes designed to lure out the assailant. A Kuei was a crucial element in this plan. However, the Duke did not believe that tonight would yield conclusive results. Nevertheless, as it was Zhao Zhao's proposal, and seeing the child's earnest demeanor, the grandfather felt compelled to support her and patiently awaited developments. If he had previously harbored doubts regarding his granddaughter's poisoning, he was now nearly convinced. Someone had indeed plotted to harm Zhao Zhao. Su Jin and the others were equally taken aback. "Speak. Who instructed you?" the elder demanded sternly. The frightened maidservant, prostrate on the ground, dared not offer excuses and could only grovel, utterly unable to provide any useful information. "This is someone from Aunt Ruan's courtyard," Chui noted, her gaze icy. Su Jin's heart raced with apprehension. 014, Aunt Ruan. She's his sole concubine. Su Jin was taken aback, momentarily too apprehensive to meet the old man's gaze. As a father, his affection for his daughter had always been unwavering. However, in comparison to the old man, even a most fervent love seemed to pale. The existence of such feelings across generations often led him to question whether he was truly the biological father. Upon hearing Aunt Ruan's name, the maid began to wail, Yes, it was indeed the concubine who promised me benefits and instructed me to act as I did. I was merely confused in a moment. I begged the esteemed elder to spare my insignificant life." Chui questioned, "How did Ruan poison the young lady?" Poison. The maid's cries faltered, her face awash with disbelief. Faced with Chui's piercing eyes, She trembled uncontrollably and stammered, "I do not know anything about poison, Aunt Ruan. She merely instructed me to find an opportunity to push Miss Akue into the water, claiming it was a personal grudge." I truly did not know that Ruan would dare harm the young lady. Otherwise, even if I had 10 times the courage, I would not have dared accept those 10 taels of silver. That would be a clear case of having a life to earn, but no life to spend. Su Jin had already commanded, "Bring Ruan here." He intended to inquire directly for clarification. Su Chiwei's expression was tense. The hall fell into a heavy silence, with no one daring to speak. The maid's pleas had been silenced by Xu. This oppressive stillness lasted until Ruan arrived. Xu Mingyi looked at the woman who bowed before them. She left her with little impression, only vaguely recalling that she was not unattractive and rarely appeared in public, leading her to subconsciously assume she had a rather docile disposition. The woman before her appeared to be around 23 or 24, dressed plainly yet elegantly, with a slender figure and a pair of phoenix eyes that held a certain allure. "Did the master and mistress summon me for any specific instructions?" Ruan asked, her demeanor slightly uneasy as she saluted everyone, judging by her inability to mask her nervousness. She hardly seemed capable of meticulously plotting the harm of the family's legitimate daughter. "This maid from your courtyard has already confessed," Chui observed with a scrutinizing gaze. "It appears that the heir has been overly lenient with you over the years, emboldening you to harbor malicious thoughts against the young lady." Her words were direct, and Ruan's expression momentarily reflected confusion before she hastily knelt. "Madam, how can you say such things? I could never bear such a grave accusation. If I recall correctly, you have been seeking medical help for years due to insomnia, having changed doctors and prescriptions countless times, yet with no improvement, and your condition has only worsened. It was only this spring that you suddenly showed signs of recovery. When I inquired about this matter, you claimed that the warming weather had lifted your spirits, allowing you to sleep more soundly. There is truth to that." Ruan knelt, her gaze flickering slightly, seemingly bewildered as to why Chui had suddenly brought this up. If it were merely a matter of state of mind, nothing significant had occurred to warrant such a sudden change of heart. Every year heralds the arrival of spring. Yet how peculiar it is that this particular spring has bestowed upon you an unexpected recovery. Chui inquired, gazing at her. "It seems likely that it is due to a change in the medicinal prescription, perhaps a miraculous remedy that could cure the persistent insomnia afflicting Ruan. The very thought of a potion capable of rendering Zhao in a state of perpetual slumber, difficult to awaken from, had crossed her mind when she first laid eyes on that old woman. Of course, this remains merely a conjecture. The truth may well be that she is overthinking. It does not detract from the resolute glint in her eyes, nor from her unwavering conviction that probing Ruan is indeed worthwhile." Xu Mingyi, understanding her silent contemplation, interjected at an opportune moment. "Mother, I have heard from Akue that the medicines for treating insomnia are often inescapable. Seeing Annie's current good complexion, it suggests she has been sleeping soundly. It should not be a difficult task to investigate the recent medications she has taken." Akue appeared bewildered. When did she ever share such thoughts with the young lady? Meanwhile, Chui nodded affirmatively, promptly instructing Qin Ying to gather a group to search Ruan's quarters for evidence. Ruan's complexion turned ashen. How strange it is for the lady to harbor such suspicion against her without any proof. Tears welled in her eyes, a mixture of anxiety and anger. "If the lady sends her people to search my residence, whatever they claim to have found will undoubtedly be twisted against me, leaving me hopelessly stained with guilt." Chui let out a cold laugh. "The actions of that old woman tonight, combined with her testimony, serve as ample evidence. Even in the absence of concrete proof, when misfortune befalls the young ladies of the household, everyone becomes a suspect, until the true culprit is unveiled. Even my son's quarters would warrant a search. If you believe my people would tamper with evidence, you could easily replace the individuals from the young lady's quarters with others, and your sudden change of demeanor would only betray your guilt. That is enough, my lady." Just as Ruan was about to continue her defense, Su Jin, who had remained silent until now, interrupted her. At the sound of his voice, Ruan froze momentarily, turning to look at him. "The lady's servants will not slander or wrong you. The Duke of Dingnan household does not mistake the innocent. Su Jin regarded her with an icy gaze. If it truly were your doing, you could not possibly extricate yourself with mere words. Rather than engage in futile arguments, it would be wise to admit your faults and preserve some dignity. If Ruan initially appeared composed, her reaction upon hearing about her insomnia revealed the cracks in her facade. Meeting his unyielding gaze, she opened her mouth but ultimately could not articulate a response. Their eyes locked. Su Jin's brow furrowed tightly while her tense form gradually relaxed. Her head drooping in defeat, hands resting at her sides, a bitter smile creeping at the corners of her lips. Indeed, it is utterly pointless. In her moment of panic, she had failed to grasp the crux of the matter. After all, it was about the young lady. In this household, she is truly cherished, as delicate as a flower, to be held with care lest she be harmed. Once tainted with the suspicion of plotting against the young lady, even if it were merely an accusation, it would be sufficient to render her unable to remain in the household. What use is it if she has truly relied on sheer luck to evade the past? If her only desire is to exist as though she were but a wisp of air, she would not have resorted to such reckless measures. Observing her half-alive demeanor, Chui could barely suppress her disdain and inquired, "Pray tell, why did you seek to harm the young lady? Is there anyone behind your actions?" She was curious to hear what foolishness might emerge from this woman of the inner chambers, and whether it could possibly surpass the absurd tale she had heard from others. Xu Mingyi sipped her tea, equally intrigued to discover when she had unwittingly provoked this concubine whom she had barely encountered on a few occasions. In the midst of turmoil, Ruansher merely lowered her head, a mocking expression etched upon her face. This demeanor incensed Su Jin, for she had wronged others yet presented herself as if the world owed her a debt. Ruansher, even without mentioning the support the Duke of the State had once extended to her family, had been treated generously throughout the years, and there had never been a grievance between her and Zhao Zhao. He understood that reasoning at this moment was futile. First, he needed to pry the truth from Ruansher's lips to discern her true motives. Never a grievance? Upon hearing this, Ruansher suddenly lifted her head, fixing her red-rimmed eyes on Su Jin, and exclaimed, "Has the master forgotten something? If it were not for her, our child would have turned 4 this year." Xu Mingyi furrowed his brow in confusion. What had Ruansher ever borne a child? The implication suggested that the so-called child had been harmed by her actions. Yet she seemed to recall nothing of such a heinous deed. As she grappled with the surreal nature of her thoughts, she noticed that Shui Shi and others exhibited similar bewilderment. That child had already been in my womb for 4 months. I nurtured myself with utmost care, daring not to disclose this to anyone, thinking that once the time was right, I would reveal it to you, and you would surely not wish to abandon it. Ruansher laughed through her tears. Yet you merely pondered for a night, visited Shi Garden, and the very next morning ordered medicine to be sent. Moreover, since that day, you had not even cast a glance in my direction again. Shueisha furrowed her brow tightly, glancing at her husband. Ruansher had indeed been pregnant. It was impossible for her to feel jealousy. However, this was a matter her husband should never have concealed from her. Had she known earlier, she would have surely paid more attention to Ruansher. Men, after all, often simplify the complexities of the inner household, oblivious to the emotional intricacies involved. It was no wonder Ruansher had suffered from insomnia for the past 4 years. Yet, to claim this matter was related to Zhao Zhao, Shueisha looked at the girl seated there, her heart filled with skepticism. Zhao Zhao appeared somewhat spoiled, yet she was consistently tough on the outside while soft-hearted within. Despite their outward disagreements over the years with Ming Shi, she had never been unreasonable towards her younger brother. This was precisely why, observing this stubborn young girl, Shueisha found it impossible to harbor any disdain. Instead, she felt an irresistible urge to care for her. How utterly absurd! Su Jin declared with a grave tone. Zhao Zhao is completely unaware of this matter. I have never disclosed it to anyone. Furthermore, before you entered the Duke of the State's household, I explicitly informed you that you were not to bear children, to which you consented. You have clearly violated this agreement by becoming pregnant in secret and have the audacity to shift the blame onto others. Such private affairs should never have reached Zhao Zhao's ears. As a father, The necessity to unveil such matters was undeniably uncomfortable. Yet, given the involvement of his daughter, he felt compelled to provide her with a complete explanation rather than conceal it. As for the embarrassment before his daughter, he had long since lost any semblance of authority in his household. So be it. Xu Mingyi was taken aback. Not to bear children? Turning her gaze towards the Chui family, she found them equally astonished. However, upon observing her grandfather's countenance, dark enough to suggest impending rain, and her second uncle, slouched in his chair with disheveled beard, radiating an ever-present aura of despondency, it was evident that neither exhibited any signs of surprise or bewilderment. The vast estate of the Duke of the State was, from the perspective of the elders, expected to flourish and expand. Yet her second uncle remained unmarried, and her father, only having this one legitimate son, had secretly arranged with his only concubine to remain childless. Was there some intricate matter unknown to the female relatives? As Xu Mingyi pondered this perplexity, she heard Wan's voice take up Su Jin's words, laced with scorn. You have always been protective of this precious daughter, reluctant to allow her any discomfort. Even in the absence of others, you still defend her. She enjoys overwhelming favor in this household, yet becomes increasingly jealous and overbearing, not only regarding my unborn child, but even the esteemed wife of the heir has managed to bear only a single child over the years. Ultimately, it all stems from concern for her whims. She will eventually marry. Why must we cater to her absurd and unreasonable demands? Listening to Ruan's vitriol-laden remarks, growing more agitated and unhinged, Xu Mingyi, after an initial shock, gradually lost her composure. In this Grand Duke's residence, for her sake alone, concubines were barred from bearing children, and the heir's wife could barely continue the bloodline. Did she possess such influence? If that were the case, could her second uncle's continued bachelorhood also be attributed to her? Observing Ruan's profound hatred, as though viewing the embodiment of evil, Xu Mingyi couldn't help but think that last year's drought in Qing and the recent unrest on the borders must somehow be connected to her. Kui Du took a while to regain her senses. Why was she being dragged into this? Did she not realize how stifled her own existence had become? Lost in self-reflection, it seemed Ruan had transcended mere foolishness and had spiraled into madness. I have but one child, and it is my own choice to not desire a second. How is it that you twist this into such ludicrous allegations? This incessant need to perceive grievances on behalf of others. Did she consider herself a mere vessel for another's progeny? The act of childbirth, akin to traversing the gates of the underworld, was an ordeal in itself. Having endured it once, was it not sufficient? Moreover, the trials of raising a child, fraught with countless sleepless nights filled with anxiety, was that not a burden? Were it not for the weighty obligation of continuing the family line upon marrying into the Duke's household, she would have hardly considered motherhood at all. She truly could not fathom how there existed someone like Ruan, who concealed such matters and would go to great lengths to insist on childbearing. A life of tranquility, adorned in silks and feasting, free from the worries of domestic affairs. Waking whenever she pleased, riding out at her leisure, under the guidance of a sensible and compassionate matron. This was the life she had always dreamed of. Today's work is postponed. Tomorrow, I shall catch up. My recent neck issues, coupled with stomach pains in the evening, have rendered today's writing impossible. I shall forego the driving school tomorrow and write more at home. Love you all. 016 Malicious thoughts, such a troubled mind. It is no wonder one would tread down a path of despair. Chui's words fell heavily, drawing Xu Mingyi's gaze. It appeared that her mother only wished for a singular child, unwilling to bear another. Reflecting upon it now, it made sense when Mingshi was born. Her mother was merely at the tender age of 20, and thereafter there had been no further offspring. Su Yun and the elder looked at Chui with complex expressions. The look on the daughter-in-law's face when she mentioned Mingshi was akin to that of someone relieved after completing a burdensome task, evoking a myriad of emotions within the elder, who longed for more grandchildren to enliven the household. Was this the true reason behind the daughter-in-law's initial joy at having a son, only to later adopt such a dismissive attitude towards raising him? A mystery that had lingered in his heart for years had finally been unraveled today. Yet, there were no words left to say. Su Yun then turned his gaze towards his elder brother. All this time, he had believed the issue lay with his brother. Now it seemed he had misjudged him. Sensing the atmosphere shift to something delicate, and noticing the unmistakable look of regret in his mother's eyes, as if she had inadvertently revealed a hidden truth, Xu Mingyi timely broke the strange silence. Ruan, do you truly believe that your child and your affliction are the result of my doing? Upon hearing her speak, Ruan's face twisted with derision. If it were not for you, the elder would not have been so merciless. He has shown me little sincerity. All I desired was a child to keep me company. Is that truly such a heinous thought? Her tone was filled with accusation and resentment. Yet as she spoke, she noticed the girl sitting high above, gazing down at her with an unsettling calm, piercing her heart with pain. In her despair, the pent-up hatred and dissatisfaction within her erupted like a beast unleashed from its cage, extinguishing the last remnants of her reason. It is not my child who is cursed, but you, the one who brings harm. If you were to perish, there would be no hindrance. Had the poison not been discovered, it would have been all too simple for someone afflicted with narcolepsy to meet with an accident. She could always find an opportunity to strike. But alas, her scheme had been exposed. With that, she had nothing left to fear. Ruan rose from the ground, her expression twisted with malice as she lunged towards Xu Mingyi. In her wide sleeves, she produced a dagger gleaming with a cold light. At this hour, summoned here unexpectedly, she had already anticipated the possibility of her plans being revealed. Indeed, she had contemplated such an outcome long before. This dagger had been prepared the day she decided to act against Xu Mingyi. Stop her! Su Qiwei, perceptive and quick, sensed the danger and furrowed his brow as he shouted. Xu Mingyi, growing impatient, raised an eyebrow. Swiftly grabbing a teacup from the small table beside her, and expertly hurled it toward the advancing Ruan. Crash! The exquisite white jade teacup struck Ruan's wrist with precision, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground alongside the cup. In the next instant, a Zhu firmly restrained Ruan. Let me go. Ruan was unwillingly struggling. In that moment, a red and yellow object fell from her garment. A Zhu, with one hand freed, picked it up intentionally to divert attention, lest she succumb to the urge to publicly strike Ruan. It turned out to be a talisman. This revealed that she was not entirely foolish. She was indeed aware of her own guilt and fear. Ultimately, despite her incessant claims that others were to blame for her plight, it was merely an excuse for her own malevolent thoughts. Su Yun sighed, his tone consistently casual. The one who harmed your child was never anyone but yourself. In the stillness of the night, you must have already come to this realization, haven't you? Yet, upon understanding it, you found it unbearable, and day after day, you quietly descended into madness. Not wanting to succumb to this insanity, you hastily sought an outlet, unknowingly becoming the imagined perpetrator of your own atonement. Ruan glared at him fiercely. You speak nonsense. Su Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, shaking his head. You know better than anyone whether I speak nonsense. Regarding this child, had your elder brother not explicitly warned you against bearing offspring, and had he not coerced you into parting with it after you became pregnant, then, disregarding your status as a concubine, he would indeed be at fault. However, before you entered the Duke of Zhen's residence, you had already made a pact with him, only to later forsake it. The child, though innocent, does not absolve you of guilt when you present yourself as a victim of others. Consider this carefully. Is it not true? He was not one to preach, yet he could not stand Ruan's persistent evasion of reality. After all, in this household, as the foremost person living in a state of confusion, he could hardly tolerate anyone living more aimlessly than himself. As Ruan listened to his relentless calls for her awakening, her expression shifted repeatedly as she shook her head in denial. Xu Mingyi, however, instinctively nodded in agreement with his uncle. Indeed, upon careful reflection, she realized that the matter of bearing children held significant implications and nuances. First and foremost, it required the mutual consent of both parties, regardless of gender. Forcing or deceiving someone into conceiving a child against their will is inherently unreasonable. One cannot justify Ruan's breach of agreement simply because she is a woman, a lowly concubine seemingly positioned as the weaker party. Even if her father's demands were somewhat peculiar, They had been clearly stated before Ruan entered the Duke's residence. Having agreed to it, and having gained the protection and wealth of the Duke's household, adhering to that promise should be the most fundamental principle. It cannot be dismissed with the argument, "I only wanted a child." Is that truly unforgivable? Furthermore, this matter has caused Ruan both emotional and physical suffering. Her father, too, is not without a heart of stone. The loss of a fetus after 4 months would certainly leave a shadow of guilt and remorse in his heart, especially since it was an entirely avoidable misfortune. In this context, there is no need to further discuss what is fair or unfair to Ruan. To speak of fairness while disregarding the agreement itself is fundamentally unjust. At present, she is indeed quite curious as to why her father has been unwaveringly resolute in his opposition to the Ruan family bearing offspring. 017 is her. Naturally, this question is altogether inappropriate to pose in public. Over the years at the Duke of Dingnan's residence, your sustenance and attire have consistently surpassed that of the concubines in other households. Since your affliction with insomnia, physicians from all corners of the capital have been summoned to attend to you. As the matriarch, I dare assert that no one within this household has ever slighted or caused you distress in the slightest. At this moment, seeing Ruan's somewhat dazed expression, Xu remarked, "Given all this, your unwillingness to be content simply reveals your insatiable nature. A discontented concubine, yearning for a child merely for companionship. Do you truly believe such words? I can confidently assert that even if that child were to be born with a concubine like Ruan, it could never be one that does not vie for attention. Its very arrival into this world would be the result of its mother's machinations, let alone the future it would face. Do not speak to her of loneliness being alleviated by a child's company. She once attempted to teach Ruan how to ride, to which Ruan vehemently opposed. There are myriad ways to alleviate solitude in this world, yet she, Ruan, has chosen the most nefarious path. Indeed, Xu Mingyi nodded in agreement once more. Life's journey is inherently brief, yet Ruan insists on seeking shortcuts. What recourse do you have but to feel exasperated? Is it not preferable to live well and linger a while longer? The elders have largely conveyed their thoughts, and, as someone of a hasty temperament, having only just returned to the age of 16, still somewhat unaccustomed, I yearn to spend more time with my family, to hear their words, which is why I have remained here, quietly listening for so long. Now, however, I must pose the questions that truly weigh upon my mind. You mentioned that it was only after father visited the Shi garden that he resolutely decided to send for the medicine, and that mother was only concerned about me. Xu Mingyi gazed at Ruan and inquired, "How did you come by these thoughts?" She had observed Ruan's demeanor while speaking of these matters, which showed no hint of hesitation or retreat, suggesting it was not merely a conclusion drawn from her imagination. Naturally, it is what I have witnessed. Ruan's expression had begun to verge on madness. Is it indeed what you have seen? Or have you, after hearing insidious words from others, developed a bias that renders everything before you as monstrous? This time, before Ruan could respond, Xu Mingyi interjected with a tone of certainty. If I am not mistaken, those who have whispered in your ear these past years must indeed be the ones complicit in this scheme with you, correct? Upon hearing this, the previously muddled look in Ruan's eyes flickered. What conspiracy? She chuckled without much expression, raising her gaze to Xu Mingyi. Do such petty tricks even require conspiracy? The peace talisman is carried with me. Without mutual encouragement, one would hardly dare to take this step. Moreover, such petty tricks necessitate connections. The girl spoke calmly. This long-sleep grass from the western regions is a forbidden substance there, and it is not something easily procured in the capital. Ruan's gaze momentarily froze. The western regions? Su Chiwei furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you saying that this poison originates from the western regions?" Xu Mingyi nodded. Indeed, it was a Kuei who informed me. The crowd turned their gaze towards a Kuei, eyes filled with silent confirmation. Having endured such scrutiny numerous times in a single day, a Kuei clenched her trembling fingers, striving to maintain her composure as she nodded and replied, "Yes." Although she had never heard of the long slumbering grass, she decided to trust the words of the lady. The west region. Chui repeated the two words softly, her expression gradually shifting. The mother of that Lu girl residing in the estate had later remarried a merchant from the West region. She could imagine that Xu Qiwei and others had similarly come to this realization. This was also the reason why Xu Mingyi had previously harbored suspicions towards Lu Yi without any evidence. Earlier, during her time in Yangzhou, upon hearing physician Xiu mention that the poison originated from the West region, her thoughts instinctively turned to Lu Yi. At that time, it had merely been a fleeting suspicion. But after the troubles befalling the Xu family, Lu Yi, who had always been reluctant to marry, could not escape the ensuing entanglements. Although she was spared due to not being a blood relative, she still met with exile, leaving her with no opportunity to investigate further. Your obstinate silence regarding your accomplice merely serves to leave a lingering threat for the Duke of the State. Xu Qiwei slammed his palm onto the table, his face a mask of rage. Such arrogance, merely courting disaster. He was not one to uphold the facade of a dignified patriarch. Concerning the safety of his granddaughter, he was determined to uncover the truth today. Cui discerned her husband's intent and promptly summoned 2 rough maidservants from outside the hall. Yet, as her command fell from her lips, a sharp crack resonated through the air, followed by the anguished cry of Ruan. Xu, unable to contain her impatience, expressionless, had brutally broken the woman's arm. She had waited too long for her masters to relent, and she was unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip away to others. The 2 maidservants exchanged glances before silently positioning themselves behind Xu. Ruan, pale from the pain, beads of sweat streaming down her face, struggled to hold onto her resolve, gritting her teeth, refusing to utter a single word. At that moment, Xu grasped her other arm, tightening her grip before slightly loosening it, inflicting torment that was both broken and unbroken. Within moments, amidst this dreadful ordeal, Ruan's spirit, teetering on the brink of collapse, finally shattered. It was Lu Yi. It was her. It wasn't that she could no longer endure. It was simply that the Xu family had already surmised Lu Yi's involvement, rendering her obstinate silence utterly meaningless. Before Ruan succumbed to the agony and lost consciousness, she cried out in despair within her heart. At that juncture, a robust middle-aged man approached from outside the hall. Xu's father, Xu Xiu. The matter the lady had asked me to investigate this afternoon has yielded results. The merchant from the West region whom Qin married had departed the capital with her over a month ago. Their spice shop, also from the West region, had been leased to another party 10 days prior, repurposed into a lacquerware shop. Xu Qiwei's expression darkened with fury. He must have learned of the Duke of the State's daughter suffering from narcolepsy. Realizing Lu Yi's intentions, fearing exposure and entanglement, he fled the capital, immediately summoned Lu to inquire. The night was thick and oppressive. In the dimness, Lu Yi clutched a heavy bundle, her body drenched in perspiration from her anxiety. She had initially intended to depart under the cover of darkness, only to discover that the entire residence of the Duke of Jinghua was unusually guarded. Even the seldom used small gates had been fitted with new locks. A forceful intrusion was, of course, out of the question. Stealing her nerves? She took a deep breath and made her way briskly towards a courtyard ahead, illuminated by flickering lights. The door to the study was gently knocked upon, and a young boy inside opened it to reveal not only his loyal servant, a Jew, but also Lu Yi. Xu Mingyi furrowed his brow slightly. What could Lu Yi possibly want at this late hour? I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you, young master. Lu Yi attempted to suppress her anxiousness, yet her tightly clenched hands revealed her extreme tension. Speak plainly, Xu Mingyi urged. Lu Yi cast a hesitant glance at a Jew, who, with no intention of leaving, shot her a sidelong glance, his resolve firm. After all, what if her intentions were nefarious toward his young master? Though merely 10 years of age, Xu Mingyi held a distinguished position, and several young maidservants had already begun to inappropriately gravitate toward him. A Jew is someone I trust, Xu Mingyi asserted, suppressing his impatience. He noticed the bundle Lu Yi clutched and frowned. Are you planning to travel far? Yes, I intended to seek out my mother. Lu Yi, disregarding further formalities, stood her ground and continued, Young master, you may not yet be aware, but the young lady has been exceedingly peculiar these past few days. Perhaps her prolonged illness has caused her some confusion. Xu Mingyi's expression remained largely unchanged. He too had observed that Xu Mingyi had been behaving strangely of late. Uncertain of the malicious whispers she might have believed, he was taken aback by the thought that she suspected her ailment was caused by him. Lu Yi's voice trembled with grievance, tears brimming in her eyes. How could such a thing be possible? I have known her since childhood and understand her temperament. If she has turned her suspicions upon me, it is bound to provoke a significant uproar. Xu Mingyi was momentarily stunned. Xu Mingyi suspected her illness was related to Lu Yi. If it were merely a quarrel between them, he could endure it, but today coincided with the return of the elder master, and it was her birthday. The household had always yielded to her whims. He had just heard commotion from the front courtyard and discovered that even Aunt Ruan, who often associated with him, had been affected. Lu Yi, observing the 10-year-old boy before her and noting his changing expressions, wisely added, "Young master, you are the heir to the estate. Last year, due to the young lady's baseless accusations that you deliberately severed her bowstring, you were severely punished by the mistress. As the legitimate grandson of the household, you are subjected to unjust punishment based on the young lady's unfounded slanders. How much more so for me, especially now that it involves her illness. I can hardly escape unscathed." She spoke, her voice nearly breaking into sobs. "I know you possess a kind heart, young master, and it is truly desperate times that have brought me to you. Please, I implore you, allow me to take refuge here tonight. Tomorrow, I shall seek the opportunity to depart from the Duke's estate. Once the truth is revealed, I will return to express my gratitude for your protection today." "Gratitude?" he replied dismissively. "That holds no significance." Xu Mingyi gazed thoughtfully at the arm she held, remarking, to put it plainly, "You are merely observing the discord between my sister and me, aware of my grievances towards her. You believe that, considering the past injustices she has inflicted upon me, she will undoubtedly agree to assist you this time." Lu Yi's expression momentarily faltered, yet she quickly regained her composure. She understood that Xu Mingyi possessed a wisdom beyond that of an ordinary child. However, what did it matter? After all, Xu Mingyi had offended numerous individuals, making even her own brother endure various trials. The rivalry between Xu Mingyi and Xu Mingyi, and the nature of a child like Xu Mingyi, were matters she believed she understood better than anyone else. Over the years, she had thrived in the Duke of Dingnan household by discerning people's intentions and reading their expressions. You claim she now suspects you wish to harm her, and indeed, there is considerable animosity between us. Xu Mingyi spoke softly, a contemplative look lingering in his eyes. Lu Yi felt a glimmer of hope rise within her. Eager to respond, when she suddenly noticed the boy's hesitation transform into resolve as he murmured to himself, "In that case, I might as well bring you before her. It would provide her a means to save face." Was she imagining things? Lu Yi barely had time to react before Xu Mingyi turned to instruct the servant. "Ajio, take her to the front courtyard." He was not a narrow-minded individual. On the contrary, he had never truly harbored resentment against Xu Mingyi, even when he felt anger towards her at times. After a few days, he could not help but wish to treat her kindly. He recognized this was rather unbecoming, yet he could not restrain himself. Moreover, the incident involving the severed bowstring was indeed his doing, not a malicious accusation against Xu Mingyi. Following a quarrel with her, he had vented his frustrations on her favorite bow. Later, upon learning she had wept over it, realizing it was a keepsake from her late mother, he felt immense regret and guilt. In summary, the conflict between him and Xu Mingyi could never be attributed to a single party. However, prolonged rivalry had led to both parties stubbornly refusing to yield. He had observed a recent change in Xu Mingyi's demeanor, sensing that she was likely pretending to be oblivious in an effort to extend an olive branch. Since she had gone this far, it was only fitting that he, as her brother, should respond in kind. Initially, he had prepared a birthday gift for her, but on the day itself, he had hesitated to present it, fearing she might dislike it or that he had misinterpreted her supposed goodwill, which would leave him in an awkward position. In the present moment, it seemed prudent to regard Lu Yi as a substitute for the birthday gift, a means to gauge Xu Mingyi's true sentiments. Lu Yi, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, found herself escorted to the front courtyard. Faced with the Xu family, She resolutely denied any collusion with Ruan. She maintained that her intention in providing the sleep aid to Ruan was purely altruistic, completely unaware that Ruan had used the medication to harm Xu Mingyi. Even when Xu Mingyi pointed out inconsistencies in her words and behavior, she continued to stand firm in her denial. In the end, when it became clear that further argument was futile, she tearfully invoked the memory of her father, who had perished in battle, and bowed deeply before the Duke of Dingnan. Chui sneered repeatedly, asserting, "Over the years, the Duke's household has shown you unparalleled kindness. If your father were truly a man of reason, upon learning of your ungratefulness from the depths of the underworld, he would likely be too ashamed to plead on your behalf." However, the Duke raised his hand to halt his daughter-in-law's words. "Though your father was merely an ordinary soldier during his lifetime, he served in my family's army and met his end on the battlefield. Thus, he is a hero. For this alone, I am compelled to spare his descendants." As Lu Yi grew a little, her body drenched in cold sweat. She felt an abrupt release of tension upon hearing the words spoken. Although her plans had unraveled, and she had lost everything she once held dear, she had, against all odds, preserved her life. As long as she could continue to exist, there would inevitably be other paths to explore in the future. However, in the next moment, she heard the elder's voice, powerful and resolute. "Yet, for those who seek to harm my granddaughter, 100 deaths would not suffice to quell the hatred that festers within my heart. Even if I were to grant you a reprieve, you would still need to perish 99 more times. At most, out of consideration for her deceased father, I would ensure that your demise is swift and merciful, which would be the extent of my benevolence." Having fought for his life countless times on the battlefield, he understood better than anyone the peril of leaving roots untended. Lu Yi gasped, her entire being trembling. What kind of family was this? "Take him away," the Duke commanded immediately. As for the remaining matters, he would leave them to his daughter-in-law to address. Lu Yi, devoid of color in her face, was dragged away, utterly drained by overwhelming terror, unable even to utter a plea for mercy. Thanks to Zhao Zhao's keen awareness, the atmosphere shifted. In the presence of his granddaughter, Su Qiwei's tone softened considerably. "It is getting late. Zhao Zhao, you should return to rest." "Yes," Xu Mingyi replied obediently, rising to her feet. Su Qiwei then turned to his grandson. "Ming Shi, you should also head back." Su Ming Shi acquiesced. "Now that the matter has been clarified, I shall retire as well." Su Yun yawned as he rose from his chair. If he did not leave now, he would likely face the old man's ire again. Su Qiwei, not even bothering to glance at his troublesome second son, waved his hand impatiently, his expression clearly conveying a desire for him to depart. Su Yun gladly complied, bowing before exiting. Xu Mingyi followed him out of the main hall. "Our Zhao Zhao has indeed become much wiser," Su Yun remarked with a smile. The girl turned to look at him, her expression questioning whether he implied that she had previously been foolish. Su Yun chuckled lightly. "Of course not. Zhao Zhao has always been clever. Aside from your father, there have been no fools in our Su family." Xu Mingyi was unconvinced. In her eyes, her kind-hearted father was far from foolish. However, compared to her uncle, a prodigy who could compose poetry at the tender age of 5, he did seem rather foolish. Yet, while she had always been astute, she had never demonstrated such sharpness as she did now. Su Yun praised his niece, though there was a hint of contemplation in his gaze. Xu Mingyi smiled. "Clever and sharp? I hardly think so. No one can suddenly become wise overnight." Noticing her uncle was still awaiting her response, she spoke earnestly. "Perhaps it is simply that I have grown a little." Her father had once told her that as long as one lives with intention, they will inevitably mature. At 15 or 16, she often reflected on the foolish things she had done in the past 2 years, frequently feeling a sense of embarrassment that compelled her to bury herself beneath the covers, furrowing her brow and questioning how she could have acted so naively and uttered such foolish words. Surely, to her elders, she must have seemed utterly absurd at that time. At that time, the thoughts swirling in her mind, if allowed to settle, could surely sustain a great celebration for a decade without drought. Yet, upon reaching the age of 20, when reflecting on the years of 15 or 16, she would inevitably deem those times rather juvenile and unworthy of nostalgia. Thus, even with the addition of those 6 extra years, she has merely matured a fraction. Now, she might find herself retracing the path she once trod, armed with the wisdom acquired through trials, enabling her to tread more steadily. However, whether this path is indeed identical to the one before remains uncertain to her. Regardless, she must muster her spirit and continue forth. Just as this thought resonated within her, Xu Mingyi couldn't stifle a yawn. Suyin appeared somewhat dazed. Indeed, Zhao Zhao is already 17, truly a young lady, yet her uncle still perceives her as a mere child of 10. He has been living in such a state of muddled existence that sometimes he struggles to recall his own age or whether the next season will be warmer or colder. Little did he realize, in the blink of an eye, Zhao Zhao is 17 now. In a moment of uncertainty, Xu Mingyi pondered who had erred in their recollection and finally said, "Uncle, but I just celebrated my 16th birthday today, did I not?" Su Yun, again taken aback, responded, "Ah, I see. It's merely a year's difference." He casually draped his ample sleeves behind him and, devoid of any elder-esque pretension, chuckled, "Once, I misremembered my own age by a whole 5 years." Such mundane exchanges brought immense joy and comfort to Xu Mingyi. She felt elated and replied with a smile, "This shows that you care for me even more than yourself." Su Yun laughed heartily at this. He added, "If Zhao Zhao has the intent to cheer someone up, no one could possibly remain despondent." Xu Mingyi glanced back at the front hall, reassured by the genuine affection her family harbored for her. Noticing Su Ming following her closely, she slowed her pace. Su Yun, seeing this, took a step ahead. It was common for the siblings to quarrel, and from experience, the elder's attempts at mediation often proved futile. It was wiser to distance oneself to avoid involving their grandfather. As she clearly awaited him, Su Ming did not hasten his approach. Upon reaching Xu Mingyi's side, he displayed no intention of breaking the silence. In their past encounters, their unspoken game commenced with the rule: the first to speak would be the loser. This time, Xu Mingyi, like in the past few days, succumbed completely and willingly, inquiring, "How did you encounter Lu Yi today?" "It was she who sought me out," Xu Ming replied, his brow furrowed. "But you have known about your poisoning all along? Why did you keep it a secret from me?" 020 family rules. Is it that they feel there's no need to inform him? Or do they think he is too young to be of any assistance? I too have only just learned of it. With a smile, Xu Mingyi remarked, "I was worried it would trouble you. I intended to tell you once the matter was resolved." In the past, faced with this boy before her, puffing up his cheeks and questioning, she would have defiantly retorted that informing him would only complicate matters further. Yet now, she simply wished to converse sincerely with her younger brother, even if, truthfully, she had subconsciously deemed it unnecessary to divulge such trivial information to a child. Ahem, of course. Such bias is unfounded and must be corrected in the future. Su Mingshi did not anticipate her response, and seeing her smiling countenance left him momentarily at a loss for words. "When Lu Yi found you, you were likely unaware of the truth, correct?" He decisively brought her here. Xu Mingyi commended him with a smile. "Well done," and affectionately patted his head. Su Mingshi's eyes widened, as if pricked by something, and he hastily swatted her hand away. Following this instinctive gesture, he felt it was somewhat excessive and glanced at Xu Mingyi, only to find her smile deepening, her bright eyes crinkling with amusement, as if finding his reaction entertaining rather than disrespectful. He muttered under his breath, furrowing his brow, "It's as if you've turned into a different person." Xu Mingyi pretended not to hear, cheerfully suggesting, "You must be tired from running about today. Hurry back and get some rest. Haven't you yet clarified why Lu Yi intended to harm you?" At this moment, there was little more to be uncovered. Their mother would inquire later. Of course, she could not avoid meeting Lu Yi in person. Perhaps this will serve as a lesson to you about being discerning and cautious. Observing that Xu Mingshi wanted to continue speaking, Xu Mingyi looked at him curiously. "How come I never noticed you could be so chatty?" Xu Mingshi's expression darkened. Was he now deemed too talkative? Yet upon reflection, Xu Mingyi was notoriously averse to being lectured. At this moment, she seemed to sense something and asked, "Mingshi, do you have something you wish to tell me?" Xu Mingshi maintained a stoic face, his gaze evasive as he shook his head. However, upon seeing her turn as if to leave, the boy clenched his fist and called out, "Wait." Xu Mingyi, who had merely pretended to depart, turned back. "Last year, severing your bow, was my error. I was unaware of its profound significance to you at the time, and Xu Mingyi's face flushed, his earnest gaze unwavering. This was a mistake on my part. Punish me as you see fit. This matter had been a lingering knot in his heart. Yet, due to pride and Xu Mingyi's often disapproving demeanor, he had never summoned the courage to voice it. Xu Mingyi remained stunned for a moment, only then realizing to which incident he referred. After all, the bow she cherished had become a relic of 6 or 7 years past. She contemplated expressing that she had long forgotten it. Yet upon witnessing the boy's earnest demeanor, she pondered, what punishment should I impose upon you? Suddenly realizing that she might be overly swayed by her emotions, Xu Mingyi held his breath in anticipation. Should she propose an excessively unreasonable demand, he could surely retract it, couldn't he? Then I shall penalize you to fetch me some soup dumplings from Chengji early tomorrow morning. Xu Mingyi was taken aback. Is that all? This is far too trivial for Xu Mingyi. It is well known that within the Duke of Dingnan household, the name Xu Mingyi could be used as an adjective, its meaning shifting seamlessly across various contexts. Could you not show a bit more sincerity? Xu Mingyi, returning to his senses, wore a look of discontent. Under his mother's instructions, he was tasked with looking after her until she recovered. It was his responsibility to provide for her needs. Buying a soup dumpling hardly constituted a punishment. It was a mere token gesture of his sincerity. Xu Mingyi clicked her tongue. What demands could a person under punishment possibly have? Yet, seeing the boy's indignant expression, she relented. Shall I let you know once I have thought of a suitable punishment? Xu Mingyi reluctantly nodded. Still wearing a stern visage, he turned to leave, only to pause and remind her with a frown, this is a singular opportunity. Think carefully before you inform me. Xu Mingyi nodded in agreement. Yue, with a complex and inscrutable expression, mused, what on earth is the young master's insistence that the young lady's punishment be adequately meted out? As Xu Mingyi departed, Xu Mingyi, along with her 2 maids, quietly returned to the outer hall. She did not re-enter the main hall, nor summon anyone to announce her presence. Seeing Xu Mingyi silently standing in the corridor with her 2 maids, the 4 matrons and maids were momentarily stunned before realizing that their young lady had intended to eavesdrop. Yet, her bold presence before them raised questions of propriety. Surely, she could have concealed herself better? Mississippi. One of the matrons hesitantly began to remind her, but as soon as she uttered a word, she noticed a Zhu beside Xu Mingyi arching an eyebrow in her direction. The matron's heart raced, and the unfinished words transformed into a forced smile. It seemed that the mistress had not expressly forbidden the young lady from eavesdropping. In truth, within this household, there were hardly any restrictions on what a young lady could do. Moreover, the girl had hidden herself quite well. She remained silent, and unless one were to look closely, she would go unnoticed. With this thought, the matron averted her gaze and lowered her head. The outer hall was spacious, with the Duke of Dingnan seated at the head. Those outside could only vaguely hear snippets of conversation, unable to discern the specifics. However, Xu Mingyi, having studied martial arts since childhood, could clearly hear the words amidst the quietude. She understood that her grandfather's insistence for her to rest was an attempt to shield her from something. Yet, she genuinely wished to learn more about the family matters, thus devising a clever means to achieve her goal. Of course, should there be matters that were truly inappropriate to overhear, she would not pry excessively. The hall door was ajar, after all, clearly inviting eavesdropping. The daughter-in-law is also at fault. It was her initial negligence that led to this situation. Particularly in the case of Yuan, the daughter-in-law believed that, as the sole concubine in the household, loosening certain rules would pose no issue, and thus she failed to impose any restraints. Little did she realize that this would inadvertently foster Ruan's ambition, giving rise to unwarranted aspirations. When Ruan was brought into the household, it was largely at the daughter-in-law's discretion. The root of the matter concerning Ruan lies with me. Su Jin's voice reached Xu Mingyi's ears. I was excessively careless, having concealed the fact that she had once been with child. Enough. The elder patriarch impatiently interrupted his son's words. I see you are simply muddled. When I established the family rule that there should be no illegitimate children in the Su household for you and your younger brother, did you think it was because the Duke of Dingnan residence could not afford it? Chui was taken aback. And Xu Mingyi was equally astonished to discover such a family regulation existed within her own home. The anger arose from the realization that the agreement made by father with the Ruan family to refrain from bearing children was, in fact, a measure to uphold the family rule established by grandfather. Xu Mingyi, taken aback, soon heard grandfather's voice echoing through the room. Among siblings born of the same parents, there can be rivalry and discord, let alone the stark division between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Despite being of the same human lineage and calling the same man father, their statuses diverge drastically, stirring feelings of injustice that can easily be exploited, leading to trouble. While illegitimate children enter the world without guilt, once chaos ensues, their innocence is lost. Xu Mingyi had witnessed too many conflicts and calamities stemming from the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Thus, he was keen to prevent such disputes within his household, where harmony must prevail. To avoid such strife, addressing the root cause was the most prudent approach. The essence of the rule I established is fundamentally for the tranquility of the family, ensuring that descendants grow up in equality and stability. Su Qiwei gazed sternly at his eldest son. You may take a concubine, and it is not my place to interfere. But if you bring her home and fail to manage her properly, disturbing the peace of our household, you would be disregarding the family rule I set. In short, if one lacks the ability to manage such affairs, what need is there to pursue concubinage? Look at his two existing concubines, who, after being well fed and cared for, have never caused him any trouble over the years. Su Jin bowed his head. Father's admonition is indeed wise. I confess my folly in focusing solely on the superficial while neglecting the essence. I have been excessively careless regarding the Ruan family. Had I been more vigilant, I could have prevented any potential issues. Although his position in court is merely a leisurely title, he acknowledges that there are matters at home that he cannot fully oversee. Today, he vows to his father that he shall never take a concubine again. After this incident, he truly dares not bring anyone else into the household. An increase in numbers inevitably leads to conflict. As for his own children, he must protect them diligently. Upon hearing his promise, Chui's eyelids twitched with anxiety. No more concubinage? The old man reluctantly nodded in satisfaction. It appears that the eldest son possesses some self-awareness. Xu Mingyi felt a swirl of emotions. She discerned that her father's commitment to refrain from taking concubines was largely for her sake. While grandfather's family rule might seem inhumane, it carries its own rationale. Grandfather, ever mindful of his descendants, desires harmony and peace within the household. Yet who could foresee the downfall of the Duke of Dingnan occurring overnight? Within the family, there is tranquility, but the lurking dangers outside ensure that the Xu family shall not find peace. Before long, the Duke of Dingnan dismissed his son and daughter-in-law, urging them to attend to their own affairs. Yes, I take my leave. Outside, the waiting maid anxiously cast glances at Xu Mingyi, still leaning against the door, signaling frantically, Miss, if you do not leave soon, it may become intolerable. Realizing something was amiss, Zhu stepped forward and discovered that her mistress had unknowingly fallen asleep there. Swiftly, she lifted her onto her back. A Kuei followed closely behind, and they hurriedly departed from the scene. Why did you not tell me about such family rules sooner? On the way back to the second young master's residence, Mrs. Chui discreetly beckoned the maidservants to distance themselves, opting to question her husband in hushed tones. Su Jin sighed, stating, that was decided only after you married into the family. Mrs. Chui frowned and fell silent for a moment before plainly expressing, I truly do not wish to bear any more children. Unlike ordinary couples, her relationship with Su Jin had distinct nuances known only to the two of them. What are you thinking? We already have Mingshi. There is no need for more children. Mrs. Chui was deeply troubled. Did you not notice how the old master deliberately did not avoid me today? When he spoke to you, it was a reminder to me, was it not? When I expressed my reluctance to have more children, his expression was anything but simple. Of course, I can understand the old master's feelings. Though he does not wish for illegitimate children in the household, who does not desire a flourishing lineage, with only 2 sons in the family. While it may not guarantee prosperity, we at least need to preserve our foundation. Yet now, the second son is without a wife. and the eldest's wife claims she does not wish to bear more children. We are left with only Mingshi as our sole grandson, and it seems our lineage is dwindling. Who can bear this burden? But it is not easy for me either. I am not cut out for childbearing. Having one son has already been a monumental struggle. Maintaining the facade of a diligent matriarch while managing the household affairs is exhausting enough. Now, I am burdened with this additional weight, when in reality, I am merely a woman who enjoys leisure. The more she contemplated, the more despair engulfed her. Do not rush. I will speak to my second brother again, Su Jin replied. He is not young anymore. It is truly unreasonable for him not to marry. Hearing her husband's words, which seemed to veer towards self-deception, Mrs. Chui could not even muster the energy to refute him. Relying on her second uncle to take a wife? That seemed less likely than depending on Mingshi. When Xu Mingyi awoke, it was already noon the following day. After her meal, she went to check on Lu Yi, who was confined in the woodshed of the courtyard. Haven T, I already asked you everything that needed asking. Are you here to witness my misfortune? Bound hand and foot, Lu Yi leaned against the corner of the wall, observing the young lady seated in the chair. She understood that her chances of survival were slim, and her swollen eyes brimmed with unabashed resentment. Xu Mingyi smiled gently. So you two perceive yourself as a joke. Lu Yi was instantly provoked, retorting with a cold laugh. Xu Mingyi, do you truly think you are something extraordinary? You merely possess a better background than I. Is that not enough to be considered extraordinary? Xu Mingyi raised her chin slightly, looking down at her with a calm voice. And that esteemed background is precisely what you covet, is it not? Ruan has already disclosed the truth. She conspired with you, promising that after you eliminated me, she would persuade my father to adopt you as a daughter. Is that how desperately you desire my status? Have you sunk so low as to entertain such foolish thoughts? The deepest, most shameful parts of Lu Yi's heart were exposed by Xu Mingyi, leaving her face flushed with humiliation, alternating between red and pale. Her cracked, bleeding lips trembled in anger as she struggled to rise. Zhu, quick-witted and agile, seized a piece of firewood and struck it against her knee, causing her to fall once more to the ground. Indeed, Xu Mingyi had come specifically to humiliate her. Lu Yi, gritting her teeth against the pain, lifted her gaze to the girl seated before her, adorned in exquisite attire and jewelry, exuding an innate confidence that seemed to be woven into her very being. A confidence that pierced Lu Yi's heart more deeply than any precious gem. While she could devise ways to acquire material possessions and diligently study poetry, calligraphy, and painting, that unique self-assurance, cultivated through a life of privilege, was something she could never attain. Xu Mingyi regarded her in her disheveled state and, narrowing her eyes slightly, remarked, "To covet what belongs to others is a malady. I have heard that for thieves afflicted with such a condition, the only remedy is to sever their hands." Zhu's spirits lifted, and she hastily reached for the dagger concealed at her waist. Alarmed by her movement, Akue swiftly grasped her hand, whispering, "Miss, she was merely speaking metaphorically. She doesn't truly intend to sever your hand." It was merely a suggestion to encourage Zhu to read more stories to broaden her horizons. In a fit of rage, Lu Yi exclaimed, "Do you truly believe that everything of value in this world should belong solely to you? Ultimately, you are merely relying on the influence of the Duke of Zhangguo's residence. Have you ever truly invested anything in it? Do you comprehend the arduousness of striving for what one desires? Furthermore, your haughty disposition and lack of appreciation render you unworthy of what you possess." Upon achieving her objective, Xu Mingyi suppressed her mockery and regained her composure. "What I have is the result of generations of effort within my family, obtained through honest means without resorting to theft. If I am unworthy, then how could an outsider, who repays kindness with malice, deserve it? What about Brother Jean? Liu Yitortet?" Her expression, a mixture of resentment and indignation. "Is what belongs to the Duke of Zhangguo not sufficient? Do you claim everything outside the Duke's residence as yours?" At the mention of Zhang Yinzhu, Xu Mingyi's gaze shifted slightly. Provoking Lu Yi was a deliberate tactic, aimed at uncovering any hidden truths during her moment of irrationality. In the past, she had faltered by being oblivious to her surroundings. Now, she was vigilant, leaving no stone unturned. She sensed that Lu Yi's animosity towards her could not solely be attributed to jealousy over her lineage. It seemed too flimsy a foundation. After all, Lu Yi was relatively composed and must have understood the dire consequences should her actions be exposed. Yet, she chose to take this risk, not only out of vengeance, but also to seek favor with the Ruan family, hoping her father might adopt her as a goddaughter. In truth, the Duke's household was filled with foolish affluence. In Lu Yi's existence, there had become almost indistinguishable from that of a foster daughter. Still, she was willing to gamble her very life for a mere title, hinting at ulterior motives she might harbor under this guise. At that moment, observing Lu Yi's near-manic demeanor, Xu Mingyi felt she had discerned the underlying reason. I, like you, have shared a bond with Brother Jean since childhood. I am no lesser than you in any regard. Akue, visibly disdainful, frowned at her own misunderstanding, pondering if this person ever gazed into a mirror. Lu Yi spiraled further into her frenzy. Moreover, I understand him better than you. I respect him more, and I know what he truly desires. Have you ever genuinely listened to him? Have you ever understood him at all? Xu Mingyi's eyes turned icy. In the past, she indeed had not taken the time to truly know him. Yet, due to your lineage, he continues to regard you with greater esteem. To regard highly is the only phrase Lu Yi could utter. Any other possibility she was unwilling to contemplate or accept. Nevertheless, even as she spoke, her words were laced with seething hatred. Thus, Xu Mingyi gazed at her and inquired, "Do you have feelings for Zhang Yunju?" With her thoughts laid bare, Lu Yi's eyes brimmed with tears, but upon recollecting that gentle, refined gentleman, she seemed to regain some semblance of calm. At that moment, Xu Mingyi remarked, "However, it appears he has not held you in high regard." The girl's tone was ordinary, devoid of any hint of mockery, yet it precisely pierced through Lu Yi's heart. "What do you know?" She clenched her fingers tightly, her gaze radiating an unwavering belief in her words. "The matters between me and Brother Jean are beyond your comprehension. He treats me with utmost distinction. If that is indeed the case, why does he not come to propose to you? That is precisely why I must become the adopted daughter of the Duke of Zhengguo. Only when you, an eyesore, are out of the picture can I have the opportunity to marry Brother Jean." Hearing these words and observing Lu Yi's demeanor, Xu Mingyi felt a chilling sensation rise within her. It was evident that the other party held something dear, yet she saw nothing wrong in her reckless pursuit, even risking her life to ensure that her status matched his. Thus, it appeared that in certain respects, Zhang Yunju was far more despicable and terrifying than Lu Yi. Of course, she did not believe that Lu Yi's actions were instigated or guided by Zhang Yunju. At this moment, Zhang Yunju had no reason to turn against her. It could only be said that Lu Yi, driven by years of suppressed resentment and her infatuation with Zhang Yunju, had become utterly reckless. The so-called special treatment from Zhang Yunju was merely the impetus leading her down a path of no return. Perhaps even after the Xu family's calamity, Lu Yi still clung to his uniqueness, hoping for his rescue during her exile. One wonders if, in her final moments, she realized that this so-called specialness was but an illusion for which she would pay with her life. As for Zhang Yunju's motives, have you ever considered that he is merely exploiting you? Xu Mingyi gazed at Lu Yi, who harbored a subtly triumphant glint in her eyes. Was Lu Yi so deranged as to regard Zhang Yunju as a benchmark in her rivalry with her? Many occurrences are interlinked, thus even Zhang Yunju, who kept Lu Yi under control, could not govern the entirety of events. Exploiting? Lu Yi scoffed, her expression gradually electrified with excitement. You dare utter such impractical absurdities? Xu Mingyi, it seems you refuse to acknowledge your inferiority to me. Is it impractical, or have you devoted your intellect to a path of self-destruction, remaining blissfully unaware of how you have been toyed with all along? Xu Mingyi's gaze turned icy. Over these years, you have likely recounted every noteworthy detail of the Duke of Zhengguo's household to him, have you not? Setting aside other matters, Lu Yi can indeed be considered meticulous, making her a suitable candidate for monitoring the affairs of the Duke's estate. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yi hastily retorted, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. She adored Brother Jean, willingly sacrificing everything for him, but that required a foundation of genuine sincerity from him, not the so-called exploitation that Xu Mingyi spoke of. No, it cannot be. Brother Jean's gaze, when he looked at her, could never be feigned. It was Xu Mingyi, that wretched woman, who sought her demise and deliberately aimed for her heart to torment her. A Kuei, send someone to the Jean family and request young Master Jean to come. Simply state that there is a matter to discuss. Xu Mingyi commanded. Lu Yi's complexion suddenly changed. What do you intend to do to Brother Jean? Xu Mingyi remarked. To perform a good deed each day, so that you may comprehend your demise. This, of course, was a falsehood, for her heart was not so benevolent. Whether Lu Yi departed in confusion or clarity was of no concern to her. Yet, the inquiry she wished to pose could only be articulated once Lu Yi had thoroughly discerned the true nature of Zhang Yunju. A person like Lu Yi, consumed by madness, had ceased to fear death. However, those unafraid of death may still dread pain, depending on its location and whether it strikes at the heart of the matter. After receiving a message from the servants, Zhang Yunju swiftly made her way to the Duke of Dingnan residence. In the year 2023, he was led into a side hall, where upon entering, he immediately spotted Xu Mingyi, who was seated and sipping tea. Xu stood quietly beside her, with no one else present. It was indeed Zhao who wished to see me. Xu Mingyi set down her teacup and raised her gaze to him. Today, she wore a long gown of stone blue, her eyes twinkling with mirth, exuding an aura of gentle, scholarly grace. Xu Mingyi's gaze slowly descended, pausing for a fleeting moment at his neck. As a fellow martial artist, Xu, with her keen senses, inexplicably shivered. What was that look in the young lady's eyes? As if she believed the head of the noble young master ought not to be situated upon his neck. Surely, this must be her mere illusion? When Xu glanced again, she found the murderous intent in her lady's eyes had vanished without a trace. It seemed that the young master, Jean, was not taken aback to discover that it was I whom you wished to meet. Mingshi has always been reluctant to heed my teachings. How could he have sought me out at his residence? With but a moment's thought, he surmised it was you. Zhang Yunju appeared quite casual, settling down while inquiring with concern, "Are you feeling any better?" Behind the screen, Lu Yi, bound and gagged, fixated her eyes intently on the source of the voice. Yesterday, she had not anticipated such a turn of events. She had secretly invited Zhang Ge to accompany her to the outskirts of the city today to pay respects. Yet he had merely claimed to have plans to visit a friend. She had contemplated that it might have merely been a polite refusal. But with Xu Mingyi's invitation, he had come without delay. He knew full well that it was Xu Mingyi he was to meet. Or was it merely due to Xu Mingyi's esteemed status? Yet, what of the genuine concern in his tone, and that rare display of ease and nonchalance? She had once believed that he could only be so relaxed in her presence. "I feel much better," Xu Mingyi replied, maintaining her characteristic aloofness, which suited her usual haughty demeanor. In truth, even when she was unaware of Zhang Yunju's true nature, she had never treated him with excessive warmth or intimacy. She had always regarded him as a trustworthy, neighborly brother, gentle and kind, with whom she had grown up. As long as you are better, that is sufficient. Outside the hall, there were no servants stationed, clearly dismissed by Xu Mingyi in advance. Zhang Yunju pondered whether to inquire about that youth in the front courtyard. He understood that some matters were best left unspoken. Yet faced with Zhao, his heart was inevitably stirred. However, in the midst of his hesitation to speak, Xu Mingyi bluntly and unexpectedly stated, "Sister Lu confided in me last night, revealing a secret of her heart. She has long harbored feelings for the young Master Jean." Zhang Yunju was taken aback. She also mentioned that the young master treats her differently. Xu Mingyi's tone carried a hint of delightful amusement. Upon reflection, given that the young master and Sister Lu have known each other since childhood and have both reached the age where marriage should be considered, if their affections are indeed mutual, it would be a joyous occasion. Zhang Yunju regained his composure and responded with a wry smile. "Zhao, such jesting should cease. How could this be a mere jest? I have given this matter considerable thought. Naturally, as a scion of an official family, the young master cannot assume that matters of marriage are based solely on sentiment. I have already conferred with my father regarding the possibility of adopting Sister Lu as my daughter, with the dowry provided by the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. This arrangement would foster a bond between the Duke's household and the Zhan family, ensuring neither Master Zhan nor Sister Lu feels wronged. I believe Master Zhan would have no reservations about such an arrangement. What do you think, Master Zhan? Behind the screen, Lu Yi clutched her fingers tightly, taken aback by Xu Mingyi's candid inquiry. Yet, in her final moments, she yearned to hear how Master Zhan would respond. Zhan Yunzhu shook his head and sighed softly. To me, the matter of marriage is not determined by social standing, but rather by the mutual affection between the two parties. I hold no romantic feelings for Miss Lu. It would be inappropriate to broach such topics. His tone remained gentle, yet it bore a hint of bitterness. Lu Yi's fingers trembled at his words. No romantic feelings. Xu Mingyi furrowed her brow. Does this imply that Sister Lu has misunderstood? I had not anticipated she would develop such notions. Zhan Yunzhu remarked. While I have indeed grown closer to her, I maintain that I have never crossed any boundaries. My childhood attentiveness towards her stemmed merely from compassion for her unfortunate circumstances. Xu Mingyi's expression reflected understanding. She had anticipated Zhan Yunzhu's rejection, delivered with a clean detachment. After all, in his eyes, his marriage must serve the greatest advantage, and he would never squander it on Lu Yi, a pawn easily appeased with mere words. Surely, Lu Yi must have grasped this as well, but it was still insufficient. Akue, bring her out, Xu Mingyi commanded. Behind the screen, Akue complied, swiftly dragging Lu Yi into view. Bound by ropes, Lu Yi collapsed to the ground as soon as Akue released her grip. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she gazed up at Zhan Yunzhu, who wore an expression of surprise. She sought a flicker of compassion on his face, but he appeared only astonished. What transpired? Zhan Yunzhu stood in shock. She has wronged me. The girl spoke with indignation. Her gaze icy. My condition of excessive sleepiness was secretly poisoned by her. She intended to harm me. How could such a thing be possible? Zhan Yunzhu glanced at Lu Yi momentarily before returning his focus to Xu Mingyi. Has it been confirmed? My grandfather has already investigated thoroughly, and she has confessed. Now, it is my prerogative to deal with her. The girl spoke whimsically and capriciously, yet I fear she may truly be Master Zhan's beloved. Having grown up alongside him, he's like a half-brother to me. I thought, if Master Zhan were to intercede, perhaps I could spare her this time. If she is indeed the one who has harmed you, I cannot involve myself in this matter. Zhan Yunzhu's tone turned colder. Those who err must face the consequences. Seeing the indifference in his eyes, Lu Yi was rendered almost speechless. Is he truly so heartless? He does not even inquire about the circumstances, nor is he willing to utter a single word on her behalf. Will he merely watch her demise without a second glance? Even though he had just rejected her, she could still deceive herself into believing that he was unable to relent in front of Xu Mingyi, or that he had other considerations. But now, the matter concerned her very life. Did her existence truly hold so little value in his eyes? She could not fathom how anyone could become so frigid overnight, unless all the affection he had shown in the past was but an illusion. This thought nearly drove her to madness. Wailing softly, Lu Yi's eyes widened, reddened with desperation as she struggled to utter sound. Xu Mingyi gestured for Zhu to remove the cloth from her mouth. Brother Zhan, you have been using me. You have always been using me, haven't you? Lu Yi gasped, her voice hoarse and her expression teetering on the brink of insanity. 024, helped you kill him, Zhan Yunzhu furrowed her brow. Miss Lu, I hope you will speak with restraint and self-respect. Self-respect? Restraint? Tears streamed down Lu Yi's face as she let out a sarcastic laugh. Indeed, it is not the time for Brother Zhan to inquire about the affairs of the Duke of State's residence. In the past, I thought Brother Zhan was simply interested in hearing, and I went to great lengths to pay attention and gather information, completely unaware that I was being used. Since her arrival at the Duke of State's residence, she had employed her wits against Xu Mingyi, initially merely to secure her position, and later to ensure a more comfortable existence within the household. Ultimately, she began to covet Xu Mingyi's life and sought to take everything from her. She believed herself to be discreet, often sneering at Xu Mingyi's confusion and naivety, unable to discern true intentions. Yet, It appeared that she was the one truly lacking in discernment, and the most foolish of all. I had no idea that Miss Lu harbored such malicious intent toward Zhao Zhao. Zhang Yunju gazed at Lu Yi with disappointment and remarked, now, driven by resentment, "You insinuate that I have used you to pry into the Duke's affairs. Do you have any evidence? Or is this merely a baseless slander born of impulsive malice?" Evidence? A faint, bitter smile emerged at the corners of Lu Yi's lips. Brother Jean is indeed astute. No wonder he remains so composed and indifferent. He is certain I cannot produce any evidence. Furthermore, what would be the purpose of inquiring about the Duke's private matters? If Miss Lu wished to drag Jean into the mire, she ought to have sought a more plausible accusation. As Zhang Yunju spoke, she glanced at the still-seated Xu Mingyi and sighed softly. Does Zhao Zhao believe these words? Xu Mingyi, indeed, it would be unreasonable for young Master Jean to inquire about the Duke's family matters. Such unfounded slander is something I cannot accept. A sheltered noblewoman's thoughts are often simple. This reaction is entirely understandable. As long as Zhao Zhao believes me, that suffices. Zhang Yunju maintained her serious demeanor. However, in light of Miss Lu's statements, to prevent any rift between our families, I must personally explain the situation to the Duke and the heir. She exuded an air of integrity and honor. Had Xu Mingyi not been aware of the true nature hidden beneath that facade, she might have failed to recognize the probing nature of the other's words. She cast a glance at Lu Yi and nonchalantly remarked, "Such an obvious lie should not even reach my grandfather and father. Moreover, if they were to discover that I had brought Lu Yi before young Master Jean without permission, my father would certainly chastise me for my recklessness." Zhang Yunju felt a slight relief. At that moment, Xu Mingyi stood up and looked at the weeping yet laughing Lu Yi, saying, "Well, I have asked what needed to be clarified. Since young Master Jean truly does not wish to protect her, I shall deal with her accordingly." Zhang Yunju nodded and did not forget to ask, "I had meant to inquire earlier, is there an antidote for the poison you have been afflicted with? It can indeed be cured. That is good to hear." Zhang Yunju felt reassured. Her eyes filled with concern. "Then I shall take my leave for now. Remember to take your medicine on time and rest well to recover your health." Xu Mingyi nodded and watched as she departed from the hall. In a direction unseen by her, the expression in Zhang Yunju's eyes shifted subtly. Lu Yi was an exceptionally useful pawn, with potential for further utility. Yet, who would have anticipated her foolishness in attempting to harm Zhao Zhao? Not only had she jeopardized her own life, but she had also nearly compromised his plans. Fortunately, Zhao Zhao had never been particularly vigilant. Initially, upon seeing Lu Yi taken away, he doubted that such an act could originate from Zhao Zhao. However, upon listening to her words, he realized that she had concealed the person behind the screen, compelling Lu Yi to hear those words firsthand, merely to humiliate him and vent her frustrations. This was the same arrogant yet genuine Zhao Zhao he had always known, unchanged. Nevertheless, following the incident with Lu Yi, he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Xu Mingyi observed his departing figure, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. She had once believed that everything lay within her control, much like the moment before his demise. Today, she summoned Zhang Yunju not only to elicit a response from Lu Yi, but also to ensure that, upon learning of Lu Yi's predicament, he would not raise all his defenses. While she yearned to exact vengeance by eliminating her adversary, Zhang Yunju was not like Lu Yi. His actions could not solely be attributed to his own machinations, as others were undoubtedly orchestrating events behind the scenes. Killing Zhang Yunju would only invite further complications without resolving any issues. The demise of one Zhang Yunju would simply lead to the emergence of others, complicating matters even more. Zhu, present. Xu Mingyi whispered instructions. Have Uncle Zhu secretly monitor Zhang Yunju's movements. Exercise utmost caution and do not alert the enemy. For now, it serves no purpose to eliminate him. Zhu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself and responded earnestly. Xu Mingyi turned back to Lu Yi, who was gradually regaining his composure. Speak of what you know, every detail. Lu Yi gazed up at her, his eyes clouded. Why should I tell you? After all, she was destined to perish. Why should he heed Xu Mingyi? The girl's cold voice drifted into his ears. I will help you kill him. Lu Yi's expression hardened. His gaze fixed intently on the girl standing before him. Confusion washed over her face. You do not ask further. Simply state what you must. Lu Yi's expression gradually settled. There was indeed no need for further inquiries, for Xu Mingyi never deigned to deceive or mislead others. Moreover, her relentless probing into Zhang Yunzhu's intentions, though peculiar, had become painfully clear. Lu Yi clenched his fists, a sinister smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Never had she wished more fervently for Xu Mingyi to achieve her desires than at this very moment. Then, Brother Zhang, I shall await your return on the road to the underworld to settle your debts. An hour later, a Kuei opened the door to the woodshed from within. Have you finished? A Zhu peered into the shed, waiting outside. A Kuei, cradling a ledger, nodded. Upon noticing the item in a Zhu's hands, she instinctively inquired, what do you intend to do with that? A Zhu tightened her grip on the white silk cloth, her lips twitching slightly. Need I say more? Certainly, it is murder. Could it possibly be that one intends to send the other to swing on a swing? A Kuei, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly exclaimed, it cannot be. The young lady must have other intentions. A Zhu was taken aback. Could it be that after an exchange of words, the young lady still showed mercy? This seemed rather uncharacteristic of her. The white silk was delivered by a maidservant from the lady's side, and it had taken great effort for her to secure the opportunity to act personally. Xu Mingyi emerged from the woodshed. How to handle this? Are you going to let her go? A Zhu inquired in a hushed tone. Certainly not. In life, there are mistakes one can afford to make, for there remains the chance for atonement. Yet, there are errors that one must never commit, as they are simply unworthy of forgiveness, regardless of the reasons or motives involved. It is not just Lu Yi. Even the Ruan family is no exception. A Zhu felt reassured. Xu Mingyi did not pause in her steps and commanded, stay here and keep watch. I shall visit my mother. A Zhu complied. Xu Mingyi, accompanied by a Kuei, proceeded to the heir's courtyard. The maids and servants in the courtyard looked momentarily bewildered. Was today a special occasion? They exchanged glances, confirming that it was merely an ordinary day, and were secretly astonished. In this household, the young lady's appearance was not surprising anywhere, yet she should not be seen in the heir's courtyard, since the lady entered the Duke of Zhen's residence. Especially after the young lady grew older, she had not set foot in the heir's courtyard except during the festive seasons when she was obliged to pay her respects. Could it be that the rumor of reconciliation between the young lady and the lady was indeed true? Is the lady present? A Kuei asked. The lady is not in the courtyard, a servant promptly replied. At that moment, the head maid, Hongrei, arrived, bowed to Xu Mingyi, and smiled. The lady has gone to Shiyuan to see the young lady. She left only a short while ago. How is it that the young lady did not encounter her on the way? I suppose it must be a different path. In that case, I shall return to Shiyuan. She had come from the back courtyard's woodshed, so it was understandable that she had not crossed paths with her. Indeed, Hong Rui bowed and saw Xu Mingyi off. Upon returning to Shiyuan, Xu Mingyi did indeed find Cui Shi waiting in the outer hall, somewhat distracted while sipping tea. When she noticed Xu Mingyi's return, she greeted her, regaining her focus. Did you go to see Lu Yi again? Cui Shi gently inquired, setting down her teacup. The maid she had dispatched to conclude matters with Lu Yi had already reported back to her regarding the situation at the woodshed. Yes, Xu Mingyi replied as she settled down. It was precisely this matter that I wished to discuss with you, mother. I believe it is more prudent to send her to the authorities for proper handling. Send her to the authorities? Cui Shi was taken aback. Xu Mingyi not that? Lu Yi hails from a respectable background. She is merely residing here, and ultimately, the residence lacks the authority to administer life and death. While this was a commonly understood principle, the methods of execution behind the scenes were another matter entirely. Each year, countless lives vanished silently in the capital, some with no means of inquiry, others with no one daring to pursue them. Cui Shi's voice lowered slightly as she said earnestly, bringing this matter to light is not impossible. However, it is evident that Lu Yi is not a compliant individual. If we were to send her to the authorities, there's a possibility she might deny everything, and that would be the mildest outcome. Should she utter any further outrageous claims, it could severely tarnish your reputation, which would be disastrous. This was the conclusion she had reached after discussing with her husband. Furthermore, there were matters concerning the Ruan family, which involved family affairs best kept from public knowledge. Cui Shi explained the intricacies and implications to Xu Mingyi in a soft voice, showing no signs of impatience. Certainly, if it were tomorrow, one might dismiss such foolishness with a mere retort. Mother speaks with reason. Xu Mingyi listened quietly and then remarked, however, I have other considerations. I ponder that over the years, countless pairs of eyes have been watching the Duke's household, especially now that grandfather has just secured a victory. Surely, envy abounds. A single life may seem insignificant, yet if it falls into the hands of the unscrupulous, it could lead to considerable trouble. Previously, she felt the Duke's residence was deeply entrenched. Now, however, she perceives it more as a target for scrutiny, just as one must exercise greater caution when elevated in stature. Cui did not anticipate hearing such thoughts from her, momentarily taken aback. As for the matters following Lu Yi's delivery to the authorities, Mother need not worry. She would neither dare nor indulge in idle talk. Cui, perplexed, instinctively inquired, Zhao Zhao, why are you so certain? I have made a deal with her. Xu Mingyi replied, half truthfully, I promised her that I would not pursue the charges against her mother and stepfather for the illicit trade of forbidden drugs from the western regions. Cui understood at once. In the matter of Lu Yi's plot against Zhao Zhao, it was evident that Qin was unaware. However, ignorance does not absolve one of culpability. If Mother remains concerned about Lu Yi, she could certainly ask Father to consult with Sir Ji, the magistrate, to ensure he pays heed to the case, so that no detrimental rumors about the Duke's household circulate. Sir Ji has a private rapport with our second uncle, and since we are the aggrieved party in this matter, it is prudent for us to consider the reputation of our young lady. I'm sure Sir Ji would be willing to assist. While it may seem troublesome, some matters, if neglected for the sake of convenience, could indeed plant the seeds of future calamity. Lu Yi, who is perfectly well, has suddenly disappeared. Although one might claim it was due to an ailment, there will always be those who notice, especially with the presence of the astute Zhang Yanzhu, who knows the truth. Should this situation come to light, the Duke's household could be accused of Lu Yi's treachery against the young lady. Yet who could testify to this? It might be more prudent to navigate the situation openly, leaving no room for speculation. As for Ruan, Lu Yi will not mention her in court. Even if she were to recant, she could easily discredit her claims. Xu Mingyi added, I heard from a Kuei that the physician has already attended to Ruan this morning. She has become overly reliant on the long-sleep herb, appearing to improve while in reality, her health has been entirely sapped, and her time is limited. Cui, who had been silent, nodded thoughtfully. In this half-light, they preserved the dignity of the Duke's household while eliminating future uncertainties. She was a straightforward person. Recognizing the practicality of this approach for the family's sake, she stated, when your father returns, I shall discuss this with him. If all goes as planned, we will send her to the authorities tonight, ensuring that she is detained before dark, thus cleansing the matter. After speaking, Cui gazed at the girl seated before her, her expression imbued with complexity. Zhao Zhao's meticulous considerations have provided the household with an astute mind to assist in managing affairs. In the future, as they navigate challenges, she should feel a sense of relief and reassurance. Merely achieving her objective, Xu Mingyi felt a sense of relief and, with a smile, inquired of Mrs. Cui, by the way, did my mother come to see me for any other matters? Gazing at the girl's delightful smile, Mrs. Cui found herself momentarily entranced, feeling as though the scene were surreal. It felt utterly unreal to her that Zhao Zhao was smiling so warmly at her. In fact, Mrs. Cui had two matters to discuss during this visit with Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao, do not blame your mother for her inquisitiveness. She harbors no ill intentions. It is simply that there is a matter that perplexes her, prompting her to seek your insight. Thus spoke Mrs. Cui, her tone cautious, as if fearing to provoke her daughter's ire. Xu Mingyi sighed inwardly, realizing how easily her mother could be unsettled. Had she truly been so unreasonable in the past? Her mother wished to inquire why Zhao Zhao seemed to have suddenly altered her demeanor, becoming notably more affectionate towards both her and Ming Shi. Upon hearing her mother broach the subject, Mrs. Cui felt a twinge of unease. In truth, she had not intended to ask, fearing that the very act of questioning would make her appear like a meddlesome caregiver. irritating her child and reverting their relationship to its previous strained state. The trials of parenthood can render one so humble. Initially, she had speculated whether Zhao Zhao had devised yet another scheme to provoke Ming Shi, engaging in a playful rivalry of sorts, something a caring elder would naturally encourage. Yet, a troubling thought crossed her mind. What if this rivalry escalated into something more detrimental? Good heavens, she feared she might not withstand the emotional turmoil that such a scenario could entail. Moreover, a multitude of other conjectures plague her thoughts, consuming her even in her dreams. Mrs. Cui, being of a forthright disposition, could hardly endure the anxiety of uncertainty. Hence, she resolved to inquire directly. To her mother's astonishment, Xu Mingyi recounted, "On that day, I had just awakened from an incredibly long nightmare. One filled with terrifying events so vivid that I could scarcely discern reality from dream. It felt as if many years had passed within that dream, during which I gradually grasped various truths and recognized how naive I had once been. It was indeed that initial confusion, that inability to differentiate between reality and illusion, which compelled me to rush into your embrace without hesitation. However, upon reflection, I realized the absurdity of my sudden outburst and felt a lingering embarrassment. Nevertheless, I remain grateful for that impulsive version of myself. Once that initial awkwardness was overcome, the path ahead seemed less daunting." Mrs. Cui was taken aback for a moment, then nodded gently. I believe you meeting her daughter's clear, innocent gaze, her heart settled, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She continued to smile at Xu Mingyi, her voice softening. "Zhao Zhao, in truth, I am much like you. Both of us lost our birth mothers at a young age, with our fathers remarrying. My temperament is far more troublesome than yours, and my life has not been particularly smooth. My stepmother, perceived by outsiders as gentle and innocent, caused me to endure countless hardships and punishments. The first time I saw you, when you were merely 7 or 8, you were a small child, adorably frowning and puffing up your cheeks in anger. In that moment, I vowed that I would not allow you to tread the same path I had." Mrs. Cui sighed complexly, a mixture of laughter and lament, "Yet, I ultimately failed to navigate our relationship, entirely at a loss for how to connect with you. Your mother is indeed wonderful." Xu Mingyi sincerely praised. "You possess a delightful temperament, striking appearance, and are skilled in martial arts." Cui couldn't help but chuckle. "My Zhao Zhao is also wonderful in every aspect." She wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, smiling as she said, "Since we have brought this to light, let's not dwell on past grievances, regardless of right or wrong. From now on, our family shall live harmoniously." Xu Mingyi nodded, his eyes brimming with joy. By the way, after savoring half a cup of tea in high spirits, Cui suddenly recalled, "There is still one matter, the young man in the front courtyard. Would you care to take a look at him?" Xu Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. Now that my poison has been neutralized, what purpose would it serve to seek him out? Logically, the notion of dispelling the misfortune at home should have been abandoned. Your father and I share the same sentiment. Your grandfather insists we should take another look, claiming that the young man is quite exceptional. She herself did not comprehend the old gentleman's reasoning. With Zhao Zhao's recovery in sight, what need was there for such superstitions? As for whether he was exceptional or not, would Zhao Zhao truly lack worthy suitors in the future? Perhaps we should visit him. If he strikes us favorably, it wouldn't be a loss for Zhao Zhao to behold someone of commendable appearance, Cui urged. Xu Mingyi felt resigned. The relationship between them was not merely a matter of what if he seems agreeable, but rather a grave concern of what if he brings misfortune again. Why was her grandfather so insistent? This was undoubtedly peculiar. As evening approached, the Duke of Zhengguo finally returned home from the palace. After changing out of his official robes, he went to the outer study to conduct routine discussions with his aides, Sun and Lu. They had achieved victory, and, having an audience with the emperor that day, matters of rewards and compensations for fallen soldiers required meticulous attention and presentation, an overwhelming task. However, there was no need for him to exert excessive effort. The purpose of having aides was to alleviate such burdens. After listening to the two gentlemen for half an hour, the Duke leaned back in his chair, took a sip of tea, and recounted something he had heard in the palace that day. Today, I learned that the heir of the Dingnan prince encountered mountain bandits on his way to the capital and has since gone missing, likely with dire consequences. Although I'm not on good terms with that old fellow, one must empathize. Losing a beloved grandson at this age must be truly distressing. I had heard rumors yesterday, dismissing them as mere gossip, only to find out they were true. One of the aides remarked, the heir's trip to the capital was intended to celebrate the empress's birthday, yet now this calamity has befallen him. Given the heir's esteemed status, he would ordinarily be accompanied by attendants for protection. How could he possibly fall prey to a band of mountain robbers? Was it that these brigands were simply too numerous, or... Another aide refrained from finishing his thought, yet his gaze hinted at myriad speculations. There were certainly those with motives to target the heir of the Dingnan prince's household. The Duke of Dingnan non-committally remarked, it appears they were ambushed at an inn and were rendered powerless after being drugged. It is not unusual for black shops to collude with mountain bandits to prey on travelers in remote and treacherous areas. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of coins clinking against a teacup echoed in the room. The Duke of Dingnan turned to the man seated beside him, clad in a Taoist robe with a beard as white as snow, and casually inquired, Mr. Yao, are you divining? Yao Jing retrieved the copper coins, his brow twitching with unease. I happened to overhear the general's words, and in a moment of impulse, I cast a hexagram for the grandson of the Duke of Dingnan. The signs appear somewhat vague, yet it seems that he may have escaped peril. Oh! The Duke of Dingnan expressed surprise for a fleeting moment, then remarked, that is indeed favorable news. I have heard that the young man rescued by the general on his journey awakened yesterday. Has the general inquired about his origins? I asked him in general terms yesterday, but I have not yet had the opportunity to delve deeper. The Duke of Dingnan replied, his countenance gradually shifting as he continued. What do you mean by this? Mr. Yao? In the dimly lit chamber, the esteemed dignitary pondered the implications of the recent revelations concerning the heir of the Dingnan prince. The intricacies of fate seemed unfathomable to him. How could such coincidences exist? He grasped his teacup tightly, his mind racing with the absurdity of the situation. If the youth truly were the heir, how could it have eluded his divinations? Yao Jing's brow furrowed in contemplation, sensing the weight of the predicament. Should one possess such extraordinary abilities, what purpose would there be in remaining inconspicuous? The dignitary, momentarily lost in disbelief, soon regained his composure. Indeed, the youth had claimed to hail from Mingyi. With a sudden resolve, he slammed the teacup down and rose abruptly. He must confront the boy and seek clarity on the matter. As he strode towards the guest quarters, darkness enveloped the estate, the cool summer breeze carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers. In the depths of the garden, Xu Mingyi sat gracefully on the railing of a vermilion corridor that spanned a meandering stream, leaning against a pillar to savor the evening air. Her gaze wandered over the nocturnal landscape, and she briefly closed her eyes, only to reopen them repeatedly, reassured that the scenery remained unchanged. A delightful laughter escaped her lips. She had truly returned. Everything felt familiar, as if she had been reborn into a world long forgotten. With an air of contentment, she closed her eyes once more, idly waving her handheld fan, her lips curving into a smile. The gentle night breeze caressed her hair, an ordinary yet exquisite sensation that elicited another joyful laugh. Nearby, a young man paused, captivated by the sound. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld the enchanting sight of the girl leaning casually against the railing beneath the luminous moonlight. Clad in a pale garment and a brocade skirt, her hair tousled by the wind, she concealed half her face with the fan, but was unmistakably radiant, her laughter ringing clear in the night. For a moment, the young man was taken aback. Recognizing the ethereal beauty before him, she resembled a celestial being lost in her own merriment. Yet, he questioned her sanity for seemingly laughing alone for so long. Just as he turned to leave, she glanced over her shoulder, her features illuminated by the corridor's glass lanterns. Her fair skin, delicate nose, and striking, yet contradictory, beauty caught his attention. He froze, not out of awe, but from the realization that his presence had been detected. In the next instant, a hairpin whistled through the air towards him, slicing through a hibiscus leaf as it threatened to strike his face. Though he raised an eyebrow, he did not flinch. Xu Mingyi leaped from the railing, and the youth stepped forward from behind the hibiscus tree, clad in a dark long robe, his striking features sharp and handsome. Holding the exquisite hairpin, his expression bore an enigmatic smile that hinted at a deeper understanding. "Miss Xu, it seems your lineage has endowed you with remarkable perceptiveness indeed." Upon their first encounter, he nearly marred his countenance, which indeed did not betray his earlier apprehensions. Upon discerning the other's features, Xu Mingyi was rather taken aback. It turned out to be Wu Shi's son. She had initially thought a petty thief had intruded into the estate. Wu Yang gazed at her, inquiring, "How does Miss Xu discern my identity? If young master Wu can deduce who I am at a glance, then it is hardly remarkable that I can surmise your identity after 2 days of your presence in the estate," Xu Mingyi retorted calmly, masking her earlier inadvertent slip of the tongue. She nearly forgot that, at this moment, the inhabitants of the Duke of Zheng's residence were still unaware of Wu Yang's true identity. Wu Yang, uncertain whether to believe her or not, complimented her with a tone that blurred the lines of sincerity. "Miss Xu, you are quite astute. I wonder if I inadvertently offended young Master Wu?" "Not all," Wu Yang replied nonchalantly, smiling. "If I had indeed caused harm, it would be my own folly. It is prudent for a young lady to remain vigilant." Xu Mingyi harbored no animosity towards him. On the contrary, she felt a tinge of guilt. Hearing him speak in such a manner brought a smile to her face. "Since young Master Wu wishes to stroll leisurely, I shall not intrude," she remarked, and with a nod from Wu Yang, she departed the corridor, fan in hand. However, at that moment, a sharp cry of a bird pierced the night air. Wu Yang looked up and exclaimed, "Tianmu!" A vulture, drawn by the sound, circled overhead for a moment before swooping down. Xu Mingyi glanced over. This indolent, unsightly bird was indeed cared for by Wu Yang in her previous life. After Wu Yang's demise, she had taken it upon herself to tend to the creature, despite her lack of interest and patience for such matters. She thought only fair, considering she had unwittingly caused the bird's owner's demise. "I waited for you all this time, thinking you would not come." Wu Yang extended an arm toward the large bird. Yet, the bird, calling out, flew straight towards Xu Mingyi instead. "Tianmu, do not harm her." Wu Yang furrowed his brow and strode forward. In the next moment, the bird landed gracefully upon Xu Mingyi's shoulder, gently nudging her dark tresses with its beak. Xu Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. Wu Yang stoat instuned silenge. Was the owner unable to recognize her from anywhere? How could such a blind creature still be of use? "Is this the bird that young Master Wu raises?" Xu Mingyi inquired knowingly. Wu Yang nodded, his expression complex, though it scarcely seemed to be the case. Xu Mingyi smoothed the bird's slightly ruffled feathers, genuinely marveling at its growth from a mere jester to its current state, and smiled as she said, "Time to return." The bird cast a glance at Wu Yang before nuzzling her shoulder, appearing rather unwilling to part. Wu Yang, what was this feeling? Akin to a mistreated child reluctantly returning to the cruelty of its biological parent? "Return." Xu Mingyi grasped the bird's wings and rather brusquely tossed it away. The bird emitted a low chirp, seemingly reproaching her for her lack of compassion, yet it obediently flew towards Wu Yang nonetheless. However, Wu Yang did not extend his arm as he usually would to receive it. "Heartless creature, fly on your own," he thought. A large bird, weary from its journey, alighted at his feet, disgruntledly scratching the ground with its sharp claws, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wu Yang furrowed his brow. Has it learned to seek retribution against him? Today, the dignity of its master has been thoroughly tarnished by this wretched creature. Just then, the voice of a Kuei drifted from a distance. 028 showing favor? It must be my grandfather arriving, Xu Mingyi remarked. Indeed, Wu Yang nodded, having heard the same. Noticing that he remained rooted in place, Xu Mingyi fell silent for a moment before saying, "Why doesn't young Master Wu take his leave? Does he truly believe that they can stand here openly waiting for her grandfather without arousing suspicion?" Wu Yang also fell into a momentary silence, momentarily lost in thought. His upbringing led him to instinctively feel that with the arrival of the Duke of the State, as a younger generation, there was no reason to deliberately avoid him. It was an oversight on his part. "I take my leave," he murmured softly before turning to depart. A large bird followed closely behind him, glancing back 3 times. Just as the pair had not yet ventured far, voices from behind began to drift into their ears. "Grandfather, why are you alone here? And why have you instructed the maids to keep their distance? What if you were to doze off and injure yourself?" I merely felt a bit stifled inside, so I came to the garden for a stroll. I've slept most of the day and am quite alert now. Wu Yang did not linger to eavesdrop on the ordinary exchange between the grandfather and granddaughter, continuing on his way. However, the next word from the girl caught his attention. "Grandfather, this silk fan was gifted by Her Majesty the Queen. Do you think it is beautiful, Aunt?" Wu Yang instinctively halted, his gaze shifting slightly. Xu Mingyi, being the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, receiving gifts from her aunt was hardly remarkable. What struck him as odd was a young girl asking her burly grandfather, capable of single-handedly confronting a band of thieves, whether a fan suited a girl as delicate taste. Although the girl's smile seemed somewhat naive, their brief conversation revealed her to be quite thoughtful. Wu Yang, filled with curiosity, stood still to listen intently. "Yes, it is beautiful, perfectly befitting Zhao Zhao." In the corridor, the Duke of the State indeed took the fan, examining the exquisite craftsmanship for a moment. He could easily break 50 of such fans without a second thought. In his youth, he could have managed even more. "Grandfather, look, there is even a line of embroidery here that reads, 'Gentle and kind, be prudent in conduct.' And the character Prudence seems to be stitched with a darker thread than the others." Observing his granddaughter as she pointed out the details, the Duke, lacking expertise in such matters, nodded earnestly in response. "Grandfather, do you think Her Majesty the Queen intended to use this fan to remind us of something regarding the Duke of the State?" This sudden shift in conversation caused the Duke's expression to change. "Zhao Zhao, such words should not be spoken lightly. I merely think it's a possibility." Xu Mingyi lowered her voice slightly. "The fan arrived precisely on the day of your return to the capital. Perhaps the Queen, being in the palace, sensed something amiss and wished to offer us a warning." The Duke's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he replied, "Zhao Zhao must be overthinking it. After all, it is Her Majesty the Queen." "Indeed, it is the Queen," Xu Mingyi affirmed, "but her surname is Wu." The Duke looked at his granddaughter in surprise. Both the Xu and Wu families were founding ministers of the state, despite the Xu family residing in the capital and the Wu family in Ningyan. Their circumstances bore a notable resemblance. If the Xu family were indeed to encounter misfortune, amidst the ensuing turmoil, even the deeply rooted Wu family might not escape unscathed. Xu Mingyi spoke in a low yet clear voice. The recent summons of the Shenan prince's heir to the capital, coupled with the encounter with bandits along the way, are matters deserving of careful contemplation. "Zhao Zhao, who imparted these words to you?" A glimmer of inquiry flickered in the eyes of the Duke of Jinghua. "It is merely my granddaughter's idle musings, thoughts I have not shared with anyone else," Xu Mingyi replied. "If grandfather finds merit in my observations, then I suggest you heed them." In the dimness of night, Wu Yang's demeanor subtly shifted. It was indeed a deliberate message directed at him. A reminder to the Wu family to remain vigilant and to himself to exercise caution in the capital. Yet, why would she extend such goodwill towards him? In this world, there exists no unmotivated kindness, especially given the long-standing discord between the Xu and Wu families. Wu Yang pondered deeply for a moment, his expression betraying an unusual complexity. Could it be that during their earlier encounter, this young lady? He halted his thoughts from spiraling into unsettling possibilities and strode away decisively. After taking a few steps, he abruptly stopped, glancing at the object in his hand. He had completely forgotten to return it to her. Jewelry is a personal possession, and to carry it away would be a breach of decorum. Contemplating this, he raised his hand, intending to cast it aside. However, he reconsidered. If someone else were to find it and inadvertently create a scandal, it would inevitably tarnish her reputation, and she might justly hold him accountable. Thus, he decided it would be best to keep it safe for her, with the intention of returning it when the opportunity arose. Xu Mingyi listened intently for a moment, reassured when the footsteps faded away. Meanwhile, the Duke of Jinghua regarded his granddaughter with a countenance filled with mixed emotions. While other young ladies might occupy themselves with needlework, cosmetics, and jewelry, his granddaughter, Zhao Zhao, has grown up. I shall cherish your words. As for the affairs of the household, I shall manage them alongside your father. For now, focus on your health and well-being, and do not burden yourself with excessive worries. Grandfather, I am already 16. No longer a child. At 16, the Duke had already begun to gather forces to address public affairs, bearing the weight of the world. Xu Mingyi's gaze was resolute as she declared, Zhao Zhao does not seek to bear the same concerns as grandfather. I merely wish to contribute to my family. I understand that you wish to shield me from worry, always wanting me to grow up carefree and joyful. However, if our family's stability is in jeopardy, how can we discuss anything else? The Duke listened with surprise. In his view, there was no expectation for a young woman to be confined to domestic matters. Yet, as Zhao Zhao had articulated, he found it difficult to let go, believing it to be his duty as the head of the family to protect the Duke of Dingnan estate. The child not only displayed maturity, but also an understanding of his sentiments. The Duke of Dingnan sighed, a mixture of complexity and appreciation washing over him. It had been a year since their last meeting, and he was astonished at how Zhao Zhao had grown and gained such insights. Xu Mingyi gazed at the elderly man, her grandfather. Their separation had spanned far beyond a mere year. Very well, Zhao Zhao is no longer a child. Today, let us have a heartfelt conversation, the Duke said, settling himself by the corridor and beckoning his granddaughter. With a smile, Xu Mingyi took a seat beside him. The two of them, a grandfather and granddaughter, spoke leisurely from mundane matters to state affairs. Xu Mingyi gazed at the elderly man beside her, feeling an immense sense of tranquility. She possessed the finest grandfather in the world, who not only cherished and indulged her, but also understood the importance of listening to her words. Whenever she articulated a point with some merit, he would attentively absorb her thoughts and objectively reassess his perceptions, no longer viewing her as a mere child devoid of knowledge. Ah, but wasn't he in the study conferring with several gentlemen? What brought him here? Upon hearing his granddaughter's inquiry, the Duke of Dingnan suddenly recalled the reason for his presence in the garden. Indeed, I came to seek that young man from the front courtyard. Have you seen him? He had gone to the front courtyard to inquire about someone and learned that the individual was wandering in the garden, prompting him to follow. Xu Mingyi did not respond directly, but instead posed a question of her own. Might I inquire what business you have with him, grandfather? The past few days have been quite hectic, and he had not yet had the opportunity to thoroughly investigate the young man's lineage. Until his uncertainties were clarified, he deemed it inappropriate to share his unverified speculations with his granddaughter. Yet, he was met with the calm reply from the girl beside him. Ah, I've inquired about him. He is the grandson of the Prince of Dingnan. The Count of the State's expression changed dramatically. Wait, for where did you hear this? His granddaughter had learned that the grandson of the Duke of Dingnan had encountered mountain bandits on his way to the capital and was now missing. She suspected that he might be the one her grandfather fortuitously saved, so she sent a Kuei to inquire about the young man, who had already admitted to it. Xu Mingyi casually concocted an excuse, eager to resolve matters of auspiciousness swiftly. The Count, in his astonishment, fell silent. A child outsmarted him and acted more swiftly. The crux of the matter was, he had inadvertently rescued the grandson of his arch-rival, and he intended to take the young man as his granddaughter's betrothed. Could there be a more disheartening situation? Yesterday, when I inquired about his origins, this impudent lad merely claimed to be from Ningyan and mentioned that his father held an official position in the capital. Indeed, none of this was a lie. Every word was the truth. Yet, the most crucial detail was conspicuously omitted. Don't tell me that he asked. And the other replied, is something that a normal person could achieve. This boy is exceedingly cunning. The Count, feeling manipulated, slammed his palm against a pillar in frustration. Xu Mingyi instinctively gripped the railing, fearing that the corridor might collapse at any moment. At that moment, she heard her grandfather let out a stiff laugh. Ha ha! The Count suppressed his anger, altering his demeanor, stroking his beard, and remarked, thus, it is evident that this child is humble, composed, and possesses his own convictions. Xu Mingyi gazed at her grandfather, whose rapid change of demeanor was as rare as it was peculiar. Yet, this also indicated that her grandfather's intent to have the young man bring her auspiciousness remained unchanged. This was within her expectations, for her grandfather had acted similarly in her past life. However, this time was different. She could choose to refuse. Grandfather, I have ascertained the nature of my ailment. With proper medication and care, I shall recover within a month, making any further auspicious endeavors unnecessary. Moreover, the young man is the grandson of the Duke of Dingnan. A union between the Wu and Xu families involves significant implications and attracts undue attention, potentially leading to greater harm than benefit. After the Xu family's misfortune, I even suspect that our family's union may have inadvertently touched upon the emperor's taboos, leading to our downfall. Yet, it was the emperor himself who issued the decree for this marriage. What entanglements and underlying truths lie within this situation, I have yet to fully comprehend. However, perhaps I could glean some insight into my grandfather's true thoughts. Indeed, his considerations are quite thorough. The Count's gaze reflected contemplation. However, Mr. Yao's divination indicates that this person can indeed save your life and help you avert calamity. Initially, I had my doubts. However, it was only after he arrived at our estate that matters began to turn in our favor. Some situations may appear unrelated, yet it is better to believe in their potential than to dismiss them entirely. Furthermore, Yang and Wu Yang clearly signify a promising candidate for auspiciousness, do they not? Xu Mingyi felt an urge to refute this notion. Regarding her poisoning, even if her grandfather had not rescued Wu Yang, she could resolve the matter without difficulty. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that perhaps it was the arrival of Wu Yang that led to her engagement being arranged, as she was on the verge of leaving her family. The Ruan family and Liu Yi had refrained from further plans. It was only after her marriage into the Wu family that she received the healing from the renowned physician. Thus, it could be said that Wu Yang inadvertently saved her once. However, the matter of poisoning had been resolved. Yet, her grandfather remained insistent on advancing her marriage to him. She wondered if there were other reasons behind it. The Duke of Dingnan hesitated for a moment, and upon seeing his granddaughter's unwavering gaze, he sighed and said, "When I first learned of your illness, my mind was in turmoil, prompting me to ask Mr. Yao to perform a divination for you. The outcome was a harbinger of great misfortune. Even if you were to narrowly escape this calamity, another deadly trial would ensue within a year. This hints at a foreknowledge of life and death, and after Mr. Yao reluctantly divined it, he fell gravely ill for 3 whole months. To avert these 2 dire tribulations, we must find someone capable of aiding you in your escape." The Duke's expression was complex. Neither Mr. Yao nor I anticipated that this person would be none other than the heir of the Prince of Dingnan. This thought led him to ponder further. Perhaps there were indeed forces at play beyond their comprehension. The notion of a deadly trial. Xu Mingyi's eyes wavered. A year hence, the calamity would strike. The Duke's household would face destruction and ruin. Was Mr. Yao using her fate to divine the upheaval of the Xu family? Xu Mingyi's heart trembled at the revelation. By this reasoning, she had indeed evaded that calamity in her previous life by marrying into the Wu family. Mr. Yao's prophecies had always proven accurate regarding your life and death. As your grandfather, I cannot afford to dismiss this lightly. The Duke patiently advised, "It is merely a year. Once the trial is passed, I shall bring you home. What matters more, the reputation of a young lady or her very life? I cannot concern myself with other families' daughters. My granddaughter of the Duke of Dingnan shall not live for the sake of mere reputation." Xu Mingyi felt a surge of emotion. In her previous life, her grandfather had also promised that if she were unhappy in the Wu family after a year, he would bring her back. Yet a year later, she had found herself without a home. She stifled her tears and replied, "But that is the Prince of Dingnan's residence. The Wu family may not consent to this union, and I fear the emperor would not look favorably upon it either." In her past life, she had been in a daze, vaguely aware that the situation was such that the Wu family opposed this auspicious match, deeming it too frivolous and absurd, leading to an unpleasant fallout between the Wu and Xu families, until the emperor decreed the marriage, and the Wu family had no choice but to comply. These matters I shall find a way to resolve. The Duke of Dingnan comforted his granddaughter gently, his right hand clenched upon his knee, as if contemplating something. He initially thought that even if the other party objected, he could petition the emperor for the marriage. However, now that the other party was the Prince of Dingnan's household, how could the emperor possibly agree to such a request? Moreover, he could not solely prioritize his granddaughter's happiness while disregarding the Wu family, as Zhao had indicated. A union between the two families would attract too much attention. As a man of integrity, he could not allow the Wu family to be suspected by the emperor because of him. The duke pondered, his resolve gradually solidifying. There are indeed not entirely devoid of possibilities. Xu Mingyi observed his demeanor and thus inquired if both the Wu family and His Majesty oppose it. What course of action would grandfather take? Naturally, she intended to thwart this union. However, she sought to elicit the truth and intricacies surrounding the imperial marriage granted in her past life. Perhaps due to a newfound sense of clarity, the Duke of Dingwan's expression gradually softened, and he smiled as he asked his granddaughter, "Would you like to hear, Zhao Zhao?" Xu Mingyi promptly nodded. She was indeed eager to listen. In her previous life, she had been far too ignorant. Only now does she realize that dispelling the emperor's suspicions is, in essence, rather straightforward. From Zhao Zhao's perspective, the union of the Xu and Wu families poses the greatest threat to the emperor. It seems that the Duke of the State is inclined to impart more knowledge to her, guiding the conversation with delicate inquiries. Xu Mingyi's voice lowered slightly. Naturally, if the military might of the Xu and Wu families were to unite, it could herald a change in the fortunes of Deqing. While she is acutely aware of the Duke's unwavering loyalty, would the emperor believe it? If I were to willingly relinquish military power, would the emperor still harbor such reservations? The Duke stroked his beard, his expression calm, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Yet, her heart felt as if it had been struck by a thunderclap at the mention of surrendering military authority. Surrender military power? Are you suggesting that we barter military authority to secure the emperor's consent for my marriage? Xu Mingyi gazed at the elder beside her in disbelief. The Duke shook his head disapprovingly, his eyes warm and affectionate. It cannot be termed as a mere exchange. This matter has occupied my thoughts for quite some time. Our Duke's estate cannot compare to the Wu family's deep-rooted legacy of 100 years. Holding on to military power for too long may not be wise. This notion had not even been shared with his sons, yet tonight he confided it to his granddaughter. "You are doing this for me." Xu Mingyi's voice became muffled, tears welling up in her eyes almost instantaneously. Were it not for her marriage, her grandfather would not choose this moment to relinquish military command. If it was merely contemplation before, it is now a resolute decision made because of her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she turned her head to rest against the elder's still broad shoulder, reaching out to embrace him, her tears flowing silently yet fiercely. At that moment, she finally understood why the emperor in her past life had agreed to arrange her marriage. Now she comprehends. "My dear child, why are you crying?" The Duke of the State fumbled awkwardly, patting her trembling back. "What is there to lament? Grandfather is advancing in years, and it is indeed time for him to step down. Life necessitates making decisions, and in doing so, our Duke's estate can find true stability." Xu Mingyi's tears flowed even more fervently. It turns out that her grandfather had always been guarded and anxious, decisively making choices when necessary. Yet, this decision did not preserve the Duke's estate as he had hoped. In life, when faced with choices, one can only strive to contemplate. Yet the outcomes of those choices remain beyond foresight. Had she not lived again, she might have deemed her grandfather's decision both wise and decisive. For history is replete with tales of ambitious ministers and princes who, due to their inability to discern advancement from retreat, met with tragic ends. Yet, what is deemed wise must be contingent upon circumstances and individuals. A misjudgment can lead to irrevocable consequences. "Grandfather, military power cannot be surrendered." Xu Mingyi swallowed the remaining tears, raising her gaze to the Duke. "The soldiers under your command are nearly all veterans who have fought alongside you through thick and thin from the very beginning. The Xu family army was not simply a military token handed over by the court. It was assembled against all odds under your leadership, growing gradually by virtue of your esteemed reputation. Even before the late emperor ascended the throne, the Xu family army already existed. That is our family's military force. Why should it be surrendered?" She understood that such words were undeniably treasonous, sufficient to obliterate 9 generations. Yet, she had witnessed a tragic spectacle where a tiger, having severed its own claws to demonstrate loyalty, was still imprisoned and executed. To some, The tiger's self-mutilation did not signify loyalty, but rather an absence of fear in the face of the claws that could once inflict harm. Thus, after her grandfather relinquished military power for just a year, the Xu family was completely annihilated. The Duke of the State's complexion shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Zhao Zhao, there are certain things that truly ought not to be uttered recklessly. It is sufficient to keep in mind that the military power belongs to the Xu family, not the court. To voice such sentiments would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, in this world, is there any land that is truly one's own forever? Even if something is rightfully yours, who possesses the capability to hold onto it indefinitely? It is burdensome, and one day it will slip through one's fingers. The Duke of the State sighed heavily within. Grandfather, I understand you have your concerns. Xu Mingyi endeavored to keep her tone calm and rational. But have you considered the necessity of providing yourself with an escape route? As for the Wu family, my granddaughter shall never marry into them. Such an act would only draw more attention to both families. It is precisely because of the unique nature of the Xu army that, amid the current internal and external turmoil in Qing, the court has yet to reclaim my grandfather's military authority. Her past experiences informed her that, in the eyes of certain individuals, her grandfather's actions were deemed incorrect. Regardless of what he did, it was always wrong. The mere existence of him, the Duke of the State, and the Xu army was fundamentally wrong. Since the outcome would ultimately be the same, it was better to prepare for the worst and preserve the strength to make a final stand. However, regarding Mr. Yao's divination, grandfather, I confess, I fear death. Xu Mingyi looked at him with reddened eyes, but what she truly feared was dying alone. The Duke stared at his granddaughter in astonishment. What do you mean by that? Upon expressing her thoughts, Xu Mingyi sensed a hint of ambiguity in her words, as if she were implying that if she were to perish, she would drag others down with her. I must clarify. Please do not take offense. My granddaughter believes that in the current circumstances, the calamity foretold by Mr. Yao may not pertain solely to me. If I were to marry off, evading this disaster, what if misfortune were to befall the Duke's household later on? At present, she needed to articulate her concerns more plainly and gravely to instill a greater sense of caution in her grandfather, thereby influencing his decision. At the very least, he would contemplate it more thoroughly. The Duke's expression shifted multiple times, evolving from amusement at his granddaughter's seemingly reckless words to a more solemn demeanor. Furthermore, the matter of seeking good fortune through marriage was already untenable. Lu Yi had been taken away by the authorities. By tomorrow, the rumors of her attempted poisoning would spread throughout the capital. How could this escalate to reporting to the officials? The Duke was taken aback. Xu Mingyi recounted her conversation with the Chui family in broad strokes. The Duke's emotions were complex. It was commendable that both his daughter-in-law and granddaughter were so thoughtful. But at that moment, he truly found it hard to feel any joy or comfort. Without illness, there was naturally no reason to seek good fortune through marriage. In such circumstances, it would be illogical for him to approach the emperor for a marriage decree. It is indeed a matter of exchanging military authority, yet it must not be executed in an excessively peculiar manner. Otherwise, it would be preferable to forego such an exchange altogether. Now, you find yourself unable to drive me away, do you not? Xu Mingyi grasped one of his arms, leaning against his shoulder, and in a tone of earnest entreaty, said, Grandfather, the affairs of men are subject to their own making. Mr. Yao's divination has already provided us with a warning. Let us remain vigilant and proceed further to observe the evolving situation, for there is no immediate need to make a hasty decision. In a moment of unexpected necessity, the Duke of the State found himself half persuaded by his granddaughter's earnest pleas, ultimately acquiescing with a reluctant nod. Very well. Let us proceed further. The pair exchanged various pleasantries, and although the conversation was largely mundane, Xu Mingyi listened with rapt attention. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually succumbed to slumber, resting her head against the old man's arm. Observing the serene visage of the child lost in dreams, the Duke smiled softly. In the past, after returning from battle, his young granddaughter would often beg him to recount amusing tales, but what humor could be found on the battlefield? Even if there were any, they would consist solely of coarse remarks exchanged among soldiers. Consequently, he endeavored to concoct stories, at times exhausting his imagination, only to glance down and find his granddaughter gazing up at him with wide, curious eyes, asking, "Grandfather, and then what?" Yet, his tales were hardly captivating. He often meandered back to the same points, and, as he spoke, the child would gradually drift off to sleep. To put it plainly, it was not the story she craved, but rather the presence of her grandfather. Reflecting on these thoughts, a tender smile graced the Duke's features. Though his heart was flooded with complex emotions, perhaps he ought to contemplate more deeply how he might best safeguard both the older and younger members of his family. After summoning a maid to escort his granddaughter back to the she garden, the Duke made his way directly to the front courtyard. The guest room door was firmly shut, and the light within had long been extinguished. "This young man sleeps soundly." The Duke folded his arms and gestured sternly to his attendant. The burly attendant, Qin Wu, nodded in understanding and stepped forward, delivering a forceful kick to the door. The Duke's brow furrowed at the unexpected action. Is this what he meant? Upon catching sight of his general's expression, Qin Wu silently lowered his head, recalling how the general often remarked on his inability to read the room. The Duke strode into the room, where the sudden illumination revealed a young man in white attire standing by the table, having just set down a lit taper, calmly raising his hand in salute to the Duke. The Duke huffed in annoyance as he sat down, exclaiming, "What do you mean you weren't asleep when the lights were extinguished?" Wu Yang regarded the irate elder with a mixture of emotions. He was not known for his patience. Yet in the presence of a respected elder who had once saved his life, he found it inexplicably difficult to muster anger. He had indeed been asleep. As they spoke, Wu Yang took a seat. His hearing was sharp. His movements were swift. Yet when it came to speaking, he seemed unable to reach the crux of the matter for an eternity. It was indeed the old man who had been blind, failing to recognize that he was in the presence of the grandson of the King of Dingnan. Now that the prospect of a familial alliance was off the table, there was even less reason for Wu Yang to suppress his frustration. To be frank, he had come here to find fault. As long as this young man proved sufficiently aggravating, he would not feel remorse over abandoning the marriage proposal. This matter had originally been concealed by the younger generation. The boy's response surprised him. "I apologize for my rudeness, esteemed Duke." The Duke found himself momentarily speechless, not only failing to retort, but also pleasantly surprised by the young man's readiness to admit fault. Last night, upon awakening, he had still been somewhat disoriented regarding his surroundings. Moreover, having been attacked by mountain bandits, he sensed something amiss and sought to calm his mind for further contemplation, which was why he had not immediately clarified his identity. Upon hearing the other's explanation, the Duke of Jinghua felt his anger diminish significantly. Concealing his identity before grasping the situation was a precautionary measure to avoid unnecessary complications, demonstrating his vigilance. The matter of the mountain bandits was indeed suspicious, revealing his astuteness. After swiftly admitting his fault, the way he articulated his thoughts elicited a sense of integrity and frankness. The Duke's right hand, resting on the table, gradually clenched into a fist. "Surely, there must be some other inadequacy. The news of your encounter with the mountain bandits has long reached the capital. After regaining consciousness, you did not think to inform your family, nor did you return home, unaware that they must be worried sick about you?" Wu Yang felt a twinge of confusion. He had his reasons for not notifying his family, yet he could not comprehend how this related to the Duke. However, such words of rebuke were certainly not something he could voice. It was merely a momentary lapse on the part of the younger generation. While it is commendable for youth to have their own opinions, they must also consider their family's feelings. The Duke's tone was neither warm nor cold as he stated, "I have another matter to discuss with you. Given that our families are ill-suited for an alliance, our previous verbal agreement is hereby rendered void." Faced with the old man's gaze that seemed to imply, "Young man, regrettably, you have missed your opportunity," Wu Yang let out a subtle sigh of relief. Yet, this slight change of demeanor did not escape the Duke's keen observation. The old man's expression darkened. Could it be that Wu's initial willingness to accept this arrangement was predicated on the assumption that the marriage would not materialize? This cunning lad, whom was he trying to fool? The Duke had misjudged him. Enduring the elder's wrath, Wu Yang calmly explained, "Whether this marriage comes to fruition is contingent upon human agency. If I had been inclined to be perfunctory, I could have readily accepted the proposal when you first mentioned it. The Duke furrowed his brow. Initially, when he suggested the idea of bringing joy to the family, the other had seemed reluctant. However, after explaining that the arrangement could be treated as a transaction, with the understanding that once his granddaughter recovered, they could part amicably, the young man had surprisingly acquiesced. If it were merely a formality, and should he genuinely succeed in curing the esteemed young lady's ailment, it would indeed be a gesture of gratitude. Furthermore, he had no desire to marry. However, with his family persistently urging him, this matter could provide him with a respite, serving both parties well. This was the rationale behind his initial agreement. Upon hearing this, the Duke's previously built-up anger dissipated considerably. With just a little clarification, he found himself persuaded, even admiring the young man's candidness. Ultimately, it was his own overly rational disposition that had led to this misunderstanding. Yet, you have no desire to marry? The Duke scrutinized him with a look of intrigue, appraising him from head to toe. Could it be that there was some unspeakable peculiarity or ailment? Wu Yong felt the need to clarify. He simply had not found anyone he wished to marry and did not want to waste time. The Duke was taken aback. Such a perspective is indeed rare. With a grandson like this, Wu Jun, that old fellow, must be quite exasperated. Yet, he found something admirable in this outlook. Perhaps it was a matter of being detached from personal concerns, a perspective that allows one to speak freely without the burden of personal pain. Although marriage is often dictated by parental authority, a union devoid of genuine affection and harmony will undoubtedly disrupt domestic tranquility. The demeanor of the Duke of Zhengguo softened unexpectedly, as he spoke in a gentle and persuasive tone. Let them urge as they wish. Since you hold this conviction, you must steadfastly adhere to your principles. Wu Yong found himself momentarily bewildered. He was aware of the long-standing discord between the Duke and his grandfather, and this counsel seemed to suggest a desire to undermine his grandfather's longevity. Yet, the elder's eyes, which danced between mirth and inscrutability, hinted that matters were far more intricate than they appeared. After a brief contemplation, Wu Yong succumbed to a deeper silence. Though he expressed a desire to annul the engagement, it was evident that he was being retained as a contingency. Suppressing his discomfort, the youth endeavored to conclude this conversation, fraught with ulterior motives. With dignity, if that is the case, I am willing to seek remedies for your esteemed daughter. That will not be necessary, the Duke replied. Having conveyed the essential points, he rose and stated, It is getting late. Tomorrow I shall send someone to escort young Master Wu home. Initially intending to dismiss him that very night, he reconsidered, recognizing the potential for future utility, and decided to leave some space for mutual benefit. Wu Yong stood, raising his hand, Safe travels, Your Grace. The following morning, Xu Mingyi awoke and, as had been her routine for several days, stared vacantly at the bed canopy before sitting up. Miss, you have finally awakened. Akui, hearing the stir, pulled back the gauze curtain, her expression inexplicably animated. Xu Mingyi turned to her and inquired, What has happened? 032, without a leak, the young lady. In the front yard, that young man is indeed the heir of the Prince of Dingnan. Young Master Wu has personally come to verify this. At this moment, he is in the front hall expressing his gratitude to the elder. Last night, the young lady suddenly informed her that the auspicious young man was the heir of the Prince of Dingnan, instructing her to claim she had learned it through her own inquiries. Heaven knows how uncertain she felt at that moment, fearing someone would inquire about it. Xu Mingyi merely responded with a soft As a Kuei helped her put on her shoes, she could hardly contain her curiosity and whispered, How did you find out? Young lady? The surprises the young lady had brought her lately were simply too numerous to count. She felt compelled to ask whenever she could. I guessed. Xu Mingyi stood up after fastening her shoes, playfully patting a Kuei's head before turning towards the waiting maidservants for her morning wash. A Kuei was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Given her extensive reading of romantic tales, how could she not have anticipated such a plot of an ordinary youth saved, unexpectedly intertwined with a noble young lady in a twist of fate? But no, the difference lay in the fact that the auspicious event was now null and void. A Kuei quelled her wandering thoughts and hurried to prepare clothing and accessories for Xu Mingyi. Soon, a servant announced breakfast. Xu Mingyi looked at the bowl of crystal clear, enticing iced jelly on the table and inquired, "Where did this come from?" Replying to the young lady, "It was brought back by the young master early this morning." Xu Mingyi fell into a contemplative silence. Since her return to this world, she had indulged in the iced jelly purchased by Mingshi every single day, sometimes even twice a day. Today, he had even arranged her breakfast. After her previous life, she recalled a piece of advice from Wu Yang, never to overly praise her mother's cooking in her presence. Now, she truly understood the essence of that wisdom. However, her Mingshi was just a boy. Xu Mingyi felt a mix of helplessness and warmth as she lifted a spoonful of thick rice porridge to her lips. Halfway through, a Zhu entered from outside. "Young lady," she stood by the table and quietly remarked, "Lu Yi has confessed to her crimes and committed suicide in prison." A Kuei, who was arranging dishes for Xu Mingyi, trembled slightly, nervously glancing at Zhu. Such a shocking revelation delivered without warning could frighten the young lady early in the morning. Yet, she observed her mistress calmly chewing on her bun, and after swallowing, Xu Mingyi replied, "I understand." In truth, she had anticipated that Lu Yi, given her temperament, would choose such an end. In the front yard, the Duke of Dingnan impatiently called for the guests to be sent away. Nevertheless, the heir of the Prince of Dingnan, Wu Jingming, continued to express his gratitude profusely as he departed with his troublesome son. Outside the Duke's residence, many house servants and townsfolk had gathered, drawn by the news to witness the commotion. "Look, young Master Wu has truly brought out a young man. The one saved by General Su is indeed the heir of the Prince of Dingnan. Wasn't he just an ordinary country boy brought in for the auspicious event?" A servant from the neighboring residence exclaimed in astonishment. "Just the other day, Miss Lu from the Su family told me herself. So, it must be true. Lu? Are you referring to that Lu who, in a fit of ingratitude, conspired to poison and harm Miss Su?" "What? Poison and harm Miss Su?" The servant stared in shock at the woman speaking. The woman cast her a sidelong glance. "Indeed, the perpetrator has already been apprehended and taken to the magistrate for punishment. You seem to be wasting your time seeking information." Inside the carriage, Wu Yang sat as the murmurs of speculation gradually faded into the distance. "But is there any injury?" Within the carriage, a slender, middle-aged man clad in a fine blue silk shirt, sporting a short beard, examined the boy for any signs of injury. Wu Yang pressed his hand down, shaking his head. "Father, I am fine. Why have you delayed your return home? If I do not return, when do you come looking for me anyway?" Wu Yang replied nonchalantly. "If I had not come, the Wu family might truly have to find a grandson-in-law to bring good fortune to someone." At this, Wu Jingming felt a pang of anxiety and dread. The boy spoke casually. "The Duke of the State saved my life. What harm is there in bringing a bit of joy to the Su family?" Wu Jingming's beard trembled in disbelief. Does he not possess even a shred of dignity befitting the grandson of the King of Dingnan? Wu Yang's expression shifted from casual to serious as he suddenly inquired, "Father, have you determined the true origins of that band of mountain bandits?" Thus far, no anomalies have been uncovered. The investigation in Ningyang is still quietly ongoing. Wu Yang frowned and pressed further. "Has the court uncovered anything?" He chose to remain at the Duke's residence without revealing his survival to observe the situation and see if any suspicious individuals would reveal themselves. Wu Jingming shook his head. Either they are merely common bandits, or their actions have been exceedingly discreet and cautious. Could it be? Wu Yang's gaze flickered, and he did not finish his sentence. "It should not be so blatant," Wu Jingming replied gravely. Wu Yang nodded slightly. In recent days, he had been pondering the same. Moreover, the living are always more useful than the dead. His father, as the heir to the Dingnan Wang estate, had been assigned to the Ministry of Revenue in the capital, a prime example. But beyond that, who possesses the ability to execute such a meticulous plan, capable of eluding the scrutiny of both the court and the Dingnan Wang estate? "There must be a traitor among us," Wu Yang asserted. The dosage of those narcotics was substantial. Without an insider, the enemy could not have succeeded so easily. It is highly likely that it was one of his trusted confidants. A face flashed before Wu Yang's mind, and he asked, "Among the bodies found, was there any sign of Ishan?" Wu Jingming sighed softly. "All who accompanied you to the capital perished on the spot. Their remains were examined by the local authorities and have been returned to Ningyang for a proper burial." Wu Yang pursed his lips tightly. Those were loyal servants of the Wu family. Had it not been for their desperate protection, he would not have survived long enough for the Duke to come to his rescue. Yet even so, the possibility of a traitor among them cannot be dismissed. He wished to utter more, but Wu Jingming gently patted his shoulder and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, my only wish is for my son to be safe and sound. As for the remaining matters, our kin will investigate. You should focus on recuperating." He added with a smile, "Your mother is still waiting at home. In her concern for you, she has fallen ill. I fear that upon seeing you, her health may improve significantly. It is indeed the son who has caused his parents such worry." Although his mother had accompanied his father to the capital several years ago, and they rarely met more than once a year, he has always been acutely aware of the love they harbor for him. This time, unlike his usual mischief, he had genuinely faced a grave peril. Wu Jingming continued, "Your aunt has repeatedly sent people to inquire about your condition. The progress is swift. As your aunt's birthday banquet approaches, take this time to restore your spirit. Her mind will be at ease upon seeing you." He added, "Moreover, once you enter the palace, you must exercise caution and uphold decorum, avoiding the indiscretion of your usual behavior." Listening to his father's relentless chatter, Wu Yang despaired, gazing hopelessly at the ceiling of the carriage. It seems that the world is not devoid of nagging, but rather filled with it, far beyond the confines of the Xu family's daughter. In 10 days, the grand celebration for the Queen's birthday will take place in the palace. If you truly wish to abstain from attending, there is no obligation for you to accompany me. Your health has yet to fully recover, and I doubt the palace would hold it against you. Sitting beside Xu Mingyi, who had just finished sorting the accounts, Chuisha remarked. The delicacies were brought by Xu Mingshi, comprising all of Xu Mingyi's favorites. After swallowing a mouthful of rose pastry, she took the handkerchief offered by Kuei to dab at the corners of her mouth, sipping tea before saying, "Mother, I am nearly recovered. Having been cooped up at home for quite some time, I yearn to join in the festivities." "I had thought you were not fond of such gatherings," Chuisha replied, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "Since you desire to go, then by all means attend." Xu Mingyi nodded with a smile. In truth, she had often found such occasions tiresome, but she could not remain confined at home, awaiting the arrival of nightmares. There were many things she wished to accomplish, the foremost being to observe, listen, and contemplate, thereby enriching her mind, which was not particularly astute. "Madam," at that moment, Qing Ying entered from outside, bowing respectfully. "The wife of Baron Xiangning and her companions have arrived." "Already?" Chuisha set down her teacup. "I have just finished the accounts and have not had the chance to converse with my daughter." Qing Ying was taken aback. "Madam, you even find fault with their arrival being prompt?" Xu Mingyi seized the opportunity to rise. "I need to visit my second uncle, so I shall not disturb you further. Do go quickly, and should I win some silver, I shall treat you to a meal." Xu Mingyi acquiesced, as long as it is not ice jelly. She followed Chuisha out of the inner chamber, greeting the elegantly dressed ladies in the hall before departing from the heir's residence. The card table was soon set up, and as the four engaged in casual conversation, the wife of Baron Xiangning turned to Chuisha and said, "It has been quite some time since I last laid eyes on the young ladies of your household. They have indeed become increasingly graceful and exquisite." "One ought to consider whose daughters they are," Chuisha replied, unreserved in her pride. "It appears, then, that the rumors circulating outside must be true?" One, the wife of the Minister of Rights, tossed a card onto the table, continuing, "The rumor concerning the heir of the Duke of Dingnan, they say, is that General Su brought him back to the capital to bring good fortune to your daughter. The heir, having concealed his identity, resided in your household for many days, captivated by the beauty of Miss Su, agreeing to the matter of good fortune. However, when his true identity was revealed, he was promptly expelled by General Su. It is a well-known fact that the Duke of Jinghua and the Duke of Dingnan have long been at odds. Setting aside other matters, it would indeed be a strange occurrence if these two families were to unite in marriage." "What nonsensical talk is this?" Kuishi laughed lightly. "While it is true that my daughter Zhao Zhao possesses beauty that could ensnare the heart, that Wu heir has never had the fortune to even lay eyes upon her. In the past 10 days, she had been inundated with an incessant stream of rumors regarding the rescue of Wu Shi's son by the Duke of Jinghua's household, each more absurd than the last. yet none bearing significant impact on their family, merely serving as a source of amusement. After all, it was not her family, Zhao Zhao, who was the subject of ridicule, but rather the unfortunate Wu Shi's son, who was nearly used for a marriage to bring joy and was now seen as excessively enamored with beauty in the eyes of the public. However, such matters would soon fade into the background, as the capital was rife with numerous affairs. Xu Mingyi paid little heed to these whispers as she accompanied a Kuei to Su Yun's study. "Is my second uncle available?" she inquired. "Miss, the second master is currently in his study," came the reply. Xu Mingyi smiled gently, noting how much her second uncle had been preoccupied with her affairs of late. With the door to the study ajar, a Kuei knocked softly twice before gently pushing it open. Upon entering, Xu Mingyi found the spacious desk adorned with paper, brushes, and ink, yet it was void of the expected figure. After searching the room with her gaze for a moment, she spotted Su Yun sprawled on a low couch by the bookshelf, deep in slumber. "Second uncle." Xu Mingyi approached helplessly and gently shook his arm. "How is it that you are asleep at this hour? Considering his usual waking time, he must have only recently risen. Surely, it was not him afflicted by the sleep-inducing herb, but rather someone else in the household." "Zhao Zhao." Su Yun barely managed to open his eyes and glanced at her, only to succumb to sleep once more. Xu Mingyi hastily shook him again. "Second uncle, the painting you promised me remains unfinished." Typically, she refrained from disturbing him, but his current state was quite disconcerting. There are always tasks that remain undone. "If not today, then tomorrow," Su Yun mumbled, turning away from her, his words slurred. "If luck is on my side and I die, then I need to finish." Xu Mingyi felt a twinge of complex emotions at his words. Alas, it seemed her second uncle had been increasingly despondent lately. Casting a glance at the half-finished painting on the desk, she suppressed the urge to rouse him with a few sharp jabs, sighing in resignation. "Well, one cannot force the creative process. Whether I can present this birthday gift will depend on fate." She bent down to pick up a thin blanket nearby and draped it over Su Yun before exiting the study with a Kuei. As the duo descended the stone steps, they encountered Zhang Yunju, accompanied by a servant. "Ah, Miss Su is here," Zhang Yunju remarked, swiftly altering her tone with a cheerful smile. Xu Mingyi returned her smile. Such seemingly casual displays of intimacy easily led one to believe that she was indeed a person of calculation, every word and action meticulously considered. "Zhang Gongzi, what a fortuitous visit, but my second uncle has succumbed to slumber in the study," she said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunju glanced toward the study and replied with a warm, smiling tone, "No matter, I have no urgent matters at hand. I merely brought some game from yesterday's outing outside the city to share. Indeed, I have prepared a portion for you as well. However, given that you are currently recuperating, it is not appropriate for me to deliver it directly to you. I noticed the wild hair and other items held by your servant, and I gently remarked, 'I appreciate your kind intentions, Brother Jean, yet 5 days from now marks the anniversary of my grandmother's passing. It would be inappropriate to have meat in the household. Please take these items back and enjoy them yourself.' I had previously heard from Dr. Chiu that many wild delicacies should not be consumed indiscriminately. Should fortune smile upon one, it could even lead to dire consequences." Zhang Yunju was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "I must admit my oversight. How could I forget such an important matter? Yongkong, swiftly take these items back." The servant promptly acknowledged and exited the courtyard. Zhang Yunju wished to say more, but he heard Xu Mingyi ahead stating, "Young Master Jean, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." The girl, clad in modest attire, offered him a slight bow before departing with her maid. Zhang Yunju gazed at her retreating figure, furrowing his brow slightly. He felt a peculiar change in her demeanor, although she still appeared indifferent to most matters. There was an unmistakable shift. Could it be a result of her recent ordeal with poisoning? Soon, the day arrived for the banquet at the palace. On this day, Xu Mingyi sat in the carriage alongside Lady Cui, reflecting on the events of her previous life. She had been too ill to attend the banquet then, yet she vividly recalled that a significant occurrence took place on this very day, one so monumental that even in her feverish state, it remained etched in her memory. As the carriage glided smoothly towards the palace, Xu Mingyi supported by a Kuei, had just alighted when a joyful voice reached her ears. "Aunt." Turning her head, she beheld a girl of around 12 or 13, dressed in a pink gown, hurrying towards her with a maid in tow. "Take your time." Behind the girl trailed a woman and another girl clad in a pale blue dress. The woman, with a hint of exasperation, chided, "I had instructed you to be more composed before we arrived." The girl in pink stuck out her tongue sheepishly, then smiled and greeted Lady Chui. "Greetings, Aunt." The other girl, resembling her in age and appearance, also offered her respects to Lady Chui, albeit with a demeanor markedly more poised than that of her exuberant counterpart. After the formalities, she raised her gaze slightly, catching sight of Xu Mingyi standing beside Lady Chui, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Where is Mother?" Lady Chui inquired with a smile towards the young woman accompanying her, who was none other than the current lady of the Yong'an Duke's residence and Lady Chui's sister-in-law. "Eldest sister is aware that Mother has been unwell these past few days. She is yet to recover," one replied softly. Hearing this, Lady Chui sighed with concern. Indeed, what a pity. Truly a test of fate. It was evident that had it not been for her illness, her so-called mother would never have missed such a public opportunity to present herself. Yet, the rift between her and her stepmother had never implicated one who, over the years, had endured her fair share of tribulations at the hands of that older woman, and the two shared an innate understanding. When sighed heavily, her eyes filled with worry. As one ages, ailments are inevitable. Witnessing Mother suffer daily weighs heavily on everyone in the household. Perhaps it would be better if she were to pass, to escape this torment. Indeed, Lady Chui nodded in understanding. The two sisters-in-law exchanged sighs as they presented their tokens to the palace attendants, who ushered them through the palace gates. However, one seemed to have more to convey to Lady Chui, glancing back at her daughters with a smile. "You girls take your time to chat. There is no need to rush." The sisters from the Chui family exchanged glances. What could they possibly discuss with Xu Mingyi? Yet, as their mother wished to indulge in gossip with her sister-in-law, they had no choice but to obediently follow behind. Initially, they maintained a respectful distance, but as they traversed a long corridor in the garden, they encountered familiar young ladies and engaged in conversation. When it finally looked up again, Lady Chui and one had vanished from sight. They had seen many people along the way, possibly having drifted away while conversing with those ladies. To their surprise, Xu Mingyi remained where she stood, patiently awaiting them. In the inner palace, ladies were not permitted to bring their maids, and the girl in the light apricot gown and brick-red skirt embroidered with golden threads stood alone, exuding an air of calmness without a trace of displeasure. Nonetheless, the delay caused by their earlier conversation left Chui Yunwei and Chui Yinqing feeling uneasy as they approached the young lady. "Cousin," Chui Yunwei mustered her courage to speak, but before she could continue, Xu Mingyi smiled gently and said, "No worries, let us proceed." After all, they were sisters, and it was only natural to offer each other care. Moreover, they were merely 12 or 13 years of age. Chui Yunwei and Chui Yunqing were twin sisters, yet their temperaments differed greatly. The younger sister, Chui Yunqing, was surprisingly more composed and reserved than her elder sibling. In a previous life, Xu Mingyi found herself estranged from the Chui family, leading to a similar distance with the entire Yong'an Duke's residence. However, after the Xu family's misfortunes, the Duke and his son, who held positions in court, withdrew from political affairs. This action may have been a sign of disillusionment with the court or a gesture of sympathy for the Xu family's plight. Regardless, the Yong'an Duke's residence was not an adversary to the Xu family, but rather a genuine ally. There ought not to be such estrangement among cousins. Furthermore, fostering goodwill is always preferable to fostering enmity. Among young girls, breaking the ice is often quite simple, sometimes achievable with just a few words. Today, both cousins were adorned in exquisite attire and jewelry, with Qing's dress accentuating her fair complexion. As they walked, Xu Mingyi remarked, "Cousin Wei, that hairpin upon your head is indeed charming and delicate, quite a rare design. Might it have been chosen at Baohua Tower?" The Chui sisters were momentarily taken aback, and once they regained their composure, Chui Yunqing smiled shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, "Cousin, you flatter me. When it comes to fairness, I cannot compare to you. Recently, I acquired several boxes of face cream. Would it please you if I were to send some to you, Qing? Cui Yinqing quickly interjected. Oh no, that would be too much. How could I accept such a precious gift from you, cousin? Everyone knows that the items you possess are exceedingly rare and valuable. If I were to accept, how could I ever repay you? Cousin, if second sister does not wish for it, then I shall take it. Kui Yunwei, with her innocent disposition, cheerfully suggested, if you admire my hairpin, shall we exchange it? I happen to have a pair at home that has never been used. They were brought back from Jiangnan, and such items cannot be found in the capital. Xu Mingyi nodded with a smile, but knowing her intent to gift something, she would certainly provide in double measure. The atmosphere among the three girls lightened as they walked along, sharing laughter and conversation, until they halted at a fork in the path. Unlike the officials, the ladies entered the palace through a side door. The garden was vast, filled with numerous paths, and dense foliage obscured their view, making it easy to lose sight of others at a single turn. Where's the young eunuch who guided us earlier? Kui Yunwei inquired, scanning her surroundings. He may have gone to assist other ladies, Xu Mingyi replied. No matter. Let us not wander aimlessly. We should wait here, for others will surely come. However, the sky had begun to darken, and most guests heading to the banquet had likely already proceeded ahead of them. They could only wait for passing palace maids or eunuchs, or perhaps for the Cui sisters to realize they were missing and send someone back to search. It is unfortunate that we were so engrossed in conversation with the Feng family girl earlier. Cui Yinqing expressed her unease. What if we were delayed as a result? The hour was still early, and it seemed there was no cause for concern. As Xu Mingyi's words faded, the sound of footsteps resonated from behind. The group turned to see a young boy adorned with a golden crown, accompanied by two eunuchs, approaching. Xu Mingyi guided the Cui sisters aside and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. The Cui sisters, upon hearing this, tightened their expressions and lowered their heads even further. The boy, with a soft voice, inquired, Are you ladies perhaps headed to the Chaodai Hall? He had caught a glimpse of Xu Mingyi's conversation. Xu Mingyi nodded in affirmation, glancing at the boy, who appeared to be around 10 years old, slender and fragile. Even on this summer evening, with only a slight chill, still draped in a cloak over his brocade robe. Might His Highness be so kind as to inform us of the way to the Chaodai Hall? The boy promptly instructed one of the eunuchs beside him, Xiao Xiangzi, please lead the young ladies. The young eunuch complied. Xu Mingyi did not decline the offer. She graciously thanked him and refrained from turning immediately, allowing the Crown Prince to proceed first. After taking a few steps, the Crown Prince suddenly paused, turned back to look at Xu Mingyi, hesitated momentarily, and eventually spoke up. After a prolonged absence, he pondered whether this young lady could indeed be Miss Xu from the Duke of Zhen's residence. Generally reticent, he found himself somewhat hesitant in his inquiries, though his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xu Mingyi, taken aback, nodded. Yes, I am Xu Mingyi from the Duke of Zhen's household. She had previously entered the palace and had crossed paths with His Royal Highness, although she had not anticipated that he would remember her. However, upon reflecting on her own countenance, Miss Xu quickly deduced that perhaps it was not entirely unexpected. Indeed, it was Miss Xu. The prince gazed upon her, his eyes gleaming. General Xu has recently achieved a significant victory against the Xiongnu. I have long held great admiration for General Xu. If only I too could practice martial arts. At this juncture, a nearby eunuch gently interrupted the prince's words, offering a subtle reminder. The prince, having been frail since childhood, had rarely interacted with others, often remaining overly reserved and prone to speaking out of turn when stirred by emotion. Regaining his composure, the prince swallowed the remainder of his sentence. He had momentarily forgotten the instructions of his father and the Grand Tutor. Xu Mingyi observed him and smiled, saying, Then I shall convey my gratitude to His Royal Highness on behalf of my grandfather for your kind words. Upon hearing this, the prince's awkward demeanor softened slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement before departing with the eunuch. Xu Mingyi watched the boy's slight frame retreat, her lips pursing thoughtfully. She had heard whispers that the current prince was not only frail, but also possessed mediocre talents, and his reserved and timid nature were traits that could hardly be classified as shortcomings, yet they were not uncommon. However, given his status as the crown prince. Such characteristics rendered him ill-suited for the weighty responsibilities ahead. The court harbored unspoken discontent towards this heir apparent, yet openly voicing such sentiments was a delicate matter. The reigning emperor, having only two princesses before him, one of whom had passed away prematurely, had long awaited a male heir. Thus, the emergence of this long-desired son became a matter of mutual necessity between the emperor and the courtiers. This precarious balance, however, appeared to be on the verge of disruption following the recent news of the favored consort, Rong Guifei, expecting a child. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this child would be a boy or a girl, and even if it were a prince. The questions of survival and potential capabilities compared to the current crown prince were all veiled in uncertainty, to be revealed in due course. Hence, she found herself questioning the underlying urgency of certain individuals, pondering who could possibly harbor such impatience. Xu Mingyi's thoughts were a tangled web as she exited the garden alongside the guiding eunuch, only to be greeted by the anxious gazes of the Chui and Wen families. "Why are you so slow? We thought you had lost your way," Chui remarked with a sigh of relief. "If we waited any longer, we would have had to turn back to search for you." Without waiting for further explanations, Wen gently urged, "Let us depart quickly. Do not delay any further." The group was then led towards the Jiaodai Hall. As the palace was illuminated by the newly restored glass lamps in celebration of the empress's birthday, the grandeur of the hall was breathtaking. A procession of maidens clad in pastel garments entered, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a celestial palace. Upon stepping onto the jade steps of the main hall, Xu Mingyi was greeted by the melodious laughter of a young girl echoing from the corridor above. "Ah, it is Miss Xu," someone remarked. "I distinctly saw a girl in the garden wearing the same apricot-colored gauze as you, and I thought it must be you, my lady." Xu Mingyi lifted her gaze to find the source of the voice, a girl in a water-red dress with eyes that seemed eager to witness a spectacle. It was none other than Xia Shi, the youngest legitimate daughter of the esteemed Prime Minister Xia Tingzhen, and the one whom Zhang Yunzhu had wed in a previous life. Over the years, Xu Mingyi had seldom recalled her childhood discord with Xia Shi, for such trivial matters paled in comparison to the devastation she had subsequently endured. However, encountering those disdainful eyes now rekindled a long-buried sense of rivalry. Beside Xia Shi stood a graceful maiden, twirling a silk fan, Princess Yufeng, renowned throughout the capital for her haughty and domineering nature, who was known to keep a bevy of admirers at her residence. Such a figure would certainly not tolerate anyone else donning similar attire, especially on the Empress's birthday. Moreover, Xu Mingyi's exceptionally beautiful visage only served to elevate the elegance of her garments and accessories. As Princess Yufeng squinted towards Xu Mingyi, Xia Shi could almost predict the impending confrontation. Just before Xu Mingyi's arrival, she had mentioned to the princess that another lady had also donned gauze, and the princess's countenance had soured instantly. In gatherings such as this, noble women typically prepared at least 2 outfits beforehand to ensure they were aware of others' attire, particularly those of high status like Princess Yufeng. It was indeed peculiar that Xu Mingyi, accustomed to being unbothered and oblivious, would venture forth so carelessly. "Ah, it is her." The princess scoffed lightly, her gaze slowly drifting away from Xu Mingyi as she turned to re-enter the hall. Xia Shi was momentarily taken aback. "Is that it?" This hardly aligns with Princess Yufeng's usual demeanor. Perhaps she refrains from causing a scene today, given it is the Empress's birthday. How fortunate for Xu Mingyi. Just as Xia Shi was grappling with her discontent, she witnessed Xu Mingyi ascend the jade steps with purposeful grace, swiftly catching up to Princess Yufeng and audaciously linking her arm with the princess's. The princess halted, astonished, and Xia Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Had this audacious fool, Xu Mingyi, mistaken the princess's prior restraint as an invitation to ingratiate herself? Did she not consider the princess's temperament? Was she not courting embarrassment? What are you doing? Princess Yufeng's expression soured as she attempted to withdraw her arm. Yet, Xu Mingyi, undeterred and brazen, relinked their arms, her gaze sparkling with joy as she addressed the young lady before her with a radiant smile. "Jiao Jiao, it has been a long time since we last met." In the grand hall, Princess Yufeng's eyes widened in astonishment as she lowered her voice to inquire, "Have you forgotten to take your medicine?" Did the letter not state that the poison has been nearly resolved? No, I haven't, Xu Mingyi replied with a smile that seemed to illuminate her face, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Yet somehow, they held a hint of unshed tears. Princess Yufeng was utterly perplexed. What was wrong with Su Zhaozhao today? Had she encountered some sorrowful event that had triggered this behavior? Leaning towards the latter assumption, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she cast a fleeting glance at Xu Mingyi and said coolly, "Considering your prolonged affliction, I shall refrain from engaging with you today. I am grateful to the princess." Xu Mingyi repressed her tears, and the two of them walked side by side into the hall. Both young women were tall and slender, adorned in similarly hued silk garments. And even from behind, it was evident that Princess Yufeng exuded an air of aloofness and detachment. Nonetheless, this scene elicited astonished gazes from several noble ladies present. Xiaxi raised her brows in confusion, questioning when Princess Yufeng had become so amiable. Madame Wen glanced at Madame Cui, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Madame Cui's mild dichotomy. Let us proceed inside. It piqued her interest to know how her daughter had grown so close to Princess Yufeng. She wished to inquire of someone. However, if she feigned ignorance, would that not reflect poorly on her as a mother? To be entirely oblivious to her child's affairs? The palace maids guided the ladies of various households to their seats, separated from the officials by delicate silk screens. Sitting among the royal family, Princess Yufeng felt an unshakable sensation of being observed from behind. Unable to resist, she turned her head to discover Xu Mingyi seated there, propping her chin on her hand, smiling brightly at her. In the heat of July, a chill coursed through Princess Yufeng, and she could not help but clench her fists. Su Zhaozhao's knack for provoking was indeed growing more refined. Were it not for the latter's striking beauty, she feared she would be too nauseated to eat a single morsel tonight. As the emperor and empress had yet to arrive, laughter and chatter filled the hall. In the imperial study, Emperor Qingming had just summoned Commander Han Yin of the investigation guard. "I am but a humble servant, and I have yet to uncover the identity of those who secretly plotted against the heir of the Duke of Dingnan. I beseech your majesty for punishment, Han Yan knelt, seeking forgiveness. Perhaps their actions were overly meticulous. Your capabilities have always earned my trust." The emperor, a man of 35 or 36 years, maintained a demeanor of gentle tolerance, though he slightly furrowed his brow. "However, there is surely something amiss here, and we must continue our investigation. The intent to assassinate the heir of the Duke of Dingnan during his journey to the capital suggests that their targets were not solely confined to the Duke's household, but extended to the emperor himself. Yes, I shall swiftly ascertain the truth," Han Yin replied, rising. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." As he stood, he added, "The matter of the Duke of Jinghua saving the heir of the Duke of Dingnan has been thoroughly verified. It was indeed merely a coincidence." Emperor Qingming nodded slightly. This incident appeared to be coincidental, yet also implicated the Su and Wu families, prompting him to harbor additional suspicions. A few days prior, after the recovery of the heir of the Duke of Dingnan, he, accompanied by the Duke's son, had ventured to the residence of the Duke of Jinghua to express their gratitude. However, both their presence and their tokens of appreciation were summarily dismissed at the door. Han Yin paused, stating that the attendants of the Duke of Jinghua bluntly remarked that their general had merely experienced a stroke of misfortune that day, which led to the rescue of the Duke of Dingnan's heir, and that this troubling matter ought not to be mentioned again by the Duke's household. Such words were undeniably harsh. Even the usually composed Duke of Dingnan's son, Wu Jingming, nearly lost his temper, muttering an apology for the disturbance before departing with his child. The Emperor Qingming shook his head in resignation. In recent days, he had often heard of General Su's similar boastful declarations, while others may offer help as a favor. For General Su, such acts seemed to cultivate enmity instead. His earlier concerns. It appears he had indeed underestimated General Su. The general's temperament had always been thus. He would need to have a serious conversation with him about the importance of camaraderie and governance, as it should not devolve into such a dismal spectacle. However, the emperor mused, General Su had indeed alleviated a significant predicament for him this time. Had anything happened to the Duke's heir, the emperor would have been the prime suspect in the eyes of the Duke's household. Some lives are deemed valuable only in death, while others must remain alive, at least when their demise is unwarranted. As Han Yin was about to report other matters, he heard footsteps approaching the imperial study. "I come to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress." Upon hearing this, the Emperor Qingming's eyes glimmered with amusement, and he turned to Han Yin, saying, "Today is the Empress's birthday banquet. Let us defer other matters for later. You should join the festivities in the Taiha Hall and enjoy a cup of wine before departing." Han Yanakvi Sid, who was unaware of the Emperor's profound affection for the Empress. Even amidst the instability of the year, the Emperor personally issued decrees to organize the Empress's birthday celebrations. As Han Yin exited, he bowed to the Empress, who was clad in resplendent phoenix robes, her demeanor dignified. The Empress smiled and nodded slightly as she entered the imperial study. Just as she was about to bend down in reverence, the Emperor Qingming, rising swiftly from behind the dragon table, caught her with a gentle hand, exclaiming, "Today is the Empress's birthday. You are the guest of honor and need not bow to me. Your Majesty flatters me. The affection you bestow upon me often leaves me feeling unworthy." The Empress's smile bore a hint of bitterness. "I truly cannot bear such overwhelming love from your Majesty." Having served in the palace for many years, she had yet to bear the Emperor a son or daughter. "Why bring this up now?" The Emperor, perceiving her thoughts, responded with a gentle, indulgent smile. "I'm often ensnared by state affairs, leaving little time to accompany you. If you truly feel lonely, once noble consort Rome gives birth, I shall send the child to your palace to keep you company, if that pleases you. I could never engage in such an unwelcoming endeavor." The Empress's mood visibly brightened, and she playfully reproached, "But your Majesty seems solely preoccupied with state matters. Even at this hour, you are deliberating affairs. Do you intend for me to go to Taiha Hall alone?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor chuckled heartily. "It is indeed my fault. I have made you come to remind me. I shall have to drink 3 cups as punishment." The attending maidservants and eunuchs joined in laughter at his words. The atmosphere within the imperial study was one of joy and harmony. The Emperor and Empress jointly proceeded to the Hall of Union to receive the tributes and congratulations from the officials, nobility, and envoys of foreign nations. The offerings presented from various places were either rare and precious or uniquely crafted. One by one, these treasures were bestowed upon them. The Empress observed the scene with delight and remarked, "You are all thoughtful." As her words lingered in the air, she caught sight of a eunuch holding a scroll and casually inquired, "Which family sent this?" The eunuch had previously recited the names of the families and their respective gifts. But with so many items, it was natural for one to miss some details. "Your Majesty, this is a special offering from the daughter of the Duke of Dingnan," he replied. The reason for the term special was that the Duke's household had already prepared a congratulatory gift, and this particular offering was an additional gesture from Xu Mingyi. Such expressions of sincerity were not uncommon among noble women. "Ah, it is the daughter of the Xu family," the Empress said, glancing towards the ladies' section with a smile. "Let me have a look." The eunuch promptly complied, stepping forward to retrieve the scroll and gradually unfurl it before the Emperor and Empress. The Empress examined it earnestly, her gaze descending inch by inch, her eyes sparkling with mirth, while her fingers, partially concealed within the voluminous sleeves of her splendid court attire, trembled slightly. "The update will be made at 3 p.m. I have just returned home and need to refine some minor details. Thus, the update will be slightly delayed. Expected to be completed around 3 p.m. 037 Calming the fright, this indeed appears to be the handiwork of Qinghu." As Emperor Qingming spoke, his gaze fell upon the small seal below, and he smiled, saying, "Indeed, it is he." Qinghu is the courtesy name of Su Yun. Before the late emperor ascended the throne, the young Emperor Qingming had shared a childhood camaraderie with the Su brothers, having played in the mud and disturbed beehives together. "Indeed," the empress said with a smile, "in the realm of Deqing, the one most adept at painting orchids must be Mr. Su." Emperor Qingming nodded in agreement. It is a fortunate coincidence that the empress also possesses a fondness for the elegance and simplicity of orchids. The empress did not refute this, but gazed intently at the painting for a moment longer. The cluster of orchids depicted indeed exuded a certain spirit. However, upon closer inspection, One could discern that the wild grass behind the stubborn rock appeared even more unrestrained, almost as if it were subtly overshadowing the orchids, which could be interpreted as a breach of decorum. He was indeed still harboring resentment towards her. To create a painting to celebrate her birthday with such reluctance. It seems the Empress is quite fond of this piece, isn't she? The Empress nodded earnestly. I do indeed like it. How rare it is to hear you express such fondness. Emperor Qingming exclaimed with great delight, laughing heartily. In that case, I must reward the young lady from the Xu family handsomely. As he spoke, he glanced towards the direction of the banquet. Xu Mingyi stood up upon hearing his voice, bowing slightly to the Emperor and Empress, and said, As for the item presented by this humble daughter, to receive the Empress's favor is already an overwhelming honor. I dare not seek further rewards. The surroundings fell silent, her voice clear and melodious, imbued with just the right degree of respect. Moreover, rather than a birthday gift for the Empress, it is more of an expression of gratitude. An expression of gratitude? Emperor Qingming glanced at the Empress, noticing her look of confusion, and thus inquired with a smile, From what does this expression of gratitude arise? Not long ago, on the day of my birthday, the Empress graciously bestowed upon me a silk fan. I learned that the piece not tied upon that fan was crafted by none other than the Empress herself. At that time, having been harmed by others and suffering from illness, it was truly after receiving the Empress's peace fan that I was able to uncover the truth and rid myself of the poison. The young lady spoke earnestly, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. I believe it must be due to the Empress's benevolence that I experienced such a turn of fortune. This has always been engraved in my heart. Thus, I take this opportunity, in celebration of the Empress's longevity, to express my heartfelt thanks. I was unaware of such a matter, Emperor Qingming remarked, his gaze toward the Empress filled with unmasked admiration. The Empress's kind heart is indeed a blessing for the Qing. Upon hearing this, a chorus of agreement arose from the attendees. Among the women present, many cast their gazes upon the recently reseated Xu Mingyi. Xiaxi felt a surge of frustration. They had both prepared gifts, but hers, undoubtedly the most precious, had been overshadowed by Xu Mingyi's display. The praises echoing around her were exceedingly grating to her ears. Miss Xu is indeed fortunate. Such clarity of gratitude. It is no wonder the Empress favors her. Without a doubt, if this matter were to spread, it would become a delightful tale. Shueisha felt a whirlwind of confusion. How could she have been unaware that the piece not on that fan had been personally tied by the Empress? Sensing the bewilderment of the Chui family, Xu Mingyi, who always wore a gentle smile, mused internally that it was quite normal for her mother to be unaware of this matter. Perhaps even the esteemed Empress herself was oblivious to the identity of the person responsible for the peaceful bond, as it was a fabrication of her own making. Whether the Empress truly gifted her the fan as a subtle reminder to the Xu family remained a mystery. If her conjecture were correct, such an act would serve as a response. Yet, should she be mistaken, the astute Empress would undoubtedly discern her error, and in that case, embracing the mistake could also prove to be an advantageous choice. Regardless, she could convey the goodwill of the Xu family to the Empress through this gesture. The Wu family was not their enemy, despite the public perception of their discord. Expressing gratitude to the Empress through the words of a mere young lady was not only the most conspicuous approach, but also the least likely to arouse suspicion. At the gathering, Wu Yong gazed at the hazy figure beyond the screen. The young lady had subtly expressed her favor towards him that night, and now extended her goodwill towards his aunt. If this were the intention of the Duke of the State, he had clearly heard her guiding the Duke on that very evening. Not to mention the recent humiliations inflicted upon him and his father by the Duke's household. He understood that the Duke's vehement attitude was likely a performance for certain onlookers. However, he could also sense that the old gentleman harbored no fondness for their Dingnan Wangfu. Thus, this overture might merely represent the solitary intent of the Xu family girl, at least for the time being. What could her motives be? Was she attempting to win over the Wu family? Yet, it seemed peculiar for a young girl, even one of sharper wit than the average, to suddenly conceive such an idea and take action accordingly. In contrast, a terrifying suspicion he had previously dismissed resurfaced in the young man's mind. It was not that he was overthinking. After all, in Ningyang, He had been the object of affection for countless young women, having experienced the phenomenon of love at first sight far too often. Perhaps he was merely being overly cautious. The youth took a sip of wine to quell his unease. Amidst the strains of silk music, graceful dancers twirled in the hall. Laughter and conversation filled the air, while several officials invited Wu Yang to drink with them. The injuries of the younger generation have yet to heal. I hope the esteemed gentlemen do not take offense, he said casually. The officials nodded in apparent understanding, but inwardly they muttered, "We can drink as we please. Yet here he is, claiming he cannot indulge." Surely, they were aware of the saying, substituting tea for wine. Though the young man was strikingly handsome, he seemed a tad too haughty. Upon further reflection, however, such behavior was typical of venerable aristocratic families, particularly one as long-standing as theirs. Was it not customary for them to carry themselves with an air of superiority? Even the Duke of the State and the Dingnan Wang, who had fought side by side, remained at odds due to their differing natures. The Wang despised the Duke for being a mere brute wielding a sword, while the Duke found the Wang's aristocratic demeanor equally distasteful. The youth, exuding an aura of noble elegance, lounged there, his demeanor a mix of leisure and slight disdain, prompting the Empress to let out a soft sigh. Noticing that Emperor Qingming's gaze had also fallen in that direction, she helplessly remarked, "Ah, this child Jingyuan has indeed been spoiled since childhood. It was one thing to act recklessly in Ningyang, but I shall certainly send word to my brother to ensure proper discipline at home." However, Emperor Qingming appeared particularly tolerant, smiling as he replied, "What of it? He is still quite young, and a touch of youthful arrogance is not inherently a flaw. As long as he remains aware of his own identity, that is sufficient. The Wu family, after all, ought to be somewhat aloof." If Wu Yang were truly astute and clever, one might wonder whether the upbringing of the Prince of Dingnan's progeny aligns with the esteemed traditions of the great families. "How is it that even your Majesty indulges him so?" The Emperor sighed with a smile. "If this continues, will he not become oblivious to the heights and depths of the world? In Ningyang, he could act freely and comfortably, yet upon arriving in the capital, must he be constrained? Would this not make me, as his uncle, seem excessively harsh?" Emperor Qingming half-jokingly replied, speaking as if engaged in casual conversation. The Empress laughed at this and chose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Emperor Qingming turned his gaze toward the direction outside the hall and quietly inquired, "By the way, why have we not yet seen the Crown Prince? An incident has occurred. Perhaps something has delayed us." The Empress suggested, "Shall I send someone to investigate?" The Emperor Qingming nodded, his brow slightly furrowed as he remarked, "This child still cannot discern the gravity of matters. It seems that both aptitude and temperament are indeed innate. He has devoted all his efforts to nurture and guide this sole heir, yet now, at the tender age of 10, despite his initial education at 3, he struggles even with the simplest of poetic verses, as evidenced by his halting response to a rather straightforward question just yesterday. However, even more concerning than his lack of intellect is his frail constitution. Perhaps he has genuinely been hindered." The Empress, unwilling for him to dwell on such worries, lifted her cup and smiled. "I toast to your Majesty." The Emperor's expression softened slightly as he accepted the goblet. Yet, no sooner had he set down the half-empty cup than a palace servant rushed into the hall, flustered and panicked. The servant fell to his knees, his face pale as he stammered, "Your Majesty." What is the cause of such alarm? The Emperor's countenance turned slightly colder. The officials seated beside him also ceased their smiles, casting concerned glances at the kneeling eunuch. It was the Empress's birthday banquet, with foreign envoys present. Such a display of disorder was unbecoming of the court. Yet the reason remained unclear. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, the eunuch, rather than regaining his composure, broke into a cold sweat, hastily uttering, "Your Majesty." "It is the Crown Prince," the Emperor's eyes shifted, his voice laced with authority. "Speak clearly. What has happened to the Crown Prince?" The servant dared not hesitate further, bowing his head forcefully against the gold bricks. "The Crown Prince has fallen into the Fuyan pool. He is drowning and unconscious." "What?" The Emperor's expression changed drastically as he immediately rose. The Empress, too, trembled slightly. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. Musicians and dancers held their breath in fear, while the officials appeared visibly shaken. Among the ladies, some whispered in confusion, silently inquiring with their eyes to those nearby. The emperor strode down the jade steps, followed closely by the empress, her expression grave. As the sovereign couple departed, chaos erupted in the hall. What on earth has happened? How could the crown prince drown? Such a grave matter has arisen during the empress's birthday feast. High-ranking officials, led by Xia Tingjin and Su Qiwei, departed in haste, while others either followed closely or chose to remain, awaiting news. Among the ladies, very few chose to accompany them. "Mother, I shall go and see," Xu Mingyi whispered to Lady Cui. Instinctively, Lady Cui wanted to object. The crown prince is the heir, and this concerns the nation's affairs. It is understandable for the officials to follow, yet it would be wise for the ladies of the inner court to keep their distance. However, before she could voice her concerns, she saw her daughter hastily lifting her skirt and departing the banquet. "Zhao Zhao," Lady Cui called out urgently. Yet before she could stop her, Cui Yunwei had also dashed away. A sense of helplessness washed over her, akin to being unable to close a gate while watching the lambs bound away. Lady Cui exchanged a glance with Lady One, both resigned to the necessity of pursuing them. The other ladies, upon witnessing this scene, were momentarily taken aback, yet soon found themselves compelled to follow suit. Who wouldn't wish to gather and witness such an event? Even the esteemed lady of the Duke of the State had made her way there. Surely, it was not excessive for them to accompany her. The Fuyan pool was located within the garden behind the Jiaotai Palace, and the group hastened their steps, arriving swiftly. Several imperial physicians had already gathered, encircling the rescued crown prince, endeavoring to provide assistance. There is a significant accumulation of water in his abdomen. Hurry to the palace for long benches, cotton blankets, and soft pillows. Quickly, begin with the acupuncture. The necessary items were soon procured by the guards and eunuchs, given the proximity to the Jiaotai Palace. Xu Mingyi, amidst the crowd, observed the child, now laid upon a long bench cushioned with blankets and soft pillows, as water was being drained from him. An involuntary tightness gripped her fingers within her sleeves. In her previous life, it was on this very day that the crown prince had drowned. This was no mere accident. It was a premeditated act of malice. The perpetrator was the heir of the Duke of Respect, who had come to the capital to celebrate the empress's birthday. As a consequence, the Duke of Respect was sentenced to death. Yet, due to the current emperor's lingering fraternal sentiments, he was merely demoted to a commoner. Stripped of his son and his title, the Duke of Respect subsequently descended into madness. It was said that one day, in disheveled hair, he ran into the streets, publicly proclaiming that the Duke of the State had instigated the crown prince's demise a year prior. However, how could the words of a madman, especially those echoing from a distant land like Hanzhou, be deemed credible or serve as evidence? The current emperor was wholly unconvinced. Yet, as petitions demanding a thorough investigation into the Duke of the State flooded in, the emperor had no recourse but to comply, both to appease the officials and the populace, and to vindicate the Duke's household. The investigation ultimately unearthed evidence of collusion between the Duke of the State and the Duke of Respect. Moreover, there were grave accusations of illicit dealings with enemy states, leading to the disclosure of the Great Qing's secrets. With irrefutable evidence stacked against them, the Duke of the State's family faced execution. During her years in Yangzhou, she often pondered whether the Duke of the State's misfortunes were intrinsically linked to the conspiracy against the crown prince. Until now, she had no answers. But having learned of her grandfather's intent to relinquish military power, she had tentatively concluded that there was no connection. For even without the crown prince's tragic drowning, the Duke of the State's family, having surrendered their military authority, would have been mere lambs awaiting slaughter, with their own treasonous ties to enemy nations awaiting them. Yet, the mastermind behind these events was astute, utilizing every possible avenue to ensure matters appeared coherent. In essence, the charge of conspiring against the crown prince likely implicated the Duke of the State merely as a collateral casualty. Thus, her recent deliberations on whether to intervene in this matter leaned towards the latter. Her visit to the palace today was solely to glean deeper insight into the truth of the situation. As for preventing harm to the crown prince, she had considered it. But even if she managed to save him from death this time, she could not guarantee what would transpire after tonight. Regardless of the identity of the individuals orchestrating events from behind the scenes, once the intention to harm the crown prince has been established, should this plan merely be disrupted rather than exposed, it is inevitable that further actions will ensue within the confines of the palace. Her position as the daughter of a mere foreign official renders her actions exceedingly cumbersome, with every movement subject to scrutiny. She cannot ascertain whether the one aiming to harm the crown prince is indeed the heir of Prince Jing. If she were to rashly intervene in this matter, not only would her ability to protect the crown prince be uncertain, but she could also invite immeasurable troubles upon herself. Rationality advises her against taking such risks for a situation that does not directly implicate her in the affairs of the Duke of Town. Indeed, there is little difficulty in making this choice. Yet at this moment, witnessing that child lying there, oblivious to life and death, a child of similar age to Ming, who just moments ago had gazed at her with admiration, saying how much he respected General Xu, stirs something deep within her. In this moment, the child is the current prince. In her past life, during the tragic events at the Duke of Dingnan residence, she remains uncertain of the emperor's true role, whether he was a decisive architect of the calamity, a pawn misled by cunning individuals, or merely an indifferent observer. However, at this juncture, she perceives a striking similarity between the child's plight and that of the Duke's household in her previous existence. Both are victims of others who have stripped them of their right to live, innocent lives extinguished. This realization weighs heavily upon her heart, causing it to plummet uncontrollably. The imperial physicians continue their desperate efforts to save him, their expressions increasingly anxious. It is the servant's fault. The prince's personal eunuch has been brought forth, kneeling on the ground, a brocade box having fallen at his side. What has transpired? The voice of Emperor Qingming, though not raised, is frosty as if encased in ice. Why was there no one to attend to the prince at the time of the incident? Earlier, I accompanied His Highness to the hall of Jiaotai, but as we neared the entrance, I recalled that I had forgotten to bring the birthday gifts prepared for Her Majesty. His Highness urged me to return quickly to fetch the items, and I dared not delay, believing we were merely at the hall of Jiaotai, never anticipating such a grave oversight would occur. The eunuch, his forehead bloodied from bowing, weeps in terror, exclaiming, "It was my negligence. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Even if you return to the East Palace for the items, how could there be no one else beside His Highness? The Empress, her gaze piercing, scrutinizes him. When did His Highness ever move about with only one attendant? Is this the extent of your diligence? Your Majesty, he stammers, today? Alongside me in serving His Highness was also Xiao Xiangzi. However, during our journey through the garden, we encountered Miss Xu from the Duke of Dingnan residence, and His Highness sent Xiao Xiangzi to guide her, which is why there was no one with him when the incident occurred. Upon hearing this, Xu Mingyi immediately senses many eyes upon her. Recognizing the eunuch's attempt to shift blame, her expression cools slightly. How convenient this is. Should anyone seek to use this incident to tarnish the Duke of Dingwan's household, they need not rely on the Prince of Jing. They could easily frame her experiences tonight as a deliberate act of collusion to distract the eunuch from the prince's side. Meeting the Empress's gaze, the young woman replies calmly, "Your Majesty, this indeed occurred." The Empress merely nods in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Meanwhile, Xiaxi's eyes flicker, her mouth opening to speak, but sensing the tense atmosphere, she swallows her words. She had intended to trouble Xu Mingyi, yet she instinctively realizes the gravity of the situation, recognizing that this is not the moment for her to interject. Nearby, several physicians, drenched in sweat, have laid the prince flat on the ground, kneeling before Emperor Qingming. The lead physician bows his head and, with a pained voice, laments, "Your Majesty, we are powerless, and we could not save His Highness." "What did you say?" The emperor's expression darkens to an extreme degree. Another physician trembled as he spoke, "Your Majesty, the crown prince has lost all breath and pulse." Although there are instances of individuals being revived after drowning, especially during the summer when rescue is more feasible than in the spring or winter, the crown prince has always been frail and sickly. To put it bluntly, a severe chill could very well claim his life, let alone drowning. as they administered acupuncture. The lack of any response from the crown prince made it clear that he could not be saved. Their subsequent actions were merely the last desperate attempts. The color drained from Emperor Qingming's face, and his towering frame swayed. "Your Majesty," the Empress quickly supported him. "We implore your Majesty to take care of your health." The officials, led by Xia Tingjing, all knelt down. The female attendants nearby also knelt beside the boy laid on the ground, many unable to restrain their tears. The sound of weeping arose from the palace maids, and the crown prince's personal eunuch cried out, repeatedly bowing his head, "I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Cui Yunwei, kneeling there, discreetly tugged at Xu Mingyi's skirt corner. Her cousin was known for her flamboyant nature, which she had always envied. However, given the current calamity, nearly everyone was kneeling, yet her cousin remained standing, which seemed rather audacious and alarming. Yet in the next moment, the girl standing there appeared to have made a resolute decision. Swiftly stepping out of the crowd to bow before the emperor and empress, her voice steady, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I once studied some medical principles with a family physician in my youth. Although my skills are rudimentary, I happen to know a method that may save someone from drowning. I beseech your Majesty to allow me to try my best." While she lacked the ability to prevent the crown prince from being schemed against, perhaps she could attempt something now that he had drowned. The empress stared at her in astonishment. "Miss Su understands how to administer aid?" The crowd looked at the girl who had stepped forward with surprise. Could a sheltered young woman truly know more about saving lives than a physician? Among those present were many astute minds, observing the girl. They could not help but speculate whether her sudden boldness was a result of the earlier mentioned by the crown prince's personal eunuch, fearing suspicion and thus acting in a panic to prove her innocence. "Indeed, time is of the essence. Please, your Majesty, allow me to try." The empress hesitated for a moment. The truth surrounding the crown prince's drowning remained unclear, and she personally wished to keep the Su family uninvolved, yet Miss Su's insistence. "Your Majesty," she finally turned to Emperor Qingming, "perhaps we should allow Miss Su to attempt it." Seated on a chair brought in by the palace attendants, Emperor Qingming's eyes were already void of life, not even glancing at Xu Mingyi, yet he nodded slightly in apparent despair. With permission granted, Xu Mingyi immediately rushed to the crown prince's side, kneeling beside him and swiftly untying his robe. The officials' faces changed at this sight. They had thought her actions bold enough. Yet in the next moment, they beheld the girl fully open the crown prince's robe, revealing his frail chest, before lowering her head to press her ear against it. Although the crown prince is merely 10 years of age this year, and we find ourselves in such a critical moment, this scene nonetheless evokes a sense of disquiet among the nobility, who are traditionally mindful of propriety. Moreover, the royal family places great emphasis on maintaining face. The untimely demise of the crown prince has already caused profound sorrow, so how could one permit such a publicly disgraceful display that undermines dignity? The empress, too, sensed the impropriety. Observing the young girl's anxious and earnest demeanor, she subtly shifted her position to obscure the emperor's line of sight. As long as His Majesty refrained from intervening, others would remain reticent. For in such delicate circumstances, to speak out would suggest ulterior motives. Today's update will come a bit later. I just returned home after taking the 3rd driving test, and it was exceedingly hot. I have been quite busy lately, depleting my already scant reserve of drafts. I shall pen my thoughts after lunch, and you may come back to read this evening. In the vicinity of the ship, Xu Mingyi lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. It was true that the crown prince had lost his heartbeat. Yet, there lingered a faint warmth at his chest, albeit barely perceptible due to the boy's extreme coldness. Physician Xiu had once remarked that in cases of drowning, even if breathing and heartbeat ceased, a trace of warmth at the heart could signify a chance of revival. Without hesitation, Xu Mingyi placed her palm on the boy's chest and pressed down firmly. However, she soon frowned. It was futile. The poison of the dream grass in her system had not yet been entirely purged, rendering her incapable of sustaining the pressure. She urgently inquired, "Are there any robust physicians among you who might assist in applying pressure to the prince's heart?" The gathered physicians exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of complexity. This young girl seemed somewhat knowledgeable in first aid, yet the crown prince was beyond salvation. Who would dare to join her in this folly? Allow me. A deep voice resonated from the crowd as the Duke of the State rose and strode toward his granddaughter. Among those present, if anyone could be deemed strong, it was he. Even if it were a mere folly, the consequences would rest upon his shoulders as the grandfather. Watching her grandfather kneel with agility, his large, rough hands completely enveloping the frail chest of the crown prince, Xu Mingyi felt a pang of concern. Grandfather, please be cautious. Press no more than 3 fingers deep. Excessive force is inadvisable. Su Chiwei nodded solemnly, synchronizing his pressure with the rhythm instructed by his granddaughter. Xu Mingyi, however, cast her gaze once more through the crowd. Not far off, upon noticing her anxious expression, Wu Yang realized she required trustworthy assistance. Yet, the officials present were all rigidly conventional and astutely calculating. With Su Shitzi absent from the banquet today, the only one willing to assist her seemed to be the Duke of the State. As for the palace maids and eunuchs, they were both untrustworthy and lacked the courage to support her. As she scanned the crowd, it became evident that she needed a capable and composed ally, rather than just anyone who could step in. This realization made her think that perhaps he was the only one who could assist her. The thought caused the young man to furrow his brow slightly. He was not one to meddle in affairs, especially considering the boy lying there appeared devoid of any signs of life. Wu Yang's hands, resting behind him, moved absent-mindedly as his gaze instinctively swept the area, unexpectedly locking onto the queen's penetrating stare. Understanding the unspoken implication in her eyes, he felt a stir of surprise. Did his aunt truly wish for him to intervene? After all, although the crown prince was not her offspring, he had grown under her watchful eye. Well then, if it was his aunt's wish, he would acquiesce this once. As she observed her nephew striding towards Su's young lady, the queen's brow twitched involuntarily. What was the matter with this child? Did he not discern that her earlier gaze was a silent admonition against stepping forward? The involvement of the Su family was hardly to her liking. Just moments ago, she had observed A Yuan seemingly inclined to step forward, prompting her to hastily convey a warning glance to halt him. The Crown Prince of Dingnan, witnessing this scene, nearly toppled over in disbelief. Did this impudent lad think that the recent rampant rumors circulating in the capital about the Dingnan Wang's grandson being enamored with the beauty of the Su family daughter were not credible enough? That he felt compelled to publicly validate them once more? What assistance can I provide? Wu Yang inquired, crouching beside the Crown Prince and addressing Xu Mingyi. Please, Master Wu, assist His Highness with resuscitation. Xu Mingyi replied briskly, her hands continuing to wipe the silver needles without pause. Wu Yang nodded in understanding and promptly took a reed pipe brought by the imperial physicians. Despite his noble lineage, his experiences were not typical of an ordinary scion. He had indeed witnessed the use of a reed pipe to resuscitate drowning victims. As he aimed one end of the pipe towards the Crown Prince's right ear, Xu Mingyi quickly interjected, not the ear, but the mouth. By now, time had grown precious, and the efficacy of blowing air into the ear was minimal. Before Wu Yang could express his astonishment, he heard the girl instruct, "Using the reed pipe is too slow. It must be mouth to mouth." The youth stared at her in shock. Mouth to mouth. He was still an innocent young lad, struggling against the impulse to rise and leave. He reluctantly turned his gaze towards the Duke of Dingnan, who was pressing down on the Crown Prince's chest. He nearly suggested a swap with the Duke, but swallowed the words. He vaguely understood that the motion of chest compressions should not be interrupted hastily. Seeing the girl's fair cheeks glistening with sweat so close at hand, the young man steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he leaned in. Xu Mingyi appeared anxious to save a life. If he hesitated, she might even resort to performing the act herself in desperation. Although the customs of the Qing were indeed progressive, the act of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation between genders remained scandalous in the eyes of society. Even for the sake of saving a life, a young lady's reputation was still of utmost importance. Her reputation was of little concern to him, yet he feared that the Duke of Dingnan, who was utterly without principles when it came to his beloved granddaughter, would inevitably hold him accountable for the consequences of this predicament. After all, he had willingly boarded this treacherous vessel. As Wu Yang began the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, He initially noticed the curious glances cast in his direction. However, he soon became too engrossed in the task at hand to care. In truth, once he commenced, it felt as though he was solely focused on saving a life. Xu Mingyi inserted needle after needle into the crown prince's body, but hesitated briefly when reaching for the final needle. Both the resuscitation and chest compressions were remedial measures. Yet due to the prior delay and optimal rescue timing, she could only resort to a risky maneuver. Nevertheless, the actions of the physicians earlier had not been entirely in vain, for they had successfully expelled a considerable amount of excess water. As she plunged the final needle in, several physicians were visibly shaken. The young girl's method of administering the needles was chaotic, and this last needle aimed directly at a critical acupoint. Fortunately, the crown prince had already ceased to breathe. Had he still been alive, he might have succumbed to the torment inflicted by Xu Mingyi. Poor crown prince, even in death, he was subjected to such cruel treatment. Yet, who could blame her? After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingnan, and with such actions, the old Duke not only refrained from intervening, but was energetically complicit in this audacious endeavor. Moreover, there is that Wushi son, beguiled by beauty in his eagerness to please the lady he admires. He forsakes the esteemed dignity of his noble lineage. Here, several court physicians lament in despair, their hopes extinguished, while the indifferent Emperor Qingming closes his eyes momentarily. Upon reopening them, he gazes upon the inner attendant kneeling beside the crown prince, weeping profusely. The chief eunuch, Li Ji, understanding the gravity of the situation, sternly commands, "Relate the events of your separation from His Highness the Crown Prince today, without the slightest concealment." Such a significant incident necessitates thorough inquiry. The inner attendant, struggling to suppress his tears, speaks in a hoarse and sorrowful tone. Upon receiving His Highness's instructions, I hastily returned to the East Palace, my heart solely focused on retrieving the congratulatory gifts for His Highness. I ran back without daring to delay in the slightest. You have served His Highness for many years, fully aware of his frail constitution, requiring constant vigilance and care. How could you allow him to be unattended? It was my momentary lapse that led to this confusion. The inner attendant presses his forehead, bruised from the collision, against the ground once more. Li Gonggong, he is lying. Suddenly, a voice trembles in protest. 041, under her command before them, knelt the palace maid. As the crowd turned their gazes upon her, the maid bit her trembling lip and looked towards the eunuch kneeling beside the crown prince. Striving to articulate her words with clarity, when I previously delivered wine to the Jiaodai Hall, I happened to encounter this young eunuch beside His Highness. Initially, we observed him hurrying alone towards the Eastern Palace, but after a while, we saw him running back. Yet he just claimed to have returned directly to the Eastern Palace without delay, neglecting to mention his earlier return. Is this not a lie? Indeed it is. Li Ji shot a cold glance at the eunuch. The fact that he had turned back without disclosing it was undeniably suspicious. The eunuch, taken aback, quickly bowed his head and confessed, "This is true. However, I did not intend to deceive. In my fright upon seeing His Highness in danger, I momentarily forgot this minor detail. I had not strayed far when I noticed a sudden gust of wind in the garden, fearing His Highness might catch a chill. So I returned to check." As he spoke, his expression shifted, as if recalling something significant. Li Ji furrowed his brow and scolded, "Speak clearly." But at that time, I saw the heir of the King of Jing engaged in conversation with His Highness, and they seemed to be enjoying a pleasant exchange. I thought it unwise to intrude. The King of Jing is the Emperor's own brother, and the King's heir is indeed a legitimate cousin to the Crown Prince. Nevertheless, this statement abruptly tightened the atmosphere around them. This implied that the Crown Prince had met the King's heir alone before the incident. "Your Majesty." Li Ji's expression shifted subtly as he whispered to Emperor Qingming, "Shall we summon the King's heir for inquiry? Even if he bears no suspicion. As he is likely the last person the Crown Prince met before the incident, it is both reasonable and prudent to question him regarding the circumstances." However, before Emperor Qingming could nod in agreement, a voice of astonishment rang out from the crowd. This is impossible." A drunken youth clad in splendid garments appeared bewildered and shocked. "Your Majesty, I did not see His Highness tonight. He had just returned to the palace and rushed over upon hearing the news of the crown prince's cousin's misfortune. Yet he had barely grasped the situation before he found himself entangled in it. "You scoundrel! How dare you slander me?" The youth, no more than 16 or 17 years old, angrily rebuked the eunuch. Emperor Xu Mingyi cast a stern look at the eunuch. "Could you clearly identify that individual?" It was indeed the king's heir. This servant saw with his own eyes. There is no mistake. The king's heir pointed a finger at the eunuch, about to speak further when a cold voice interrupted from behind. "If I may interject, I noted that before the banquet began, the heir was alone, consuming half a pot of wine before departing the hall, and has not returned since." This time frame coincides precisely with the moment of His Highness's incident. Pray tell, where did the heir wander during these crucial moments? Upon hearing this, the king's heir froze, turning to look back. The speaker appeared to be a man in his 50s, adorned in the ceremonial robes of a first-rank scholar. His sunken cheeks and sharp, penetrating eyes revealed a keen insight. This was none other than the esteemed Prime Minister, Xu Mingyi. Under his discerning gaze, the Prince Jing's heir momentarily averted his eyes. I was experiencing severe abdominal pain at that time, which compelled me to leave abruptly. Is there anyone among the palace attendants who can attest to this? Xu Mingyi inquired. I took a narrow path and did not encounter any palace attendants. Xu Mingyi thought to herself, furrowing her brow. Could it be that she had misjudged, and the culprit was indeed the Prince Jing's heir? After all, the man's furtive demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a guilty party. At that moment, she caught a fleeting movement of the boy's fingers from the corner of her eye. Xu Mingyi's fingers trembled in response, and the heavy stone that had lodged in her heart suddenly lifted, allowing her to exhale with relief, a smile blooming in her eyes. Wu Yang, who had also sensed something amiss, raised his head and absent-mindedly wiped his lips with the back of his hand. To his surprise, he met the gaze of the girl, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. Her expression remained unchanged, yet her eyes shimmered with a genuine delight that was both suppressed and palpable. He understood that her smile was not directed at him. It was the result of having saved a life, and he merely happened to be present. Yet, in that shared glance, staring into her star-like eyes, he felt inexplicably drawn into her emotions, a stirring within his heart reflected in the twinkle of his own eyes. "Miss Xu, His Highness the Crown Prince." Wu Yang began to speak, only to see the joy in her eyes vanish in an instant. At that moment, a cool hand pressed gently upon his fingers. The Duke of Dingnan was assisting the Crown Prince by applying pressure to his chest, while Wu Yang needed to channel energy for the Crown Prince, positioning himself alongside Xu Mingyi. She had been kneeling beside him to facilitate the acupuncture, and he maintained a single-knee posture, their proximity concealed beneath their voluminous sleeves, rendering her urgent touch on his fingers unnoticed. In a moment of surprise, Wu Yang watched as she subtly shook her head. The soft palm pressing against his fingers exerted a gentle pressure. Eyes began to turn towards them. It appeared that the Crown Prince had little chance of regaining consciousness, and Wu Yang spoke gravely. "Miss Xu, perhaps it would be best to cease your efforts and allow His Highness to depart with dignity." Although he was unaware of her motivations, she had saved the man, and it was her decision to make. Content. Xu Mingyi withdrew her fingers. Wu Yang then rose to his feet. At that moment, the girl sighed and addressed the Duke of Dingnan. "Grandfather, let it be." The Duke paused, a look of regret washing over his face as he patted his granddaughter's arm, saying, "It is enough that you have tried your best." His words resonated not only with his granddaughter, but also with himself. In truth, his arms had grown excessively sore, and his determination to persist stemmed not merely from a desire to save a life, but from the precarious state of his own reputation and dignity under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Hearing these words, soft weeping arose once more. Indeed, it seemed that Miss Xu was merely embroiled in folly. More gazes then shifted towards the Prince Jing's heir. Is it truly the case that His Highness the Crown Prince's demise is connected to the heir of the Duke Jing? The gazes of numerous officials have gradually shifted. Although it may seem audacious for the Duke Jing's heir to act against the Crown Prince, upon closer reflection, one might discern some underlying motives. In truth, over the past few years, Discontent among the court officials regarding the crown prince has given rise to certain rumors from unknown sources. In the face of adversity, it has become evident that the crown prince, frail in health, may not endure for long, while his majesty remains without an heir, and the concubines of the harem have not borne offspring for many years. To ensure the stability of the court and the hearts of the people, it is imperative that a member from the royal family be designated to assume the role of heir apparent. Considering familial ties, Prince Jing, being of the same maternal lineage as the current emperor, could potentially be a candidate for such a position. Though these notions cannot be publicly articulated, they are not devoid of plausibility. Might it be that the recent rumors of the esteemed concubine Rome's pregnancy have driven the Prince Jing's heir, in a state of intoxication and desperation, to act irrationally? As officials pondered this, witnessing the sudden demise of the crown prince alongside the agitated demeanor of Prince Jing's heir, one literate minister, filled with sorrow and indignation, voiced his speculations. The young prince, upon hearing this, grew increasingly flustered. He acknowledged that he had indeed harbored a secret wish for the crown prince to pass away swiftly, for in such an event, he might have had the opportunity to ascend to the throne. Yet, this wish was nothing more than a fleeting thought, perhaps an idle prayer, and he had never contemplated the notion of actually plotting against the crown prince. After all, who does not possess dreams? Much like everyone hopes to find gold, one cannot resort to violence and theft when such aspirations remain unfulfilled. The heavens bear witness to his innocence. He was merely an ordinary individual, dreaming in daylight, without intentions of jeopardizing anyone for the sake of his aspirations. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Prince Jing's heir fervently pleaded his case. At that moment, a soldier from the Imperial Guard hastened towards them. "I discovered this jade pendant by the Fuyun Pool," Li Ji exclaimed, hurriedly presenting the pendant before Emperor Qingming. Upon a mere glance, the emperor's expression shifted dramatically. This particular style of pendant was exclusive to the members of the Xie family. The emperor turned to Prince Jing's heir, who was devoid of any adornments at his waist, his voice tinged with restrained fury. "Shengchong, where is your jade pendant?" Instinctively, the young prince reached for his waist. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed, his face drained of color and intoxication, collapsing to his knees in utter panic. "This must be a scheme to frame my nephew." At this juncture, he could no longer remain oblivious to the fact that someone had orchestrated a trap to implicate him in the crown prince's demise. Framing. Emperor Qingming, gripping the ornate armrest of his chair, slowly rose to his feet, pursing his lips momentarily before stating with solemnity, "I too hope that is the case. Please, Your Majesty, uncover the truth and restore my nephew's honor." Prince Jing's heir cried out, his composure lost, words tumbling forth in haste. "Before entering the capital, my father cautioned me repeatedly to conduct myself with propriety and not to trouble Your Majesty. I have always kept these admonitions close to my heart, and how could I dare to commit such an act of treason?" He continued, revealing without hesitation, "I left my seat earlier only because the palace maid who poured my wine was exceedingly beautiful, and she cast me lingering glances. In a moment of drunken folly, I followed her into the garden. Yet I never laid eyes upon the crown prince. As I reflect upon the matter, it seems that the jade pendant may very well have been surreptitiously taken by the palace maid while he was unguarded. Initially, he refrained from revealing this incident, motivated solely by concerns for his reputation. Yet now, with his very life at stake, what significance does reputation hold? However, with both eyewitness accounts and physical evidence at hand, his words now appear to be nothing more than a feeble attempt at evasion. The emperor, unaware of how much to believe, fixed his gaze upon him and declared, "If you are innocent, I shall not permit anyone to slander you. If you are guilty, I will show no mercy." He commanded, "Take the crown prince's son into custody and ensure he is closely monitored. He must not leave the palace until the truth is uncovered." Xu Mingyi observed the scene unfold, her expression shifting. In her previous life, the crown prince's son had indeed been placed under strict surveillance, and within a few days, news had emerged of his unequivocal confession regarding the plot against the crown prince. Once he had confessed, the ensuing repercussions were, of course, inevitable. Yet now, she increasingly felt that the crown prince's son, who had seemed so guilty, was merely a scapegoat. Perhaps both the crown prince and the crown prince's son were unwitting pawns in a larger scheme orchestrated by unseen hands. Should the crown prince truly perish, everything would undoubtedly transform into an intricate enigma. However, the present circumstances were destined to diverge from that fate. Xu Mingyi appeared to relinquish her efforts as she meticulously withdrew the silver needles from the boy's body, one by one. As she extracted the final needle, a fleeting moment later, the boy's eyelashes fluttered and he emitted a faint cough. The imperial guards, preparing to escort the crown prince's son away, failed to notice this subtle sound amidst the commotion. Yet the Duke of the State, astonished, exclaimed, "Your Highness?" Immediately, all eyes turned toward him. The crown prince struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the astonished visage of an elder, momentarily bewildered. "General Xu, your Highness lives." The Duke of the State cried out in exhilaration. "What? The crown prince has awakened." The surrounding courtiers and officials were struck with disbelief, while the emperor's pupils dilated, and he strode forward with renewed vigor. Shunger, several imperial physicians approached in disbelief, cautiously checking the crown prince's pulse and gradually assisting him to sit up. "Your Highness." The crown prince's son broke free from the guard's grasp and stumbled toward the resurrected crown prince. Overwhelmed with tears of joy, the crown prince, taken aback by his cousin's tear-streaked face, found himself in a state of confusion, pondering when their relationship had grown so close. At that moment, his cousin earnestly implored, "Your Highness, now that you have awakened, please clarify matters with His Majesty, so that I may regain my honor." The crown prince was left in bewilderment. Li Ji, standing nearby, recounted the events that had transpired. As the crown prince listened, memories of the incident began to resurface in his mind, and his countenance gradually grew pale and fearsome, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The emperor gazed at his son and asked, "Shunger, tell father, who is it that harmed you?" He gazed intently into the pair of eyes that radiated both kindness and a formidable wrath. The boy's trembling fingers tightened slightly as he opened his mouth, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Father, it was not my cousin who pushed me into the water. I have not seen my cousin tonight." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Could it be that it was not the crown prince? Upon hearing these words, the crown prince's tense form suddenly relaxed. His already weakened legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, genuinely overwhelmed with joy and tears. Oh, his life had been spared, were it not for the prevailing atmosphere. He would have eagerly prostrated himself before his younger cousin in gratitude. This turn of events was simply too timely. No, that was not quite right. The crown prince's younger cousin had merely spoken the truth. The one he ought to thank was the young lady who had saved him. The crown prince turned his gaze towards Xu Mingyi, and as he beheld the maiden's visage, he silently expressed his gratitude, perceiving her as a reincarnation of a celestial being. If it was not Shengchong, then who could it possibly be? Meanwhile, Emperor Qingming continued his inquiries. The crown prince clutched tightly to the empress's sleeve, slowly turning his head to look. Fortuitously, it was little Ruizi, the crown prince, gazing at the kneeling inner court official who trembled with fear, spoke in a quivering voice. "It was little Ruizi who pushed me into the pond." Little Ruizi and little Xiangzi had served him since childhood. He was naturally reserved and not adept at conversing with others, yet he regarded these two as confidants. However, unexpectedly, Emperor Qingming's countenance abruptly darkened as he turned his gaze towards the inner court official, drenched in cold sweat and unable to lift his head. The crown prince of Jing reproached, "How despicable! So it turns out you, this vile creature, are the one who falsely accuses others, conspiring against the crown prince while attempting to shift the blame onto me. Are you the one who seeks to harm the crown prince?" The emperor's eyes shimmered with frost. I am wronged," the official stammered. "Your Highness has personally identified you, yet you dare to plead innocence." Li sharply interrogated, "Speak. Who has instigated you?" Yet the inner court official could only cry out in his defense. Seeing that no answers could be extracted for the moment, Emperor Qingming, with a solemn expression, commanded, "Take him down for rigorous interrogation." The inner court official was swiftly escorted away, having narrowly escaped with his life. The weakened crown prince was returned to the Eastern Palace with the assistance of imperial physicians and guards. Today I almost misjudged Shengchong. Emperor Qingming addressed the crown prince of Jing. I shall ensure that the truth of this matter is uncovered at the earliest opportunity. Your Majesty speaks wisely. It is indeed imperative to investigate thoroughly. The innocence of my nephew is secondary. However, those who plot against the heir apparent must not be lightly forgiven. Fortunately, Your Highness possesses a fortuitous destiny, and it is also thanks to Lady Xu's miraculous skills that the Crown Prince of Jing has largely regained his composure. As he spoke, he turned to Xu Mingyi, bestowing upon her a smile that he deemed amiable yet dignified. Wu Yong slightly furrowed her brows. It appears that this Crown Prince of Jing is one who does not learn from adversity. Indeed, I should reward Lady Xu generously. Casting a glance at the young lady standing beside the Duke of Zhenghua, Emperor Qingming's eyes revealed a hint of warmth. The Crown Prince is the heir apparent of the great Qing. There is no reason for a subject's daughter to not exert herself in her rescue. For it is her duty, and she dares not seek a reward. The young lady spoke these formalities, yet the subtle pride in her eyes, stemming from having saved the Crown Prince, could not be concealed, rendering her sweaty, disheveled face both vivid and exuberant. She appeared merely to be a girl who relished the spotlight in times of crisis, delighting in praise with a simple heart. You have achieved great merit, and thus are entitled to your reward, which cannot be declined. The Empress remarked with a smile, I had no idea that Lady Xu was so knowledgeable in the art of healing. Xu Mingyi discerned the underlying meaning. The Empress was affording her an opportunity to explain herself publicly once more. After all, it was indeed peculiar for a noble girl to possess such medical expertise. Failing to clarify could lead to suspicions or even trouble. To speak candidly, Your Majesty, I do not consider myself proficient in medicine. Rather, I have a maid who has studied medicine since childhood and loves to delve into medical texts. It was by chance that I learned the method of resuscitation from drowning from her. My application of this method on His Highness was merely a desperate attempt with little assurance. I must admit, my Kuei is indeed remarkably effective. The Empress nodded knowingly. I see. It appears that it was merely a fortuitous accident. Xiaxi scoffed from the side, genuinely believing that the other possessed any remarkable abilities. Xu Mingyi cast a glance her way and retorted bluntly, stating that a stroke of luck was preferable to the mockery of Miss Xiaxi standing there. She could have chosen to ignore Xiaxi's remarks, but who could blame her for being more brazen than usual after just achieving a significant accomplishment? Xia Tingzhen, the foremost among civil officials, and Su Qiwei, the leading military figure, had their youngest daughter, Xiaxi, who had always sought to compete with Xu Mingyi since childhood. A fact well known in the capital. What began as a rivalry escalated 2 years prior when Xu Mingyi, exasperated by Xiaxi's incessant provocations at Princess Jingrong's poetry gathering, kicked the impertinent girl into the lotus pond, causing her considerable embarrassment. This act of revenge was etched into Xiaxi's memory, and from that moment on, a genuine enmity was forged between the two. At this moment, upon hearing Xu Mingyi's words and sensing the gazes directed her way, Xiaxi felt her face flush with indignation as she prepared to retaliate, but was interrupted by a cold voice. Miss Xu indeed, save His Royal Highness. And such words cannot be uttered in this place. Xia Tingzhen's eyes glimmered with ire. Xiaxi recoiled slightly, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she lowered her head, mentally taking note of Xu Mingyi's actions. The Empress had spoken truthfully to the Prime Minister. Miss Xu was destined for rewards. The Emperor turned his gaze to a youth clad in a dark blue robe, his tone warm yet intimate. And Yuan, you too shall be rewarded. Wu Yong raised his hand, decisively accepting. Thank you, Your Majesty. This incident has also put the Empress in a difficult position. Such a birthday banquet turned into this commotion. The Emperor whispered to the Empress, who smiled in response, Your Majesty, what words are these? Birthdays come every year, and moreover, since Sheng'er has emerged from danger, what more could I possibly desire? Before the Emperor could say anything further, she gently urged, Your Majesty, go attend to your important matters. I shall handle the arrangements for Tai Hall. The Emperor nodded with a kindly gaze. Very well. He raised his eyes to the officials, signaling Duke Xinghua, Xia Tingzhen, and Han Yin to proceed to the imperial study for urgent discussions. The heir of the Duke of Jing was also required to attend, but before leaving, he did not forget to express his gratitude to Xu Mingyi with a bow. "Thank you for saving me tonight, Miss Xu." "You flatter me," the young lord replied. He wished to say more, yet saw that Xu Mingyi had already turned to depart. "Cousin, you were truly remarkable, saving His Royal Highness like that." As Xu Mingyi approached the Cui family, Cui Yunwei exclaimed in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xu Mingyi smiled and replied, "It was merely good fortune. Good fortune requires skill to seize it. Otherwise, one would be unable to grasp it when luck presents itself." Cui Yunwei remarked. "Indeed, you speak wisely." Cui Shi interjected without modesty. The astonished and envious gazes of the women moments ago were overwhelming. After all, who could deny that their daughter, Zhao Zhao, was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also remarkably capable? When one thinks about it, the advantages of raising a daughter seem to be plentiful indeed. Miss Xu has indeed accomplished a significant feat today. Wen smiled as she cast a glance at Xu Mingyi, then softly addressed Cui. "The Empress has taken the lead. Let us hasten our return to the Jiaodai Hall. Mother, aunt, and cousin shall return ahead." Xu Mingyi glanced ahead and replied, "I shall join you at the Jiaodai Hall shortly." What could she possibly be attending to? Cui instinctively followed her gaze, and there, not far ahead, sat a young girl in a dress of apricot hue, accompanied by two maidservants standing beside her. In the current moment of beauty, individuals from outside the palace, whether they are wives or noble ladies, are generally not permitted to bring servants into the inner palace. However, Princess Yufeng is an exception to this rule. Her conduct has always been unconventional, and her temper is notoriously difficult. The palace staff often find it challenging to meet her expectations. The current empress, being magnanimous, indulges Princess Yufeng partially to shield other palace residents from her wrath. As Xu Mingyi approached, almost running with her skirt lifted, Princess Yufeng, who had been seated, inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety and stood up. The oddness of the situation did not disappoint her. Upon entering the pavilion, Xu Mingyi unexpectedly embraced her. Satisfied, Xu Mingyi held her friend tightly, finally managing to hug everyone she had wished to upon her return. Princess Yufeng, taken aback, soon regained her composure and pushed her away, testing Xu Mingyi's forehead with the back of her hand. This did not seem like the demeanor of someone with a fever. Furrowing her brows in concern, Princess Yufeng whispered, "I have heard that you have been rather close with your stepmother and brother lately. Su Zhao Zhao, what is wrong with you? Have you lost your senses, or is it that poison that has clouded your mind?" "I am perfectly well." Xu Mingyi grasped her hand and urged her to sit down. Smiling as she said, "I have merely come to understand some matters." Princess Yufeng, somewhat skeptical, complied and sat beside her. Meanwhile, two maidservants subtly positioned themselves behind Xu Mingyi, intentionally shielding her from the gaze of those outside the pavilion. Noticing their familiar actions, Xu Mingyi chuckled softly. In the past, whenever she met Jiao Jiao, they would always avoid others, exchanging gifts anonymously, which led to their close friendship remaining unknown to outsiders. "You just saved the crown prince?" Princess Yufeng inquired. "How come I never knew you possessed such abilities?" "During these idle days at home, I merely followed a Cui to study some medical texts," Xu Mingyi casually explained. Princess Yufeng glanced at her, but refrained from probing further. After all, her primary concern lay elsewhere. "Are you now so unconcerned about your reputation in our interactions?" She regarded Xu Mingyi seriously, her tone resembling that of an elder admonishing a younger counterpart. Indeed, she herself was aware of the rumors surrounding her relationship with her favorite attendants and did not care about public opinion. However, she could not disregard her friend's reputation. She could not impose her own views and lifestyle upon others. This was also the reason for their pretense of unfamiliarity over the years. She wished to protect Xu Mingyi from the judgment of foolish and meddlesome individuals. "How could you dismiss your reputation entirely?" Xu Mingyi countered. "Do the young ladies who strive to befriend you not care about their own standing?" "That may be true. Yet, isn't there a saying that birds of a feather flock together? If they wish to gossip, let them do so," Xu Mingyi replied with a smile. "In any case, I have never been concerned about such matters. After a moment of astonishment, Princess Yufeng asked, "Are you not worried it might affect your marriage prospects?" From the very first day, she contemplated taking a lover. She sat down earnestly with Su Zhao to discuss the matter. Su Zhao, unperturbed by the opinions of others, was admired for her openness and bravery. However, the girl suddenly grew anxious, exclaiming, "No, I nearly forgot one crucial point. I am to be married in the future." At that time, Su Zhao was merely 11 or 12. Yet she demonstrated remarkable foresight and practicality. After expressing her concerns, she reassured her friend that even after marriage and children, their bond would remain intact, encouraging her to pursue her desires without hesitation for their friendship. This young girl had always believed herself to be of great significance, convinced that those around her could not do without her. Regarding marriage, Xu Mingyi reflected thoughtfully, saying, "In the past, I believed that as the sole daughter of the Duke of the State, I must follow the prescribed path to ensure my family's peace of mind. However, after experiencing a serious illness, I have come to realize that my own happiness and well-being are paramount for my family's true contentment. As for marriage, it is not an absolute necessity. Is it not preferable to be reunited with my family rather than entering a completely unfamiliar environment through marriage?" She was fortunate to have been born into the Duke's household, blessed with an enlightened grandfather, a genuinely affectionate mother, and a father who held little authority. Her uncle had even less standing to urge her toward marriage. Princess Yufeng, upon hearing these words, was taken aback for a moment and exclaimed, "Su Zhao, you finally see it clearly. Does this mean we can walk together openly in the future?" Xu Mingyi nodded, feeling an odd sensation, as though they were akin to secret lovers, finally resolved to declare their relationship to the world. Princess Yufeng appeared both excited and delighted. While she would never force her friend to follow her path, the prospect of Xu Mingyi awakening to the idea of carefree companionship was splendid indeed. The girl immediately stood up to take Xu Mingyi's hand and said, "Come, let me take you to the brothel. Today, you save the crown prince, so consider it a treat for yourself." This unexpected invitation left Xu Mingyi utterly astonished, and she quickly replied, "Oh, that isn't necessary." She merely suggested that marriage was not obligatory. She did not imply they should visit a brothel. "What? Do you lack the courage?" Princess Yufeng raised an eyebrow at her. Xu Mingyi coughed lightly, saying, "No, it is not a matter of courage, but rather of fortune." She recalled having secretly accompanied Jiao to meet her lovers, and when one particularly handsome youth offered her tea, he cast a gentle, shy glance her way. It sent shivers down her spine, reminiscent of the last time she felt such a sensation, when her nail accidentally scraped against the rusty edge of a knife, producing a sharp, jarring sound. Hence, she truly believed she was not cut out for the role of a lover. How can I not believe that? Princess Yufeng cast a fleeting glance into the distance, blinking her eyes as she remarked, "Well, it is true. If there were such a handsome young man waiting for me, I fear I would have no desire to visit the pleasure houses. The air of the Duke of Dingnan is even more striking than the star attraction of the most renowned establishment in the capital." Xu Mingyi listened in bewilderment, yet instinctively raised her gaze in that direction. Not far ahead, beneath a flourishing osmanthus tree, stood a tall youth with his hands clasped behind his back. Though his back was turned to them, his noble and distinguished demeanor was unmistakable, and even this vague glimpse was enough to leave an indelible impression. Such good fortune, and yet she claimed to be devoid of luck. Princess Yufeng lamented, "With such an extraordinary beauty before us, it would be impolite to keep him waiting." With a meaningful glance, she departed with her maid. Xu Mingyi paid no heed to her friend's frivolous jest, nor did she attempt to evade it. She set down her teacup, exited the pavilion, and approached the figure. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Wu Yang turned to glance back. "Is young Master Wu waiting for me?" The young girl halted 3 paces away, her demeanor and tone exuding calmness and warmth, accompanied by a hint of polite smile. Wu Yang was momentarily taken aback. He was merely seeking respite from the heat. His father had been summoned to a council meeting, and he had no intention of foolishly trailing back to the Jiaodai Hall. Finding this place relatively serene allowed him to sort through his thoughts. Although he had vaguely heard a girl speaking in the pavilion nearby, he had deliberately chosen not to eavesdrop, thus failing to truly grasp the content of their conversation, and remained unaware of the girl's intentions. Yet, this Miss Xu approached him and boldly stated that he was waiting for her, even if that were indeed her thought. Wouldn't it be more fitting, considering a young lady's modesty, to feign an accidental encounter? Such candor and confidence from the other party were indeed rare in this world. He was not one to beat around the bush, especially when faced with a young lady who might harbor feelings for him. A sentence lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet was snatched away by her swift interjection. Coincidentally, she too had matters to discuss with young Master Wu. Oh, Wu Yang felt a flicker of unease. Was this bold and forthright Miss Xu about to express her feelings? The large bird kept by young Master Wu frequented the Duke of Dingnan residence daily, visiting at least twice a day, and sometimes lingering outside her window for an entire night, Xu Mingyi remarked. Wu Yang fell silent, contemplating. No wonder he sometimes failed to catch sight of the bird for half a day. Was this foolish creature planning to switch masters? Its raucous antics had been noticed by the servants in his household on several occasions. Hearing her words, Wu Yang could only accept responsibility. I have failed in my management and disturbed your esteemed household. Disturbance is of little concern, Xu Mingyi candidly replied. It is merely that it is quite a sight to behold, and I cannot always protect it. If anything were to happen to it at the Duke of Dingnan residence, it would be difficult to explain to young Master Wu. Just the other day, she had inadvertently overheard the servants debating how to capture the frequently visiting vulture and what to do with it once caught. There had even been a dispute over whether to roast or stew it, but ultimately, they reached a consensus, considering the bird's ample size, that a combination of both methods would be satisfactory. Her mention of the bird's fate stemmed from genuine concern for its well-being. Wu Yang was momentarily stunned by her unexpected words. Truly, it was no wonder that a family of military lineage could be perilous, both for people and creatures alike. Thank you for the warning, Miss Xu. I shall take care to impose better restraint. By the way, I have yet to inquire what young Master Wu has to say while waiting here. Xu Mingyi redirected the conversation. Wu Yang hesitated. The young girl's earnest expression awaited his response. He swallowed the words he had intended to say, and a glimmer of curiosity emerged in his eyes. This evening, Miss Xu's intervention to save the Crown Prince was quite unexpected. I had assumed that you were not one to involve yourself in such matters. He regarded saving the Crown Prince as meddlesome. This utterance is not an expression of arrogance, but rather an inadvertent admission of having overheard the conversation between Xu Mingyi and Duke Dingnan. It was from that dialogue that he formed the impression that the Xu family's daughter possessed a vigilant temperament, uncharacteristic of one likely to take such bold actions as seen tonight. Xu Mingyi was not taken aback. She chuckled softly and remarked, I did not expect young Master Wu to concern himself with such trivial matters. Wu Yang momentarily faltered. He was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, yet his aunt's subtle cues had compelled him otherwise. Thus, it is said that exceptions exist in all matters, and a person's principles may not remain immutable, as Xu Mingyi pointed out. She acknowledged that she initially harbored thoughts of remaining an indifferent observer and admitted that her decision to save the Crown Prince was spurred by an impulsive emotional response. It is easy to speculate about those one has never met, but upon encountering that young boy in the garden and hearing his words, something within her quietly shifted. In her past life, she had taken many lives and could hardly be described as soft-hearted or compassionate. Yet, in circumstances where the overall situation would not be jeopardized, she was willing to confront the fluctuations of human sentiment with equanimity. Perhaps guided by fate, she made the fateful decision to save the Crown Prince, thereby altering the course of events, and some truths might soon become clearer. Wu Yang, noncommittally, also smiled. He perceived the evident contradictions within the young woman before him, yet she adeptly blended these contradictions with remarkable finesse. It was she who contemplated the larger implications with profound concern in discussions with her elders. Yet she was also the one who sparkled with excitement after rescuing the Crown Prince. The earlier contradictions had vanished, replaced by an uncommon sense of nonchalance. He had never encountered someone quite like her. Was she not afraid of courting trouble? He was not one to engage in idle chatter and had never been one to share his thoughts with others. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself speaking. Saving the Crown Prince was a significant achievement, not a source of trouble, and he knew she would understand. Indeed, Xu Mingyi lowered her voice. I considered that by saving the crown prince in plain view, it should not raise suspicions. Even if the assailants were exceedingly distrustful, they would not dare to act against me outright. At most, they might test me in secret, and I am confident in my ability to handle that. She continued, if they do attempt to test me, it may not be a bad thing. Perhaps I could follow the clues to uncover something. Wu Yang chuckled lightly at her words. The girl's tone conveyed a sense of strategic foresight, as if she were determined to seize any opportunity that came her way. So, you suggest that they might end up failing in their schemes? The young man half joked, gradually sobering as a rare smile faded from his face. But wait, were they so familiar with each other? This Xu girl, with her layered thoughts and keen situational awareness, was undoubtedly an astute individual. Yet, how could such a clever person openly share these thoughts with someone she had only met twice? And he found himself nearly swayed by her, momentarily believing that they shared a deep familiarity, capable of discussing matters at length and enjoying a profound camaraderie. At that moment, the young man felt an unusual sensation when he heard the girl softly say, "Forgive my boldness, but I have a matter for which I seek young Master Wu's assistance." She had not intended to ask for his help, yet having encountered him, the words slipped from her lips. Wu Yang's brow twitched slightly. Why did he suddenly feel as though he had become a plump lamb, readily offered up for plucking in her eyes? Perhaps Miss Xu might share her request, he replied. The impression this young lady left on him was disturbingly uncanny. It seemed her feelings were not merely a simple infatuation. He needed to remain vigilant and cautious. The young girl with a sinister air approached him with measured steps. Wu Yang stifled the urge to retreat. Regarding the incident tonight, in which His Highness was harmed, I would like to ask you, young Master Wu, to kindly alert Her Majesty the Empress to pay attention to certain clues and truths. Xu Mingyi spoke in a hushed tone, her brow furrowed with seriousness. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you believe that the truth will be concealed? The individuals capable of attacking the crown prince within the palace must possess an extraordinary status. Whether the investigation will yield clarity and if the palace will choose to reveal or conceal the findings remains uncertain. She was unwilling to wait passively for the palace to present a dubious conclusion. The two stood merely a step apart. Wu Yang regarded the young girl before him, her features delicate and enchanting, and replied with an ambiguous tone. Yet this matter seems unrelated to the Duke of Town's estate. Implicit in his words was the notion that meddling should have its limits. While he could understand her previous intervention to save the crown prince, her current intent to delve into the truth behind the assassination attempt rendered him perplexed. Xu Mingyi remained unfazed by his disapproval. At present, the motives behind the attack on the crown prince could stem from a struggle for the throne or an attempt to frame the heir of the Jingwang, or perhaps other ulterior motives entirely. Regardless, it appeared disconnected from the Duke of Town's estate. To involve oneself in a matter that bore no relation to one's own house was indeed unwise. In her previous life, she could not have fathomed that this incident would later intertwine with the Duke of Town's estate. Although circumstances had changed this time, allowing the Jingwang's heir to escape peril, the lessons from her past taught her not to overlook any event of significance. Ultimately, this was a grave matter. What was irrelevant now might not be so in the future. She did not conceal her true thoughts. Acquiring more knowledge, even if seemingly futile now, would better prepare her for any eventualities. Wu Yang fell silent for a moment. It was remarkable that a young girl could be so proactive in anticipating future events, seemingly more vigilant than many older, high-ranking individuals. Of course, Her Majesty, though the sovereign of the harem, must also exercise caution in all matters, he replied. I only intended to ask Her Majesty to be slightly attentive, rather than to actively investigate, and it would not matter if nothing were uncovered. Xu Mingyi regarded him, her tone lightening, her gaze sincere. If any leads are discovered, young Master Wu, you may choose to inform me or not. I am the one who has taken the liberty of asking for your assistance, and I have no right to compel you to respond. Moreover, she recognized that he, though appearing somewhat indifferent, was inherently cautious and not easily swayed. Wu Yang felt a wave of confusion. If she discovered a lead, she would be informed or not. What was her intent in speaking at such length? Was Xu Mingyi seeking his assistance, or was she attempting to prompt him? If this young girl was so invested, he too would naturally become more vigilant, not just regarding this incident, but in future matters as well. They had met only twice, yet she had already prompted him on 2 occasions. Upon reflection, it seems that the previous remarks subtly conveyed an intention for his aunt to exercise caution within the palace. What ulterior motives does this Miss Xu possess? He regarded her with a peculiar gaze, to which Xu Mingyi responded with a smile, stating, "Since young Master Wu has suggested it, let be so. Should you be willing to share with me later, I would be most grateful. If not, at least the Wu family will be informed, and the Xu and Wu families shall not remain entirely oblivious. This is far preferable to having the truth meticulously concealed." Of course, while her words were charming, should she genuinely desire to glean information from the Wu family in the future, it would undoubtedly be simpler than conducting her own investigation. No matter how one calculates, this transaction yields no loss. Wu Yang, possessing a keen intellect, discerned her intentions, and given that she had not made any effort to conceal them, her subtle calculations did not escape his notice. Miss Xu had not even attempted to probe into the nature of his character before laying her cards on the table. Did she not find that overly impulsive? Judging by her performance in the Jiaotai Hall and her recent act of saving the crowned prince in front of the assembly, it was evident that she was quite the actress. Yet here she stood, utterly unguarded, offering a well-meaning reminder. Her words hinting at a sense of unity between the Xu and Wu families. The young woman candidly expressed, "There is no need for probing. I trust young Master Wu." Wu Yang struggled to suppress his astonishment. They had only met twice. Why did she place such faith in him? What rationale could lead a clever, theatrical young lady to discard her fade and place her trust in him so unreasonably? Was this not a sign of affection? The young woman who had instilled in him a sense of trepidation pondered seriously for a moment before replying. "Perhaps it is because you seem familiar and kind-hearted." This was the truth. In her eyes, Wu Yang indeed appeared to be a good person. Though at times his words were harsh, his heart was benevolent. Thus, regarding the matter of causing harm to others, regardless of whether it was her responsibility, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Wu Yang found himself at a loss, grappling with the complexity of his emotions. He had often been complimented on his handsomeness, but this was the first time someone had remarked on his familiarity. It seemed Miss Xu inadvertently confessed her feelings. This was acceptable, as it allowed them both to save face. However, he was not the type to prolong a situation, fully aware of another's affections while letting them cling to false hopes. Moreover, to speak candidly, he held a deep admiration for Miss Xu's intelligence. The flaw lay in her evident infatuation with romantic sentiments. Once her heart was engaged, she cast aside her defenses, which was not prudent. It was time for her to witness the harshness of human nature. Human hearts are inscrutable. For Miss Xu to judge a person's character and worthiness of trust solely based on their appearance was rather reckless, making her susceptible to deception. The young man, with hands clasped behind him and a demeanor somewhat cold, stated, "Miss Xu, concerning your request, I, Wu, am willing to offer assistance, but I also have one condition." "Please, do proceed," said Xu Mingyi, pleased that he had set a condition, thus enabling her to accept his help with a clear conscience. The young man, taking advantage of his height, looked down at her with a slight furrow in his striking brows, his tone imbued with indifference. In recent days, the rumors circulating outside regarding Wu's infatuation with Miss Xu's beauty are nothing but fabrications. I hope Miss Xu will not take them to heart. My sentiments towards you are devoid of any ulterior motives, now or in the future. He was acutely aware that his bluntness might cause her discomfort. Yet he believed that only such forthrightness could extinguish any lingering notions she might harbor. He was quite experienced in this regard. Xu Mingyi was taken aback. Was this his condition? Wait, what did he mean by that? Could it be that he suspected her of harboring feelings for him? No. His words suggested that he had not merely doubted her intentions. He had concluded that she held inappropriate feelings for him, even earlier than in her previous life. In her moment of helplessness, an old memory suddenly surfaced before her eyes. In her previous life, after marrying Wu Yang, she and he maintained a relationship as distant as two parallel lines, devoid of any genuine marital intimacy. She believed she could contentedly focus on her recovery while merely bearing the title of his wife, engaging in occasional public interactions. However, one day, he unexpectedly approached her, uttering a series of words that, despite differing in form, conveyed a similar sentiment. Their union was merely a pragmatic arrangement, destined to conclude in divorce, and they ought to uphold their agreement. Essentially, he expressed a fear of being entangled by her. Upon hearing this, she felt an immense sense of relief. He was the object of desire for countless young ladies in Ningyan. Yet her own beauty, which held the second rank in the capital, was not without its burdens. As for who claimed the title of the most beautiful, she was, in truth, uncertain. She ranked herself second out of modesty, allowing space for dignity should a more exquisite beauty emerge in the future. In summary, he feared being ensnared, while she harbored her own anxieties. After all, she was intent on returning home once her health was restored. Should he develop inappropriate feelings, it would undoubtedly cause her much distress. On that day, they addressed the matter openly, offering each other reassurance. Perhaps due to their newfound trust, they grew closer, occasionally engaging in heartfelt conversations akin to friends. However, their camaraderie was short-lived, as Wu Yang soon encountered trouble. Xu Mingyi, returning from her reverie, endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, ensuring she was not misunderstood. "Young Master Wu, you overthink. I have never placed any credence in those unfounded rumors, nor have I entertained any reckless thoughts." Wu Yang slightly pressed his lovely lips together. "That is well." Xu Mingyi exhibited a resilience surpassing any young woman he had previously rejected, skillfully concealing any hint of embarrassment or disappointment. Such a woman, if she could timely shed her obsession with love, would undoubtedly prove to be of great utility, despite being female. "I shall inform you promptly should there be any news. I take my leave now." Xu Mingyi nodded in response. "Young Master Wu, travel safely." Wu Yang turned, taking 2 or 3 steps before suddenly halting, glancing back. In his line of sight, the girl stood there, watching him depart, her bright and clear eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry upon his return glance. Yet, Wu Yang ultimately held his tongue and turned away once more. He had initially intended to discuss the hairpin matter, wishing to return the item to her. However, at that moment, to prevent rekindling any dormant hopes within her, or leading her to mistakenly believe he was secretly keeping her hairpin, he decided it best to refrain from complicating matters. After all, she did not lack for hairpins. He could simply manage it himself. Xu Mingyi did not delve into his hesitation, choosing instead to walk back. Not far away, Princess Yufeng approached with her maid, linking her arm with Xu Mingyi's and whispering in curiosity, "What did you discuss? Do tell me." Seeing her eagerness, Xu Mingyi chuckled lightly, casually responding as they walked, "Oh, it was nothing much, just an admonition to disregard the rumors circulating outside." Princess Yufeng halted in surprise. Such a thing actually occurred. She turned her gaze back in astonishment towards the direction where Wu Yang had just departed. Had she deliberately awaited Zhao Zhao in order to personally clarify the rumors? Was there truly a man so utterly oblivious in this world? While she was still in disbelief, Xu Mingyi felt compelled to offer an explanation on behalf of Wu Yang. There was nothing to clarify, yet it was better to articulate the truth. It was said that the Wu family's heir had numerous admirers in Ningyan. Perhaps he was simply weary of the relentless attention and sought to distance himself, which could be considered understandable. Princess Yufeng clicked her tongue in disappointment, lamenting, "What a shame it is to waste such a handsome face on a man destined to be alone." Xu Mingyi looked at her in confusion, perceiving her expression. Princess Yufeng naturally continued, "If even a girl as exceptional as my Zhao Zhao cannot capture his attention, then surely he is fated to a solitary existence." Xu Mingyi gaoget lai di. One could not quite say that. She indeed was an extraordinary girl. Yet there exists a saying that beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Indeed, Princess Yufeng nodded. What if he is simply blind to beauty? Xu Mingyi was taken aback. That was not her implication at all. In Zhao Zhao's eyes, she had always been the finest of all. What is good is undoubtedly good, and what is less than good can still be regarded as good. This requires neither justification nor tangible evidence to uphold. A smile flickered in Xu Mingyi's eyes as she tightened her grip on her friend's hand. By the time the two returned to the Jiaodai Hall, the banquet had already concluded. Cui Shi awaited them outside the hall, visibly relieved upon seeing Xu Mingyi. She said, "Your aunts have already left the palace. The old master remains in the study. Let's return home now." Xu Mingyi noted that, since Princess Yufeng also intended to leave the palace and return to the manor, they decided to accompany one another. With just the two of them, there was no longer any need to pretend they were strangers in public. As doubts swirled in Cui Shi's mind, they piled higher with each passing moment. Once they settled into the carriage outside the palace, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired about Princess Yufeng. Xu Mingyi had no intention of concealing the truth from her, so she recounted the details candidly. Cui Shi was taken aback upon hearing the revelation. So that was the case. But why had she suddenly changed her mind? Considering a possibility, Cui Shi felt a pang of anxiety and hesitantly asked. She had no desire to intrude excessively into her child's private affairs. Forming a friendship with Princess Yufeng was not inherently objectionable. Yet, what was alarming was the potential hidden motives behind such a sudden shift in their relationship. Meeting her mother's apprehensive gaze, Xu Mingyi assured her, "Do not worry. I do not intend to keep a paramour." Cui Shi's heart instantly settled, and she nearly exclaimed, "Thank heavens!" God knows how many thoughts had crossed her mind in that fleeting moment. She even feared that her own lack of principles might lead her to inadvertently accept and respect her child's misguided choices. As Cui Shi exhaled in relief, she was about to say more when she noticed a look of fatigue spreading across the young girl's face. Zhao Zhao had not yet fully recovered from the poison. This time in the palace without a moment's respite, busying herself to save others, must have exhausted her. Cui Shi rose and sat beside the weary girl, allowing the drowsy child to lean against her shoulder. In a hazy state, Xu Mingyi faintly heard Cui's gentle voice. "Rest assured and sleep, for your mother is here." With that, she succumbed to a profound sense of tranquility and drifted into a deep slumber. When she opened her eyes again, it was already the following morning. Xu Mingyi rose with a clear mind and refreshed spirit, attended to her morning rituals, and practiced archery in the courtyard for a while before partaking in her breakfast. Just as she set down her chopsticks, she heard hurried footsteps approaching from the courtyard. 048, the bestowal of gifts, Zhu entered swiftly, greeting with a bow and maintaining her composure as she announced. A messenger from the palace has arrived with a decree and a card of rewards. Although the news of her young lady saving the crown prince had yet to spread throughout the city, it was already known within the household. How swift! A Cui, unable to match Zhu's calm demeanor, exclaimed, "My lady, I shall prepare your garments and jewelry at once." Xu Mingyi nodded and rose. While the decree was not of great significance, proper etiquette could not be overlooked. After changing her attire and arranging her hair, Xu Mingyi proceeded to the front hall to receive the decree. Once the palace attendant read the proclamation, a servant from the Cui family presented a red envelope, expressing gratitude with, "Thank you for your hard work, esteemed eunuch," and then inquired with genuine concern, "Might I ask how the crown prince is faring? Surely he must be well by now?" The palace attendant smiled and nodded, responding, "His Highness is blessed. He is no longer in danger." However, Xu Mingyi, holding the commendation decree, found this hard to believe. Just yesterday, she had discreetly taken the crown prince's pulse, and his frail condition was alarming. His recent ordeal in the water only compounded his suffering. Furthermore, even if one were to be rescued after a cessation of breath and heartbeat, the damage to the body could be substantial. The palace attendant might have been unaware of the exact circumstances or perhaps was reluctant to speak freely, but Cui merely asked out of courtesy, indifferent to the truth of the words. After the attendant departed, the rewards were promptly collected by Cui's servants and taken to Xu Mingyi's storeroom. Xu Mingyi possessed her own storeroom, containing her mother's dowry and various items that had come into her possession over time. Cui had been meticulous in managing this storeroom, resulting in it being a nearly untouched repository over the years. Xu Mingyi was not particularly concerned about the contents, having little concept of what she possessed, only vaguely aware that she could never exhaust it all in her lifetime. Upon returning to Shiyuan, Xu Mingyi headed to her study. A Zhu stood guard outside, while a accompanied by two second-tier maids, busied herself tending to the garden. As summer approached its end, many flowers had wilted and would not bloom again. Some required pruning, while others needed to be replaced with seasonal flora. As Akue worked diligently, the stewardess, Granny Lu, approached with several maids, smiling broadly. Akui, you needn't labor any longer. The rewards your lady instructed have arrived, exclaimed a young maid holding a scarlet tray. Akue, perplexed, replied, but didn't we receive rewards just a few days ago? The entire household believes she has already been rewarded for saving the lady from poison. Even a master publicly praised her. The previous rewards were for your assistance in alleviating the lady's poison, Granny Lu clarified. This time, the rewards are for the lady saving the crown prince. What does the lady saving the crown prince have to do with her? Akui pondered, though experience told her not to voice her confusion. The method by which the lady saved the crown prince was learned from you, dear Akue. Thus, you two deserve recognition. Indeed, indeed. The young girls chattered animatedly, their eyes brimming with envy and admiration. A faint smile trembled at the corners of Akui's lips as she struggled to turn her gaze towards the study. The number of delightful surprises was indeed increasing. After completing her tasks, Akui would often immerse herself in medical texts, sometimes reading through the night without a moment of rest, which explained her extensive knowledge. Lu Mama regarded her with appreciation, saying to the other girls, diligence and earnestness in work are always commendable. The girls promptly agreed. Akui, who was seemingly treated as a role model, found her smile increasingly difficult to maintain. How could she explain that the texts she read all night were not medical books, but rather novels? Within the study, Xu Mingyi perused the thin volume in her hands, inadvertently furrowing her brow. This was information she had inquired about from Lu Yi before handing over the matter to the authorities. Concerning what she had gleaned over the years regarding the Duke of Dingnan household through the inquiries of Zhang Yunzhu, it was evident that Zhang Yunzhu was meticulous and cautious, adept at uncovering the minutiae of the Duke's affairs, which, on the surface, seemed rather ordinary. Perhaps this was why Lu Yi had never been suspected. However, one particular matter stood out as worthy of attention. It was the last inquiry Zhang Yunzhu had entrusted Lu Yi with not long ago, a matter Lu Yi had yet to mention to her. Xu Mingyi could not recall whether Lu Yi had asked her about this in her previous life, but she was certain Lu Yi had not obtained any useful answers. As for this question, she too remained in the dark. Perhaps it was time to consult her grandfather. As the sun set in the west, the layers of evening clouds were dyed a brilliant hue, enveloping the Duke of Dingwan's residence in King Yunfeng, making it radiate with splendor. It was said that the old master had returned home, and after a brief interval, Xu Mingyi, accompanied by Zhu, made her way to the study in the front courtyard. Approaching the study in trance, a figure clad in a light gray Taoist robe approached her. Xu Mingyi gradually came to a halt. Mr. Yao. Ah, is the young lady, Mr. Yao Jing replied with a smile. It has been over 2 years since I last saw you. I almost failed to recognize you. Although he was close to the Duke of Dingnan, he did not reside there constantly, and as Xu Mingyi was a female member of the family, their encounters were rare. However, the changes in the young lady before him seemed to extend beyond mere height and maturity. His earlier remark about nearly failing to recognize her was no exaggeration. Mr. Yao felt a flicker of curiosity within him. At that moment, the young girl bowed slightly and expressed her gratitude. Mr. Yao, I have not had the opportunity to thank you in person for your daring act of divination to help me avert disaster. Indeed, it was due to Mr. Yao's guidance in her previous life that she managed to escape calamity. While she had not feared facing death alongside her family, at least she had managed to take down an enemy in her last moments, which felt like a small victory. Now, having returned to the age of 16, such mystical occurrences in her life surely required an extraordinarily fortuitous twist of fate. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude, yet Yao Jing appeared somewhat uneasy. With a light cough, he remarked, "It seems that there was a miscalculation in my divination. There is no need for the young lady to dwell upon it." He had originally predicted that only a joyous event could help the young lady evade those 2 calamities, but now, as the joyous occasion has fallen through, the young lady has miraculously escaped danger. He still could not fathom where the error had occurred. Moreover, He had fallen gravely ill for several months in pursuit of heavenly secrets. Reflecting on it now, it seemed rather mischievous of fate, if everything was erroneous. Why then would it compel him to suffer so? Truly, it defied all reason. 049 Heirloom Xu Mingyi was acutely aware that the error lay squarely with her. Regardless, she appreciated the gentleman's concern. In her previous life, it was Mr. Yao's divination that allowed her to evade disaster. In this incarnation, she must rely on herself to shield the entire Jinghua Gong residence from calamity. The young lady performed a courteous bow before making her way to the study. Yao Jing observed the delicate yet resolute silhouette, his eyes filled with deepening bewilderment. Xu stepped forward and knocked on the study door. "Come," came the voice of the Duke of Jinghua from within. Xu pushed the door open, and Xu Mingyi entered. "Grandfather," she greeted. "Ah, Zhao Zhao." The Duke of Jinghua smiled, beckoning his granddaughter to approach and sit down to converse. At that moment, he was alone in the study, not attending to urgent military affairs, but diligently polishing two new large round walnuts with a bristle brush. When he had accompanied the late emperor to the capital, the emperor had expressed his concern over the duke's fiery temperament, suggesting he cultivate some refined hobbies to temper his spirit. Otherwise, getting into frequent brawls was hardly commendable. After much deliberation, the old gentleman had finally settled on a bowl of walnuts, reasoning that this was as refined as he could manage. Anything more would truly be beyond him. Moreover, during those early years of trying to temper his temperament, he had gone through quite a few walnuts. "Grandfather, have you just returned from the palace?" Xu moved a chair closer, and after Xu Mingyi sat down, she inquired. The Duke of Jinghua nodded, cradling the polished walnuts in his palm, and replied in a gentle tone, "I have nearly completed my duties and can afford to relax at home for a while." He intended to take this opportunity to thoroughly contemplate many of his thoughts. Xu Mingyi nodded and then quietly asked, "Grandfather, are you aware of the incident regarding the Crown Prince? Has there been any progress in the palace's investigation?" The Duke's expression grew serious as he shook his head slightly, saying, "While entering the palace today, I overheard some whispers. It seems unlikely that anything new will emerge from this inquiry. That young eunuch may be on the verge of confessing. Last night, the emperor summoned them to the imperial study, and a group of scholars had much to say about it. I merely listened without interjecting. The individual under the most suspicion is the pregnant noble consort. However, given her condition and the emperor's significant regard for the unborn child, there may be deeper complexities, or perhaps they are waiting for a reckoning post-incident. In any case, the emperor seems presently disinclined to further investigate or expand upon this matter." Xu Mingyi was not particularly surprised. She had anticipated that the palace might suppress the truth for various reasons. But what was the truth, after all? It might not necessarily point to the noble consort. Furrowing her brow slightly, she remarked, "Even if there is ambition for the position of heir apparent, there is no justification for such haste. Moreover, this affair does not solely target His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It also involves the heir apparent of Prince Jing. Discussing the contest for the position of heir must presuppose the birth of a dragon's son. Yet, if the noble consort truly could bear such an heir, there would be no need to worry about the emperor adopting a member of the royal family. What rationale would there be for targeting Prince Jing's heir apparent?" The Duke of Jinghua gazed at his granddaughter with unexpected intrigue. He had not mentioned the noble consort Rome. Yet, Zhao Zhao seemed to perceive the current situation with remarkable clarity. It is unnecessary to elaborate on her ability to analyze matters so meticulously and rationally. If Zhao Zhao were a boy, I would gladly appoint her as my strategist, far more capable than Mr. Yao. The Duke of the State regained his senses and, filled with paternal pride, remarked, "Is it impossible for a girl to perform such duties?" He chuckled lightly, adding, "Of course, it is entirely feasible. But how could your grandfather bear to subject you to such hardships?" "What hardships are there?" She replied with a smile in her voice, her gaze earnest. "As long as our family remains united and safe, life is the sweetest of all." The young girl continued, "If grandfather truly has a use for me, I would be overjoyed. Our household, the Duke of the State's residence, is vast, and the burden should not rest solely upon your shoulders." In her childhood eyes, her grandfather was akin to a towering mountain, shielding her from all storms, providing a sense of unwavering security. as long as he was present. She felt no need to worry. Now, however, she did not wish to remain the sheltered child. She yearned to shoulder her own responsibilities. The Duke was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of emotion in his eyes. Indeed, Zhao Zhao can alleviate some of my burdens. He nodded, choosing not to utter the words. There is no need for you to concern yourself while your grandfather is here. In his heart, he wished for his only granddaughter to live in perpetual carefree bliss. Yet, his aspirations were his own. How the child chose to live must be her decision. If Zhao Zhao desired to spend her life in a sheltered abode, he would strive to protect that sanctuary for her. Should she wish to venture out and accomplish something, her grandfather would not hinder her. As for the matter of the crown prince, the palace seemed intent on suppressing it for the time being, but it remained uncertain whether it would stir up further turbulence in the future. Thus, the Duke resolved to remain vigilant. The Duke nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should be so. Observing that his grandfather genuinely took her words to heart, Xu Mingyi chose not to pursue the topic further and shifted to another matter. Grandfather, I have another question I wish to pose to you. The Duke nodded, signaling her to proceed. Are there any heirlooms within our household? She asked softly. It seemed a question every child might harbor curiosity about. The Duke, twirling a walnut in his hands, nodded. Heirlooms, indeed we have. What might they be? She inquired. Is that even a question? He replied with an air of certainty. Of course, it is our Zhao Zhao. This was the most treasured possession of their family. Xu Mingyi could not suppress a laugh. Aside from me, is there anything else? She shamelessly accepted the title of heirloom and pressed on. Are there any other significant items that require careful preservation, perhaps unknown to others? The Duke pondered for a moment before shaking his head. While there might be some rare and unusual treasures, they could hardly be deemed essential. After all, the Duke of the State's residence was not lacking in such things. Xu Mingyi did not doubt the old man's honesty. However, could it be that he simply had not considered them at that moment? Or perhaps her phrasing had led her grandfather to overlook the existence of such items. Why exactly did Zhao Zhao pose this question? This inquiry was not initiated by the granddaughter, but rather by the young master of the Zhang family, who sought to subtly glean information through Lu Yi. Xu Mingyi candidly expressed, I suspect that the Zhang father and son harbor ulterior motives. She had no intention of concealing her sentiments regarding the Zhang family from her relatives. However, at that time, Lu Yi had just been sent to the government office, and she wished to avoid raising any undue suspicions in Zhang Yunju. Thus, she waited over 10 days before confiding in her grandfather. To articulate her concerns clearly, Xu Mingyi elucidated that Zhang Yunju had been exploiting Lu Yi for many years. The Duke of Zhenghua listened with a furrowed brow. 050, attending the appointment, Jinping had always seemed like a promising child since his youth. However, people do change, and he was merely an outsider. It was only natural for his grandfather not to pay him too much attention, making it reasonable that he failed to notice any discrepancies. The Duke of Zhenghua turned to his granddaughter, Zhao Zhao, and remarked, Is it your belief that he harbors ulterior motives? Merely inquiring about family matters does not, in itself, constitute a definitive conclusion. Yet, Xu Mingyi nodded without hesitation, asserting, Grandfather, I have spent more time with him and possess a clearer understanding of his character. The Duke nodded in agreement. One was an outsider, while the other was his beloved granddaughter. He trusted that Zhao Zhao's judgment was grounded in sound reasoning. As for the intentions of the Zhang family, it remained uncertain at present. I brought this matter to my grandfather's attention to encourage him to exercise greater caution regarding the Zhang family. Individuals of similar character may engage in identical actions. The oblivious may perceive nothing amiss, while the observant often notice peculiarities in a timely manner. To be astute is essential to avert numerous schemes and troubles. The Duke assented to this notion. As the night deepened, the study had seen several rounds of tea served. Noticing his granddaughter stifling yawns, the Duke chuckled, Silly girl. Return to your rest. We can converse tomorrow. She often seemed to talk until sleep claimed her, as though she feared losing the opportunity to share her thoughts with him. Feeling the weight of drowsiness, Xu Mingyi decided not to resist any longer. Then I shall take my leave for Shigarden. You should also retire early, grandfather. The Duke nodded and instructed Zhu, take good care of the young lady. Yes. Upon returning to Shi Garden, Xu Mingyi found a kuei waiting to prepare hot water for her bath. As she began to feel drowsy, she sat at her vanity, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Surely, the girl must be relying on her stunning beauty to invigorate herself. What a clever tactic, a kuei mused inwardly. At that moment, a gentle night breeze swept through the room, prompting a kuei to rush to close the window. However, as she reached the window, a shadow suddenly intruded. "Ah!" a kuei exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly slammed the intricately carved window shut. "What happened?" Xu Mingyi turned to inquire. "Miss, there seems to be something outside," a kuei began, just as they heard a series of light knocks against the window frame. Understanding the sound, Xu Mingyi replied, "No matter, open the window." "Yes." A kuei hesitated, but ultimately complied and opened the window. On the windowsill, a pair of piercing eyes locked onto hers. A kuei's eyes widened in shock. "Why is this vulture back again? Does it intend to nest and lay eggs right outside our window?" The creature flapped its wings and boldly entered the room. A kuei gasped in horror. Earlier, it had merely perched outside, appearing quite well-mannered. She had even thought it somewhat intelligent. Yet, how could it now have the audacity to enter the young lady's chamber? "Mississippi, should I summon a Zhu?" A kuei, slightly panicked. "Positin ho sao, hotestivi besai Xu Mingyi." This is indeed a formidable bird, and one should not be careless. However, it was observed that the raptor did not fly about chaotically, nor did it exhibit any intent to harm. Instead, it strutted confidently towards them. "Fear not, for it has entered the house with purpose," Xu Mingyi reassured a kuei. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a small bamboo tube, about the thickness of a thumb, affixed to the bird's leg. Xu Mingyi bent down to remove the tube, casting a glance at the proud bird. With an important task at hand, it naturally exuded an air of confidence and seemed unperturbed by any potential expulsion. She extracted the note from the bamboo tube and unfolded it. The handwriting was clean and precise. "Tomorrow at noon, Snow Sound Tea House. Burn it." Xu Mingyi casually handed the note to a kuei. A kuei, still shaken but intrigued, took the note and glanced back at the magnificent bird before stepping outside. What peculiar person would keep such a creature as a messenger? Xu Mingyi retrieved a piece of jerky from a ceramic jar on a nearby table and offered it to the bird. The bird, delighted by the treat, twirled joyfully. "It's time to return," Xu Mingyi instructed. The bird remained still. "If you do not return, how will it know the message has been delivered?" Yet, the bird did not budge. "Xu Mingyi sai lai di." This creature remains as indifferent to its owner's feelings as ever. She turned and fetched 2 more pieces of jerky. "If you obediently return, you shall be rewarded with this next time." After devouring the 2 pieces of jerky, the bird wasted no time and flew out the window. "It shall return tomorrow." Watching the bird depart, Xu Mingyi brushed off the crumbs of jerky from her hands. Although she had not completed her sentence, the message had indeed been delivered. Whether Wu Yang, who she felt had been lax in discipline, would allow the bird to return for further visits remained uncertain. Having successfully coaxed the bird away, Miss Xu felt no pangs of guilt, and after her bath, she collapsed on her bed, falling into a deep, dreamless slumber until dawn. The following day, Xu Mingyi rose early and, after breakfast, prepared to head out. As she passed through the front courtyard, she encountered Xu Mingshi, accompanied by a young servant. The servant, a Jiu, held several scrolls and a writing box, clearly set to accompany Xu Mingshi to the academy. The Xu family maintained their own school, employing a highly respected teacher to instruct the children, which included offspring from other families, most of whom were friends of the Duke of Gua and of similar age to Xu Mingshi. "Were you off to so early?" Xu Mingshi inquired with a serious tone, having not seen Xu Mingyi rise this early in a long while. "Just out for a stroll," Xu Mingyi replied with a smile. "It has been quite some time since I ventured outside, and I wish to purchase some rouge." Xu Mingshi smirked slightly. "You're specifically going to buy rouge? Who would believe that? Perhaps you received a commendation from the palace yesterday, and now wish to flaunt it about town?" Yet, this behavior was indeed characteristic of Xu Mingyi, and nothing seemed amiss. "Oh, do remember to return early," he said somewhat indifferently. "Father and I have arranged to have a barbecue in the garden tonight, and I prepared your favorite plum sauce." "All right," she replied. Xu Mingyi nodded and urged, "Hurry along, or be wary of Mr. Mo's reprimand if you tarry." "Understood," Xu Mingshi responded, his scalp tingling from the reminder as he hastily departed with a Jew. Observing her younger brother's hurried retreat, Xu Mingyi felt a surge of delight as a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. The day was pleasantly cool. Indeed, a perfect occasion for a barbecue in the garden. Upon exiting the Duke of Zhen's residence, the carriage meandered out of King Yunfei. "Miss, we have arrived." The coachman brought the carriage to a gentle halt in front of tea house. Xu Mingyi, accompanied by Azuz, alighted from the carriage, lifted her gaze towards the tea house, and surveyed her surroundings. So this is the place. The tea house, ostensibly a mere establishment for refreshments, served as a covert property of the Wu family, a hub for the exchange of intelligence among various factions and clandestine operatives within the capital. This secret remained shrouded from the public eye as the tea house appeared, on the surface, to be a remote and unremarkable venue. In her previous life, she had only learned of this tea house's existence after marrying into the Wu family, through a chance remark from Wu Yang, although at that time, she was unaware of its name. Today, the appointment here suggested a deliberate effort to avoid prying ears. It facilitated private discourse and mitigated the risk of gossip. Xu Mingyi entered the tea house alongside a Zhu. A young gentleman had arranged to meet her there. The girl spoke calmly to the attendant who approached her. "Indeed, that gentleman has been here for some time. I shall escort you upstairs," the attendant replied promptly, leading them to the second floor. At a tea table by the window sat a youth clad in dark azure robes, casually holding a delicate tea bowl. His ink-black hair was partially tied back, and his sharply defined profile was bathed in the morning light, his eyes slightly squinted, exuding warmth and tranquility. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned his gaze, and as Xu Mingyi approached, he gestured for her to take a seat. "My apologies for keeping Mr. Wu waiting," Xu Mingyi said politely. However, Wu Yang treated her with a hint of aloofness, responding, "I have only just arrived." At that moment, an attendant ascended the stairs with a light step, carrying a teapot and smiling as he approached. "Sir, the tea is cooled. Allow me to bring you a fresh pot." Wu Yang felt a twitch at his temples. Why the unnecessary chatter? Did he need everyone to know he had lingered so long that his tea had gone cold? He had left early to confer with the undercover agents in the tea house. The youth endeavored to maintain his composure as he observed Xu Mingyi take a sip from her warm tea bowl, her delicately curled eyelashes casting a serene shadow over her tranquil expression. He exhaled softly, relieved that she seemed oblivious to any underlying tension. Footsteps echoed once more as another attendant ascended with a tray, placing 2 bowls of hot porridge and several small dishes before Wu Yang. He regarded the attendant with incredulity. Had he requested any of this? The attendant, grinning innocently, replied, "The manager thought you arrived too early and might not have had breakfast yet, so he instructed the kitchen to prepare something for you. It is our duty to ensure your comfort. You need not be surprised." With that, the attendant retreated downstairs, leaving Wu Yang gripping his tea bowl tightly. Everything around him rendered his earlier comments suspiciously transparent. Yet, at this juncture, he could only maintain his composure. He had left early for other business and had yet to partake in any morning meal. As he casually offered this explanation, he reached for the chopsticks to serve himself. However, just as he was about to touch a pastry, a hand swiftly moved the dish away. Xu Mingyi had shifted the delicacies to her side of the table. In the restless mind of Wu Shi's son, lost in his own thoughts, he failed to notice that the dish before him was made of peanut and sesame brittle, a delicacy he could not consume due to his allergy. Upon arriving in the capital, he realized that the patrons of the Shuesheng tea house were not as attentive as the servants, likely unaware of the consequences of peanuts on his health, which could lead to rashes and breathing difficulties. As Wu Yang caught sight of the dish, he tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Xu Mingyi, in her heart, sighed heavenward, fearing that she might be suspected of having meticulously inquired into his likes and dislikes. It was truly a difficult situation for her. Did Wu Shi's son also enjoy this treat? The young lady, seemingly belatedly aware of his outstretched chopsticks, took a piece for herself before pushing the dish back toward him. Wu Yang felt a sense of relief. It turned out to be a false alarm. "No, the aroma of peanuts is too overwhelming. I have never been fond of it," he stated, his expression impassive as he instead picked up a bite of stir-fried vegetables. Was there a fault in food being too fragrant? This excuse sounded rather peculiar. Xu Mingyi, though not hungry, forced down a couple of pieces of the dessert and sipped a half-cup of tea, only to see Wu Yang setting down his chopsticks. After rinsing his mouth, he took a clean damp cloth to wipe the corners of his mouth. He was not one to dawdle over meals, especially with someone awaiting a serious discussion. Once he had cleaned his hands and set down the cloth, Wu Yang spoke directly. Initially, the palace did conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. However, rumors swirled within the court, with many speculating that the one who harmed the crown prince was Consort Rong. This news reached her ears, inducing a miscarriage, and she has since been confined to her bed for recuperation. Xu Mingyi frowned slightly. A miscarriage might have been better left unprovoked. Its occurrence seemed more indicative of guilt and fright. Wu Yang cast her a non-committal glance. It is precisely because of the miscarriage that the palace has ceased further inquiries, attributing the blame solely to that inner eunuch. As for how the eunuch managed to frame the son of the Duke of Jing, the explanation was merely that he had harbored long-standing resentment against the crown prince. In a moment of impulsiveness, he pushed the crown prince into the water, coincidentally witnessing the duke's son with a palace maid in a clandestine meeting, and fortuitously acquiring the duke's son's jade pendant. In a fit of panic, he discarded the pendant by the pond to secure his own escape. No matter how significant the issue, when no one wishes to probe deeper, convenient excuses abound to obscure the truth. Xu Mingyi remained silent, pursing her lips. Was it truly the case that the palace and the officials refrained from further investigation out of concern for the unborn child of Consort Rong? Or had her miscarriage inadvertently provided a convenient cover for some individuals to obscure the reality? She felt convinced that Consort Rong was not behind the incident. Yet, the fact that the consort had been frightened into a miscarriage, and that the palace hastily concluded the matter due to her condition, made it appear suspicious even to those outside the situation. The investigation was being conducted by the Internal Punishment Department, with Chief Eunuch Li Ji overseeing it. Even her aunt could not intervene, which is why no useful information had surfaced. Wu Yang added, "Should there be any new developments in the future, I shall inform you." Regardless of other matters, since she had brought it up, it was only fitting to see it through to the end. "Then I thank you, young Master Wu." Xu Mingyi deeply. After expressing her gratitude, Xu Mingyi softly inquired, "Do you know how His Highness the Crown Prince is faring?" Perhaps she felt that there might be other clues to uncover regarding the Crown Prince, or perhaps, as someone who could be considered a healer herself. Having saved a child with her own hands, she felt a unique connection. Wu Yang shook her head, not concealing the truth. The situation is dire. It is said that he has been suffering from a high fever since yesterday, and the imperial physicians are at their wits' end. A sense of unease tightened within Xu Mingyi. With such a frail body, if the fever persisted, compounded by the prior incident of drowning, even if he were to miraculously survive, it would likely have a detrimental effect on his mind. As Wu Yang observed the girl whose complexion had slightly altered, he anticipated she might utter something. Yet she merely took another sip of her tea. After a brief silence between them, Xu Mingyi inquired, "Might I ask when young Master Wu plans to depart from the capital?" "There is no rush regarding this matter," Wu Yang hastily clarified, fearing she might misinterpret his words. "I still have unfinished business." A sudden doubt arose within Xu Mingyi. Wu Yang had come to the capital for the Empress's birthday banquet, and now that the celebration had concluded, coupled with the previous assassination attempt, it was likely that the Wu family would prefer he did not linger in the city. In her past life, it was due to their engagement discussions that he had delayed his return to Ningyan. What pressing matters could compel him to remain in the capital? Though perplexed, Xu Mingyi recognized that this was a private affair of his, so she refrained from probing further, simply stating, "Since young Master Wu intends to stay for a while longer, should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Her words sounded like mere formalities, yet her earnest tone dispelled much of that superficiality. Wu Yang studied her, a slight frown creasing his brow. Hadn't they clarified their intentions that night? How had she become so enmeshed in her feelings in such a short span of time? Understanding the weariness in her eyes, Xu Mingyi stifled the impulse to splash her tea in his direction to awaken him from his stupor. "Please, do not misunderstand, young Master Wu," she patiently explained. My intention in saying this is merely to foster a mutual exchange of assistance. Her request for his help in urging the Empress to pay attention to the Crown Prince was a spontaneous thought. Yet his prompt and willing response had undoubtedly established him as an excellent ally. She had numerous tasks at hand, and having additional avenues of support was always beneficial. Moreover, while safeguarding the Duke of Zhen's household, she wished to prevent the Wu family from suffering the same tragic fate as in her previous life. Her capabilities were limited, and perhaps through Wu Yang, she could accomplish something within her means. The girl's earnest demeanor prompted Wu Yang to pause for a moment before responding. Let us defer this discussion. Was she still harboring ulterior motives, or did she genuinely appreciate his assistance and wish to keep him tethered for future benefit? Though uncertain, neither scenario was particularly pleasing to him. Besides, what could he possibly need help with from a young girl? Engaging in brawls? He was quite capable of handling that himself. Xu Mingyi raised an eyebrow slightly. It appeared that Wu Shisun deemed her assistance unnecessary. That was understandable. Mutual aid relies on both parties possessing the requisite capabilities. Otherwise, one party would merely exploit the other. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to demonstrate her sincerity. Gazing through the partially open, intricately carved wooden window at the scene outside the tea house, she noticed that South City Lane was not particularly bustling. This secluded corner at the end of the street saw only a handful of passers-by. Wait, South City Lane? Xu Mingyi's eyes brightened as a thought struck her. Just last night, her grandfather had mentioned something. Miss Xu, should you wish to linger a bit longer, please feel free. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Wu Yang announced as he rose to depart. No, I shall accompany young Master Wu instead, Xu Mingyi declared as she rose to her feet. Before Wu Yang could respond, she added, shall we pack some more food? Was she not satiated? Wu Yang instinctively glanced at the food on the table. It appeared she had only consumed a couple of pastries. He had presumed she was not hungry, which was why he had eaten so swiftly, wishing to spare her the agony of waiting in vain. The young man did not find any fault in a girl having an appetite, and thus said little, merely descending the stairs to instruct the staff to prepare some simple fare for their departure. We must have some meat, the girl interjected, and a jug of wine as well. Wu Yang's lips twitched slightly. She was certainly quite unreserved, treating him as if he were merely a plump lamb from her own flock. Once the staff had packaged the food and wine, Xu stepped forward to take the items in hand. Wu Yang paid the silver and exited the tea house alongside Xu Mingyi. Outside, the young man paused. He had helped her. He had treated her to a meal. Surely this would allow him to excuse himself? Yet, just as the words of farewell were on the tip of his tongue, he heard the girl cheerfully say, "Let me take young Master Wu to try our luck." Try our luck? Wu Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. Xu Mingyi gestured towards a nearby alleyway. Not far, just beyond the small lane. Wu Yang followed her indication, his frown deepening. The path she pointed to was indeed the one he had traversed earlier, and being quite attentive, he knew there was a gambling den nearby. Was she truly intending to drag him there for a stroke of fortune? Looking again at the wine and food in the maid's possession, Wu Yang's understanding crystallized. Meat wine and gambling. Was this young lady not satisfied with the lavish entertainment provided by her stepmother, a woman renowned throughout the capital? Xu Mingyi's audacity left him increasingly astonished. In a tone that bordered on condescension, Wu Yang remarked, "Miss Xu, I shall not accompany you to the gambling den for amusement." Xu Mingyi, perplexed, wondered what could possibly be going through this young man's mind, incapable of pausing his incessant imaginings. "It is merely to meet someone," she quickly clarified. "If you accompany me, you shall understand." At present, she could not articulate her intentions clearly. It was only upon meeting the person that she could decide on subsequent matters. As the young lady turned with her maid, Wu Yang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow, curious to discover what Xu Mingyi had in store. Exiting the narrow alleyway, they passed several old apothecary shops, the air rich with the fragrance of unfamiliar herbs. Not far ahead lay the gambling den, though it appeared rather subdued. Xu Mingyi scanned the surroundings for a moment, her eyes sparkling with delight as she turned to Wu Yang and said, "Let us proceed." Wu Yang remained puzzled by her intent as they paused before a fortune-telling booth. Behind the stand sat a portly, balding man of around 40, arms crossed and eyes closed. seemingly in a state of meditation. Upon hearing their footsteps, he did not open his eyes, but instead sniffed the air, detecting the aroma of roasted chicken and fine wine. The stomach growled even more insistently, yet he remained with his eyes shut. After all, seeing only served to provoke an insatiable desire for what he could not have. It was better to remain oblivious than to stir up the impulse that would breach the laws of the grand celebration. Are you gentlemen in the business of matchmaking? The melodious voice of the girl, as clear and enchanting as the sound of a mountain stream, reached his ears, prompting the middle-aged man to finally open his eyes. Before him stood a pair of exceptionally handsome youths, a boy and a girl, exuding an extraordinary aura. The girl wore a friendly smile, her dimples subtly revealing themselves at the corners of her cheeks. The man blinked, allowing his gaze to linger on the pair for a moment before inquiring, "Are you two here to calculate fates in love?" The two individuals were evidently not of ordinary descent, yet they found themselves in this secluded place seeking divination. What other purpose could this serve but to secretly inquire about their romantic fates? As these words echoed in the air, Wu Yang noticed a shift in the previously impassive expression of the youth, who now regarded the girl with a flicker of irritable realization. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yang pondered, was it possible they sought to use the fortune teller's words to proclaim a fated union between them, hoping to sway his own thoughts? Such an assumption seemed excessively presumptuous and utterly deranged. Of course not. The girl's voice, like a splash of cold water, brought him back to his senses. "Might I request you to read the fortune for this young gentleman beside me?" "Oh." The middle-aged man turned his gaze to Wu Yang, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What does this young sir wish to know?" The boy, having no particular inquiries, glanced at Xu Mingyi. She clearly had intentions of her own, so he decided to observe her next move. "Anything will do," Xu Mingyi replied nonchalantly. "Please just have a go at it." The man raised an eyebrow at her response. Fortune-telling was not something one approached casually, as if ordering from a menu in a tavern. He couldn't help but glance at the food box and the small jar of wine held by the maid. Nevertheless, he sighed, recognizing his need to earn a living, and decided to indulge the child's whim. "Could you step a bit closer, young sir?" Wu Yang, maintaining his composure, took a couple of steps forward. "I will also need you to provide your birth date," the man continued. Wu Yang's fingers, which had been resting behind his back, stirred slightly. "Birth date?" He turned to Xu Mingyi. Was this elaborate inquiry merely an attempt to extract his birth date for some birthday gift preparations? In Ningyang, those troublesome young ladies had often engaged in such antics. Xu Mingyi, bewildered, wondered what he was contemplating. Did he connect her to his thoughts as well? "If you find it inconvenient to disclose your exact birth date, simply stating the year will suffice," the fortune teller suggested. Wu Yang shifted his gaze away from Xu Mingyi. "Born in the first year of Qingming," he stated. The middle-aged man calculated using his fingers, scrutinizing Wu Yang from head to toe while articulating. "This young gentleman possesses an extraordinary countenance, exuding an air of nobility. It stands to reason that his family must be either wealthy or prominent." Wu Yang frowned. Such an obvious fact was hardly in need of divination. Just as he began to feel annoyed at indulging Xu Mingyi's antics, the fortune teller, still calculating, spoke softly. This young gentleman left his home at the very hour of the rabbit, and he did so alone, without any attendants. After departing, he encountered a beggar and, being a benevolent soul, must have given that beggar some silver coins. At this point, the fortune teller couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He was a practical man, not envious of the young man's background, but rather of that fortunate beggar. The harshness of life had long since eroded his dignity. A look of surprise flickered in Wu Yang's eyes. Yet he was not one to be easily persuaded, thus he found himself lost in thought. A rational man, such as he would not entertain the notion that Xu Mingyi had dispatched someone to follow him. His trusted attendant had perished on the road to the capital, and his father had selected several new individuals for him. Yet he was unaccustomed to being accompanied by unfamiliar faces, often preferring to venture out alone. However, the capital was not like Ningyang. His father would not rest easy. Thus he had sent someone to covertly protect him. Unless an extraordinary circumstance arose, those individuals would remain in the shadows. With their presence, it was impossible for him to be followed without detection. The young man cast his gaze upon a small patch of varying stains on the hem of his robe. Am I mistaken in my observations? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Not in the slightest, Wu Yong replied. From the slightest blemish on my robe's edge, one can deduce such details, revealing your keen attention to nuance. His robe bore some stains while his shoes were immaculate. The position of the stains resembled the marks left by a beggar who had knelt in supplication. Given his affluent background, it was evident that a beggar would approach him only if there were no servants to intervene, and being a martial artist himself, the fact that he had not evaded the encounter indicated no malicious intent. Thus, the man was convinced that he had bestowed money upon the beggar and deemed him benevolent. In truth, the reason for his generosity was not rooted in kindness, but rather in the recognition of the beggar's efforts to rise early for the sake of survival. It seemed a man of such diligence ought not to have fallen into destitution. Perhaps he truly faced some grave hardship, prompting Wu Yong to offer him a silver ingot. Ultimately, the fortune-teller's methods were not of divination. The middle-aged man's expression momentarily stiffened. His eyes flickered, yet he revealed no embarrassment at being seen through. Instead, there was a profound appreciation in his gaze as he raised a hand in acknowledgement. You are indeed perceptive, young master, he remarked. Xu Mingyi nodded in agreement from his side. When it came to sharpness of mind, Wu Shisun was undoubtedly exceptional, excelling in all respects. Yet I have one query. Wu Yong posed to the middle-aged man. How did you ascertain with such precision that I departed at the hour of the rabbit? Merely a trivial skill learned from my master, the man replied. Wu Yang's eyes flickered with interest. Does that imply you possess some genuine talent? Might you predict where I shall go and what I shall do later? As he spoke, the young man retrieved a large silver note from his sleeve and pressed it onto the table with one hand, then folded his arms, awaiting the man's response. The middle-aged man observed the substantial bill, his eyelids twitching with excitement. This could sustain him for an entire year of fine wine and delicacies. However, to be fair, what captivated him more at that moment was the striking young man before him. Having already felt admiration, the middle-aged man's thoughts began to shift as he scrutinized the youth anew, then glanced at the silver note and smiled. There is no need for divination. You are likely to visit a temple to pray and offer donations for incense. It was evident he would not be embarking on a long journey while carrying a stack of silver notes. When one wishes to purchase something, it is indispensable to bring a servant along. Assuming the purpose is indeed to visit a temple for blessings and to donate for incense, it is customary in affluent families for such matters to be attended to by the ladies of the household. Moreover, if blessings are required, it can be inferred that the matron in charge of the household must be unwell. The fact that this young master is compelled to make this journey suggests that the ailing matriarch is a person of significant importance to him. Although this youth speaks in the dialect of the capital, his pronunciation lacks a certain smoothness, possessing more edges and bearing a slight northern accent. A nobleman from the north, with an ailing elder at home. The fortune-teller then calculated with his fingers. Rising promptly, he raised his hand and declared with utmost seriousness, It appears you are the grandson of the Prince of Dingnan. I have been rather remiss in my perception. Who is thinking of whom? Wu Yong remarked. If the gentleman's eyes are dim, then there would be no wise individuals in this world. In his view, he appreciates only two types of people, those who labor diligently and those who are intelligent. Just as he was about to utter a few humble words, a sudden rumble emanated from his stomach. The middle-aged man cleared his throat. After all, even the clever must contend with hunger. Xu Mingyi said, Zhu, please set the wine and dishes before the gentleman. The middle-aged man chuckled and rubbed his hands together, although he was about to protest that it was inappropriate. As he watched the array of dishes being arranged, the enticing aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils, and he found it rather agreeable. His initial words transformed into, Then I must thank you both for your hospitality. There is no need for formality, sir. Please enjoy your meal. I shall accompany young Master Wu to the herbal shop beside us, Xu Mingyi said. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Observing Xu Mingyi indeed turning toward the herbal shop, Wu Yong cupped his hands in respect and followed suit. The middle-aged man glanced at their retreating figures. Then at the table laden with food, his gaze flickered momentarily, yet he remained seated and picked up his chopsticks. What do you think of this man? Xu Mingyi asked softly. The herbal shop was just ahead, and the two stood beneath a sprawling old locust tree, conveniently blocking their view from the fortune-telling stall nearby. Of course, the man engrossed in his meal had no inclination to pay them any mind. Wu Yang replied nonchalantly, "He can indeed be deemed an intelligent man. He possesses remarkable skills in divination, though he did not apply them earnestly a moment ago. Moreover, beyond fortune-telling, he excels in tracking and deduction, making him a rare talent." "A prodigy?" Wu Yang looked at her and inquired, "Are you planning to claim him for your own?" The expenses for the meal were covered by young Master Wu. Hence the individual ought to belong to him, she asserted with a tone that suggested it was only natural. Wu Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was she intending to relinquish him? No, to be precise, it was more than just a relinquishment. How did Miss Xu come to know of such an extraordinary individual in this place? Instead of addressing her earlier words, he asked, "And how do you know so much about his capabilities?" It was evident that she had intentionally brought him here to meet this person. Hence her earlier remark about testing her luck. "Have you heard of Mr. Yao from our residence?" Wu Yang responded, "I have heard much about him," setting aside the reputation of the individual in question. It was precisely due to one of his words that he was regarded by the Duke of Dingnan as the ideal candidate to assist Miss Xu. This man was a junior disciple of Mr. Yao. Xu Mingyi briefly explained. However, there have been many disagreements between the two. This Mr. Fong is an ambitious man, yet he is reluctant to pave his own path using his senior's name. Out of pride, he wishes to avoid being discovered by Mr. Yao, which is why he has set up a fortune-telling stall here. This serves both as a means of livelihood and as a way to scout for potential allies. He is quite discerning, often reluctant to reveal his true talents to those he deems unworthy, fearing that overexposure might invite trouble. Thus he quietly waits here. These matters were mentioned by her grandfather last night, yet Mr. Yao was already aware of his apprentice's dismal circumstances and intended to discreetly offer assistance, contemplating an introduction to the esteemed officials of the capital. However, this posed a dilemma. Firstly, it required utmost caution. While helping, he must not allow his apprentice to perceive his intentions. Furthermore, a truly talented individual, if placed in the wrong environment, could lead to unforeseen consequences. The fate of this gentleman in the previous life was somewhat unclear to her, but the lack of his reputation suggests he was simply unfortunate and had yet to encounter a true patron. Why did Miss Xu suddenly wish to bestow such a generous gift upon Mr. Wu? Wu Yang subtly probed Xu Mingyi's reaction. "With Mr. Yao in my family, it is said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain." Xu Mingyi candidly remarked that placing it in Mr. Wu's hands would certainly be more reassuring than entrusting it to anyone else. Wu Yang Fronet. The sentiment of the Xu and Wu families being indistinguishable resurfaced, making one wonder if it was indeed excessive to overthink. Although the Xu and Wu families appear to be at odds, in truth, there were no significant grievances, merely a lack of compatibility among the elders leading to some discomfort. Xu Mingyi sought to dispel any doubts and fanciful thoughts, stating plainly, "At least for me, the Duke of Dingnan's residence is not an adversary to our Xu family. If Mr. Wu truly perceives this as a generous gift, when I require your assistance in the future, I trust you would not excessively decline within your capabilities." While this might seem overly transactional to others, it was rather fitting for Wu Yang, as he shared a similar trait of not wanting to owe anyone, preferring to clarify terms in advance for mutual assurance. Their gazes locked, and Wu Yang's expression gradually shifted. Regardless of his thoughts about her intentions, he genuinely sensed her sincerity, a sincerity akin to seizing opportunities. From him to Mr. Fong, and now back to him through Mr. Fong, the cycle continued. Of course, he was not entirely without contribution. The repeated gestures of goodwill and now the introduction of such a person before him were not insignificant. Frankly, despite the fact that he had been in the position of advantage, he did not feel he was being taken advantage of. Although this admission unwittingly revealed a certain naivety in willingly aiding those who seemed to exploit him, it was the truth. Moreover, he indeed required a clever individual to assist him. The youth had his own discernments and considerations, and after a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I accept Miss Xu's goodwill. Should you require my assistance in any matters in the future, do not hesitate to speak. Furthermore, The Duke of Dingnan has also saved my life. I'm not one to forget kindness. This was also the reason he had agreed to investigate matters regarding the crown prince for Xu Mingyi previously. However, he felt it necessary to clarify one point. This is limited to serious matters only. Upon hearing this declaration, a slight crack appeared in Xu Mingyi's calm demeanor. Was it not a serious matter, but merely a formal one? Did he truly regard her as someone who would coerce him into a debt of affection? What I naturally deem as serious matters. Yet Wu Shisun persistently cautions me against misunderstanding, and now he is entangled in discussions of propriety. Could it be that he is intentionally hinting at something? Who, in truth, is preoccupied with whom? The young lady furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting not only skepticism but also a hint of disdain. She had indeed tolerated this person for quite some time. Her intention was to collaborate with him, yet his demeanor suggested that he regarded her as a wicked temptress, a stance that was utterly intolerable. Confronted with the discontent and wary gaze of the charming young girl, Wu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Is he insinuating something toward her? Who is truly fixated on whom? Such blatant and explicit remarks she dares to utter. And yet, she audaciously accuses him of being the thief. The young master has already become a person of significance. Wu Yang, incensed, raised her hand as if to point at him. The girl boldly met his gaze, her elegantly upturned eyes hinting at a trace of a smile, fleeting like the gentle warmth of early spring, evoking the fragrant vitality of tender buds breaking through the earth. The young man's expression faltered, caught off guard, his hand frozen midair. Xu Mingyi, now calmed, found amusement in his irate demeanor, feigning indignation as she remarked, "Is young Master Wu feeling uneasy after I spoke the truth? It seems he should experience the peculiar sensation of being perpetually misjudged as someone consumed by romantic notions, as if he were destined to be admired and loved by all." Wu Yang lowered her hand with a heavy thud. So, it appeared he had been lured into a trap, now acting without restraint. The boy, feeling his ears burn with indignation, frowned and turned his back to her, hands clasped behind him. He was not feeling guilty, nor was he at a loss for words against her. Rather, he feared that, in a moment of impulsiveness, he might utter words that could hurt her, and it would be she who would end up crying and fleeing in distress. Is young Master Wu truly angry now? If I were to be perpetually misunderstood by you, I would surely be driven to despair, the girl remarked lightly, causing the boy's tense expression to soften slightly. Could it be that he had indeed wronged her? Very well, I shall not harbor any resentment towards young Master Wu, nor should you feel any shame or guilt, Xu Mingyi declared earnestly, having vented her frustrations. Wu Yang responded with a dismissive huff. Yet, curiously, as she engaged in this verbal sparring, he felt much of his ire dissipate. He was typically composed, but he refrained from turning around, instead redirecting the conversation back to business. We have discussed much, yet we still do not know if Mr. Fong is willing to accompany me. Xu Mingyi had just displayed the demeanor of a seasoned negotiator, unconsciously placing herself in the role of the buyer, as if they had already settled on a price. However, she overlooked the fact that Mr. Fong was a man of principles, discerning in his choices. Success lies in human endeavor, Xu Mingyi said casually, making her way towards the apothecary. Wu Yang glanced at her, surprised that she was genuinely heading to the shop. He would not accompany her inside, choosing instead to wait outside. The boy looked up at the sprawling old locust tree above him, faintly hearing the voices of the girl conversing with the shopkeeper inside. Surprisingly, it seemed she was indeed procuring medicine. After a quarter of an hour's wait, Xu Mingyi emerged from the apothecary, carrying a bundle of herbs in her hand. Wu Yang merely glanced at the package, refraining from further inquiry. The group returned to the fortune-telling booth, where Mr. Fong set down his chopsticks with satisfaction, wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth. Thank you, Mr. Fong said, bowing repeatedly. Wu Yang surveyed the nearly empty plates on the table, concealing his thoughts, and inquired, "How is business for you here, Mr. Fong?" "It is difficult to say," Mr. Fong chuckled. "It depends on luck. This luck can be divided into two kinds. One is whether anyone is willing to spend money to consult a fortune teller. The other is how much one can find on the ground. Yet, Regardless of either, both are fraught with uncertainty. The saddest part is that the latter can be deemed his primary source of income, surpassing the former. Wu Yong did not ponder deeply. He merely replied, "You possess great talent, sir. By rights, you should not be confined to such a life of hardship." "Young Master Wu, you overrate me," Mr. Fong replied. "I'm not merely seeking temporary sustenance. Rather, I am waiting for a fated individual. May I inquire if Wu is that fated individual?" Wu Yang continued. "If you do not mind, the Duke of the Southern Kingdom is willing to host you as a guest." Wu Yang spoke candidly, considering other conditions to persuade the man. Unexpectedly, the other party smiled and responded, "Having dined on your cuisine and savored your wine, naturally, I would belong to you. Although I may be somewhat simple, I am not one to accept charity. Scions of noble families are notoriously proud. He could not feign rejection and risk missing such a splendid opportunity. As for whether he was indeed the fated one, if such a wealthy and powerful family lacked destiny, then who could he possibly be fated with?" The ease with which the other party acquiesced took Wu Yang by surprise. Regaining his composure, he raised his hand in a gesture of respect, saying, "In that case, once you have tidied up your affairs, I shall send someone to escort you to my residence." "There's no need for such trouble." Mr. Fong quickly waved his hand, gathering the compass and other items from the table. "I have little to pack. I can return with you immediately. Noble families often grow weary of the new. What if they did not come to fetch him in a few days?" Moreover, it was likely to rain tonight, alleviating his worries about finding a suitable place to seek shelter. Seeing that the other had swiftly prepared everything in mere moments left Wu Yang somewhat bewildered. The impatience displayed made him wonder if he had been deceived. Perhaps this was what they meant by, "Things obtained too easily are seldom cherished." No, a promise once made is hard to retract. He could not be so callous. "Please, sir," he urged. "After you, young master," Mr. Fong smiled, gesturing for him to proceed. Wu Yang nodded slightly, as he still needed to lead the way. However, this meant that the matter of incense offerings would have to be postponed. After all, he could not bring a Taoist priest to pay homage at the temple. As he glanced back, Xu Mingyi said, "Young Master Wu, take care on your way back. I must return as well." Wu Yang acknowledged with a sound, hesitating for a moment before adding, "Miss Su, please be cautious on your journey." If he had indeed misunderstood the other party, such caution was unnecessary. Perhaps his earlier thoughts had been somewhat excessive. Xu Mingyi nodded and departed with a Zhu. "Miss Su?" Mr. Fong frowned. "Which Su family?" Surely it could not be the Su family of the Duke of State, where his useless senior brother resided. At the outset, that young lady seemed to be approaching him directly. Could it be that he, Mr. Fong, could ever accept the pity and assistance of that ineffectual senior brother? Absolutely not. Mr. Fong decisively halted his thoughts from delving any deeper. His mind was somewhat in disarray, and the entirety of the situation remained obscure, rendering any hasty conclusions imprudent. It would be wiser to reflect upon the intricacies of this matter only after he had firmly established himself before the heir of the Duke of Dingnan. Acknowledging his own mental turmoil, he followed Wu Yang back to the residence. Upon reaching the study in the front courtyard, Mr. Fong was taken aback by the sight of a large bird, wings tucked, resting beneath the ancient jujube tree. The creature was ensnared by a silk rope tied around its neck. Goodness, was this not a treatment befitting a dog? As if sensing the unfamiliar gaze upon it, the bird's eyes shifted, revealing a startled expression as it cocked its head in confusion. Why had its master returned with someone who bore such a striking resemblance? In the palace, one is well aware of the birds they raise. Wu Yang cast a discerning glance at the rotund figure of a large bird, then shifted his gaze to Mr. Fong's equally corpulent form. Observing the bird's bald head and the receding hairline of Mr. Fong, he noted the uncanny resemblance in the hues of their attire to the plumage of the bird. Faced with this bizarre coincidence, Wu Yang remained silent for a moment, opting not to elaborate further, merely gesturing for Mr. Fong to accompany him to the study. "Why is this vulture tethered?" Mr. Fong inquired curiously as they walked. He believed that it should eat freely. Such a fierce bird could easily lose weight if kept confined. "It is domesticated," Wu Yang explained. "This creature's heart has turned wild. It seems to have forgotten where its home is. No matter how I try to reason with it, it refuses to listen, and neglecting its training is no longer an option. In light of our bond, I have shown it the utmost mercy by merely tethering it instead of imprisoning it in a cage. Mr. Fong understood, but lamented, a domesticated bird cannot thrive. It lacks exercise, resulting in flabby, tasteless flesh. As the door to the study closed behind them, the large bird flapped its wings and squawked loudly. The cacophony was jarring, causing the servant to hesitate momentarily before untying the unwilling bird and leading it away. The proud creature, unwilling to be led like a dog, chose to spiral in anger. Resembling a vividly animated kite. Feeling humiliated, the bird squawked even louder. That night, a heavy rain fell, bringing a refreshing chill to the capital. The following day, within Chongqing Palace, the queen regarded the young maiden before her, who was bowing in greeting with a gentle, graceful countenance adorned with a warm smile. Miss Xu, your health has not yet fully recovered. There is no need to rush into the palace to express gratitude. Come, sit beside me, the queen urged. Thank you, your majesty, for your concern. I am mostly well now, Xu Mingyi replied obediently, moving to take a seat at the lower position beside the queen. After much contemplation, she had decided to enter the palace to express her gratitude for the commendation she had received the previous day, making this visit a timely opportunity. As Xu Mingyi received the teacup presented by a palace maid, her sleeve fell gracefully. The queen's attention was drawn to the intricate embroidery on her sleeve. The plum blossom branch pattern on your cuffs is quite distinctive, unlike the typical designs. Such exquisite and flowing craftsmanship is indeed rare, she remarked casually. Xu Mingyi smiled in response. It may not be much related to the embroidery technique. The pattern was drawn by my uncle, which perhaps lends it a unique appearance. The queen's face displayed a hint of surprise. So, it is the work of Mr. Xu. She scrutinized the pattern for a moment longer, a smile gradually illuminating her features as her gaze returned to the young lady. It seems Mr. Xu dotes on you greatly, even taking the time to design your outer garments pattern himself. He has never conformed to the rigid ways of other scholars, as I am well aware. It appears that he must be quite content in life these days. Xu Mingyi notet gavai. The elders in noble families are generally kind-hearted. The empress lightly nodded, her gaze lingering on the embroidery of her sleeve. Does Miss Xu have a fondness for plum blossoms? Xu Mingyi was unsure why Her Majesty seemed so intrigued by her plum blossom embroidery, but she nodded and smiled, asking, Do you like them as well, Your Majesty? I used to, but now that I am older. The Empress replied, turning to give an order. Jiang Mama, bring me the pair of white jade, plum blossom hairpins I cherished before entering the palace. Jiang Mama was momentarily taken aback, but soon complied. These hairpins are a bit too vibrant for me now. I have no use for them anymore, so let Miss Xu wear them for amusement, the Empress jested. They are not particularly valuable, so do not think them too antiquated. Xu Mingyi accepted the box presented by Jiang Mama, a bit taken aback, and said, How could a humble servant not treasure a gift from Your Majesty? Although she claimed it was an item from before entering the palace, the fact that it was still kept close and remembered indicated its significance to the giver. Such a gift carried weight beyond that of truly rare and precious rewards. What kind of person the Empress was, Xu Mingyi had little understanding in her previous life. However, the arrow before the gates of Yangzhou had evoked within her a sentiment distinct from that of others when confronting this noble daughter of the Wu family. At that time, the Duke of Dingnan prince's residence was set ablaze, and the direct lineage of a century-old family was consumed in that night. The Yin king, incensed, marched southward with an unstoppable force. In a time of great anxiety within the court, the Prime Minister Xia Tingzhen and others proposed to take the daughter of the traitor, Wu, to Yangzhou, using her life to coerce the Yin king into retreat. The late Yin king's consort was the eldest daughter of the Dingnan prince and the direct elder sister of Empress Wu. Like the current emperor, the Yin king had only married women from the Wu family. The world may not have known, but both Emperor Qingming and Xia Tingzhen understood that the Yin king valued loyalty and affection above all. With the entire Wu family perishing in the flames, the Yin king would feel not only anger but also guilt and regret. Now, with only Empress Wu remaining, he would do everything in his power to preserve her life. Taking her to Yangzhou as leverage in negotiations with the Yin king would undoubtedly bear weight, at least to delay matters for a time. However, Empress Wu was unwilling to be used as a hostage. For 2 days and nights, She refused to eat or drink while being held at the city gates. When soldiers attempted to force-feed her, she bit her tongue in a desperate attempt to end her life. Blood gushed forth from her severed tongue, nearly soaking her garments. Even the citizens of Yangzhou could not bear to witness this, secretly condemning the current court for their unscrupulous tactics. It was Xu Mingyi who, under the cover of night, skillfully shot an arrow that pierced her heart, taking her life. Now, before her stood a woman adorned in exquisite garments, her beauty radiant, her smile serene and gentle. Though her eyes betrayed a weariness that even the finest cosmetics could not conceal, Xu Mingyi suppressed her past emotions and gently inquired, "Your Majesty, it seems your complexion is not well. Would you like me to check your pulse?" Miss Xu is skilled in pulse diagnosis. I have a slight understanding. Then I would appreciate your assistance in examining me, the Empress said with a smile, extending her arm. She was well aware of her own condition, and with the imperial physician present, there was no need for Xu Mingyi's assistance. However, it was precisely because she held a genuine affection for the young lady before her that she exhibited such patience and keen interest. Xu Mingyi meticulously felt her pulse. Yet a sense of doubt gradually arose within her. The body appeared somewhat frail, but there was an unusual quality to this frailty, as if it were not merely the result of toil and worry. She continued to examine her closely. "How is it?" The Empress inquired gently, noticing the girl retract her hand. 057 nightmarish whispers. The Empress seemed to be in a state of slight weakness and imbalance. Xu Mingyi pondered thoughtfully and suggested, "By chance, the maid of my family who possesses medical knowledge is quite adept in the art of regulation. Perhaps we could summon her to draft a prescription for the imperial physicians to examine. Should they find it applicable, your Majesty might consider trying it. As for the underlying cause, she could not ascertain it at present. Prudence dictated that she refrain from unfounded speculation. If the Empress could indeed respond favorably to the prescription, there would be opportunities to observe further and correlate the effects of the medicine, ultimately revealing the reason behind her ailment. This weakness was not something that had accumulated in a short span, nor would it pose an immediate threat to her life. Thus, while it was indeed unusual, there was no need for undue alarm. Upon hearing these words, the Empress nodded in agreement. "Very well, you have shown thoughtfulness. Let us proceed with your suggestion." Her physical frailty had been a long-standing issue, one she had been attempting to remedy for some time, albeit with little progress. If it were possible, she naturally wished to restore her health, as she had significant matters yet to attend to. Noticing her acquiescence, Xu Mingyi felt a sense of relief and continued, "As for regulation, it requires not only medicine but also a tranquil mind. Have you been troubled lately, your Majesty, regarding the matters concerning the Crown Prince?" The Empress let out a weary sigh, neither confirming nor denying. "Sheng'er has grown up under my watch. He is a good child." The praises from outside, claiming the Empress is benevolent, treating the Crown Prince as her own, are certainly exaggerated, yet how could one not feel affection for a child they have nurtured? Although the incident of the Crown Prince's near drowning appears resolved, the truth remains uncertain in my heart, regardless of the schemes of others. Sheng'er is the most innocent one in this affair. Xu Mingyi hesitated for a moment, then turned to the Empress and softly inquired, "Might I be permitted to visit the Crown Prince?" The girl's eyes held a glimmer of caution. The Empress's heart softened upon seeing her. While she was not one to easily yield to sentiment, the presence of this young lady instinctively drew her to soften her demeanor. This girl, perhaps unbeknownst to her, had been cradled by the Empress when she was merely a few months old. Naturally, many were unaware of this. That year, Xu Yin had just welcomed this little niece, the first child of the Duke of Dingnan, whom he cherished immensely. He had secretly taken her to the back gate of the Duke's residence to boast, claiming the child was as beautiful and delicate as her uncle. Anticipating that he was there to show off, she had brought along her own little nephew, who had just turned 2 Yuan. Although a boy, he was rosy and fair, and his features were well defined. He did not bring shame to her as an aunt. Yet, the little girl sparked an extraordinary fondness and envy within her, as there were no daughters in her family. She recalled the day when Su Jin had sneaked out with the child, only to be scolded fiercely by General Su upon his return. Reflecting on these memories, The Empress found herself momentarily lost in thought. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure. After dismissing the irrelevant court ladies and eunuchs, she addressed Xu Mingyi, saying, "Miss Xu, you have saved His Highness's life, and I have no intention of concealing anything from you. The prince is currently suffering from a persistent high fever, which renders him unfit for visitors. Unfortunately, Xing'er remains quite fragile, and the court physicians are understandably cautious in their treatments. I have visited several times and inquired about the severity of his condition. One seasoned physician, though subtly, did convey the gravity of the situation. Ultimately, it seems we can only leave it to Xing'er's fate." Persistent high fever? Xu Mingyi expressed her surprise, then pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Your Majesty, I happen to have brought with me a maid who possesses medical knowledge. Perhaps we could allow her to examine His Highness?" The Empress clearly hesitated. "Do not worry, Your Majesty. Regardless of the outcome today, I shall not divulge a single word about the circumstances within the East Palace. The Crown Prince is the heir to the throne. Any minor disturbance in the East Palace could stir the court, and it is evident that there is an intention to keep this matter concealed for the time being. Even her grandfather remains unaware of the current state of affairs." She understood the Empress's concerns. Yet, in her determination to save a life, she felt compelled to try. Perhaps it could also be said that her stubbornness stemmed from a personal desire for the Crown Prince to survive, as it might afford her an opportunity to uncover the truth. "Your Majesty, you are concerned for His Highness's well-being, and thus you indulge my reckless proposal. The Emperor will surely understand," Xu Mingyi said earnestly. "Please allow my maid to give it a try. She is always cautious, and, even if she is unable to help, she would never cause harm to His Highness." The Empress smiled with a hint of resignation. "You child, still thinking of providing me with an escape route? Very well. At least this girl has a point. She genuinely wishes to save Xing'er. If she cannot succeed, as she said, at least the situation will not worsen. As for the Emperor's side, this trifling matter is manageable for me. In fact, I believe that with the Prince's life hanging in the balance, we should not continue to conceal the truth. We ought to seek out esteemed physicians, and even unconventional remedies should be pursued to ensure the child's safety. But the Emperor only wishes to be the Emperor, not a father. There is even a subtle indication that he is reluctant to embrace his humanity. Having spent much time in the palace, she has felt increasingly constrained in many respects, gradually becoming somewhat assimilated. Yet, deep down, she is unwilling and discontented with herself. The young girl before her now seemed to give her a push, allowing her to engage in something she truly wished to do, even if it might seem insignificant. The Empress instructed the palace attendants to bring a Kuei, who had been waiting outside the inner palace gates. Xu Mingyi accompanied a Kuei as they followed the Empress's palanquin to the East Palace. Inside the inner hall, two physicians waited, who exchanged discreet glances upon learning Xu Mingyi's and her maid's identities and intentions from the Empress's matron. Although they harbored doubts about a Kuei's medical abilities, given the urgent circumstances surrounding the Crown Prince, and considering that she was brought by the Empress, they felt compelled to remain silent. As the two physicians retreated, a Kuei's trembling hands were slick with cold sweat. Do not speak of others. Even she harbors doubts regarding her own medical abilities. Yet, the young lady's instructions weigh heavily on her mind. A Kuei strives to maintain her composure as she prepares to take the prince's pulse, summoning a eunuch to fetch cold water, cloths, and silver needles. Once all is in readiness, several eunuchs retreat beyond the screen to stand guard, leaving only Xu Mingyi and her servant by the bedside. The frail boy lying on the bed has his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed, occasionally murmuring indistinctly, and his body trembles with unsettling spasms, an embodiment of suffering and anxiety. "Father, Empress," the boy murmurs, his brow knitting tighter, his hands clutching the thin blanket with increasing desperation. With her keen hearing, Xu Mingyi lets out a soft sigh, leaning slightly closer to offer comfort with gentle pats on the boy's frail form. Yet, in this proximity, even clearer fragments of his words reach her ears. 058, the murder, my son. I desire nothing. Xu Mingyi furrowed her brow. This high fever was evidently not solely due to the chill from falling into the water, but also significantly related to the immense shock he had experienced. She retrieved a pill mixed with chestnut candy from her pouch and silently handed it to Akue. Akue, feeling anxious, accepted it. Everything that had transpired earlier had merely been a facade. This pill was the crux of the matter. She carefully propped the feverish prince into a half-sitting position and delicately administered the pill. Although the boy appeared severely dazed, he still retained some consciousness or perhaps a lingering will to survive, as he managed to swallow the pill with relative ease. Observing the situation, Xu Mingyi also offered him some water. Supported by Koei, the boy slowly opened his eyes, his voice faint and indistinct, barely audible to Xu Mingyi. "Miss Xu, why are you here?" "It is I, your humble servant," Xu Mingyi gently reassured him. "Your Highness, rest assured, you shall recover." Perhaps moved by the girl's exceedingly gentle tone, or perhaps recalling that this very person had saved his life during his fall, tears brimmed in the boy's eyes. Clouded by fever, "Sister Xu, I am afraid," he murmured weakly, leaning against the Kuei. "Sister Xu, am I truly unworthy of living?" Xu Mingyi's heart clenched at his words, yet she could only softly respond. "How could that be? Your Highness, you are pure and kind. Surviving such a calamity surely heralds future blessings. But even my father does not favor me," the boy choked out, his voice trembling. "How could that be? No father in the world would not cherish his own child." Xu Mingyi patiently patted the frail shoulder of the boy. She understood that he was likely delirious from the fever, but it was precisely in such moments that he needed comfort the most. Though she was not naturally a patient person, perhaps influenced by her medical studies, she felt an added sense of responsibility towards her patient. "No." The boy seemed to be in great anguish, shutting his eyes tightly and shaking his head. "Xiao Ruizi grew up alongside me. He would not dare to do such a thing. He was forced, I know." "Xiao Ruizi? The eunuch who pushed the prince into the water?" Xu Mingyi's heart raced. The prince claimed that Xiao Ruizi was coerced. Was this merely speculation, or did the prince truly know the truth? But if he indeed possessed this knowledge, why had he not spoken of it? Numerous conjectures flashed through Xu Mingyi's mind as her hand on the boy's shoulder tightened slightly, simultaneously glancing at Akue. "Akue, speak." Despite the prince's weak voice, the eunuch stationed outside the screen could not possibly hear him clearly. Yet it was prudent to be cautious. Akue swallowed hard, her anxiety palpable. Even though she was not well versed in the events surrounding the prince's fall, the gravity of the situation was unmistakable at this moment. She steeled her nerves and spoke in a tone neither too loud nor too soft. "Miss, His Highness has been rambling. If this fever does not subside today, we might face grave trouble. It is precisely due to her extensive experience with countless narratives that she is able to cooperate so well with the young lady. Were it Zhu in her stead, she would likely find herself with no recourse but to incapacitate those inner court officials." Several eunuchs, hearing this, exchanged glances and began to murmur among themselves. "His Highness has been speaking in vague, dreamlike phrases since this morning. His Highness is indeed under divine protection." Indeed, at that moment, Xu Mingyi heard the quivering voice of a boy. "When Xiao Ruizi pushed me into the water, I heard him weeping, saying, 'I do not wish to harm His Highness in any way, but I cannot defy the Emperor's orders.' This is what Xiao Ruizi said." The boy recounted the words in fragmented phrases. Though the sweltering heat still lingered, Xu Mingyi felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. It turned out that the perpetrator was the one who held all power. No matter how one investigates, this truth will remain elusive. No wonder the crown prince dared not speak of the matter and has been in a state of fright, suffering from a high fever. It seems his greatest fear was not drowning, but rather that his own father would go to such lengths to take his life. She had erred in her earlier statement. In this world, not everyone deserves to be called father. I never wished to be the crown prince. I am of limited intellect and have never dared to aspire to anything. The boy struggled to open his eyes, anxiously clutching Xu Mingyi's sleeve. "Sister Xu, more than anyone, I long for the noble consort to bear me, a younger brother. I would give him everything, I would not covet anything. If I explain this to father, would he not despise me so?" Tears streamed down the boy's face. He believed that his own frailty and lack of talent obstructed the path for the yet-to-be-born younger brother. Xu Mingyi shook her head slightly. "No, if it was not spoken before, it must never be mentioned again. a man who could resort to violence against his own son. Upon discovering that his son knows the truth, and knowing that such knowledge could lead to catastrophic consequences, what would he choose to do? The answer is almost indisputable. She wiped away the boy's tears, gazing into his eyes, and said with deliberate clarity, "Today, I shall pretend I never heard this, and you must act as if you have never known, for your survival depends on it. You cannot place your hopes in others. You must learn to safeguard yourself. But I am afraid. Do not be afraid." Xu Mingyi understood his fear, and rather than offering empty comfort, spoke earnestly. If it fails once, there will not be a second attempt. Moreover, the noble consort will bear prince. That will be the crown prince of the previous life. In this life, even with the current crown prince still present, a child who is excessively frail and deemed unfit by the ministers cannot obstruct anyone's path. To withdraw at the right moment may even allow for the possibility of survival. Even in the worst-case scenario, there will at least be several years of relative safety. The future remains unwritten. The immediate concern is your safety. I shall remember. The boy seemed to regain some clarity, stifling his tears and nodding at Xu Mingyi. Then let us ensure you have a good rest. Xu Mingyi inserted a silver needle into the crown prince's acupoint. After a moment, a Kuei gently laid the drowsy prince down. Despite suffering from high fever, the prince could not rest comfortably. However, the needle administered by the young lady would at least allow him to sleep soundly for a while. Whether it would bring down his fever depended on the efficacy of the medicinal pill. When she saw Xu Mingyi and her attendant emerge, the empress eagerly inquired, "How is he?" A Kuei paused, waiting for her young lady to respond. Lifting her gaze slightly, she noticed the empress was intently watching her. "Ah, yes, she was indeed the divine physician. Your Majesty," she replied, "we must wait at least half an hour to determine if the prince's fever will subside. There are no miraculous remedies that can instantly alleviate a fever." The empress nodded slightly. "In that case, Miss Xu, please accompany me back to Chongqing Palace." It was nearing noon, and she had intended to keep her for a meal. Xu Mingyi Gomli. However, while she appeared calm on the surface during the meal, her mind was preoccupied with the prince's words. It wasn't until she noticed a eunuch hastily entering the hall with his head bowed that her attention was momentarily diverted. What was there news from the East Palace? 059, a grateful visit at this moment. Xu Mingyi's feelings were rather intricate. Today, she had learned a harrowing truth from the crown prince, one that could spell disaster should it ever be inadvertently revealed. Yet, her predominant wish was for the crown prince's survival, for the true culpability lay not with that innocent child. Moreover, even in the absence of this incident, as a member of the Xu family, her life was not as tranquil and carefree as it appeared. "Your Highness, someone from the East Palace has come to convey that the crown prince's fever has abated," the eunuch reported with a tone of relief. The empress exhaled, instinctively glancing at Xu Mingyi, who wore a smile in her eyes. "It is a blessing that the fever has receded," the empress remarked. "We owe our gratitude to Miss Xu. And it was Ah Kuei who assisted, correct?" "Indeed, I am called Ah Kuei," she affirmed, having been named thus by the young lady due to her exceptional skill in peeling melon seeds for her. The empress praised, "Your medical expertise is remarkable. You have saved His Highness on 2 occasions. Ahqui hastidis hol kedheat." "No, I would never presume to claim such merit. My medical knowledge is quite rudimentary." The empress merely smiled. If this young maid could only modestly deem her skills as basic, then what of those within the Imperial Medical Institute, who might well feel compelled to wallow in shame? "I have merely stumbled upon a few remedies by chance," Ah Kuei added, feeling a twinge of guilt for her previous denial and hurriedly supplementing her statement. "Regardless of whether they are remedies, the ability to save a life is what constitutes true medical skill," the empress responded gently. "However, His Highness has only just begun to recover from his fever. You may find yourself summoned to the palace on several more occasions." "Ahqui bovet hedheat." "Yes, I shall do my utmost." Upon leaving the palace with her mistress and settling into the carriage, Ah Kuei's demeanor finally faltered. "Miss, I am terrified." At first, she had merely been feigning bravado at home, but now the pretense had ventured into the palace itself. "Do not be afraid," Xu Mingyi comforted, patting her shoulder with the utmost warmth. "Such occurrences may become more frequent in the future. In time, you shall grow accustomed to them. Akue felt a surge of emotion and was on the brink of tears. You have endured so much, Xu Mingyi sincerely expressed. Akue quickly shook her head. I do not find it burdensome. To alleviate your worries brings me joy. Saying this, she endeavored to project a cheerful countenance, yet only appeared more strained. The carriage continued its journey until they returned to the Duke of Dingnan residence. As soon as Xu Mingyi and Akue disembarked, they were greeted by a voice filled with surprise. Miss Xu? Xu Mingyi looked up to see a young man in a deep blue brocade robe, escorted out by Ming Shi. He hastened towards her. Prince Jing's heir, Xu Mingyi acknowledged with a respectful bow. You are my benefactor, Miss Xu. There is no need for such formality. Prince Jing's heir replied with a smile. As he approached, Xu Mingyi caught the scent of alcohol emanating from him, and upon glancing at the helpless expression of Ming Shi behind him, she wondered if Prince Jing's heir had dined at their residence. That day in the palace, Miss Xu saved my life, and I have come specifically to express my gratitude. The esteemed Prince Jing appeared earnest. Xu Mingyi fell into momentary silence. Being entangled in a plot against the crown prince, although she had miraculously escaped danger, it was rather audacious to come forth under such circumstances to express thanks. One must admit, this Prince Jing is indeed a straightforward individual. Initially intending to thank Miss Xu in person, he was disheartened to find her absent from the residence. He had even consumed less wine out of regret. Yet, by a stroke of extraordinary fortune, he encountered Miss Xu returning home. Was this serendipity a subtle hint from the heavens that he and Miss Xu were fated to cross paths? Xu Mingshi silently rolled her eyes behind him. Did this Prince Jing think that he could simply meet her whenever he pleased, despite the presence of Xu Mingyi in the residence? He seemed rather dim-witted. The prince is too courteous, Xu Mingyi said, slightly bowing. Please take care on your way. He had no intention of departing just yet. However, the young lady had already taken a step forward. Miss Xu, wait. Prince Jing called out hastily. In 2 days, I shall leave the capital. Xu Mingyi not dead? That was splendid. At last, she could leave this place alive. She would always remember the kindness shown to her by Miss Xu, and fearing she might never have the chance to repay it, she decided to leave the jade pendant as a token of gratitude. In the future, should Miss Xu require her assistance, she could send someone to deliver this item to the Prince Jing residence in Yinzhou. Prince Jing removed the jade pendant from his waist and offered it to her. Xu Mingyi looked at him in astonishment. He grinned broadly. Xu Mingshi furrowed his brow deeply. What did this man mean by publicly presenting a jade pendant to a young lady? Was he, perhaps, a toad wishing to feast on swan flesh, driven mad by desire? No wonder he had mentioned Xu Mingyi repeatedly at the banquet. His intentions were clearly ulterior. Xu Mingshi cast a displeased glance at his unreliable sister. His eyes filled with a warning. If she dared to accept, he would snatch it away and discard on the spot. Just as Xu Mingyi was about to refuse, a shadow suddenly flashed in her peripheral vision. Before she could utter a word of refusal, a cry echoed as the shadow dove toward her. Xu Mingyi calmly stepped back 2 paces. What was that? As the shadow lunged toward her, Prince Jing was so startled that he stumbled backward. It turned out to be a vulture. Wait, what was that large bird clutching in its talons? The jade pendant he had just offered was snatched away by the bird. Quick, retrieve it for me. Prince Jing commanded his attendants in a frantic tone. However, how could the attendants possibly catch up to the vulture? Fortunately, the bird did not fly far, but instead settled atop the high wall of the Duke of Dingnan residence. Prince Jing, trembling with fear as he gazed at the pendant ensnared in the bird's sharp claws, urged his attendants. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and climb. The attendants exchanged glances as if the bird would patiently wait for them to ascend. Yet, they could only obey their master's command. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats approached from a distance. A solitary figure astride a noble steed swiftly emerged within the sight of the gathering. The young man, clad in dark garments, tightened his grip on the reins and halted, observing the scene before the gate of the Duke of State with a slight furrow of his striking brow. Wu Shi, son. The Crown Prince of Jing turned his gaze and promptly beckoned. Crown Prince of Jing. Wu Yang's tone revealed no discernible fluctuations as he inquired. Might any of you have seen the griffin I have been nurturing? That creature had spent an entire day and night, from yesterday afternoon to today, refusing sustenance. Curled up with its wings and head tucked in, devoid of any spirit, seemingly on the brink of death. Reflecting on the innate defiance of avian creatures against confinement, his heart softened and he untied the ropes. Yet, in that very moment of liberation, a miraculous occurrence transpired. The bird, which had appeared to be on the verge of its demise, suddenly unfurled its powerful wings and soared away from his sight. He instinctively followed its flight to this very place. A threat looms over the vulture. Without waiting for others to respond, Prince Jing pointed towards the large bird perched on the wall, exclaiming, "Could this be the creature raised by Wu Shisun that stole my jade pendant? This beast has pilfered from others as well." Wu Yang's brow furrowed in agitation. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from speaking so hastily. However, it was impractical to distance himself from the situation now. To salvage his dignity, he could only command, "Tianmu, descend." The great bird complied and flew down. With a clang, the jade pendant slipped from its claws, shattering upon impact with the ground. As the fragments of the jade lay scattered, a moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. Xu Mingyi gazed at the bird that had landed steadily at the base of the wall. While it was undeniably unsightly, he found it somewhat agreeable. "Tianmu," Wu Yang said, striving to suppress the ire in his tone. It was evident to him that this creature had acted with intent. What did this signify? A deliberate act of mischief to exact revenge? The bird, appearing rather forlorn, took tentative steps towards Xu Mingyi, seeking refuge behind her. Wu Yang clenched his jaw tightly. Had the malicious biological father instilled such fear in the child that she now sought the protection of a kind stranger? My jade pendant Prince Jing cast a glance at the fragments cradled by his attendant, exhaling in frustration. Yet, when he turned to face the perpetually stoic Wu Yang, he found himself at a loss for words of reproach. Although they were both princely heirs, and he was indeed a legitimate scion of the Xie family, who would dare to provoke the formidable and influential Dingnan Wangfu? A century ago, while the Xie ancestors were struggling to make a living in obscurity, the Wu family had already established itself as a prominent aristocracy. To put it bluntly, Wu Jun had accepted the throne out of respect for the late emperor, thereby ensuring the emperor's peace of mind on the dragon throne. Furthermore, he could hardly engage in a petty quarrel with a bird in front of Miss Su, as it would lack grace. Prince Jing stifled his indignation, but Wu Yang took responsibility. "This incident stems from my mismanagement. Upon returning home, I will ensure that the value of this jade pendant is compensated in double. If the prince desires only the pendant, I kindly request 1 day's time. I shall procure an identical piece to return to you by tomorrow." Prince Jing hastily waved his hand. "No need for such formality, Wu Shisun. It is merely a pendant, hardly worth mentioning." He understood the Wu family's vast wealth. Though his pendant was not commonplace, it was certainly not a rare treasure in their eyes. This could instead serve as an opportunity to leave a favorable impression of generosity on Wu Shisun. Wu Yang remained silent, determined to return what was owed, for he had never favored being indebted to anyone. However, Prince Jing interpreted his silence as acquiescence and turned to Xu Mingyi with a smile, saying, "Do not worry. Miss Su, the loss of the pendant is inconsequential. My previous words still stand. Should you require my assistance in the future, you need only send word. No token is necessary." Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. Was it true that Prince Jing had intended to bestow his cherished jade pendant upon Xu Mingyi as a token? The jade pendant had almost served as damning evidence against him for the alleged assassination of the crown prince. Yet now he intended to gift this ominous object to Xu Mingyi. Indeed, the youth did not regard the pendant as precious or unique. He merely found it exceedingly inauspicious. Glancing at the large bird that was hiding behind the young girl, he suddenly felt that it was not so deserving of a beating after all. "I appreciate the kind gesture, young master," Xu Mingyi gently declined, turning her gaze towards the coachman who was approaching with the horses, reminding him, "The young master's carriage has arrived." The esteemed prince turned to look at the coachman, who was leading the horses under Xu Mingyi's instruction, and could only reply then, "Miss Su, I hope we meet again." After bidding farewell to Wu Yang and Xu Mingyi, he reluctantly boarded the carriage and departed. As the carriage receded into the distance, Xu Mingyi finally relaxed. At last, they were gone. Just as she took a couple of steps to return home, she suddenly halted. Something felt amiss. Xu Mingyi turned back to glance at Wu Shi's son. Wu Shi's son had come to find the bird, yet now that the bird was found, he showed no inclination to leave. "May I have a word with you, Miss Xu?" Wu Yang inquired, looking intently at Xu Mingyi. Without hesitation, she nodded. As the two walked a bit further away, Xu Mingyi suppressed the urge to follow them and eavesdrop. "Young Master Wu, you may speak now," she said as they paused beneath an ancient willow tree. The earnest expression on the young girl's face intensified Wu Yang's confidence. "Excellent." Miss Xu appeared to be solely interested in discussing serious matters with him. "Though it is not a pressing matter," he began. Xu Mingyi silently awaited his next words, her hands unconsciously forming fists. If he were to utter those irritating remarks again, she could not guarantee her temper would remain in check. Wu Yang felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. "Regarding what transpired earlier, I may have misjudged you, Miss Xu. If my words or actions have caused any offense, I sincerely hope you can forgive me." After contemplating last night's events, he realized that her kindness might merely be a means to collaborate with him, and that he had been overly suspicious. The girls who admired him were of a different caliber. Miss Xu was uniquely herself, and he should not compare her to them. Xu Mingyi was taken aback. Wu Shi's son had actually spoken in a more reasonable tone. Yet, if he were to remove that conditional perhaps, it would undoubtedly sound more agreeable. "Not at all. I have not taken to heart," the young lady replied graciously. Wu Yang keenly observed her half-concealed, slowly relaxing fists. This did not appear to be a case of indifference. The youth silently breathed a sigh of relief. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," she stated. She had yet to decide whether to disclose the words she had overheard today in the East Palace to Wu Yang. "Very well, Miss Xu, take care," he replied, his tone noticeably warmer now that he had resolved his inner turmoil. Xu Mingyi ascended the stone steps leading to her home, casting a knowing glance back. The large bird was following her step by step. Wu Yang could no longer contain himself and shut his eyes in frustration. How long would this bird continue to embarrass him? Approaching to catch, it would likely be futile, only resulting in further humiliation. "If you refuse to obediently return with me today, you shall never return henceforth," the youth coldly threatened, gazing at the retreating figure of the great bird. The creature halted its advance. Moments later, it flapped its wings and soared towards him. Wu Yang's expression softened slightly. There remained a glimmer of conscience. Yet, something felt amiss. The direction was incorrect. Within his line of sight, the great bird soared over the walls of the Duke of Dingnan's estate, swiftly transforming into a mere shadow, vanishing without a trace within the confines of the high walls, as if the youth's words had not been a threat, but rather a fulfillment of fate. The atmosphere became momentarily tense and awkward. Xu Mingyi, unable to bear the discomfort of Wu Yang's expression, finally spoke. "In that case, I shall look after young Master Wu for a few days." "Thank you," Wu Yang replied curtly, unwilling to linger even for a moment longer, and swiftly mounted his horse to depart. "Why does that plump vulture seem to be so intimately attached to you?" Xu Mingyi inquired as they walked along the path in the front courtyard, curious about Xu Mingyi's acquaintance with young Master Wu, which appeared to be quite familiar. "I cannot say. Perhaps it is because of my handsome appearance," Xu Mingyi replied nonchalantly. "Olhat, Xu Mingyi zet ponde." At that moment, they sensed faint footsteps approaching from behind. Xu Mingyi instinctively glanced back. In the presence of the two siblings, Xu Xiu approached with a slight bow, murmuring, "Young master." Xu Mingyi nodded and inquired, "Is Xu Xiu looking for me?" Xu Xiu nodded subtly, but remained silent. Xu Mingyi, sensing the moment, remarked, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Xu Xiu, a trusted confidant left by Xu Mingyi's mother, understood the delicate balance of concern for his younger brother's affairs without overstepping boundaries. For some time, under the young lady's instructions, Xu Xiu had been discreetly observing the actions of the young master of the Zhan family. By the stone wall in the front courtyard, where no one was around, the tall and sturdy Xu Xiu lowered his voice, stating, "The Zhan family's young master has recently been immersed in his studies at home. He rises before dawn and does not sleep until after midnight, seldom venturing outside during the day. It appears there is nothing amiss. Xu Mingyi pondered for a moment. Zhang Yunzhu had already attained the status of scholar and was preparing for the upcoming autumn examinations, making his diligence quite ordinary. However, was there truly no sign of anything unusual? If there are any other details, Zhu Shu must inform me. She understood, well, that it was impossible for Zhu Xiu, alone in his surveillance, to miss even the slightest detail. While Zhu Xiu had found nothing concerning the young master of the Zhan family, he had gleaned some information regarding his father, Zhan Qian, though he was uncertain of its relevance to the lady's intentions. Unlike Qin Wu, who merely followed orders without adaptability, Zhu Xiu possessed a meticulous mind. While ensuring Zhang Yunzhu remained indoors, he had also devoted some attention to Zhan Qian. Please continue, Xu Mingyi urged. Zhu Xiu revealed, I have witnessed Zhan Qian, under the cover of night, instructing his confidants to deliver letters to the Xia residence on 3 separate occasions within half a month. This suggests that while the Zhan family outwardly appears neutral and detached from political alliances, they seem to harbor intentions of aligning themselves with Xia Tingzhen. Xu Mingyi discerned the implications, but did not entirely concur. Indeed, many sought to curry favor with a minor official like Zhan Qian, and for numerous individuals, even a slight connection through intermediaries would be considered a significant honor. Yet, for Xia Tingzhen, such individuals held little value. However, Zhan Qian was different. The Zhan family maintained a close relationship with the Duke of Zhengguo's household, and his son, Zhang Yunzhu, had grown up alongside Xu Mingyi, having been taken in as a disciple by her uncle since childhood. An inconspicuous pawn, when placed in the right position, could serve great purposes. She had previously contemplated that without an unseen hand guiding them, the Zhan family alone would lack the power to dismantle the Duke of Zhengguo's household. In her past life, after the Duke's downfall, Zhang Yunzhu had ascended to great heights, marrying Xia Tingzhen's youngest daughter, Xia Shi, and basking in unparalleled glory. Now, considering Zhu Xiu's recent revelations, it became evident that the connection between the Xia and Zhan families was not a matter of mere coincidence. For several years, Zhang Yunzhu has been covertly gathering information about the affairs of the Duke of Zhengguo through Lu Yi. At this moment, she is almost certain that Xia Tingzhen is implicated in the framing of their Duke of Zhengguo household from the previous life. As for Xia Tingzhen's motives, whether to eliminate rivals or due to the instigation or tacit approval of others, remains unverified. Nevertheless, from what she has heard today in the Eastern Palace, it is not difficult to speculate. A person capable of harming their own offspring can certainly be suspected of harboring the utmost malice. After conveying some words to Zhu Xiu, Xu Mingyi went directly to the Duke's residence. She must act as if she has never heard of the truth behind the prince's misfortune. But while she can conceal this matter from everyone else, she cannot hide it from her grandfather. She needs to keep him perpetually alert. At that moment, the Duke of Zhengguo was preparing to take a midday nap when he heard his granddaughter had arrived and hurried to the outer hall. The young heir of the Duke Jing had been excessively verbose during his visit, and to curtail his chatter, the Duke had found himself drinking more than he intended. Today, was he invited by the Empress to dine? Sitting down in his chair, he smiled at the bowing girl and asked, Did the Empress keep you for a meal today? Xu Mingyi nodded and said, Grandfather, I have something important to discuss with you. The Duke's eyes sharpened slightly, and he waved away the servants in attendance, instructing Qin Wu to maintain vigilance outside. His granddaughter had accompanied the Empress to the Eastern Palace to visit the Crown Prince. Once seated, Xu Mingyi succinctly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, the Duke's expression changed slightly, and he asked in a low, serious tone, Did the Crown Prince truly say this? His granddaughter could not possibly be mistaken. Moreover, the Crown Prince's demeanor of fright seemed genuine, lacking any reason for deceit. The Duke furrowed his brow and remained silent for a moment before speaking. I had not been entirely without suspicions before. However, I dismissed them due to various considerations. Although the Emperor appears kind and benevolent in his dealings, his actions since ascending the throne suggest he is not genuinely a ruler of virtue. Thus, I have not wholly regarded him as a benevolent sovereign. What the Crown Prince vaguely expressed indicates that he believes the Emperor views him as an obstacle to the unborn child of concubine Rome. Xu Mingyi remarked, But this is merely the fanciful notion of a child who has heard some unfounded rumors, which cannot withstand scrutiny. The Duke nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is implausible that the emperor would resort to lethal measures against the crown prince due to an unborn child whose gender is yet unknown. Even framing it as precautionary seems excessively absurd. If the emperor truly orchestrated all of this, then his target must be the young Duke Jing. The Duke's gaze darkened slightly. More accurately, it is the Duke Jing. Xu Mingyi nodded in acknowledgement. She had witnessed the tragedy of the Duke Jing's household in her previous life. But why would the emperor specifically target the Duke Jing? She asked in confusion. The late emperor had 4 sons, and the current emperor is the eldest. Among the 3 younger princes, only the Duke Jing is his full-blooded brother. I do not believe this to be mere coincidence. Accompanying them to the capital this time was also the young Duke Xiong. As for the king of Yin, it is a well-known fact among the people that he remains childless to this day. The Duke of Jinghua took a few sips of tea and placed the cup down with steady hands. Perhaps it was due to the king of Yin that he, ever cautious with his words, seldom discussed such matters, even when it pertained to his own flesh and blood. However, today, as he conversed with his granddaughter, he felt compelled to delve into this topic. The king of Yin? Xu Mingyi felt a tinge of surprise. What connection could there possibly be to the king of Yin? After the incident at the Jingwang residence in their previous life, there was no stir from the king of Yin, who was stationed at the northern borders. Rather, it was the Duke of Jinghua's household that found itself embroiled in the chaos. She could only speculate. Was her grandfather implying that the emperor intended to use this as a means to intimidate and remind the king of Yin? It seemed likely that there was more to it. Perhaps recalling past events, the Duke of Jinghua's gaze grew increasingly distant. The Prince of Yin, though sharing the same maternal lineage with the esteemed king, found a deeper affinity with him during their youth, leading to a closer bond over the years. The mother of the celebrated Ming emperor hailed from humble beginnings and passed away shortly after giving birth to the esteemed king, who was primarily raised by the mother of the Prince of Yin, the current empress. In his innocent childhood, he regarded the empress as his own mother. Due to the attentiveness of his elder brother, the Prince of Yin, a natural closeness developed between them. It is possible that their interactions have not gone unnoticed by the emperor, perhaps sparking his suspicions over the slightest of gestures. The Duke of Jinghua furrowed his brow, contemplating that no significant wrongdoing may be necessary to provoke such scrutiny. The camaraderie shared between brothers is entirely normal. Moreover, in recent years, the Prince of Yin has been deliberately cautious in his dealings with ministers and the royal family. Yet, in the eyes of the emperor, this may still fall short of his expectations. Although the esteemed king wields little military power, the strategic significance of Liangzhou raises concerns that one day they might unite against him, leaving him vulnerable on both fronts. After a moment of silence, Xu Mingyi inquired, "Grandfather, what sort of person is the Prince of Yin?" It seems that within the capital, very few mentioned this nobleman. In her youth, she knew almost nothing about him, and thus, when she learned of his uprising in Yangzhou, she was taken aback. Discussions in Yangzhou regarding this rebel prince were rife with conflicting narratives, leaving her unable to discern the truth. However, she could sense the profound trust the Wu family placed in this son-in-law. Otherwise, they would not have pressed upon her the importance of ensuring that the sole heir of Wu Ran was entrusted to the Prince of Yin. When the Duke of Jinghua spoke of the Prince of Yin, his tone was tinged with complexity. When I first met the late emperor, the prince was merely 3 or 4 years old. By the time he turned 10, he began following me to learn the art of military command. When the late emperor ascended the throne, the prince had already been fighting alongside the army for a decade, and by the age of 16 or 17, he was capable of independent command. His exceptional military acumen and loyalty earned him considerable respect within the ranks. In contrast, the emperor, who was not yet a prince at that time, hardly stood out in his eyes. Xu Mingyi understood now why the celebrated Ming emperor harbored such reservations. She realized why the Prince of Yin was seldom spoken of in the capital. However, it seemed her grandfather had a past connection with this nobleman. The Duke of Jinghua sighed, noncommittally. Initially, my encounter with the late emperor was driven by a desire to escape the oppressive tyranny of the court. The realm was already in chaos, and many were in rebellion. Possessing a natural vigor, I sought purpose in tumultuous times, never imagining it would lead to such grand endeavors. At that time, I regarded the Prince of Yin simply as a child, He had once knelt and called me master, and I had sternly struck his backside with a military staff. After the late emperor's passing, the prince went north, and we have had no correspondence for many years. With constant skirmishes in the north and frequent incursions by surrounding nomadic tribes, the Prince of Yin has not set foot in the capital for many years. I can hardly recall when we last met. Xu Mingyi slightly furrowed her brow. After years of estrangement, what does it matter? In the emperor's eyes today, one might fear that his stance towards the Duke of the State is perpetually shrouded in doubt. Perhaps. The friendship between my grandfather and the Prince of Yin is one of the reasons why the Duke of the State faced utter calamity in a past life. It seems the Duke has sensed his granddaughter's apprehension. Instead of cloaking the truth in soothing words, he stated, if the prince's peril truly reflects the emperor's will, even the King Jing, who shares blood with the emperor, is treated with such suspicion. It is needless to say how much more we, the Duke's household, should be wary. Presently, the CF family's reign is not particularly stable, and it is entirely natural for the emperor to harbor misgivings towards various princes, especially the Prince of Yin. Unable to confront the Prince of Yin directly, he must first target the relatively weaker King Jing, both as a means of intimidation and to consolidate power. History is replete with examples illustrating the pitfalls of hastily diminishing princely power, and this emperor, wishing to avoid the ignominious label of narrow-mindedness, has orchestrated this elaborate charade of the King Jing's heir plotting against the prince. Yet, while the Duke of the State and the King Jing's household share similarities, they are not without their distinctions. The Duke, glancing at his granddaughter, remarked, fortunately, there is what Zhao Zhao mentioned earlier. Otherwise, your grandfather might have nearly chosen the wrong path. The King Jing's weakness allows the emperor to act without restraint. In contrast, with military power firmly in hand, the emperor, despite his doubts, must weigh his actions carefully. In the past, I believed myself to be quite prudent in discerning the ebb and flow of power. Yet I fail to perceive the depth of this emperor's suspicion, who strikes without leaving room for mercy. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Reflecting on the prince's plight, the Duke furrowed his brow. Not to mention, the prince is his only progeny. If he were to perish, to whom would the preserved realm be passed? This is not merely a matter of denying others a chance at life. It is, in fact, a complete obliteration of one's own escape route. Perhaps it is a result of the favored concubine's pregnancy, which might yield another child. Xu Mingyi hesitated momentarily before continuing. Moreover, the prince's health is frail. If this negligence persists, he may only last another 3 to 5 years. This, I fear, the imperial physicians would not dare conceal from Emperor Qingming. A dying prince, if he could still be utilized to resolve a lingering concern, would undoubtedly be deemed invaluable in the emperor's eyes. Yet, no one should have a right to strip another of their chance to live, especially considering the child's fierce will to survive. The Duke was taken aback. 3 to 5 years? The elderly man inquired of his granddaughter. How did Zhao Zhao come to know of this? It was a Kuei who examined the prince's condition and made the inference, Xu Mingyi replied. The Duke was momentarily stunned. So, in this regard, that girl a Kuei is far more useful than Mr. Yao? If that is the case, might I request a Kuei to take a look for me as well? Observing her grandfather's earnest demeanor, Xu Mingyi sighed in exasperation. Where are you wandering off to? That is simply because the prince's health is exceedingly frail, with lingering ailments that have compromised his constitution, allowing for such an estimation. As she spoke, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. With your robust health, you are destined to live well beyond 100. The Duke chuckled in return. Indeed, he is destined to live a long life, for he cannot entrust his precious granddaughter to the unreliable care of his 2 sons. He must endure for a while longer to keep a watchful eye over the children in a household. Given the current state of affairs, he lacks the audacity to forcibly seize the military power from my hands without a legitimate pretext. While caution is advisable, there is no need for excessive worry. The Duke of the State, with a kind and earnest demeanor, said, whatever troubles you may have, feel free to confide in your grandfather. Although I may be advanced in age and my mind may not function as sharply as yours, I admit to being somewhat obstinate. Nevertheless, I shall always listen to your words, Zhao Zhao. 063 Fortunate star. Xu Mingyi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this time things were markedly different. Grandfather's perspective had shifted, and military power remained firmly in their own hands. However, the road ahead was still long, and they must not let their guard down. What we most urgently need now is to enhance our vigilance, ensuring that those with ulterior motives do not find an opportunity to exploit us. The Duke of Dingnan, with a serious expression, remarked that they should not reveal too much on the surface to avoid counterproductive outcomes. Upon hearing this, Xu Mingyi proceeded to explain the matter regarding the correspondence between Zhang Qian and the Xia family. After pondering the situation, the Duke decisively stated, "Zhao Zhao has performed admirably. From tonight onwards, I shall assign someone to closely monitor the movements of the Zhang family, regardless of whether Xia Tingjin intends to act against our Duke's residence. He is the Emperor's most trusted minister, and any connections to him must be treated with utmost caution henceforth." Xu Mingyi nodded and added, "If the individuals sent by grandfather notice anything unusual, I hope you will inform me in a timely manner." Uncle Zhu's observations were inherently limited, and since grandfather had decided to take the initiative, it was indeed for the best. Why complicate matters? If they truly uncover something, I will have them report directly to you. Should you wish them to undertake any tasks, feel free to give direct orders. The Duke of Dingnan spoke plainly. Xu Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. Though she was well aware of her grandfather's affection towards her, she could not help but feel astonished at the level of trust he was placing in her hands, especially regarding the safety of the Duke's residence. Did grandfather truly have such faith in me? The elderly man, seemingly amused by her thoughts, retorted, "If I do not trust my own granddaughter, who else could I trust?" He chuckled while stroking his beard, adding, "Moreover, Zhao Zhao is indeed our Duke's fortunate star. This child has brought immeasurable good fortune since her birth. It is fortunate that she has alerted us to such significant matters." Xu Mingyi could not help but smile at his words. Then she resolved to fulfill the duties befitting a fortunate star. The following day, Xu Mingyi accompanied Princess Feng to the Shanyu Pavilion. Shanyu Pavilion is the largest jewelry store in the capital, frequented by nobles and dignitaries. 2 months prior, Princess Yufeng had ordered a set of jewelry there, and today she had come to inspect the finished product for any necessary alterations. Why not have it sent directly to the Grand Princess's residence? Xu Mingyi remarked casually as they were ushered into a private room. "I specially made this trip for her." Jiao Jiao, being of a rather laid-back disposition, typically did not enjoy frequenting bustling places. "This is a birthday gift for my mother, and it would be rather pointless for her to know. Otherwise, it would lose its charm," Princess Yufeng explained. "When I previously had someone retrieve that box of rubies from the storeroom, somehow it reached my mother's ears. When she inquired about it, I told her it was for you, and that quelled her suspicions. Having found no satisfactory gems here, she thought to use those from her own collection instead." "You certainly use me as a shield," Xu Mingyi said, sipping her tea while surveying the elegant surroundings with a cheerful demeanor. Interestingly, her first acquaintance with Jiao Jiao had taken place in this very shop. Thus, after Jiao Jiao grew up, she solemnly declared that it was wealth and nobility that brought them together. Shortly thereafter, the shop's female manager entered, accompanied by 2 neatly dressed maidservants. Upon seeing Princess Yufeng and Miss Su, the manager, around 35 years of age and adorned in a green embroidered dress, greeted them with a courteous smile that reflected both respect and warmth in her astute eyes. Xu Mingyi offered her a slight nod, her gaze lingering for a moment on the manager's hands clasped before her. This well-known matron from the Yu family, accustomed to the ladies of various esteemed households in the capital, seemed to exhibit an unusual nervousness in the presence of the princess, despite her noble status. The 2 maidservants presented 2 trays before Princess Yufeng, while the manager lifted the red cloth covering them. "Please have a look, Your Highness," she said. Princess Yufeng gazed upon the trays, which were lined with delicate satin and a jade hue, displaying nearly 20 pieces of exquisite jewelry, ranging from hairpins to earrings, all remarkably crafted and dazzlingly beautiful. However, Xu Mingyi soon sensed something amiss. Princess Yufeng also furrowed her brows. Why was it that only one of the pair of Feng Fei Jiyu hairpins was adorned with gemstones? She had instructed that the 2 largest rubies be set upon these pins, yet one remained bare. Initially, She thought it might be a delay in craftsmanship. But the manager explained, such a significant matter, I cannot conceal from your highness, one of the gemstones has yet to be retrieved. Princess Yufeng's expression grew cold. Are you implying it has been lost? A wave of pressure enveloped the manager, who knelt, lifting her skirts. Your highness, it is my fault for not supervising properly. I had no idea that Xu Ying was a deceitful wretch, taking advantage of her long tenure in the shop and the respect she garnered, to pilfer the gemstone and vanish without a trace. The manager's face was filled with distress. I have reported this to the authorities, but so far, we have not located Xu Ying. When did this occur? Princess Yufeng inquired icily. It happened a month ago, your highness. The princess erupted in fury. It has been so long, and you only inform me now? You claim you did not dare to conceal it? You have delayed my affairs. Can you bear the consequences? Merely seeking a set of jewelry, she had encountered such vexing troubles. Yes, it is my fault. I implore your highness to punish me. The manager bowed her head in submission. I reported this matter to the owner, who suggested that while we await news from the officials, we should also seek to procure a gemstone of at least 80% similarity from elsewhere. However, neither endeavor has progressed smoothly. Today marks 2 months, and it is simply impossible to keep this hidden any longer. The owner, who rashly made the initial decision, will not take responsibility. It falls entirely upon me to bear the blame. Seeing her friend on the verge of anger, Xu Mingyi raised her hand to gently press down on the girl's palm, resting on the tea table. The pressing matter now was to hasten the completion of this set of jewelry without further delay. I have some rubies at home. I shall send for one that should suffice, she proposed. However, with merely half a month remaining until my mother's birthday, will it be ready in time? The process of transforming a gem from raw stone to exquisite setting is indeed laborious. Half a month should suffice, the lady's shopkeeper promptly assured. Rest assured, your highness, this time we shall not err again. The fault lies with our establishment, and as a token of our apology, both the material and labor costs will be waived. Once the gemstone is retrieved, it will be returned to you in its entirety. A mere Xu Ying, if it cannot be recovered in a month, can it truly not be found in 2 months or even half a year? The expression of Princess Yufeng softened slightly. It was not merely the trivial sum of 1,000 taels of silver that concerned her, but the fact that there remained a chance for resolution. Fortunately, there is Zhao Zhao. Fortunately, the young lady from the Xu family is present. The shopkeeper silently rejoiced. The shopkeeper had just mentioned that it was your Xu Ying who stole the red gemstone. Xu Mingyi inquired. In a moment of heated contention, the shopkeeper expressed profound gratitude towards the affluent and benevolent young woman, Xu Mingyi. The shopkeeper, having employed a skilled jade carver for nearly a decade, remarked on her initial disbelief at the young woman's capabilities. A vague image of a woman in her early 20s surfaced in Xu Mingyi's mind. She had visited the Shangyu Pavilion often in her previous life and held a faint recollection of this jade carver. It was rare for women to work as jade artisans, and this particular one was not only exceptionally talented, but also gained considerable renown in the capital, often sought after by ladies wishing to commission jewelry. Moreover, as she remained unmarried, she occasionally became a topic of conversation during social gatherings. Such a person, who had undoubtedly encountered countless exquisite items, how could she harbor the thought of stealing a mere ruby? Yet, the complexities of human nature are unfathomable, and Xu Mingyi realized she could not ascertain the true character of this woman. Dismissing the matter from her mind, she accompanied Princess Yufeng and the shopkeeper out of the elegant chamber. As they descended the staircase, she discerned familiar youthful voices resonating nearby. This bracelet was clearly chosen by us first. Miss Xia cannot be so unreasonable. One voice protested. You chose it? Have you paid for it? Call the shopkeeper over so I can inquire to whom this bracelet is to be sold, another responded. Xu Mingyi instinctively paused, peering through the gaps between 2 folding screens. She spotted Cui Yunxing gently shaking her head, while Cui Yunwei, her face flushed with indignation, whispered through clenched teeth, that is something we have coveted for a long time. How can she simply take it from us? On that day, while accompanying their mother for a leisurely outing, their mother had immediately taken a liking to the bracelet, which was priced at 120 taels. Although this was not exorbitant, Their mother was known for her frugality, and the family's finances, including her dowry, were tightly controlled by their grandmother. Hence, for their mother, 120 taels could be allocated elsewhere and was not to be frivolously spent on a bracelet. The sisters had committed this to memory, yet they had not saved enough at the time. Only now, having recently received their monthly allowance, had they hurried over, only to be thwarted by Miss Xia's unexpected interference. In the main hall, the shop assistant appeared troubled, knowing he had to consult the shopkeeper. He understood that the bracelet had been initially chosen by the two young ladies from the Yong and Duke's residence. Yet Miss Xia was the daughter of the esteemed Xia Galao, and they could not afford to offend her. Over the years in the capital, only Xu Mingyi from the Jingwa Duke's family had dared to confront Miss Xia. If the roles were reversed, and the young ladies from Yong and Duke's residence were replaced by Xu Mingyi, their establishment might very well be overturned. As the assistant pondered these thoughts, he caught sight of Xu Mingyi standing beside the shopkeeper at the corner of the staircase. "I have met the princess and Miss Xu," he stammered before continuing. "The shopkeeper, Miss Xia wishes to see you." The shopkeeper, having pieced together the situation, regarded Xu Mingyi with contemplation. "There is no need for concern. We shall proceed as necessary," Xu Mingyi replied with a calm demeanor. The assistant exhaled in relief. "Miss Xu seems disinclined to stand up for the two young ladies of the Yong and Marquis household, which is indeed fortunate." The female shopkeeper approached to mediate. Cui Yinxing smiled faintly and remarked, "It matters not, merely a bracelet. Since Miss Xia is so fond of it, we shall relinquish it." With that, she attempted to take Cui Yunwei away. Xia Shi, momentarily taken aback, resolutely blocked their path. What does she mean by relinquish? Does she believe she needs their charity? This little wretch appears to concede, yet every word drips with derision. "Does Miss Xia have further business?" asked Cui Yinxing, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Though their family may not compare to Xia Shi's, she would not engage in petty disputes like her elder sister, yet it does not imply she is to be bullied. Xia Shi opened her mouth to speak, only to realize she could not pinpoint any fault in her adversary's words. Should she delve deeper into the implications of their exchange, it would only reveal her own insecurity and narrow-mindedness. Given her fiery temperament, seeing Cui Yunxing's cold demeanor, reminiscent of Xu Mingyi from that day in the palace, made her countenance even more troubled. "You may leave, but first you must apologize to me," Xia Shi directed at Cui Yunwei. "You dare to be the one to complain first," Cui Yunwei exclaimed, incensed. They had repeatedly yielded, yet their opponent remained relentlessly aggressive, clearly targeting them rather than merely desiring the bracelet. "Xiaer, do not be rude," a man's voice interjected gently. The crowd turned toward the sound. A young man clad in a stone-blue robe, appearing to be in his mid-20s, entered alongside a young woman. The man exuded an elegant charm, while the woman was equally lovely, visibly pregnant and supported by him, accompanied by maids and servants. Xia Shi was momentarily stunned and, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced at the man. "Second brother, second sister-in-law, what brings you here?" This was her biological elder brother, Xia Han, who was favored even more than their eldest brother by their father and had achieved the rank of a successful scholar 2 years prior, entering the Hamlin Academy. However, despite his many admirable qualities, he often chastised her, frequently lecturing her on morals. He was, after their father, the person she most dreaded encountering at home. "If I had not come, I would not know how you would misbehave," Xia Han said, gazing at the Cui sisters with an apologetic expression. "My younger sister is perpetually willful. I hope the two young ladies can excuse her impoliteness." Suddenly confronted by such a voice of reason, the Cui sisters were momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, it was Cui Yinxing who spoke. "Young Master Xia, you flatter us. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave." Xia nodded slightly. Watching the two depart, Xia Shi, unwilling to concede, tightened her grip on the handkerchief, grumbling, "Second brother, you didn't even inquire about what transpired. Is there a need for inquiry?" Xia Han's brow furrowed slightly. Knowing that a furrowed brow indicated his displeasure, Xia Shi averted her gaze, pouting and lowering her head. "Enough." The second young mistress of the Xia household, Lady L, interjected with a smile, taking Xia Shi's hand to ease the tension. "Let us discuss matters at home. First, accompany your sister-in-law to see if there are any suitable items. At this, Xiaxi's expression finally relaxed. Over there, Xu Mingyi emerged from behind the screen alongside Princess Yufeng. Her earlier reluctance to intervene was not born from a desire to watch her two cousins face difficulties. Rather, she believed that her sudden appearance might exacerbate what was, in essence, a minor issue. She harbored no fear of Summer Shi's outbursts, nor of incurring her resentment once more. Yet she understood that such an intervention would inevitably draw further ire from the Cui sisters in the future. While she was present today, she could not assure her presence in all future encounters. Naturally, if Summer Shi persisted in her grievances, she would not remain a passive observer. Fortunately, the Xia family still had the level-headed Xia Han. At this moment, her appearance alongside Princess Yufeng did not escape Summer Shi's notice, prompting her to frown discreetly. 065. She was surprised to find Xu Mingyi present. Had she not just made things difficult for the Cui sisters? Did she simply not notice? Or was she too indifferent to care? No wonder the outside world spoke of Xu Mingyi's disdain for the Cui family as a stepmother, leading her to maintain a distant and aloof demeanor towards the Yong'an Duke's residence. The last time she saw Xu Mingyi in the palace, she appeared quite close to the Cui sisters. In summer she had thought they had become very good friends. With a disdainful snort, her gaze turned icy. However, that seemingly reserved individual had just spoken with a rather sharp tongue. Once the Cui sisters exited the Shangyu pavilion and boarded their carriage, Cui Yunwei remarked, "Sister, do you think that Summer Shi is unhinged? That bracelet is clearly not something a girl her age would covet. It's simply meant to embarrass us." Kui Yunqing sighed. "Perhaps it's because we were seen in close company with our cousin Zhao the last time we were in the palace." "Ah, is that the reason?" Cui Yunwei blinked, looking at her younger sister. "Shall we then distance ourselves from our cousin?" Their cousin was lovely, kind-hearted, and enjoyed gifting them things. She was quite fond of her. "That seems excessive," Cui Yunqing pondered seriously. "Why should we estrange ourselves from a beloved cousin due to an unrelated outsider? In truth, we rarely encounter that summer girl." Cui Yunwei nodded in agreement, yet could not help but express her grievances, nonetheless. "If it weren't for the presence of that young master from the Summer family just now, I would have certainly confronted her. I could never apologize for such blatant provocation. I must admit I was a bit impulsive earlier and couldn't help but retort." Cui Yunqing felt a twinge of guilt. Her words were veiled, and Summer Shi, wanting to retaliate, directed her ire towards the eldest sister. The two sisters whispered among themselves in the carriage, which soon rolled to a stop after moving a little further away. While they were displeased, the bracelet was still a purchase to be made. Summer Shi likely did not genuinely desire that bracelet. They would wait and see. The sisters passed the time in the carriage, snacking on sunflower seeds while they awaited their turn. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Xu Mingyi instructed a Kui to prepare the medicine. 2 days later, a Kui entered the palace once more to attend to the Crown Prince. After several visits over the course of half a month, the Crown Prince finally regained the ability to rise and move about. However, he was left with a lingering after-effect. On one such day, after returning from the palace, a Kui quietly inquired, "Miss, is it true that His Highness's hand cannot be healed?" She was now regarded as a miraculous healer by many, but the true healer in her eyes was the young lady herself. Xu Mingyi shook her head. "It cannot be healed." After his recovery, the Crown Prince discovered that his left hand was stiff and nearly unusable. This is likely due to the effects of cardiac arrest and cessation of breathing after nearly drowning. To put it plainly, the fact that he has returned to this state, able to walk, move, and remain mentally alert, is already a blessing. Upon learning that his left hand could not be healed, the young prince did not throw a tantrum or shed tears. Instead, after a moment of silence, he nodded calmly, remembering to express his gratitude to both her and a Kui. That was a frail child, yet possessing a courageous heart. Xu Mingyi entered the study and penned a prescription for healing. She had always admired those endowed with bravery, and whenever she was able, she willingly extended her assistance to such individuals. Just as a Kui received the prescription, a Zhu walked into the study and reported to Xu Mingyi, "Miss, the large bird has gone missing." A Kui's eyes widened in shock. "The bird is lost." that was entrusted to her care by the grandson of the Duke of Dingnan. Moreover, the grandson had previously sent 1,000 taels of silver as gratitude for the bird's upkeep. What shall we do if it is lost? Losing it is one thing. But if it has been eaten by someone, how shall we explain that? In an instant, a Kuei's mind raced with numerous thoughts. Yet she observed her mistress's calm demeanor as Xu Mingyi replied, "It is of no consequence. There is no need for concern. That ugly bird must have gone back to find Wu Yang. During these days when I instructed others to feed it, I ensured they only filled it to about 60 or 70%. Given the bird's nature of not stopping until it is fully satiated, it is already a rarity that it has endured this long. Therefore, it must have fled out of hunger. The reasons for my actions are twofold. Firstly, I am no longer its owner. I must devise a means to return the bird. This bird is stubborn, yet withholding food for a few meals often does the trick. If a few meals are insufficient, then perhaps several dozen will suffice. Secondly, I feel that the bird has been overly pampered by Wu Yang and truly needs to shed some weight. I remember in my past life at the Duke of Dingnan's residence, a Zhu was astonished when she first saw the grown Tianmu, amazed that such a large and corpulent bird could still manage to fly. Seeing that her mistress was unperturbed, a Zhu felt reassured. That bird, for some inexplicable reason, had never been to her liking, particularly with its rotund, bald appearance. "Miss, the madam has returned." A Zhu then reported another matter. "I encountered the madam while searching for the bird, and she appeared to be in a rather poor mood." Xu Mingyi, upon hearing this, was somewhat puzzled. Her mother had gone to the residence of the Earl of Yong'an early that morning, claiming that the elderly lady of the Earl had been gravely ill for quite some time. Yet, if her mother had merely put on an act of sorrow at the Earl's residence, how could she have returned home with such a countenance? With nothing pressing at the moment, it was best to pay a visit. Xu Mingyi proceeded to the heir's courtyard. Inside, a maid was softly advising Cui Shi, "You need not be angry over the words of that heir. The lady of the Earl has been ill for over 6 months, and it is certainly not your fault. If they dare to speak so recklessly, can our Duke of Zhengguo's household let them off?" The heir she referred to was naturally the heir of the Earl of Yong'an, Cui Shi's half-brother. "Madam, the young lady has arrived," Qingning announced as she entered the hall. Cui Shi's expression softened slightly, yet she immediately rose and said, "No, no. Have someone wait outside." Qingning was bewildered by this. Cui Shi hurried into the inner chamber, changing her attire and ornaments from head to toe, cleansing her face and washing her hands, while instructing the maidservants to wipe the floor tiles inside and outside the room. Xu Mingyi stood outside the hall, gazing in bewilderment at the bustling maids and servants who hurriedly fetched water. "Please, summon the young lady inside," Cui remarked after completing her tasks. "Mother, what are you doing?" Xu Mingyi inquired, perplexed as she took a seat. "You are unaware, my dear. Today, upon my return from an outing, I encountered an unfortunate omen. To prevent it from befalling you, it is prudent to exercise caution," Cui said with a frown and a sigh. "Indeed, today has been one marked by extraordinary misfortune. Did you not visit the Marker residence to see Lady Yong'an today, mother?" The condolences were initially meant as a visit. Cui's expression was complex and difficult to articulate. Little did she know, upon entering the old woman's room and approaching the bedside, that the moment she uttered the words "mother," which she believed to be genuine, the other party would turn her head with great difficulty and, astonishingly, breathe her last right then and there. Moreover, she died with her eyes wide open, refusing to close them. How could such a dreadful misfortune exist in the world? How could it be that she, of all people, was the one to encounter it? She even suspected that the old crone had deliberately held onto life just to prolong her suffering until her arrival, insisting on delivering a final blow before departing this world. Truly, the old woman could not bear to see her thrive. Before her marriage, her engagement had been repeatedly delayed. Now, at over 20, she had yet to secure a proper match. Outsiders merely attributed her single status to her picky disposition, oblivious to the fact that it was the old woman's machinations at play. Countless suitable families were overlooked, and though she had once harbored affection for a suitor who came to propose several times, her stepmother had craftily concocted excuses to refuse him. This suitor belonged to a prominent family in the capital, and after repeated rejections, the family's elders lost face, leading to the matter being quietly abandoned. Eventually, recognizing that she could no longer be left unwed without jeopardizing her future, the old crone arranged for her to marry the heir of the Duke of the State. Rumor had it that the heir had been deeply devoted to his late wife, making it quite challenging for anyone to step into that role. With her fiery temperament, it was entirely possible that she would endure 3 beatings a day in such a marriage. Thus, witnessing her seemingly content life in the Duke's household, the old woman must have been seething with resentment, her teeth likely grinding in frustration. To make matters worse, the Earl of Yong'an's household sought to bask in the Duke's prestige, feigning cordiality and affection towards her. Was this the old woman's final attempt to vent her grievances? Although those present in the room said nothing, their gazes towards her had utterly transformed. It was as if her mere presence had provoked the old woman to the point of losing her breath. One could only imagine how woefully inadequate she must have appeared as a daughter. Perhaps fate truly had conspired against her. The more Chui pondered, the more distressed she became. Of course, there lingered a hint of fear. The old woman had been ill for far too long, and before her passing, she had become emaciated beyond recognition. Her sunken eyes fixated on her, as if brimming with unending resentment. After listening to this, Xu Mingyi vaguely recalled some events from past life. She remembered that in her previous incarnation, after the death of the Lady of Yong'an, her mother had taken Mingshi to the Earl's residence to mourn, where a conflict had seemingly arisen between her and the heir of Yong'an, resulting in Mingshi suffering an unexpected burn on her face. Mingshi had always cherished books, and if her appearance were permanently marred, it would mean the inability to pursue a civil service career in the future, leading to a prolonged period of despondency. Her mother, overwhelmed with guilt, had lost her usual cheerful demeanor, although the Earl of Yong'an's household had also not fared well thereafter. She had heard servants speaking of the incident in anger and hurriedly sought remedies for scar removal, yet she remained oblivious to the exact cause of the conflict. Reflecting on this now, could it possibly relate to what her mother had just mentioned? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xu Mingyi inquired, "When did Mother go to the Earl's residence to mourn?" "Tomorrow. There shall be someone at our door to deliver the news of mourning. The heat of the day makes it unsuitable for the deceased to remain in repose for too long, and given that the elder has been unwell for an extended period, the household has made preparations. After 3 days of vigil, a grand funeral will follow." Xu Mingyi contemplated this and said, "Then I shall accompany my mother tomorrow." In the previous life, the Duke of the State's residence encountered misfortune a year later, compared to life and death. Mingshi's prospects for an official career no longer hold significance. However, this time is destined to unfold differently from the past. Moreover, even without preemptive measures, she cannot allow her brother, such a handsome young man, to face any further misfortunes. Additionally, the Lady of Yong'an is Mingshi's nominal maternal grandmother, and both families reside in the capital. There exists no reason for Mingshi to refrain from attending. Since he cannot avoid it, she shall accompany him. Upon hearing Xu Mingyi's intention to go, Chui was taken aback. Throughout her years in the Duke's residence, Xu Mingyi had scarcely crossed the threshold of the Yong'an estate for any matter, great or small. She held no particular dissatisfaction regarding this. Zhao Zhao was a girl, and with no blood ties to the Yong'an family, she could go if she wished, or find an excuse to avoid it without any grounds for criticism. Indeed, it was true that in previous years, the Yong'an estate had discerned a lack of compatibility between her and Zhao Zhao. Now, with Zhao Zhao suddenly expressing her desire to accompany her, Chui felt a mix of surprise and delight. Yet, she advised, if you truly wish to go, you can simply accompany your father to pay your respects and return. There is no need for you to stay with me at the estate for an additional 2 days. It is of no concern. I wish to stay with my mother to stave off her fears." Hearing the girl's insistence, Chui felt a wave of comfort wash over her. A thought to mention Mingshi lingered on her lips, but was ultimately left unspoken. Mingshi, with his taciturn nature that could provoke irritation, could hardly compare to the reassurance Zhao Zhao brought to the heart. "Then I shall trouble you to stay at the estate with me for 2 days, Chui said gently. "If you find the accommodations unsuitable, do not hesitate to speak to your mother." Xu Mingyi nodded in agreement. The following day, indeed, a servant from the Yong'an estate, delivered the news of mourning. Chui was already well prepared. Even if there had been some discord with the deceased, the customs surrounding death demanded no delay, and she promptly set forth with her children. The carriage came to a slow halt, and Xu Mingyi descended alongside Chui. The estate was draped in mourning silks, with numerous carriages lined up on either side, carrying those who had come to pay their respects. In another carriage, Su Jin emerged with Xu Mingyi. The family of four, accompanied by their servants, was led to the mourning hall. After offering his condolences, Su Jin comforted the elderly Duke of Dingnan and the heir before taking his leave. In keeping with the customs of mourning, the son-in-law, as an outsider, was not required to remain in vigil. As dusk descended, Chui accompanied the women of the family and knelt in the mourning hall, weeping alongside the descendants of the Duke. Xu Mingyi knelt among his cousins, occasionally glancing at Xu Mingyi, who remained seated in a dignified posture. Although the ground was covered with rushes, one could hardly expect her to endure such an extended period of kneeling. Surely, she must be struggling to maintain her composure. The hall, illuminated by white candles and a fire pit, was stifling and oppressive, a setting ill-suited for her presence. Chui was also concerned about this, so she turned and quietly said, "Zhao Zhao, you need not remain vigilantly by my side. The guest room has been prepared. Go and have something to eat and rest. Everything that needed to be done has been accomplished, and the one lying in this coffin certainly does not merit your unwavering devotion. I will stay with my mother a while longer. The matter concerning Mingyi will undoubtedly unfold tonight, and she cannot leave at this moment. Moreover, since arriving at the Bo residence, she has subtly sensed many discrepancies." Xu Mingyi slightly lifted her half-closed eyes and gazed ahead. "As for writing an opening statement, I pondered whether to compose one. However, being as dedicated as I am, I felt an urgency to write. Thus, let my myriad thoughts coalesce into a single phrase. I bow to Su Zhao Zhao, Wu Chongxi, the esteemed matron of the capital, the delivery boy Xu Mingyi, the person known in the realm as a Gua, the professional enforcer A Zhu, and the bald-headed Tian Mu, affectionately referred to as Bird Ugly," though the crowd was reluctant. As they all possessed dignity as individuals and birds, they could not withstand the author's insistence. And so, with a resounding clatter, I beseech you all to support the initial subscription after midnight tonight, to cast your votes for the first monthly ticket of this new book, to leave plentiful comments, and to shower me with your affection. 3. Kneeling at the forefront of the grieving women was the Lady of the Air, 1. Even though she was draped in a loose, coarse linen robe, it could not conceal her excessively slender frame. Her face bore no tears, yet her eyes were swollen beyond recognition, and her expression was one of utter detachment, almost as if she had not reacted at all when her mother had spoken to her earlier. Was her sorrow truly so profound due to her mother-in-law's passing? Certainly, even if their relationship had been strained in life, death extinguishes all discord, and, as a daughter-in-law, one must at least feign some semblance of grief. Yet, one did not appear to be pretending in the least. If it were indeed an act, one would have to commend her as a master of deception. Moreover, though she was unfamiliar with the younger generation of the family, since entering the household, she had never seen her two cousins make an appearance. As Xu Mingyi insisted on remaining, Chui was about to say something further when suddenly a loud wailing pierced through from outside the hall. Mother, a robust man, supported by two attendants, staggered in. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression woeful. As soon as he entered, he shook off the support and rushed to the coffin, crying, "Mother, it is your son who has been unfilial. Your son has been unfilial." Upon hearing this voice, Wen's eyes flickered, and she looked up at her obviously inebriated husband. Kui, frowning, pulled Xu Mingyi to stand back a bit. Her younger half-brother, Chui Exin, though appearing somewhat composed in everyday life, transformed into a shadow of himself when intoxicated. If he truly believed himself unfilial, he might as well throw himself against the coffin. A single burial would indeed save trouble. Brother, mother has already departed. May you find solace in your grief. Chui Xiao, the second son of the Duke of Dingnan, stepped forward to pat the heir's shoulder, offering muted comfort. However, he was met with a forceful shove. No need for your insincere condolences. When have you and your branch ever genuinely wished for Mother S well-being? Kui Xiu, Being a son of the Duke, but not of the Duchess, felt the sting of those words, and his expression flickered, though he managed to suppress his feelings, replying softly, "Brother, you are intoxicated. Allow me to assist you back to rest." Intoxicated? I see clearer than anyone. Chui Xian scoffed, while mother was alive. None of you showed filial piety. Now that she has passed, what pretense of loyalty is this? It is my own blindness that has prevented me from seeing you all clearly before. Chui Xiu furrowed his brow. His elder brother was increasingly becoming a source of embarrassment. This is how brothers should treat one another? Chui Exant, inebriated, pointed a finger at Chui Xiu and then at the kneeling one. Marrying has brought forth a calamity. A smirk crept across Wen's lips. Indeed, it is you, one. Seeing her silent, Chui Exant persisted, his eyes brimming with angry tears. Had it not been for your repeated disrespectful words towards our mother and your failure to adhere to the duties of a daughter-in-law, would mother have fallen into such illness? It is your wickedness that has driven her to her grave. Chui pressed her lips tightly together. While Chui Xian's words seemed to be an attack on one, his gaze lingered on her, which could well be described as a veiled accusation. She dared not confront her directly, venting all her frustration on the Wen family instead. Chui Xian, if you truly possess the filial piety you so proudly proclaim, you ought to recognize that the morning hall is no place for your reckless behavior and drunken antics. Chui Shi reprimanded, suppressing her anger. As the eldest daughter of the Yong'an Marquis, her words carried weight. I fear that my mother, having departed this world, cannot find peace in the afterlife. Thus, I must speak plainly before her spirit. Chui Xian exclaimed, his emotions running high, spitting as he spoke. Xu Mingyi cast a sympathetic glance at Chui Xiu, who was wiping away the saliva from his face with his sleeve. She cannot find peace? Wen Shi, slightly swaying, stood up, looking at her husband with scorn. All these years, she has controlled the household affairs, even holding on to my dowry. You have never uttered a word against this. With a son so attentive, what reason does she have to be restless in death? Under ordinary circumstances, she would have endured, but today was not like any other day. She had always considered others. Yet whoever took her and her daughter into account. It was one thing for outsiders to disregard her, but even her husband, who should have been her closest ally, exhibited such revolting behavior. Her husband, though appearing robust, was akin to a weaned child, always seeking his mother's approval for every matter, to an utterly incomprehensible extent. Recalling an utterly shameless incident on the night of their wedding, rather than indulging in the warmth typical of newlyweds, he dressed and left the bridal chamber, returning only half an hour later. The next day, she sent a maid to inquire, only to discover he had gone to his mother's quarters that night. He even needed to discuss their marital intimacy with her. Since then, similar occurrences had been countless. Whenever she could no longer endure and reacted slightly, her mother-in-law would weep, claiming, whatever issues you have, take them up with me, but do not torment my son. She often felt that not having been driven insane by this mother-son duo was a rare feat in itself. Upon mentioning the dowry publicly, Chui Xian's face turned crimson with rage. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you utter such narrow-minded words before my mother's spirit? Is this how the Wen family raises their daughters? Do you dare to divorce me now? If you truly have the audacity to divorce me, I would kneel and thank you, she retorted. But do not merely speak empty words, lest you become the subject of ridicule. Wen Shi's expression darkened, her eyes filled with resentment. Even if I were to leave this world, I will ensure Qing'er is returned to me. If anything befalls my daughter, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit. At her declaration, the onlookers' faces shifted. Chui Xian's countenance soured to the utmost degree. Do you still have the audacity to bring this up? Wen Shi's gaze was resolute and unyielding. I know well the character of the daughter I raised. You dare to speak of this? Chui Xian, incensed, forcefully shoved Chui Xiu aside and raised his fist to strike Wen Shi. Chui Shi rushed to intervene. Xu Mingyi had already positioned herself beside Chui Shi. Fearing for her mother's safety, she too rushed forward to restrain him. Step aside. In a state of half-intoxication and blinded by fury, Chui Xing'an did not even glance at the person who had seized his arm. He merely assumed it was some unobservant servant and turned to kick out. However, in the midst of this struggle, His inebriation rendered him unsteady. As he lifted one foot, he was on the verge of collapsing forward onto Xu Mingyi. Nearby, a brazier of burning fuel flickered ominously. Xu Mingyi's brow furrowed suddenly, the weight of a drunken giant pressing down upon him. Should the brazier be toppled, the dire consequences were all too foreseeable. The elopement seems to echo a similar scenario from a past life. It must be said that Mingyi's family truly suffered an innocent misfortune this time. Watch out for the brazier. Cui Xiu sensed danger and shouted urgently. Cui's expression tightened, and as she realized she could not prevent the robust Cui Xin from falling like a bull, she instinctively reached out to grab her son. But in her line of sight, a girl swiftly stepped in ahead of her. Xu Mingyi, with remarkable agility, yanked Xu Mingyi aside. Before anyone could react, the girl shouted to the servants outside the hall to get out of the way. In that instant, she lifted her skirt and kicked the brazier that was on the verge of colliding with Cui Xin's body. Bang! The kick was swift and precise. By the time everyone comprehended the situation, the brazier had already soared out of the morning hall, crashing onto the stone steps outside and rolling down, scattering burning materials and sparks. The servants hurriedly dodged aside. Cui Xin, who had fallen heavily to the ground, cried out in pain, observing her elder brother grimacing in agony. Cui Xiu secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, the young lady from the Duke of Dingnan residence was so nimble. Had she indeed harmed the legitimate grandson of the Duke, the Earl of Wannan's future would have undoubtedly been bleak, whether it was due to the suddenness of the incident or some other reason. The servants stationed outside the morning hall were preoccupied with extinguishing the brazier, and those inside did not promptly assist Cui Xin in getting up. Even Cui Xin's eldest son stood behind their mother, when sure, unmoving. After a moment, it was still Cui Xiu who helped his brother to his feet. Cui Xin cursed while exclaiming that his arm hurt terribly. Xu Mingyi glanced over, surmising that he had likely injured a bone, and casually remarked, "We should still call for a doctor." After all, she had no intention of meddling in this matter. Her earlier kick was merely a precaution against the man's unpredictable and aggressive nature, fearing he might turn and blame her family, Mingyi if scalded. Cui Xiu nodded, forcibly supporting his brother away from the scene. "Sister-in-law, don't take it to heart. My elder brother always speaks nonsense when drunk. We all know your character." The second madam gently reassured Wenshi with a sigh. The other ladies echoed her sentiments. Wenshi closed her eyes and remained silent as a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to sway. Cui quickly steadied her. "Let them keep watch. I will accompany you back to rest." Wenshi neither nodded nor shook her head, yet tears streamed from her eyes. Cui supported her out of the morning hall. Xu Mingyi and her brother also departed, and midway, Xu Mingyi took a Jiu to the guest room in the front courtyard. Cui and Xu Mingyi escorted Wenshi back to the heiress residence. "Sister-in-law, has Qing heir encountered any trouble?" Cui inquired softly in the inner chamber. Wenshi sat on the couch, and upon hearing this, tears fell anew. With no one else present, she did not wish to conceal the truth from her sister-in-law, with whom she had always shared a close bond. Nodding with a hoarse voice, she confessed, "Qing heir is missing." Missing? Cui's expression turned to one of shock. Even though I had harbored suspicions after hearing Lady Wen's words in the morning hall, the revelation took Xu Mingyi by surprise. In my previous life, I had never been privy to such information. However, upon reflection, I realized I had never paid attention to the affairs of the Yong'an Duke's residence. If they sought to suppress this matter, it naturally would not have reached my ears. How could something so significant simply vanish? Cui Xiu inquired. "How many days has it been?" "It has been half a month." "Has it truly been that long?" Cui furrowed her brow tightly. After a moment, she stated, "Sister-in-law, if you still have more to say, please recount the events as they transpired. If you do not wish to share, I shall not press further." Despite her deep desire to uncover the truth, she recognized her position as an outsider. If Lady Wen did not wish for her involvement, she could not compel her. The full extent of this situation remained unclear to her. Wiping her tears with a handkerchief, Lady Wen endeavored to regain her composure. The disappearance of a beloved daughter is an excruciating and terrifying ordeal for any mother. Each mention of it inflicts further pain. Yet she believed that it was not yet time to surrender hope. Speaking of it might yield a glimmer of possibility. On that fateful evening half a month ago, a maid from Qing'er's courtyard unexpectedly sought me out, mentioning that, around the time of the afternoon hour, Qing'er had left the courtyard alone and had not returned for a considerable duration. She was nowhere to be found. We searched throughout the night, and only the following morning did we learn that, in addition to Qing'er, the young scholar Qi Lin, who served the heir, was also missing. He had been brought into the household at a young age, now merely 14 or 15, strikingly handsome, and had grown up alongside Qing'er, both having developed a close familiarity. Yet the notion that Qing'er would elope with him was utterly implausible to me. Who first suggested the idea of elopement? Shuishi asked, her brow knitted in concern. It was the maid from Qing'er's room who mentioned that Qing'er had met with Qi Lin on 2 occasions recently. And both times they spoke privately, Lady Wen replied. Furthermore, on the day Qing'er vanished, she also left the courtyard alone, without her maid in attendance. Afterward, we discovered that many of the jewels in her room were missing. Inquiries revealed that on the day she left the estate, she had personally sold numerous pieces of her jewelry for cash, coupled with the fact that both daughters have reached the age of 13, and I had recently intended to start considering their marriages. All these incidents piled together inevitably lead one to consider the possibility of elopement. She dismissed this conjecture and sought out her husband, but unbeknownst to her, the news reached her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law firmly believed it was undoubtedly a case of elopement, vehemently chastising Qing'er for tarnishing the family name of the Yong'an Duke's residence, and reproaching her for her inadequate upbringing. She pleaded for more manpower to search for the missing child. If that proved futile, she insisted they must report the matter to the authorities to at least seek clarity on the child's whereabouts. However, after hurling the most venomous accusations, her mother-in-law, ironically, fell ill, spitting blood. Her husband, in front of the second branch of the family, struck her and declared that any grand search was futile. If the girl was not found within a month, she would be considered lost forever. They would claim she had succumbed to a sudden illness, and even if she were to return later, she would not be acknowledged. In summary, the paramount concern was to suppress this matter and protect the family's reputation from being sullied. Her heart sank to the depths of despair as she had done everything within her power, dispatching everyone around her to search. Yet she could only await news day and night. She also sought assistance from her family, and her parents agreed to discreetly inquire on her behalf. But due to the stance of the elder family, her father dared not make any proclamations, and thus there had been no progress to date. By the way, why has Cousin Wei not been seen today? After hearing all of this, Xu Mingyi inquired. The 2 sisters of the Chui family were twins, and their bond was presumably the closest, aside from the devoted maid. Perhaps Cousin Wei knew the most about the affairs concerning Cousin Qing. After the incident involving Qing, she caused quite a stir, leading the heir to confine her to her quarters, forbidding her from appearing in public. Lady Wen, astute as she was, recognized the intent behind Xu Mingyi's question and promptly instructed the accompanying maid to bring Cui Yunwei over, although she had already inquired about necessary matters. Both she and Wei had been overwhelmed with anxious concern, and perhaps the elder sister and the young lady from the Xu family could uncover other crucial details. Mother, do we have any news about my second sister? Cui Yunwei soon arrived at the heir's residence, hastily making her way into the inner chambers. Her skirts held up as she rushed in. Seeing her daughter, whose forehead glistened with sweat and whose expression was a mix of anticipation and unease, Lady Wen felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She gently shook her head and said, "Your aunt and cousin wish to ask you about your second sister." Suppressing her disappointment, Cui Yunwei then remembered to greet the Cui family members. "Aunt Cousin Zhao Zhao, let us speak." Cui's voice was soft. Cui Yunwei nodded and took her seat, her once vibrant face now pale and devoid of its usual brightness. "In your opinion, did Qing exhibit any unusual behavior before the incident? Xu Mingyi inquit, or did she encounter anyone noteworthy, since she had ventured out alone and even sold her jewelry? There must be some underlying reason, even if it wasn't for a clandestine escape." Lady Wen looked at her daughter and said, "Wei, think carefully. 2 days before the incident, I was suffering quite severely from a cold and did not leave the courtyard. On the day of the incident, I felt much better after my afternoon nap and went to her courtyard to look for her, but the maid informed me that she had gone out, so I returned. It was only the next day that I learned my second sister was missing. Cui Yunwei, filled with regret, recalled. The last time I saw my sister was 3 days prior to the incident when we went to Shangyu Pavilion to buy a bracelet for Mother. If I had felt slightly better during those days, I wouldn't have gone days without seeing her, nor would I have failed to notice even the faintest clue. Yet, prior to that moment, she had indeed not sensed anything amiss with her sister. Upon hearing this, Xu Mingyi's mind flashed back to what had transpired at Shangyu Pavilion. It dawned on her that Qing'er had encountered her misfortune 3 days after her appearance at the pavilion. Reflecting on the bracelet purchase, Lady Wen's heart ached even more. She was unaware that the item she had lingered over that day had been quietly noted by her 2 daughters. After the bracelet was purchased, Qing'er remarked that on that day at Shangyu Pavilion, she had feigned a smile while looking at the bracelet, feeling quite the contrary in her heart. As a daughter, she wished to bring joy to her mother. Yet, that was not merely a fade. At that moment, she had thought that although she could not afford the bracelet today, given that her mother-in-law had not much longer to live, the dowry and household gifts would eventually return to her hands, allowing her to purchase whatever her heart desired in the future. Lost in such thoughts, she had inadvertently revealed a hint of a smile. But Qing'er, with her keen insight, had pondered all those complexities. In the end, there was nothing amiss, after all. A dutiful and considerate daughter should only elicit feelings of gratitude from a mother. Yet, it was but 3 days after acquiring this bracelet that misfortune befell Qing'er. These 2 children, in their earnest desire to procure this bracelet for me, had expended all their personal savings. Lady One, filled with guilt, lamented. I had thought that Qing'er must have needed the silver for some urgent matter. However, her prideful nature likely prevented her from wanting others to know. Hence, she ventured out alone to discreetly sell her jewelry. If it is true that she encountered some nefarious individuals or was deceived along the way, would it not mean that I, as her mother, have caused her harm? What nonsense, mother! The fault lies with those who harm my sister, not with you, Cui Yunwei asserted, biting her lip and summoning her courage. If you ask me, this incident may well be the doing of Xiaxi. On that day, at Shangyu Pavilion, she went to great lengths to trouble both me and my sister, and it is entirely possible that she sought revenge. Lady Wen's expression shifted slightly. Vaya, how can you speak such baseless accusations? Have you forgotten why your father forbade your feet from wandering? She had already asked her father to investigate this matter, and it appeared that the 4th Miss of the Xia family had shown no signs of unusual behavior lately. Without evidence, one cannot easily wrongfully accuse others. However, should there be any suspicious elements, it is only right to voice them. Xu Mingyi turned to Cui Yunwei and inquired, aside from Xiaxi, has Qing'er had any conflicts with others? Cui Yunwei shook her head without hesitation. My sister is gentle and reserved. She never engages in quarrels unless provoked. What of that fellow named Qi Lin? Xu Mingyi pressed on. Did he truly have any dealings with Qing'er? Somevat, Cui Yunwei replied candidly. Since we were children studying in the clan, he frequented the academy. However, these past 2 years, our encounters have become exceedingly rare. After my sister turned 12 last year, she ceased attending the academy. Qi Lin has been tending to his father, who is occupied with his writing and seldom has opportunities to meet us. But as for my sister eloping with him, that is utterly impossible, Cui Yunwei declared with conviction. Xu Mingyi remained non-committal and continued to inquire before the incident. Did Qi Lin exhibit any behavior that deviated from the norm? Surely, the Duke's household had conducted a thorough investigation. As if on cue, Lady Wen remarked. A few days prior, his mother fell gravely ill, and he was seen shuttling between the Duke's residence and their old family home, often disappearing for half a day. If he were to display any unusual behavior, no one would take notice. Gravely ill? Cui Wei frowned slightly. With a mother unwell at home, how could he possibly entertain thoughts of eloping? This situation appears increasingly dubious. The day after Qing'er's disappearance, the household sent someone to his home and discovered that the woman had indeed passed away. It seemed she had been deceased for a day or 2. At this point, Lady Wen's complexion darkened further. This implies that before his disappearance, he must have known his mother had already passed, but chose not to disclose this fact and did not prepare for her funeral. Furthermore, It appears that all valuables within the household have been sold off. Thus, some informed servants within the manor speculated that this was an act of elopement under the guise of attending to a gravely ill mother. With the mother's passing, there were no longer any ties to bind him, and even the funeral arrangements were overlooked as he absconded with the second young lady. Xu Mingyi, contemplating the implications. This individual, named Qi Lin, was undoubtedly highly suspect. If it was not a genuine elopement, then this person was deliberately fabricating the appearance of one. Such intent undoubtedly aimed to thwart the Duke's family from delving deeper into the matter, thereby obscuring the truth behind his cousin's disappearance. So, was he merely harboring nefarious thoughts of his own, or was he acting under the influence or bribery of another? Mother, let us report this to the authorities, urged Shui Yunwei, her voice laced with urgency. If we delay any further, I fear my younger sister, Cui Qing, will be consumed by anxiety. Wen Shi's eyes reflected a painful hesitation. She was acutely aware that reporting the matter could yield greater hope, yet after days of contemplation, she understood the terrifying consequences that such a decision might entail. Time had already slipped away. Whether the officials could recover Qing was uncertain, and even if they succeeded, Qing's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, casting a shadow of scandal that would follow her for a lifetime. The repercussions would not only affect Qing, but also jeopardize Wei's prospects for marriage, and even implicate other young women in the family. The esteemed reputation of both the Wen and Shui families was at stake. Wen Shi yearned to reclaim her daughter, and she would not hesitate to sacrifice her own life for that cause. However, the world was particularly unjust to women, burdening them with countless expectations and constraints that were inescapable as long as they lived. Was her mother afraid of her father's wrath? Hui Yunwei frowned, asserting, if it comes to that, after this matter is settled, Mother can simply lead me and my sister to separate from father. For years, her father had heeded the whims of her grandmother, never once considering the well-being of his wife and daughters. But she had endured this. What truly shattered her faith was that during this crisis, her father not only displayed indifference but sought to suppress the incident, even going so far as to berate and strike her mother. Her father, a man of mediocre capability and appearance, with the added misfortune of poor hygiene, was hardly deserving of respect. Cui Yunwei felt increasingly aggrieved on her mother's behalf and continued, even if he were to cast us out, what of it? Mother still has her dowry, and I can support us through my embroidery work. What does it matter to be a woman? She declared. I could emulate Master Su Ying from Shangyu Pavilion, who chose not to marry and has thrived through her own skills. Wen Shi managed a bitter smile upon hearing her daughter's words. Your embroidery skills are hardly sufficient to sustain us, she replied. Besides, if we were to report this, with so many eyes watching, your father would be even less inclined to let me separate from him. Enough of this foolish talk, she said, her eyes reddening. Her emotions a tumultuous sea. Whether we report it or not can wait until after your grandmother's funeral tomorrow. We could decide then. She needed more time to ponder the situation. Cui Yunwei opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Unlike her mother, she could not fully comprehend the complexities of Wen Shi's predicament, and thus felt it inappropriate to interfere. Observing the turmoil on her mother's face, Xu Mingyi already sensed the answer within her heart. She could not know how Wen Shi would ultimately resolve her thoughts, nor whether other obstacles would arise. But it was evident that she ultimately chose not to report the incident. Otherwise, in her past life, she would not have remained oblivious to her cousin Qing's disappearance. Yet, reporting the matter held its advantages. The discreet inquiries would never compare to the efficacy of official intervention. The actions of the opposing party clearly indicate their confidence that the Duke of Dingnan household would refrain from reporting the matter to the authorities. In such a scenario, if a report were indeed made, it might serve to rattle the adversary and coax them out of hiding. At the very least, it would provide an opportunity to observe the reactions of those nearby, yielding some insights, however modest. Reflecting on the incident where the Cui sisters faced deliberate humiliation at the Shangyu Pavilion, Xu Mingyi pondered for a moment before finally speaking up. I do have a suggestion regarding reporting the matter. I wonder if the lady would care to hear it? Madame Wen raised her head at the sound of his voice. Under the soft glow of the delicate orange gauze lamp, the girl's naturally bright features appeared even more resplendent, her eyes clear and serene, instilling an inexplicable sense of calm in those who beheld her. Although her forthcoming words were not met with high expectations, Madame Wen still nodded in acquiescence. "Please, Miss Xu, do share." The night breeze flowed into the room, causing the flame encased within the gauze lamp to flicker gently. Outside, the night was as dark as ink. The following day marked the date of the late Duke of Dingnan funeral. As the procession passed, paper money filled the air, and the renowned filial son of the capital, the Duke's heir, Cui Exin, wept uncontrollably, his arm bound with thick bandages for support. Observing this scene from his horse, Wu Yang furrowed his brow in mild disdain. While the loss of a family member is indeed a sorrowful affair, a grown man crying so openly in the streets was quite the eyesore, necessitating assistance from servants, even causing the pallbearers behind him to pause repeatedly in their duties, truly a lack of dignity. As the steed gradually distanced itself from the crowd, it galloped back to the Dingnan Wangfu when the path was clear. The young man leapt down from his horse, tossing the reins to a servant who had approached to pay his respects, and strode up the stone steps. "Young master," a servant in the courtyard greeted him. "The heir has asked me to wait here for your return." Wu Yang halted at the words, directing his gaze towards the servant. The servant continued, "The heir is in the study, awaiting your presence to discuss matters." Wu Yang nodded slightly, refraining from further questions, and proceeded onward. Within the main courtyard, in the spacious and well-lit study, Wu Jingming, the heir of the Dingnan Wang, heard the announcement from the servants outside and first placed the confidential letter back into a hidden compartment of the bookshelf before saying, "Come in." As he spoke, he casually pulled a book from the shelf into his hands. The servant opened the door, and Wu Yang entered, glancing at his father's choice of historical text, his expression subtly shifting. His father, well-versed in various histories, rarely needed to consult such books, which were typically relegated to the corners of the shelf, seldom taken out. Wu Yang discreetly surveyed the corner of the bookshelf, raised his hand in greeting. "Father, I heard you visited the tea house again today." Wu Jingming, seated behind the desk, gestured for his son to sit and converse. "Indeed," Wu Yang replied candidly. "I wish to further investigate the earlier incident where I was ambushed. The identity of the individual lurking in the shadows, intent on my demise, remains unknown to both the court and the Wu family. I have previously mentioned that this matter will be investigated by our kin, and you need not burden yourself with excessive worry." Upon hearing this, Wu Yang's expression remained largely unchanged, yet he boldly inquired, "Father, why do you hesitate to let me handle this matter?" While outsiders may be oblivious, his father has always been acutely aware that he, the grandson of the Duke of Dingnan, appears to frequently court trouble in Ningyan, indulging in frivolities and possessing little of merit beyond his countenance. However, these antics are merely a fade for the court. In truth, from a young age, he has had to learn and endure trials far exceeding those of his peers. The clandestine influence wielded by the Wu family in Ningyan has long been under his tentative stewardship, initiated 3 years prior under his grandfather's guidance. He has dealt with the intricate entanglements of various factions within the clan, including matters best kept in the shadows. Thus, his father's repeated admonitions, suggesting he is merely being reckless and incapable of contributing meaningfully, are utterly incomprehensible to him. Today, he seeks to clarify this with his father. "The traitor is coming for you. As your father, I cannot allow you to take risks." Wu Jingming sighed softly, speaking earnestly. "Ultimately, this matter should be investigated within the clan as well. Your mother has just begun to recover. Do not add to her worries. I am here in the capital, and even if I were to investigate, a direct confrontation with the adversary is unlikely. Moreover, they have already missed their opportunity to strike. It is neither a vendetta, nor could it be simply an attempt on my life, fixated as they are on my existence." Wu Yang echoed the sigh. "Therefore, you need not use mother as leverage against me." Wu Jingming raised an eyebrow. "Your grandfather has just sent word urging you to return to Ningyan. Do you intend to disregard his wishes as well?" Wu Yang picked up the warm tea beside him, took a couple of sips, and, as he set down the cup, remarked, "You need not resort to mother-s influence, then switch to grandfather to pressure me." Wu Jingming felt a sense of helplessness at his words. If his own counsel were effective, why would he need to invoke his wife and elderly father. Such astute children are difficult to manage. Or perhaps grandfather, too, disapproves of my involvement in this matter. The boy, gazing at him with inquisitive eyes, voiced a thought that caused Wu Jingming further concern. Father, are you concealing something from me? What could I possibly hide from you? Wu Jingming regarded his son with an expression of amusement, as if he had heard a jest. It is merely that I remain haunted by your prior brush with danger, and I genuinely wish for you to avoid any further risks, even in the slightest measure. With that, he sighed again. I have grown old, no longer as audacious as I once was, especially fearful of any misstep you might take. Wu Yang fell silent for a moment. His father was well-read and meticulous in his endeavors. Yet, there was one thing: when he lied to those close to him, his words and demeanor appeared somewhat exaggerated and insincere. He was oblivious to this fact, likely due to the absence of anyone at home to point it out. After all, this ignorance was not necessarily detrimental, particularly for his mother, although he felt that this approach, whereby as long as he remained silent, his father would never recognize his shortcomings, was somewhat unkind. It did not affect the understanding he maintained with his grandfather and mother. However, with the conversation reaching this point, and since his father was unwilling to elaborate, he was not one to press further. He simply cast a deep glance at his father and said, I understand your words. Father. Wu Jingming's eyelid twitched slightly. Why did he feel as though his son's gaze conveyed? Father is lying, and I have seen through it. No, that could not be. Wu Jingming quickly dismissed this notion. In both the clan and the bureaucratic realm, he was renowned for his composure and thoroughness, leaving no room for error. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Wu Jingming nodded, watching his restless son, and added, Remember my words today. I shall remember them. However, remembering and heeding them are two different matters altogether. The youth, with a heart at ease, rose to perform his bow and departed from the premises. Upon witnessing the servant close the study door, Wu Jingming exhaled a sigh of relief. He had managed, albeit with difficulty, to handle the seemingly straightforward yet truly troublesome lad. However, a contradictory sense of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Such sharpness and insight were not merely the fruits of careful nurturing. Wu Yang made his way directly back to Fengqing residence. Young master. A young attendant waiting in the courtyard approached to pay his respects. Wu Yang glanced at him and nodded. Follow me to the study to converse. Yes. The attendant trailed behind Wu Yang into the study. After receiving the young master's letter, the subordinates had promptly set off, departing from Ningyang. Before leaving the royal residence, the prince had instructed them to escort the young master back to Ningyang as swiftly as possible. Wu Yang settled behind the writing desk and addressed him. There is no immediate rush to return to Ningyang. The reason I summoned you to the capital is to assign you a task. Although the capital was rife with individuals from the Dingnan prince's residence, all were under his father's command, while he could summon them at will. Much like the people at the Snow Sound Tea House, whatever actions he undertook would be swiftly reported back to his father. Ultimately, they could not compare to those who were truly his own, particularly in circumstances where his father sought to keep him in the dark. Young master, please give your orders. Previously, I encountered a peculiar incident involving mountain bandits on my journey to the capital. Here are the clues I have gathered of late. Wu Yang extracted a letter he had tucked within a book on his desk, saying, You are to investigate these leads. Understood, the attendant replied, stepping forward to receive the letter. Additionally, I require you to look into the whereabouts of Sui Shan. Upon hearing this, the attendant's typically expressionless face betrayed a hint of surprise. Sui Shan. Was he not slain while escorting the young master to the capital? I suspect he is not dead, Wu Yang replied nonchalantly, yet with an air of certainty. At least, not at the hands of those mountain bandits. Do you harbor suspicions regarding Sui Shan? The attendant's expression grew complex. He was known as Sui Jiang, having trained alongside Sui Shan since childhood. They had endured countless trials and tribulations together before being entrusted to the young master. The young master held their loyalty in high regard and treated them well. Truthfully, he did not believe Sui Shan would betray him. Yet, since the young master voiced such doubts, it was evident he held his own reasons. I previously sent word back to Ningyang and had someone discreetly verify. While the number of bodies returned from Ningyang was accurate, Sui Shan was notably absent. In this sweltering heat, many corpses had become difficult to identify. Some perished while fiercely resisting, leaving them unrecognizable. However, Yuan, skilled in the ways of a coroner and familiar with Sui Shan, would never mistake him for another. This implies that among those bodies, one unknown individual had replaced Sui Shan. This must have been a deliberate act. His inclination to inspect the corpses stemmed from his growing suspicion towards Sui Shan. He was convinced that the incident had revealed an insider among his ranks. As he ventured forth, all matters were managed and arranged by Sui Shan. A group of individuals has fallen victim to a narcotic, and the ever-cautious Sui Shan cannot evade suspicion. While he undoubtedly trusts his confidant, he places even greater faith in the judgments made under the veil of reason. Both Sui Shan and Sui Jiang are not mere subordinates of ordinary caliber, particularly Sui Shan, whose skills and capabilities are so exceptional that to call him one in a myriad would be an understatement. Cultivating such a remarkable subordinate demands not only considerable effort and resources, but also a blend of fortune and discernment. Those who orchestrated this act, exhibiting the prowess to execute it so flawlessly, are certainly not of common ilk. It is conceivable that they possess the audacity to covertly alter Sui Shan's identity for their own ends. Alternatively, it is possible that Sui Shan has managed to evade the clutches of his would-be silencer. 072, reporting to the authorities thus, among those corpses, he was absent. Regardless of the circumstances, the possibility of Sui Shan still being alive is indeed substantial. He conveyed this lead to his father, yet there was little progress on that front. Sui Jiang knelt down, his demeanor solemn, and assured, "Rest assured, my lord, if Sui Shan is truly alive, I shall pursue him to the ends of the earth and bring him back before you for your judgment. This matter is of no concern to you. Rise." "Yes, I shall promptly make arrangements." Wu Yang glanced at his weary subordinate, whose cracked lips bore testament to his fatigue, and said, "There is no need for haste. Let us first examine the clues in the letter and make arrangements tomorrow." Sui Jiang complied, tightening his grip on the note. He understood that his lord was showing him consideration. Thus, he could scarcely fathom what circumstances could have led Sui Shan to betray his lord and seek his life. "Furthermore, I have arranged for a skilled tracker to assist you. He will be arriving shortly. You shall meet him." At that moment, a knock echoed from the study door. "My lord, Mr. Fong has arrived. Please let him in." The door swung open, revealing Mr. Fong in a lead-gray Taoist robe, who greeted Wu Yang with a smile and a bow. "My lord." Wu Yang nodded slightly and turned to Sui Jiang. "This is Mr. Fong." Sui Jiang turned to bow in respect, yet as his gaze fell upon the man, a fleeting sense of familiarity washed over him. Had he encountered this gentleman before? Noticing his subordinate's expression, Wu Yang cleared his throat and said, "Sui Jiang, I have matters to discuss with Mr. Fong. You may leave." "Yes, I take my leave." As Sui Jiang exited the study and descended the stone steps, he was met by a dark shadow approaching. He instinctively halted. A large bird flew past him. Glancing his way, he nodded slightly, recognizing an old acquaintance. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly paused again, deep in thought as he looked back at the bird that had entered the study. It seemed he had just realized why he felt a sense of familiarity with Mr. Fong. Indeed, the affairs of this world are truly wondrous. Inside the study, Wu Yang and Mr. Fong were engaged in discussion, while the bird, Tianmu, nestled obediently at the boy's feet. After concluding their serious talk, Wu Yang picked up a teacup to sip, casting a glance at the crouching bird. Ever since Miss Su had neglected it for a time, it appeared to have remembered who its true master was. At that moment, a servant arrived with a meal. Wu Yang had missed lunch earlier due to his errands, prompting the steward to prepare food and deliver it to the study. Plates of fragrant dishes were laid out on the long table by the window. "Would you care to join me, sir?" Wu Yang inquired politely. Mr. Fong initially intended to decline, yet his stomach, betraying him, urged his mind to nod in agreement. After all, it had been a full hour since he had eaten. The two sat cross-legged across from each other, and the servant quickly provided an additional set of utensils along with 2 plates of cold dishes. Mr. Fong had just picked up his chopsticks to savor a bite of the cold beef when a bald head emerged from the side of the low table, and a long beak snatched away a piece of meat. Mr. Fong was momentarily taken aback and shot a glare at the thieving bird. The bird, sensing his gaze, defiantly stared back at him. If it was permissible for it to partake in the master's feast, then it could do so without hesitation. Wu Yang, noticing this, paused with his chopsticks, furrowing his brow as he admonished, "Tianmu, your lack of decorum has become more pronounced. Given your unremarkable appearance, it is no wonder you fail to win Miss Su's favor. We must find a way to return you. Such domesticated creatures should not be indulged in this manner." "Mr. Fong regarded the bird and remarked, "I perceive it possesses a certain intelligence. Might I teach it some manners?" After all, he had previously raised a dog. Wu Yang remained silent, tacitly consenting. Mr. Fong then retrieved a small beast incense burner from the side and placed it before Tianmu. Observing Tianmu's focused attention, Mr. Fong nodded in satisfaction and proceeded. He deftly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it in the small beast's mouth. Then, under Tianmu's watchful eyes, began to strike the beast's head forcefully with his chopsticks, causing the meat to fall out. After completing this, he turned his gaze to the bird. The clever creature surely comprehended the display. If it understood, it would undoubtedly be intimidated. The bird stared at him, unimpressed. In a sudden burst, it thrust its bald head into the dish of beef, devouring it ravenously. If it merely faced a few taps, it could feast to its heart's content. Witnessing this, Wu Yang set down his chopsticks and rose silently. In the next moment, the bird was seized by the young man and unceremoniously tossed outside. After its expulsion, Wu Yang was left with a singular thought. It was remarkably heavy. Even after being starved by Miss Su for several days, it still felt weighty. In fact, it seemed to exhibit signs of a compensatory feeding frenzy. Perhaps he ought to contemplate finding some task for this indolent bird to attend to. The following day, the morning hall at the Duke of Dingnan's residence had been dismantled. Cui Xen, having concluded the remaining matters in the front courtyard, returned to the heir's quarters. Weary and nursing an injured arm, he sat in the hall for a considerable time before a maid arrived with tea, which sparked a surge of anger within him. The inhabitants of this courtyard were all part of the one family's dowry. It was evident that they had received instructions from one to treat him with such negligence. It was an affront to his dignity. However, upon reflecting on his thoughts from the previous night, he chose to suppress his ire for the moment. With his mother gone, he lacked counsel and support, and apart from Wen's recent missteps regarding Qing'er, they had managed rather adequately in other matters. Soon, he would inherit the title and would require someone to manage the household affairs. As for taking another wife, a younger consort, he certainly harbored such desires. Yet, should he remarry, the family background would inevitably pale in comparison to that of the Wen family. Furthermore, though the Wen family held a modest official position, their ancestral wealth from commerce had endowed them with a substantial dowry. Over the years, this substantial dowry had been discreetly consumed by him and his mother. Should he truly sever ties with the other party, he would find himself unable to produce the requisite silver to mend this financial chasm. His mother had once advised that a true gentleman must possess both resilience and adaptability. Thus, he could only endure the presence of that woman from the one family for the time being. With this thought in mind, Cui Xian took a sip of tea and, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Where is the lady?" The maidservant, with her gaze lowered, responded calmly, replying to the young master, "The lady has gone to the government office." Upon hearing this, Cui Xian's face twitched. What business does she have at the government office? The lady mentioned she intends to report to the authorities. Report to the authorities? Cui Xian's expression darkened dramatically. How long has she been gone? More than a quarter of an hour. With a resounding crash, Cui Xian slammed down the teacup and strode out with purpose. He had to intercept that reckless woman. Otherwise, the family estate would indeed be on the brink of ruin at her hands. Cui Xian hurriedly arranged for a carriage and made his way to the court in the capital. Despite his incessant urging for the driver to hasten, and his impatience leading him to wish he could take the reins himself, he ultimately had to concede to his own lack of skill in driving. By the time he arrived at the court, it was already too late. Inside, Madame Wen was discussing the words of the magistrate Ji Dong with her maid in the main hall, while a crowd of onlookers gathered outside, munching on sunflower seeds. Cui Xian's mind was a tumult of anxiety, feeling the weight of the entire Yong and Duke's family as honor resting upon his shoulders. Ignoring the customary decorum, he rushed into the hall, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Lord Ji, you must not heed my wife's nonsensical claims. Who dares to intrude upon the court?" Before Ji Dong could discern who had entered, two constables armed with clubs seized Cui Xian. "Lord Ji, it is I, Cui." Ji Dong recognized him and waved his hand, signaling the constables to release him. Cui Xian turned to Madame Wan, hastily explaining, "Lord Magistrate, you may not be aware, but my mother has recently passed away. In her profound sorrow, my wife has become distraught and confused, leading her to make these false accusations. I implore you not to take offense." Zizong Wen, pondering why it seemed as though it was the heir of Yong and Duke who appeared more deranged than his wife. Cui Xian was implying that there had been no theft in the household, nor any servants who had fled the estate. What? Cui Xian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Ji Dong's remarks. Madame Wen looked at him calmly and said, "Have you perhaps forgotten your young servant, Qilin? About 17 or 18 days ago, he vanished after stealing valuables from our estate." Cui Xian was astonished. After a brief moment, he managed a helpless laugh at Ji Dong, saying, "That indeed occurred. But I thought it merely a case of theft and felt it inappropriate to trouble Lord Ji over such a trivial matter. You are already burdened with official duties. How could I impose on you with this minor issue?" Ji Dong felt a sense of helplessness as well. He truly did not wish to trouble himself with it. They could have resolved this privately at home, after all, but now that the matter had been brought to light, could he really ignore it? However, such a statement would not align with the positive image expected of an official. Such words are unwarranted, young Master Cui. This is indeed within my purview. Since the matter is factual, I shall conduct an investigation according to the proper procedures. Cui Xian quickly raised his hand in salute, saying, "Then I am in your debt." Lord Ji. After exiting the court, Cui Xian walked alongside Madame Wen. The crowd gradually dispersed. Initially, they had expected a grand spectacle upon the arrival of the Yong and Duke's wife, but it turned out to be merely a case of lost belongings. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that although reports of thefts at home were commonplace, it was rare for an aristocrat to personally come forward. As the onlookers walked away, they engaged in discussion. A young man dressed as a servant, carrying a medicine pouch, passed by and caught a glimpse of the words Yong and Duke's estate, causing his expression to change subtly. Slowing his pace, he feigned curiosity and inquired of another man, "May I ask what has transpired at the Yong and Duke's estate that necessitated a visit to the court?" "It is nothing of great consequence, merely a tale of a young scribe who absconded after pilfering some items." The attendants were taken aback. How could such a trivial matter warrant the personal attention of the young master's wife? Yet, it was not solely the young master's wife who came. The heir of the Duke of Yong'an had also pursued the matter. Surely, it must involve something of considerable value. But who can say? The attendant's expression darkened. Indeed, something of great worth had been lost. Yet, how audacious it was for the Duke of Yong'an's household to report this incident. Casting a glance at the carriage not far off, the attendant hastily departed from the crowd. Once inside the carriage, Cui Xian's countenance immediately soured. "What nonsense are you up to now?" Wen Shi replied with a silent, cold chuckle. It was absurd for those who had no involvement to accuse her of foolishness. The intent was to enlist the aid of the authorities to locate Qi Lin swiftly. Once Qi Lin was found, the whereabouts of Qing'er would naturally be revealed. However, if the authorities discovered that Qing'er had eloped with him, would we not be thieves shouting to catch thieves, leaving ourselves open to ridicule? "My daughter could never elope," Wen Shi stated coldly. This notion had been proposed by Miss Su, and upon careful consideration, it was indeed the only viable solution, one that would not publicly tarnish Qing'er's reputation while allowing for the legitimate involvement of the authorities in the search. As for the matters following Qi Lin's discovery, the authorities would certainly not handle it in a manner that attracted undue attention. Lord Ji is a sensible official, and he has connections with the heir of the Duke of Jinghua. Subsequent affairs would not prove difficult to manage. With a little persuasion above and below, nothing inappropriate would be leaked. Cui Xian was about to say more when Wen Shi interrupted coldly. "The young master need not say much. This matter will not tarnish the reputation of the Duke of Yong'an's household. As for Qing'er, since the young master believes she should not return upon finding her, I shall lead her and weigh her out of the household. Out of the household? Chui Xin found this notion utterly ludicrous. How dare this woman even mention separation? Wen Shi, with an impassive expression, declared, I have already corresponded with my mother regarding this. She does not oppose. Kuixinesse amusement instantly vanished. Had his mother-in-law lost her senses? His expression shifted repeatedly, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Shi's demeanor, noting her coldness, which was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor of softness and forbearance, causing a sense of unease to take root within him. After so many years of marriage, how can you simply speak of separation? Even if you do not consider your own future, you must think of our children's futures and prospects. Such words born of anger should not be repeated. Chui Xian restrained his temper. I understand that you have been greatly troubled and worried about Qing. I too share your concerns. The immediate priority is to bring Qing back. Rest assured, I will dispatch additional personnel to inquire further. As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Wen Shi. She accepted it with a frigid demeanor. With the passing of her mother-in-law, it seemed her husband had visibly become more sensible. How remarkable indeed. Her elder sister's words had proven true. This despicable man feared strength and would not be granted any leniency. 2 days later, Wen Shi sent a trusted maid to the Duke of Dingwan's residence to deliver a message to the Chui family. As the carriage entered Qing Yunfang, the maid, intrigued by the lively sounds from outside, lifted the curtain to take a glance. She observed a household of modest means, bustling with guests, suggesting a celebration of some sort. Qing Yunfang, expansive in its layout, had long been a gathering place for the powerful during the previous dynasty. After the late emperor ascended the throne in the capital, the newly minted nobility, led by the Duke of State, established their residences here. The Duke's manor alone occupied the majority of Qing Yunfang, leaving only a few scattered plots for other lesser-known officials or scholars. The maid did not linger in her observation and promptly lowered the carriage curtain. The letter was soon delivered to Madame Chui, who then summoned Xu Mingyi. Is there any progress regarding the matter of her cousin Qing? In the chamber, only the maid Qing Ying attended to Xu Mingyi, who, after taking her seat, inquired. Chui nodded, though her expression was far from pleasant. The authorities had recently discovered that Qi Lin's last appearance in the city was in the bamboo grove behind a tea house in the southern alley. Chui recounted what was mentioned in the letter from Wen. It was said that a servant from the tea house had spotted Qi Lin, and shortly thereafter, a young girl wearing a hooded cloak had approached. Such circumstances easily led one to speculate about clandestine gatherings, a topic that piqued everyone's curiosity, which explained why the servant retained some recollection after nearly 20 days. From the servant's vague description, it seemed that the young girl was indeed Qing heir, who had ventured out to sell jewelry that day. Chui remarked. The officials had inquired at the Bo residence to ascertain the identity of the young girl, but the Bo family naturally dared not disclose anything. They could only hope that the authorities would soon locate Qi Lin. Once Qi Lin was found, they could ascertain Qing heir's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the Bo family, the Wen family, and the Duke of Dingwan's residence were all discreetly investigating Qing heir's trail. Nevertheless, Chui still felt a lingering unease. Human malice was pervasive in this world, and the unpredictable nature of events meant that countless individuals went missing each year, even in the capital. But how many were truly found? Especially since Qing heir had been missing for a full 20 days, enough time for myriad events to unfold, erasing any existing clues. The southern alley. Xu Mingyi pondered and asked, Mother, did the letter mention the name of that tea house? It seemed to have, but she had not made an effort to remember it. Chui instinctively picked up the letter from the small table beside her. Indeed, it was named Shuesheng Tea House. Xu Mingyi note that? What a coincidence. Her cousin Qing had vanished near Shuesheng Tea House, likely the last place she was seen. Why did Zhao Zhao specifically inquire about this? The daughter felt that since someone had seen her cousin there, it was imperative to investigate the vicinity thoroughly. We nodded in agreement. Naturally, the mother and daughter exchanged fragments of information gathered in recent days. Noticing the earnestness with which the young girl approached the matter, Chui was inevitably moved. Zhao Zhao's concern for Qing heir stemmed, ultimately, from her role as a mother. She was determined to fulfill her responsibilities as Zhao Zhao's mother. Madam, Phone Mama entered softly and reported The congratulatory gifts have been delivered to the Jean family. Madame Jean invited the maid to dine, but I politely declined. Kui nojid, acknowledging the information. You may leave now. Feng Mama complied and exited. Xu Mingyi gazed out at the yellowing banana leaves beyond the window, momentarily lost in thought. Zhang Xian had been promoted, advancing from a 6th-rank official to a 5th-rank minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Positions within the 6 ministries were notoriously scarce, and such an advantageous turn of fortune falling upon Zhang Xian had never particularly concerned her before. However, she was now certain it was connected to the Xia family. Of late, Zhang Xian had been increasingly frequent in delivering confidential messages to the Xia family. Recently, the Zhang family has gained nothing from their residence at the Duke of Zhan's estate. Zhang Yunzhu, having lost her connections due to matters concerning Liu Yizhi, must exercise greater caution regarding Xia Tingjin's generosity towards a pawn who has not achieved any notable merits. The officials at his disposal are numerous, each entangled in a web of vested interests, with many vying for advancement, not just Zhang Xian. Could it be that the Zhan family has exerted influence elsewhere? Xu Mingyi found herself unconsciously speculating. It was only upon hearing Madame Cui instruct Qingying to check if the pastries were ready that Xu Mingyi regained her focus. What pastries have been prepared in the kitchen today? She suddenly inquired. Qingying replied with a smile, in addition to the usual selections. There are also the juju paste pastries that the young lady enjoys and the beef tongue cakes favored by the young master. Have the kitchen prepare some of each. I wish to take them out, Xu Mingyi commanded. Qingying, without suspicion, complied. Madame Cui could not help but ask, who are these pastries for? Should I have the kitchen make more? They are for the princess, Xu Mingyi replied with a smile. These will suffice. Madame Cui nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Shiyuan, Xu Mingyi entered her study and penned a note, instructing Zhu to have Zhu Xiu deliver it to the Duke of Dingnan in the capital. In the afternoon at the Duke of Dingnan's residence, Wu Yang was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. The youth's figure appeared tall and slender, typical for his age. Yet his narrow-sleeved silk robe clung to his back, dampened by sweat, accentuating the muscular contours from his broad shoulders to his arms. Young master. Upon seeing Wu Yang sheath his sword, the servant hurried forward to take it. Knowing his master's habits, the servant had prepared hot water in advance, and Wu Yang went straight into the inner chamber to bathe. When he emerged, he had changed into a pristine white garment, droplets of water adorning his inky hair, further highlighting his dark brows and eyes, with skin as fair as jade. The servant found himself momentarily entranced. His young master was truly handsome. Yet, one must not gaze too long, for if the young master were to notice, he would surely become displeased. But isn't beauty meant to be admired? If he possessed the young master's visage, he would wish to stroll through the streets daily, bringing joy to the citizens of the capital. However, in comparison, he was indeed fortunate, as he had the privilege to serve closely within the young master's courtyard. The real misfortune lay with those maidservants yearning to catch a glimpse of the young master, but unable to do so. The young master greatly disliked having maidservants nearby. Yet, he is already 17. This fact weighed heavily on the lady's mind. Wu Yang entered the study clad only in his inner robe. Just as he settled behind the writing desk, a sudden sound caught his attention. A loud flap. Tianmu flew in, dropping something from its talons onto the desk. Upon discerning the object, Wu Yang's brows knit tightly. It was a hairpin, and notably, it belonged to Miss Su. He glanced at the large bird standing before him, puffing out its chest as if seeking praise. He had instructed this bird to accompany him in searching for Sui Shan. Yet it had instead ventured to the Duke of Zhan's estate and stolen Miss Su's hairpin. Today, it pilfered a hairpin. What might it steal tomorrow? What has befallen this bird? Take it back, Wu Yang commanded coldly. The bird tilted its head in confusion. Suddenly, it soared towards the bookshelf, circling before a particular shelf. At first, Wu Yang was perplexed, but upon discerning the small box nestled within, his expression darkened instantly. Inside that box lay the hairpin belonging to Miss Su, which he had previously discarded. He had no intention of hiding it here. Rather, after he had thrown it away, this meddlesome bird had retrieved it. He had cast it away thrice, and each time, the bird managed to locate it. Frustrated beyond measure, he had no choice but to temporarily stow it away. only to forget about it thereafter. But what did the bird mean by this? Could it possibly think that he harbored a penchant for secretly collecting Miss Sue's hairpins? Was the bird risking itself to pilfer the hairpin merely to indulge its master's clandestine proclivities? Realizing that his once pristine reputation was now precariously at stake, Wu Yong found his expression darkening with each passing thought. His gaze fell upon the hairpin resting on the table, plunging him into silence. Just as one issue remained unresolved, another had arisen. No, he could not allow the situation to spiral further out of control. With decisive resolve, Wu Yong stood and retreated to his room to change and gather his hair. He intended to return the item and clarify matters with Miss Su in person. Just as he tucked the hairpin into his pocket and was about to leave, a young servant entered and bowed, saying, "Young master, someone has just delivered this for you." Wu Yong accepted the overly simple note, unfolding it to reveal elegant script that read, "Meet at the tea house." Though unsigned, he could easily surmise the sender's identity. It was unexpected that Miss Su, who often spoke of convincing others with words, possessed such exquisite handwriting in private. However, had he been discovered so swiftly? A sense of unease washed over him. It seemed he would need to speak first. Otherwise, if the other party initiated the conversation, it would be challenging to clarify matters. "I'll be stepping out for a while. If my parents inquire, tell them I went for a stroll," Wu Yong instructed the servant before striding out of Fengqing residence. Upon reaching the tea house, he learned from the staff that Xu Mingyi had already arrived. He ascended directly to the second floor and found her seated by the window, comfortably leaning against the broad chair's back, her profile turned towards the view outside. The resplendent evening glow cast a dazzling light, prompting her to squint slightly, exuding an air of languid contentment. Witnessing this scene, Wu Yong, who had hurriedly made his way there, unconsciously slowed his steps. "Young Master Wu." Xu Mingyi turned to glance at him, a trace of amusement flickering in her eyes as she subtly adjusted her relaxed posture. Wu Yong suddenly found her poised demeanor somewhat displeasing. Was it truly uncomfortable to recline, as she had moments before? Taking a seat opposite her, he initiated the conversation. "Miss Su, when you sent word, I was just about to see you. Is there something you wish to discuss, young Master Wu?" Xu Mingyi inquired, pushing a cup of tea towards him as she spoke. Wu Yong glanced at the cup, discerning that her purpose for summoning him was likely unrelated to the hairpin. Otherwise, she would not be treating him so amicably. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately retrieved the hairpin from his pocket. That mischievous Tian Mu took Miss Sue's hairpin. "I am here to return it to you." Xu Mingyi appeared momentarily taken aback. The slender fingers of the youth accentuated the pristine beauty of the white jade plum blossom hairpin. She reached out to accept it, scrutinizing it closely. Wu Yong withdrew his hand, lifting the teacup, his fingertip brushing against the spot where the girl had inadvertently touched it earlier. He took a couple of sips, casually observing her reaction from the corner of his eye. However, he noticed Xu Mingyi furrowing her brow tightly. "This hairpin is not mine." Wu Yong was momentarily stunned, instinctively exclaiming, "But I distinctly saw you use it." Xu Mingyi paused, earnestly recalling the events. She indeed possesses a pair of remarkably similar hairpins, though she cannot recall when she last used them. However, Wu Shisun has an excellent memory. Yet, this particular pin is certainly not mine. With a somewhat solemn expression, she remarked, "This must belong to my cousin. She once gifted each of the Chui sisters a pair of hairpins. Since it was a gift, she could not possibly use an old item to pass off as new. That day, she specifically visited the Shangyu Pavilion to select these. Considering my cousin's delicate and ethereal beauty, she chose this pair of white jade plum blossom hairpins. Moreover, the character Qing is engraved on the pin, which is precisely the one in her hand. Therefore, it is undoubtedly my cousin Qing's possession, according to the recollections of Qing's maid. She wore this very pair of hairpins when she left home that day. Are you saying that this hairpin was brought back by Tianmu?" Xu Mingyi inquired. Wu Yong nodded slightly yes. Suddenly, recalling that he had carried a stranger's hairpin with him throughout the journey, the young man's mood soured somewhat. Xu Mingyi continued to ask, "Do you know where Tianmu retrieved it from?" Wu Yong shook his head. Had he known its origin, he would not have mistakenly assumed it belonged to Miss Su. However, it seemed that Miss Su was quite concerned. "Is there a problem?" Wu Yong asked, sensing her unease. Holding the hairpin, Xu Mingyi hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "I have a cousin who has gone missing. This hairpin may be a crucial clue." Although she was supposed to keep her cousin's disappearance confidential, the current circumstances were exceptional, and she needed Wu Yang's assistance. "Missing?" Wu Yang furrowed his brow. Xu Mingyi nodded, explaining, "This matter pertains to a young woman's reputation, which is why it has not been publicly disclosed. I hope that Mr. Wu can keep this a secret." Wu Yang acknowledged with a sound. He was not one to gossip. "In fact, I invited you out today precisely for this matter." Xu Mingyi recounted the general circumstances, including how the authorities had traced Qilin to this tea house's vicinity. Before she could articulate her intentions further, Wu Yang called for a servant to come upstairs and directly instructed, "Bring the servant who answered the officials' inquiries yesterday." Xu Mingyi regarded him with sincerity, saying, "Thank you." Honestly, she greatly admired Wu Shisuan's forthright and efficient demeanor. Soon, a young servant, around 18 or 19 years old, arrived upstairs. "When you spoke to the officials yesterday, did you conceal anything?" Wu Yang inquired. "If there are any other suspicious matters, please elaborate." The servant appeared hesitant. He certainly did not wish to deceive his master. "But this young lady, Miss Su, is my friend. Speak freely," Wu Yang encouraged. Furthermore, since Miss Su had summoned him, it seemed she had already discerned the connection between the tea house and him, so there was no need for unnecessary concealment. Indeed, the servant finally admitted, "To avoid trouble for the tea house, I did conceal some details. That day I heard footsteps in the bamboo grove, and out of caution I followed. They appeared to be ordinary servants, yet in truth, they had all been selectively sent here. Individuals such as him, who prefer to remain in the shadows, exhibit a keen sense of alertness and vigilance, even if they lack martial prowess. After all, their primary duty involves gathering intelligence from various sources. While significant news is often elusive, they are inundated with a plethora of whimsical and peculiar gossip on a daily basis." On that day, he followed a somewhat furtive-looking young man into a bamboo grove, where he soon encountered a girl whose face was obscured by a veil. It was evident that the two were acquainted and had arranged to meet at this location. The tea house they frequented was rather desolate, situated in a remote area, and the bamboo grove offered a secluded haven, making it an ideal rendezvous point for clandestine meetings. Initially, he presumed this gathering would lack intrigue, but upon hearing the young woman's words, he realized that it was anything but mundane. Once, a young man found himself in dire circumstances, as his mother was gravely ill. In her desperation, he sought assistance from a young lady, who, in turn, sold some of her jewelry to provide him with the necessary funds for procuring medicine. As their conversation unfolded, hints of a young lady's identity were subtly revealed, leading the young man to address her as Mississippi. Their interaction bore the semblance of a master-servant relationship. After the attendant detailed these events, he recounted that when the officials had inquired the previous day, he refrained from mentioning this matter. His reasoning was that since the case was reported by the Earl of Yong'an and the individual in question was a servant of the Earl's household, it was likely that the young lady was also of noble lineage. Given that the Earl's household had not disclosed any information regarding the disappearance of a young lady, he believed that speaking too freely to the officials might invite unnecessary complications for the tea house. The tea house served as a sanctuary for them, necessitating a cautious approach. They were to act discreetly and avoid drawing attention. The attendant had already provided a general outline of the young lady's whereabouts, but had not completely concealed his encounter with the young man. The ability to locate him now depended on the methods and fortune of both the authorities and the Earl's household. Furthermore, the attendant had overheard part of a conversation and noticed a mysterious man in black appear suddenly. This man clearly possessed formidable skills, and fearing discovery, the attendant had not lingered. Before departing, he had glimpsed the man in black, who seemed to have rendered the young lady unconscious. The identity of this dark-clad figure remained unknown, and given the passage of time, the attendant could not justify his earlier silence to the officials regarding witnessing an assault. He merely informed them that he had seen the young man in question with a young lady in the bamboo grove. "Could you discern the appearance of the man in black?" Wu Yang inquired. The attendant shook his head, explaining that he had not had the opportunity for a detailed observation, but he could ascertain that the figure was tall and likely a middle-aged man. Is there anything else of significance? Wu Yang said. Sir, I have conveyed all that I know, the attendant replied. Wu Yang nodded, acknowledging his report. You may leave now. Yes, sir. In the tea house, the patrons adhered to a code of conduct, which precluded the timely disclosure of the truth. Terefore, Wu Yang addressed Xu Mingyi. I hope you will not hold it against this attendant. Xu Mingyi gently shook her head, expressing her gratitude for the lead she had received today. Acknowledging their differing statuses, she recognized that the attendant's actions could not be judged as right or wrong. At the very least, it was now evident that the disappearance of her cousin Qing was indeed connected to Qi Lin. According to the words of the Earl of Yong'an's wife, on the day of Qing's disappearance, Qi Lin's mother had passed away, yet Qi Lin had not disclosed this to anyone. However, the attendant's earlier statement indicated that Qing had sold her jewelry to fund the treatment for Qi Lin's mother, revealing that Qi Lin had crafted this as a pretext to lure Qing into this situation. The subsequent appearance of the man in black, who had attacked Qing, clearly illustrated that this entire scheme was premeditated. May I borrow your insight for a moment, young Master Wu? Xu Mingyi requested, looking at the youth before her. Wu Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing that even the most seemingly foolish creatures can prove useful at times. At this moment, he was in the backyard of the tea house, ready to hand over the item that Miss Xu desired. To prevent her from doubting his words and to prove his innocence, he had brought along the instigator. Thank you, young Master Wu, Xu Mingyi said, rising and giving a slight bow to Wu Yang. Are you planning to take the Tianmu to investigate the origins of this hairpin yourself? Wu Yang suddenly inquired as he noticed her intent to leave. Indeed, if I can trace the origins of this hairpin, it could yield significant discoveries. Given the current uncertainty, it would be unwise to alert too many people. Of course, she intended only to gather preliminary information. Should any danger arise, she would not recklessly pursue it further. Wu Yang glanced at the darkening sky outside the window. I shall accompany you, Miss Xu. Xu Mingyi was taken aback by this. Observing her reaction, Wu Yang stated earnestly, You have only recently been in the company of Tianmu. I fear it may struggle to comprehend your intentions. To avoid any mishaps, it is best that I oversee this personally. Assisting someone to the fullest is essential, especially considering the peculiar circumstances surrounding the disappearance of a young lady from the Yong'an Marquis's residence. If anything were to go awry due to your audacity, it would indeed become a troublesome affair if the Duke of Dingnan were to pin the blame on me. Furthermore, to be fair, Xu Mingyi was truly an excellent partner in this endeavor. Hearing his words, Xu Mingyi no longer hesitated. Thank you, young Master Wu, for your chivalrous assistance. Chivalrous? Wu Yang raised an eyebrow, finding the term oddly fitting for himself. Let us proceed. With matters at hand, the youth was disinclined to delve deeper into semantics and rose to descend the stairs. Zhu lifted the food box they had brought, reminding herself not to forget the pastries for Princess Yufeng. After leaving the tea house, to avoid drawing attention, Wu Yang rode ahead with Tianmu, while Xu Mingyi followed closely in her carriage. Tianmu, leading the way, showed no intention of lingering in the city, but flew directly towards the city gates. As the gates loomed ahead, Wu Yang contemplated his strategy. It appeared that Tianmu had discovered the hairpin outside the city. The gates were nearing closure, and few citizens remained nearby. Considering that once they exited the city, returning that night would be impossible, Wu Yang halted his horse, waiting for Xu Mingyi's carriage to catch up. Lowering his voice through the carriage curtain, he remarked, The clues must lie outside the city. We should wait until tomorrow to investigate. A young man can manage a night outside without much concern, but for a young lady, it is different. It matters not, came the resolute voice from within the carriage. She instructed the coachman, Uncle Zhong, let Zhu take the reins. You return to the residence to inform them that I shall be lodging at the princess's tonight. Understood. Observing the coachman swiftly dismount and depart without looking back, Wu Yang felt a sense of surprise. Was it customary for the servants of the Duke of Dingnan to comply so readily and without question, even in the face of their young lady's imminent overnight absence and her bold-faced fabrication? In the next moment, he was further astonished to see that the maid who emerged from the carriage had somehow changed into a young man's attire. To his astonishment, Miss Xu's carriage was equipped with men's garments at all times. Observing the maid, who adeptly impersonated a servant as she expertly guided the carriage. Stirring up a cloud of fine dust, the young man fell into a moment of silence before following suit. They managed to exit the city just before the gates closed. 20 miles beyond the city, the celestial bird, Tianmu, abruptly altered its course, soaring towards a dense thicket beside a narrow path. Wu Yang brought his horse to a halt, gazing into the pitch-black forest and a large bird that circled above the canopy. It seemed this was the destination. If Tianmu continued on this trajectory, he might even suspect that the foolish bird had lost its wits, intent on leading him back to Ningyan. The young man dismounted and ventured into the woods, closely followed by Xu Mingyi, who also alighted from the carriage. In the desolate well, upon her arrival, Wu Yang paused and said, "Miss Xu, please wait here. I shall first venture into the forest to investigate." "Let's go together," Xu Mingyi replied, hastening to catch up with him. This matter was inherently hers. She was grateful for his willingness to assist, and it was unreasonable to remain idle in the carriage while leaving everything to him. After all, he was not a hired laborer. Wu Yang did not utter another word, and just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly heard a disturbance in the woods. "Be cautious," he warned, and as his words fell, a swarm of dark figures burst forth from the trees, emitting a cacophony of noise. Instinctively, Wu Yang stepped aside and raised his arm to shield Xu Mingyi. A Zhu approached with a lantern, and soon the surroundings fell silent once more. Wu Yang lowered his arm and walked toward the forest, reassuring her, "Fear not. It is merely a fruit bat from the woods, likely startled by our presence." Xu Mingyi nodded in response. She felt no fear. After all, Wu Shi's son had gallantly protected her, and to insist that she was unafraid might seem to disregard his kindness. The Tianmu flew low to guide them, and after about 15 minutes of walking deeper into the woods, Wu Yang slowed his pace. Xu Mingyi glanced at him. "Mr. Wu, do you also sense it?" A faint odor, reminiscent of decaying flesh, wafted through the air. Wu Yang furrowed his brow and nodded slightly. They followed the Tianmu further, and the stench grew increasingly pungent and unbearable. Xu Mingyi's expression began to grow serious. This forest was situated more than 20 miles from a city, merely a common woodland and not a fruit grove, with no nearby dwellings. Only fields lay not far beyond the trees, and it was not the season for agricultural labor, suggesting that few would tread here regularly. If indeed Qing Cousin's hairpin had been discovered by the Tianmu here, and if she had actually been present, contemplating the worst possibilities, Xu Mingyi felt her heart sink. The Tianmu halted, alighting on a tree trunk and emitting a call. This was the very spot where the foul odor was most potent. Having been raised by her since youth, the Tianmu had never consumed carrion. Yet, as a vulture by nature, it was likely attracted by the nearby decay. As Wu Yang spoke, he surveyed the area. The Tianmu, perched on the branch, called out in agreement. It found no interest in eating, but rather enjoyed observing the demise of its kind. "Miss, there lies a carcass here." A Zhu discovered the decomposed remains of an animal beneath a tree and speculated, perhaps it is this creature that is the source of the stench. Xu Mingyi peered at it by the light of her lantern. "Impossible." The young man voiced her thoughts. "This is not a confined space. A carcass of this size could not continuously emit such a strong odor." Xu Mingyi nodded. However, if someone were to pass by here, detecting this foul smell and seeing the animal's remains, they would instinctively cover their nose and hastily flee, not stopping to ponder further. Indeed, Wu Yang spoke with unwavering certainty. Someone has deliberately placed this lifeless object here to conceal the true stench of decay. Xu Mingyi's gaze traversed the surroundings inch by inch. The moonlight was faint, and the incessant chirping of insects created a discordant symphony of tranquility and chaos. The girl's delicate embroidered shoes crunched softly upon the withered leaves, producing a sharp sound that pierced the stillness. Xu Mingyi paused at the edge of a sealed well, with Wu Yang closely following. Nearby lay farmland. In recent years, the court had placed great emphasis on agriculture, resulting in the construction of new wells along the field's edge. Wells like this ancient one in the woods had fallen into disuse over time, and to prevent accidents, it was common to seal the well's mouth with stones. However, the odor here was distinctly more pungent. Xu Mingyi could hardly bear it, covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Frowning as she murmured, There must be something in this well. Wu Yang nodded. Step back a little. Just as the youth prepared to move the stones aside, a maid disguised as a servant hurried over, wordlessly lifting the stones and tossing them aside with a thud, brushing off the dust from her hands. Wu Yang fell silent for a moment, seemingly at a loss for how to assist. Xu lifted the lantern, peering into the well's depths. In the next instant, she abruptly stepped back, her face paling as she exclaimed, "Miss, there is a corpse." Despite her audacity, the young girl had never encountered a visage so grotesquely decayed, and the sight left her too stunned to scream. Xu Mingyi tightened her grip, anxiously inquiring, "Is it male or female?" The maid could not discern. Xu Mingyi made a swift decision, retrieve the body. Now calmed, Xu glanced at Wu Yang. It seemed she had usurped a task that Wu Shi's son intended to undertake. Perhaps it would be better to allow him this opportunity as compensation. Noticing the maid's gaze, Wu Yang twitched his lips. Why would this maid think that a scion of a noble family like himself would descend into a well to retrieve a corpse? While he was not afraid, he certainly had no inclination for such grim pursuits. "Come forth," as the boy's voice echoed, for figures clad in black emerged from the shadows. "Retrieve the body from the well," Wu Yang commanded. The dark guards, striving to maintain the composure befitting their roles, endured the foul stench and quickly hoisted the corpse up, laying it at the well's edge. It was a young man, Wu Yang assessed with a glance. Xu Mingyi exhaled slightly, observing the attire of the corpse and speculating. This must be Qi Lin. The clothing matched the description provided by the attendant at the tea house. Wu Yang nodded and then commanded, "Search his person, and then delve into the well to check for any other overlooked items." The guards complied. "Young master, this man had 2 silver notes hidden in his shoes. At the bottom of the well, we discovered a woman's hairpin." Wu Yang took the hairpin and handed it to Xu Mingyi. "It matches the previous one. They are a pair." Xu Mingyi cast another glance at the lifeless body, and a semblance of understanding began to form within her mind. This individual had evidently been bribed, leading to the deceit of her cousin Qing. The pair of hairpins must have been surreptitiously taken from the unconscious Qing, revealing the depths of avarice that could render such a person easily corruptible. It was likely that, once the deed was accomplished, he would not dare remain in the capital, hastily fleeing the city to conceal himself. Now, having been cast into this desolate well, it seemed he had been silenced. The hairpin, it appeared, had fallen from him during his frantic escape into the dense forest, later fortuitously discovered by Tianmu. With keen eyesight, Tianmu had mistakenly identified the pin as belonging to her, much like Wu Yang had. However, Xu Mingyi furrowed her brow, suddenly sensing something amiss. Why, after retrieving the hairpin, did Tianmu not return it to the Duke of Dingnan residence, but instead present it to Wu Yang? This raised a perplexing question. Yet with pressing matters at hand, Xu Mingyi chose not to dwell on such trivialities. At that moment, an undercover guard examining the corpse made a new discovery. The individual met his demise by a swift cut to the neck. A slightly older shadow guard stated solemnly, the weapon employed by the assailant was a crescent blade, expertly wielded, delivering a fatal blow, clearly not the work of an ordinary person. The mention of the crescent blade caused Xu Mingyi's expression to shift slightly. Naturally, it reminded her of a particular skilled practitioner of the curved blade who was rather close to her. However, that individual had sustained an injury to his right hand years earlier, rendering him incapable of wielding a blade. It could not possibly be him. No, perhaps it could be. Xu Mingyi's gaze flickered momentarily, and she spoke. "Please examine the wound more closely, and see if you could determine whether the assailant wielded the blade with their right or left hand." As a fellow martial artist, she understood that someone knowledgeable about weaponry could discern many details solely from the shape of the wound. The shadow guard complied. Wu Yang stepped forward, enduring the foul stench, crouching down to observe intently. While it is common for people to wield a blade with their right hand, Xu Mingyi's inquiry suggested she sought to discern something specific. Before the shadow guard could render a judgment, the youth had already risen, looking at Xu Mingyi and stating, it was the left hand. Xu Mingyi's expression shifted again. Indeed, it was the left hand. The shadow guard quickly confirmed Wu Yang's assessment. Wu Yang did not inquire further, but instructed his subordinates to search the vicinity meticulously once more. After confirming that no additional clues remained, He turned to Xu Mingyi and asked, "Miss Xu, how do you intend to handle this corpse? Shall we report to the authorities, or will you manage it yourself? As it concerned a servant of the Duke of Dingnan's household, it would be best to leave it to the Duke's discretion. Ultimately, whether to hand it over or keep it concealed from the authorities for further investigation would be a decision for the Duke's household to make. Regardless of the Duke's choice, the advantages and disadvantages were almost evenly balanced, thus the impact on subsequent events would be minimal." Wu Yang nodded, then addressed the 4 shadow guards. "To prevent any mishaps, one of you shall remain here until the corpse is removed tomorrow." The shadow guards exchanged glances, their expressions complex, before finally deciding who among them would be the unfortunate one left behind. "Let's depart." Wu Yang turned to leave, but after a few steps, noticing Xu Mingyi had not followed, he looked back. She was retrieving a small porcelain vial from her pouch, extending it toward the young shadow guard who was to remain. "This can be used to ward off mosquitoes. Applying it to your nose may also help mitigate some of the odor." After all, the individual had been left behind for assisting her. The woods were rife with mosquitoes at night, and staying there for an entire night would likely result in a swarm of bites. Under the moonlight, the young girl's demeanor was calm and sincere, causing the young shadow guard to feel somewhat anxious and unsure, glancing toward his master for guidance. "It is a kind gesture from Miss Xu. Do accept it." Only then did the shadow guard hurriedly step forward to accept the vial with both hands. "Thank you, Miss Xu." Xu Mingyi nodded lightly, turning to leave with a Zhu. Wu Yang cast one last glance at the exquisite porcelain vial in the shadow guard's hands before leading the group away. Once they exited the forest, Wu Yang suggested, "It is still early to leave the city gates. Why not find a nearby town to rest for the night and return to the city at dawn?" Xu Mingyi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. In truth, she could have managed to spend the night in the carriage, but Wu Yang had arrived on horseback. It would be unreasonable to expect him to sleep on the back of his steed. "Pingwan town lies merely 5 miles ahead. I know the way," Azu stated aptly. Pingwan town could be described as bustling and lively, making it far more convenient to seek lodging at an inn. The carriage moved slowly, making its way toward Pingwan town, while Wu Yang, riding his horse, leisurely trailed behind. The moonlight bathed the surroundings in a silvery glow, and the cool night breeze caressed the youthful, handsome visage of the young man, allowing him to feel a sense of relaxation wash over him. Wu Yang stole a glance at the carriage ahead, then lifted his gaze to the star-studded sky above. Having been in the capital for quite some time, this was the first occasion he had beheld such a breathtaking night sky. Perhaps he had simply never paid it much attention before. Noticing the carriage hastening its pace, the youth urged his horse to catch up. The carriage halted at the town's entrance, where an informant sent ahead by Wu Yang awaited, reporting, "Young master, there are 2 inns in town, one larger and one smaller. The larger one is located on the eastern side, while the smaller is just a short distance ahead." Wu Yang nodded and addressed those inside the carriage. "Miss Xu, let us head to the larger inn on the eastern side." Given the late hour, if a man and a woman were to lodge at the same inn, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, for the sake of each other's reputations, it was prudent to separate for the night. Though he did not elaborate, Xu Mingyi understood his reasoning. She lifted the carriage curtain and looked earnestly at the young man outside, saying, "Thank you, young Master Wu, for tonight's assistance, whether it was in helping me find the body or in securing a better inn for my stay." She did not believe it proper to accept such kindness simply because she was a woman. She hailed from the Duke of the State's household, and he was no less a gentleman raised in the warmth of the Dingnan prince's estate. If one were to speak of privilege, he likely surpassed her in that regard. As she gazed at the lively, radiant countenance of the girl beneath the lifted curtain and met with her bright, clear eyes, Wu Yang felt a sudden unease. He averted his gaze and looked ahead, saying little more than a non-committal "mem" before preparing to depart. "Wait a moment, young Master Wu." Xu Mingyi's voice suddenly broke the silence. Wu Yang frowned slightly as he glanced back at her. If she continued to speak, he feared he might succumb to unwarranted thoughts. The young lady extended a delicate hand from the carriage, holding a beautifully carved food box. This snack was originally meant for young Master Wu. In their earlier conversation at the tea house, she had forgotten to mention it. She had thought it inappropriate to request a favor empty-handed. "You may not have had dinner yet. and by this hour, the inn's kitchen will likely have ceased operations. Please accept this snack to tide you over. Asa was taken aback, realizing that the girl had intended the treat for young Master Wu, rather than for Princess Yufeng, as she had assumed. No wonder Akue often remarked that she read too little and only perceived matters superficially. Observing the food box, Wu Yong fell silent for a moment. Why did Miss Su think he would be able to eat anything after enduring the stench of a corpse all night? He reluctantly accepted the hand that was extended towards him. It was perhaps for the best. Should he refuse, she might devise another means to express her gratitude, leading to complications for both. Thank you. The young man departed, carrying the food box. Apologies, esteemed guest, but our humble establishment has no vacancies this evening. The innkeeper's assistant replied patiently, having been roused from slumber by the shadowy guard's knock. He almost mentioned that the firewood room was still available. A makeshift solution for the night, but upon noticing the young man's air of refined nobility, he quickly swallowed the suggestion. Wu Yong cast a glance at the shadowy guard, inquiring about the location of an inn, yet unaware that he should have also asked if there were any rooms available. The shadowy guard lowered his head, feeling rather aggrieved. Their expertise lay in matters of assassination, not in the delicate nuances of hospitality that the servants excelled in. Upon exiting the inn, the dark guard, following closely behind the young master, softly suggested that it might be prudent for him to seek lodging at another inn later in the evening. He was aware of the young master's desire to avoid suspicion. Nonetheless, given their sequential departure and the pretense of not recognizing Miss Su, it seemed unlikely that any gossip would arise in this quaint town. That will not be necessary, the youth replied, his tone firm and unequivocal. He harbored no wish to invite troubles that could easily be averted through a mere stroke of fortune, for he had always approached matters with such diligence. Shall I venture to a nearby town? The dark guard hesitated to propose. They were a party of 4. Xiao Qi was in the woods, examining a body, while the other 2 had been discreetly assigned by the young master to protect Miss Su. Currently, he was the sole companion of the young master, and unless absolutely necessary, he dare not stray far from his side. There is no need for such trouble. The city gates will open in but 2 hours. Wu Yong declared as he strode toward the pavilion where travelers could rest, leaning against the railing, arms crossed, and closing his eyes. The dark guard, quietly contemplating just how accommodating the young master truly was, settled beside a pillar of the pavilion to rest. After a quarter of an hour had passed, Wu Yong, unable to find sleep, opened his eyes. His peripheral vision caught sight of a food box that the dark guard had placed on the stone table, and he suddenly felt a pang of hunger. He instinctively glanced at the guard beside him. Would it not be unbecoming if he were to be seen? Fortunately, the guard appeared to be asleep against the pillar. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Yong rose and approached the stone table, lifting the lid of the food box. The dim light made it difficult to discern the contents, but he casually picked up a piece with chopsticks and brought it to his mouth, followed by another and another. Perhaps due to his hunger, the flavors were surprisingly delightful. The dark guard, attempting to maintain a steady breath, covertly observed his young master relishing the snacks. His emotions a tumultuous mix. Why was the young master nodding in satisfaction to himself over the pastries? Were they truly that delectable? Wu Yang Baoset Michu, sensing an unseen gaze upon him, and turned his head slightly. He felt as though someone were watching him. The dark guard hastily shut his eyes, enduring the bites of mosquitoes on his face without daring to move. It was no easy task to allow his master the comfort of indulging in food. After finishing all the delicacies in the box, Wu Yong returned to his previous position, feeling quite content. However, the incessant buzzing of insects around him proved bothersome, and despite the dark guard's pretense of waking to ward them off, Wu Yong was unable to snatch a moment of restful sleep. When dawn broke, the once charming young man bore numerous red welts upon his face and hands from the insect bites. "Young master, Miss Su has risen and departed," reported a dark guard who had stood vigil outside the inn hosting Xu Mingyi the previous night. Miss Su had instructed her subordinate to convey to the young master that, being early in the hour, she would refrain from disturbing his rest, intending to formally express her gratitude on the morrow. Yet, why did the young master appear as though he had spent the night on the streets? Wu Yong cast a glance at the messenger guard, whose face was pristine and unblemished. Could it be that Xu Mingyi gifted each of them those small porcelain bottles designed to repel insects? The youth, feeling a sudden imbalance in his heart, mounted his horse. Let us return to the city. Indeed, the hooves raised clouds of dust, and the young man's tall figure swiftly vanished into the thin morning light. Upon returning to the Duke of Zhangguo's residence, Xu Mingyi refreshed himself and changed his attire. Just after finishing his breakfast, Madame Cui sought him out. Zhao, did you truly spend the night at the princess's residence? Madame Cui inquired with a smile that belied her inner anxiety. The princess's abode was no ordinary place. When it came to the matter of indulging in favored concubines in the capital, one must acknowledge that the mother of Princess Yufeng, Princess Jingrong, held the foremost position. Princess Jingrong was the sole daughter of the late emperor, cherished greatly by him. Consequently, when Princess Yufeng was born, the emperor exceptionally decreed her title as a princess. Yet, scarcely a month after the decree was issued, the emperor passed away before he could even behold his only granddaughter. Princess Jingrong was thus plunged into deep sorrow, compounded by the betrayal of her husband, who had taken a fancy to a commoner and was caught in the act. As a result, he was stripped of his title and reduced to common status, leaving the princess to lead a life of melancholy until rumors of her keeping concubines in her residence began to circulate. Princess Yufeng, having grown up amid such influences, inevitably followed in her mother's footsteps. The emperor, though disheartened, had made several attempts to persuade her, yet could not bring himself to impose harsh measures. Day after day, year after year, Princess Jingrong secluded herself with her daughter, focusing solely on raising her concubines, neglecting all other matters, leading even the censors to lose interest in pressing charges against her. Thinking of the revelry that permeated the princess's residence, Madame Cui had spent a sleepless night. While Zhao had indeed promised her mother that she would not indulge in keeping concubines, her inexperience and wavering resolve left Madame Cui fretful. What if she succumbed to the allure of those enchanting men? Mother, in truth, I did not stay at the princess's residence last night, Xu Mingyi stated. Madame Cui was momentarily taken aback. Before she could fully exhale in relief, a sudden thought struck her, heightening her anxiety. If he did not stay at the princess's residence, then where had he spent the night? Could it be that he had accompanied Princess Yufeng to a brothel? Noticing the tension in her mother's eyes, Xu Mingyi hurriedly clarified, last night, I took a Zhu out of the city where we discovered the body of Qi Lin. Madame Cui's emotions oscillated between relief and shock. The body of Qi Lin. Xu Mingyi nodded slightly. You can send a message to the Duke of Dingnan residence immediately, so they can dispatch someone to identify the body. He informed her of the location of the forest where the body lay. Madame Cui, suppressing her astonishment, nodded in acknowledgement. In the dead of night, Zhao had somehow acquired a lead and ventured outside the city to find a corpse, and then spent the night outside, returning home for breakfast, now casually conversing about it, as if it were mere small talk. Goodness, what merit had she earned to be blessed with such an extraordinary daughter? A quarter of an hour later, after Madame Cui departed from Shiyuan, Xu Mingyi turned to enter his inner chamber. A Kuei emerged from within, holding several volumes of books that Xu Mingyi had just read. Wait a moment. Is there anything you wish to instruct your servant, my lady? Inquired. Halting in confusion, Xu Mingyi approached her, extracting an invitation nestled among several books. A Kuei glanced at it and remarked, my lady, this is the birthday invitation sent earlier by the second young lady of the Zhang family. We were just about to send a gift for the occasion. However, you have never been keen on attending such gatherings, particularly that of Miss Zhang's birthday banquet, which you certainly cannot attend. At most, we could prepare a gift to send over, as has been the custom in previous years. Xu Mingyi gently closed the invitation. There is no need to send anyone. I shall take it with me when I attend the banquet this evening. She intended to visit the Zhang family to verify a matter. It is better to act sooner rather than later. Thus, it shall be this evening. The second update has been delayed. I've been unwell these past few days, depleting my stock of manuscripts. I'm only just beginning to recover and will rest a while before writing again. The update scheduled for 6 o'clock will not be ready in time. I kindly ask everyone to check back later. As dusk approached, the splendidly adorned Minglan courtyard of the second daughter of the Zhan family, Zhan Yunjiao, radiated with bright lights. Delicately dressed young ladies gathered in clusters, their laughter echoing through the air. Today marked Zhang Yunjiao's 16th birthday, and she was naturally the center of attention, lavished with affection and adoration by all. However, a round-faced girl in green, with a penchant for disrupting the atmosphere, remarked, "Why hasn't Team Miss Su from the Duke of Dingwan's residence arrived yet? Given the proximity of our families and her close friendship with Miss Zhang, she should have been here by now." For a fleeting moment, the smile on Zhang Yunjiao's lips faltered. Her camaraderie with Xu Mingyi was a fade she had constructed in the past for the sake of appearances. Yet, the girl from the Liu family, who had always regarded her with disdain, seemed to take pleasure in undermining her on this special occasion. Perhaps she was envious of her father's recent promotion, Zhang Yunjiao mused, and rather than feeling anger, her spirits lifted, prompting a soft sigh as she replied, "Did you not hear, Liu sister? Miss Su was recently poisoned and has yet to fully recuperate, so it is unwise for her to venture out frequently." The Liu girl appeared taken aback. How could I have forgotten that? Zhang Yunjiao gracefully sipped her tea, but she soon heard the Liu girl, in an overly curious tone, inquire, "Since Miss Su is not here, I presume her gifts have arrived. What exquisite presents did she bestow upon you, dear sister? Might we have the pleasure of seeing them?" Who among them was unaware of the Su family's lavish generosity? Yet, Zhang Yunjiao had been attentive. Those who had not yet arrived were listed by the maidservants, and Miss Su's name was conspicuously absent. She fought the impulse to hurl her teacup at the girl. It was odd, though, that Xu Mingyi, the only daughter of the Duke of Dingnan, had not only failed to attend, but had also neglected to send a gift, a slight that could lead to ridicule. As more and more eyes turned to her, Zhang Yunjiao's smile grew strained. Just as she was about to salvage her dignity with words, a maid entered and announced, "Second Miss Su has arrived." Zhang Yunjiao was momentarily taken aback. "Is it Miss Su?" she asked, striving to maintain her composure. The young maid nodded with a smile. Zhang Yunjiao hastily set down her teacup and rushed to welcome her. As she spoke, she rose from her seat. Xu Mingyi entered, accompanied by Kuei. "Sister Su, you have not yet fully recovered. Why have you come personally?" Zhang Yunjiao affectionately took hold of one of the young lady's arms. A Kuei handed a brocade box to a nearby maid, while Xu Mingyi replied with a subtle smile, "I happen to have some free time and thought I would join the festivities." Though her words were not unpleasant, they lacked warmth. She held no affection for the second daughter of the Zhang family, and even in this charade, she sought merely to maintain a semblance of cordiality. Wary of appearing overly familiar, Zhang Yunjiao, however, remained unperturbed. Indeed, Xu Mingyi has always maintained such a demeanor. The mere fact that the other party could attend today has already brought her immense joy. At this moment, even without glancing at the Liu family girl, she is well aware of the latter's expression. "Sister Su, please take a seat," Zhang Yunjiao said with a charming smile as she pulled Xu Mingyi down to converse. Many young ladies also gathered around. Xu Mingyi sipped her tea, engaging with their chatter, momentarily appearing as the true host of this birthday celebration. Despite her aversion to Zhang Yunjiao, it seems rather ungracious for her to deliberately come and steal the limelight. Moreover, she has more pressing matters to attend to. "You all may continue your conversation. I shall step outside for a moment," Xu Mingyi remarked, setting down her teacup with a smile. Zhang Yunjiao promptly rose, suggesting, "Shall I accompany Sister Su to the garden to admire the flowers?" "No need," Xu Mingyi replied with a smile. "I only wish to take a breath of fresh air before returning." Zhang Yunjiao, understanding her intent, nodded in agreement. "Then I will have a maid guide Sister Su." She called over her personal maid. Xu Mingyi did not decline, for she truly did not know where the Zhang family's garden was located. As Xu Mingyi exited the courtyard, Zhang Yunjiao summoned another maid and discreetly instructed, "Go to the eldest young master's courtyard and inform him that Miss Su has arrived and has gone to the garden alone." The maid responded softly. Zhang Yunjiao's eyes sparkled with amusement. She was aware that her brother had an affection for Xu Mingyi, though it may not be of a genuine nature. After all, she herself did not genuinely like Xu Mingyi. However, who could deny that she was the daughter of the Duke of Dingnan? Though in her heart, she considered Xu Mingyi, with her haughty demeanor, unworthy of her brother's exceptional character. should her brother manage to wed Xu Mingyi. It would undoubtedly bring great benefits to their family. In such a case, even her own marriage prospects would be enhanced, particularly with the suitors currently seeking her hand, whom she couldn't even bear to glance at. She certainly did not wish to follow in her elder sister's footsteps and marry someone haphazardly. In the garden, a gentle breeze whispered through, and Akue looked around, feeling somewhat perplexed. She had never encountered such a diminutive garden. Could this truly be considered a garden? It was even smaller than the little gardens in their Shi garden. Moreover, the surroundings were dim, with only 2 lanterns hanging in a pavilion. How impoverished the Zhang family must be, Akue mused inwardly. Such a garden offered little in terms of exploration. The young lady had likely ventured out with ulterior motives. The little maid speculated based on recent events. Xu Mingyi wan ge lei su. If her intuition served her correctly, Zhang Yunju must have already learned of her presence at the Zhang residence. Following the incident with Liu Yizhi, Zhang Yunju had become increasingly cautious in his actions and speech to conceal his intentions. However, this very caution would inevitably delay his objectives. Her presence today at the Zhang family was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity for him to maintain a connection with the Duke of Zhengguo's estate. She wagered he would surely come, and likely quite swiftly. After all, this garden was indeed too small for her to linger for long. As anticipated, the sound of footsteps soon reached her ears. After walking a distance of more than 10 steps at a fork in the path, a figure of a young man clad in moonlight appeared before Xu Mingyi. "Brother Zhang?" The girl's face displayed a perfectly measured surprise under the moonlight. Zhang Yunju, with a broad smile, looked at her and said, "I heard from Jiao that you came to celebrate her birthday and then wandered alone into the garden. So I thought I would come to see you, and it seems I have indeed encountered you." In her heart, Akue subconsciously mused that in such a small garden, it would be quite a challenge to avoid running into someone. Gazing at the person before her, Xu Mingyi's eyes sparkled with amusement. He had deliberately come to see her, openly stating his intention. He always understood when to speak candidly, garnering trust while exuding a sense of forthrightness. Thus, she had never previously realized that he could also weave lies. Fortunately, when it came to deception, she was no longer lacking. "Speaking of which, I happen to have something I wish to inquire of you, Brother Zhang." "Dear Zhao, what is it that you wish to inquire of me?" asked Zhang Yunju, observing her with a smile. "Have you heard about the case the Earl of Yong'an's household reported to the authorities recently?" Zhang Yunju's fingers, which hung by her side, twitched slightly, and the mirth in her eyes faded as she shook her head. "I have been engrossed in my studies at home lately and have not heard of this matter. I wonder what prompted the Earl's household to file a report." "It concerns a theft at their residence," Xu Mingyi replied. "It was perpetrated by a young page in the Earl's service, and the household is seeking to recover him." "Ah, I see," Zhang Yunju remarked, seemingly relieved. "But wealth is ultimately a trivial matter. As long as no one is harmed, that is what truly matters." He subtly recognized that Zhao's relationship with her stepmother had improved, which in turn had softened her attitude toward the Earl's household. However, the situation was far from straightforward. Xu Mingyi frowned slightly, as if hesitating to speak further. Zhang Yunju, sensing this, turned to the young servant beside her and the maid who had come to escort Xu Mingyi. "Given the heat of the day, please fetch some cool tea and pastry for Miss Xu." The servant and maid nodded and retreated. "Now that we are alone, Zhao, you may speak freely," Zhang Yunju said gently, his tone becoming more amiable. "Brother Zhang, you may be unaware, but one of my cousins with whom I share a good rapport has gone missing. And this incident is indeed connected to that page." Xu Mingyi spoke candidly. Such matters should not be widely discussed, which is why the Earl's household reported the incident to seek out the whereabouts of that page. Zhang Yunju's expression turned one of surprise. "Is that so? I cannot help but inquire if there have been any developments from the authorities." "The Earl's household has already located the page," Xu Mingyi responded, keenly observing Zhang Yunju's reaction. Yet he appeared unfazed. "Since they have found him, it stands to reason that the whereabouts of the young lady from the Earl's household should now be clear. Correct?" Xu Mingyi shook her head. "The page is deceased." "Deceased?" Zhang Yunju looked mildly taken aback. "Indeed, it appears he was slain, his throat cut by a knife," Xu Mingyi stated, gauging his response. "Therefore, I wish to meet with Uncle Zhou from your household. Zhang Yunju's eyes shifted slightly, a subtle change that did not escape Xu Mingyi's notice. Why the sudden desire to see Uncle Zhou? The weapon used by the assailant was a crescent blade, wielded with great skill. I recall today that Uncle Zhou has previously employed a blade of similar design, has he not? Zhang Yunju's brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded her. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that Uncle Zhou could be implicated in the murder of that page? The girl appeared momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could that be possible? Uncle Zhou holds no enmity toward the Earl's page. Moreover, did he not lose the ability to wield a knife years ago? How could you even entertain such a notion? Zhang Yunju's brow relaxed. Your sudden mention of this matter led me to believe that you had heard some rumors from outside. Surely, outsiders would not be privy to the fact that Uncle Zhou is adept with the crescent blade, would they? It seems I have been remiss in my judgment. Zhang Yunju smiled gently and inquired further. But this is indeed an old tale. How could Zhao Zhao still remember? Uncle Zhou was adept with the crescent moon blade, and few were privy to this knowledge. In fact, no one even knew that the Zhang family had taken such a person in. It was only when Zhao Zhao was around 7 or 8 years old that he had brought her to meet Uncle Zhou, solely to delight her, allowing Uncle Zhou to demonstrate the crescent moon blade before her. Coming from a military family, Zhao Zhao had trained in martial arts from a young age, and her interests diverged from those of ordinary girls. Thus, to please her, one could not resort to conventional means. He still vividly recalled the enchanting girl with her eyes wide in wonder, leaping with excitement, clapping her hands in delight. However, after that occasion, his father had reprimanded him, and he had not taken Zhao Zhao to see Uncle Zhou again. He had thought she would have long forgotten about it. Of course I remember such a master, the girl replied calmly, yet a hint of pride sparkled in her eyes. After all, my surname is Su. Zhang Yunju chuckled softly. Given her lineage, it was indeed reasonable for her to retain a clear memory of such matters. However, he then asked, by the way, why do you wish to see Uncle Zhou? Perhaps it was his heightened sensitivity, but he sensed that Zhao Zhao's earlier words subtly suggested a connection between the death of the book boy and Uncle Zhou, as if she were testing his reaction. I was thinking that since Uncle Zhou is a master in his own right, I would like to consult him to see if he could deduce any useful clues from the shape of the wound, in order to confirm the identity of the perpetrator as soon as possible. That is rather unfortunate, Zhang Yunju replied, for Uncle Zhou left the capital for his hometown a month ago, and it is uncertain when he will return. A month ago? Xu Mingyi pondered this time frame in her heart. At that time, her cousin Qing had not yet encountered her misfortune. Thus, it seemed as if the mention of this period was an instinctive attempt to distance herself from the matter. Sometimes, the cleverness of one's subconscious could inadvertently reveal more than intended. Never mind. I merely wish to inquire casually, Xu Mingyi said as she began to walk forward slowly. After all, the authorities still have the coroner. Zhang Yunju walked alongside her, seemingly casually asking, did the Duke's residents hand over the body to the authorities? Xu Mingyi not dead. I heard that young Master Cui Xian was reluctant to part with it, but it seems that the young mistress is more in charge now. Zhang Yunju pondered for a moment and remarked, this matter appears somewhat suspicious, with both the Duke's residents and the authorities investigating. It would be wise for you to refrain from getting too involved to avoid unnecessary trouble. Regardless of his motivations, he wished to keep Zhao Zhao away from such affairs. Xu Mingyi replied non-committally, I hope we can find Cousin Qing soon. Then everything will surely be revealed. Zhang Yunju reassured her, do not worry, we will. Thus, she chose not to elaborate further on the subject. After walking a short distance, a faint fragrance of roses wafted through the air. Zhang Yunju slowly halted, gazing at the rose trellis in full bloom ahead, and remarked, I remember Zhao Zhao has a fondness for roses. This trellis was constructed by me a few years ago during my leisure time, and I planted these rose bushes myself. Zhao Zhao's affections were always simple and pure, never contemplating whether her preferences were rare or precious. This is one of the reasons for his fondness for Zhao Zhao. Indeed, Xu Mingyi curved his lips into a smile. His affection for her prompted him to personally construct a flower rack, even uncertain if he would ever have the chance for her to acknowledge it. Which girl would remain untouched by such quiet, secretive devotion? He has always been meticulous and patient. It is no wonder that Lu Yi fell so completely for him. Akue secretly scoffed to herself. It is merely a flower rack, trivial and effortless. A Xu and she could easily assemble 10 in a day. What is there to boast about? Ever since the incident with Lu Yi, Akue has held a deep disdain for this seemingly refined young master of the Zhan family. In the autumn examination, should I succeed, I would swiftly prepare for the imperial examination. Zhan Yunzhu turned her face to look at Xu Mingyi, her eyes sparkling with amusement, and half-jokingly remarked, "Since childhood, I have been told in whispers that my humble origins render me unworthy to be your companion. I wonder if, in the future, I might be able to stand a little closer to you." Gazing at the flower rack before her, Xu Mingyi felt an overwhelming disappointment at the sight of the roses, which she had never seen before. She was uncertain of Zhan Yunzhu's true feelings towards her, whether they were genuine or feigned. Yet, regardless of the truth, the juxtaposition of her seemingly deep affection while secretly plotting her ruin made Xu Mingyi feel a visceral revulsion. Meeting Zhan Yunzhu's gaze, Xu Mingyi managed a smile. "Elder brother Zhan, with your exceptional talents, you are bound to succeed in the examination. However, whether one has the fortune to survive until then is another matter. Let us borrow your auspicious words," Zhan Yunzhu replied with a smile, looking at the girl before her, eager to say more. Yet, she was interrupted as Xu Mingyi declared, "It must be nearly time for the banquet. It would be rude to keep them waiting for me alone. Elder brother Zhan, I shall take my leave." Zhan Yunzhu nodded. Still smiling, "There is no rush. It would not be too late to wait for the maidservant who will guide you back." "No need for that," Akue interjected. "The maidservant memorized the route on our way here." Clearly, the young lady had completed her intended tasks, and it seemed she would not wish to endure any further unpleasantness from Zhang Gongzi, even for a moment longer. Xu Mingyi gave a slight bow to Zhan Yunzhu, and, as she turned to leave, Zhan Yunzhu's smile gradually faded. After the banquet, Xu Mingyi did not linger at the Zhan residence. Upon returning to the Duke of Zhan's estate, she summoned Zhu Xiao. Once Zhu Xiao arrived, Xu Mingyi handed her the portrait of the middle-aged man she had sketched earlier that day. This individual was likely to depart that very night. Thus, it was imperative to closely monitor all movements within the Zhan household. With a serious demeanor, Xu Mingyi instructed, "If there is no activity throughout the night, remain vigilant during the day. Every person who leaves the Zhan residence, regardless of their status, must be scrutinized meticulously. We cannot overlook any suspicious behavior." Her earlier conversation with Zhan Yunzhu had served both as a test and a warning. If the disappearance of her cousin Xing was indeed tied to the Zhan family, and if Qi Lin was truly slain by Uncle Zhou, then after being compelled to reveal that Uncle Zhou had already left the capital, Zhan Yunzhu would undoubtedly seek to ensure his safety and eliminate any suspicion by sending him away from the Zhan residence. Of course, even if Zhan Yunzhu's reactions seemed to betray her under scrutiny, the ambiguity of the truth left room for doubt. Perhaps Xu Mingyi was merely being overly suspicious. Yet, she believed that the truth would soon come to light. After Zhu Xiao departed, Xu Mingyi rose from her writing desk and gazed through the window at the bright moon in the night sky. If the Zhan family was indeed embroiled in this matter, then her task would extend beyond merely locating her cousin Xing. Her intuition suggested that this situation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. The following morning, a gentle rain fell over the capital. Xu Mingyi rose at her usual hour and inquired of Zhu, "Did Uncle Zhu return last night?" Returning to the young lady, there had been no response. Xu Mingyi nodded, acknowledging that the previous night had yielded no results. After noon, the rain intensified, continuing until evening. As darkness fell, she still awaited Zhu Xiao's reply in vain. Xu Mingyi pondered deeply. Zhang Yunzhu was known for her patience, and a day and night without action did little to alleviate suspicions surrounding the Zhang family. Perhaps they were indeed cautious, deliberately concealing any signs of suspicion due to being under scrutiny. However, it was impossible to discreetly escort a living person away. They needed to expedite the departure without raising alarm. What would she do in such a situation? After a moment of contemplation, a notion began to crystallize in her mind: to utilize an utterly commonplace event, one that would not incite any suspicion, as a fade. Her reasoning stemmed not solely from her own considerations, but also from a recollection of a conversation overheard with Zhang Yunjiao the previous night. During the banquet, Zhang Yunjiao had mentioned that in a couple of days, she would accompany her mother, Madame Zhang, to Qingyu Temple to offer incense. It was quite ordinary for Madame Zhang, a longtime devotee, to leave the city for such a purpose. Would the Zhang father and son seize this opportunity to discreetly send someone out of town? Akui. Yes, miss. Xu Mingyi instructed, prepare for tonight. I shall visit Qingyu Temple tomorrow morning. Akui paused for a moment but promptly complied. That evening, Xu Mingyi retired early. Akui extinguished the lamp and quietly slipped out. Aju. She gently poked the watchful Aju outside, whispering, did you know? The young lady intends to go to Qingyu Temple to offer incense tomorrow? Aju glanced at her, now aware. That is indeed Qingyu Temple. Seeing her friend's lack of enthusiasm, Akui reminded her, the most efficacious aspect of Qingyu Temple is the love talisman. Aju responded with an O. Akui, feeling utterly exasperated, sensed her fervent curiosity being extinguished, her excitement waning. The young lady has never been to Qingyu Temple before. Aju replied nonchalantly. What is so strange about that? The young lady previously had no knowledge of medicine. Has she not exhibited other peculiarities? It is hardly surprising if she wishes to ascend to the heavens or delve into the earth. Akue, her expression complicated, fell silent. Very well, perhaps she was overreacting. Moreover, it seemed her young lady did not seek a love match. Her young lady was exceptional in every regard, should she desire it. Suitors would undoubtedly come knocking at her door, for it was the suitors who sought her out. Akue nodded to herself, lost in thought. The following day, Xu Mingyi, having finished her breakfast without delay, set her plans in motion. She had discreetly instructed Zhu Xiu to prepare an inconspicuous blue cloth carriage outside the manor. The recent rain had left the roads muddy, and there were not many people venturing out to offer incense that morning. The carriage came to a halt outside Qingyu Temple. Yet Xu Mingyi remained inside, quietly sipping tea. Miss, Aju whispered, having kept a watchful eye on the happenings outside the carriage. Young Master Wu has arrived. It turns out that the young lady, amidst her official duties, has also arranged a meeting with Wu Shi's son. This truly demonstrates her ability to balance both pursuits. Aju does not find her mistress's meeting with a gentleman to be inappropriate. After all, the young lady has always acted with propriety. Moreover, Wu Shi's son is quite handsome and diligent, and should they find mutual affection, fostering a friendship that brings joy to the young lady is certainly permissible. The maidens of the Duke of Dingnan's household have been instilled with the utmost principles since childhood, which emphasize that as long as the young lady's safety is ensured, her happiness should reign supreme, and Aju is no exception to this rule. Xu Mingyi unexpectedly lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside. She had not summoned Wu Yang. Yet, she beheld the young man dismounting his horse, clad in a refreshing and pristine stone blue robe that glimmered in the post-rain morning, exuding an air of youthful vigor. It appeared he sensed someone observing him, as his keen eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings. Come out. Xu Mingyi hurriedly lowered the curtain of the carriage. She feared that Wu Yang might inadvertently reveal her identity, thereby attracting unwanted attention and jeopardizing their plan. However, Wu Yang had already caught a glimpse, albeit fleeting and vague, sufficient for him to ascertain that the person inside the carriage was undeniably Xu Mingyi. Yet, why was she so concerned about presenting herself in such a manner? The young man furrowed his brow, quickly deducing the reason. Was she afraid he would misconstrue her presence here as a deliberate coincidence? Much like how he had been vexed by the various entreaties of the young ladies in Ningyang. Xu Mingyi, too, seemed to be wary of his potential misinterpretation. This was indeed a misunderstanding on his part. Her current caution was perfectly reasonable. Nevertheless, he prided himself on his rational analysis. The previous misunderstanding stemmed from her repeated overtures, albeit he had misconstrued her intentions. Today, his outing was a spur-of-the-moment decision compelled by his mother, and Xu Mingyi could not possibly possess the foresight to arrive here in anticipation of him. While he often overthought, he was not delusional. Amidst his complex emotions, Wu Yang's gaze fell upon the inconspicuous carriage. So, she was attending to serious matters? His eyes flickered as he recalled the corpse found in the woods outside the city that night. Upon focusing again on the carriage, a singular thought occupied his mind. Had her escort been sufficient? What was Yuan observing? A dignified and beautiful woman, aided by her maidservants, descended from the carriage. Following the young man's gaze, she smiled in curiosity and asked, "What do you see?" Wu Yang quickly averted his gaze. "It's nothing, mother," he replied. This was his mother, Lady Xu, wife of the Crown Prince of Dingnan. "Shall we enter?" Lady Xu suggested with a smile. It seemed implausible to expect her son to realize things on his own. Thus, she placed her hopes on divine intervention, which is why she had brought him to Qingyu Temple to pray. "Please, mother, go ahead. I will join you shortly," Wu Yang said. Lady Xu nodded with a smile and turned to enter the temple with her attendants. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was his mother really so quick to act without even a single inquiry? This felt uncharacteristic of her. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged stay in Ningyan, which had distanced him from his mother. Reaching a lush Bodhi tree, he confirmed he was alone and summoned his hidden guard. They were to discreetly follow Xu Mingyi in the blue cloth carriage and provide timely assistance should she encounter any trouble. The guard obliged. Suddenly, sensing a gaze upon him, Wu Yang turned around. In a corner behind the temple door, a maid in purple startled and hastily concealed herself. Wu Yang thought, mother actually allowed a maid to spy. His mother truly was the one who spoke the most decorous words while engaging in the least decorous actions. Had the previous night's events been shared with his father? Wu Yang looked at the hidden guard with sudden suspicion. The guard quickly replied, "How could I dare to disobey the young master's instructions? The young master has taken a fancy to Miss Xu, diligently courting her while concealing his affections from the elders at home. After all, having once been a youth of 17 or 18 himself, how could he fail to empathize with the young master's predicament?" Wu Yang cast a glance at him, slightly nodding to signal his retreat. With whom was he conversing? Had he discerned the truth? In the temple, Su Shi quietly inquired of the maid who had hurried back. Ever since her son had returned home late the previous night, she had harbored suspicions that the rascal might be feigning ignorance while secretly harboring affections for someone. Yet, she found it difficult to believe that such a fortunate event could be realistic. It was a man in black, the purple-clad maid said with difficulty, and it seems the young master noticed me spying. In that instant, she even speculated that the reason the young master never permitted anyone to serve him closely might be to conceal the secret of his seemingly watchful eyes. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Wu Yang striding into the temple, prompting Su Shi to assume a composed demeanor and proceed with her maid and matron. Wu Yang followed suit, maintaining his impassive expression, unwilling to pierce the veil of his mother's pretense. Outside the temple, another carriage approached at a measured pace. "Miss, it is the carriage of the Zhang family," a Zhu whispered. Xu Mingyi raised her hand, gently pressing down the slightly lifted curtain of the carriage, signaling her to remain quiet. Once the carriage came to a halt, the matron of the Zhang family assisted her mistress and daughter down from the vehicle. Madame Zhang instructed the matron to hand a purse of coins to the coachman, saying, "Take this silver to the estate." The Zhang family owned a small estate outside the city, where Madame Zhang's wet nurse had been sent years ago due to illness. It was well known among the Zhang household that their mistress was kind-hearted and deeply sentimental, as she would send someone monthly to visit and deliver some silver. Zhang Yinxiao was accustomed to this routine. Observing the coachman receiving the purse, she urged, "Mother, let us hurry inside while there are still few people about." "Very well." Madame Zhang nodded, casting one last glance at the coachman, clad in coarse garments, with a scruffy beard obscuring his face and his eyes cast down. It was difficult to discern his features. Inside the blue carriage, Xu Mingyi listened intently to the sounds outside, until the sound of rolling wheels reached her ears. She cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain to peek outside. A seemingly inconspicuous middle-aged man gripped the reins, his washed-out sleeves concealing most of his hands. In such circumstances, even Xu Mingyi found it challenging to ascertain whether he bore any ailments on his right hand. Furthermore, the man's beard could very well be a deliberate mask to hide his identity, and she had long since blurred memories of Uncle Zhou's appearance, save for the remarkable impression left by his exquisite knife skills. "Follow him closely," Xu Mingyi instructed the maid, Zhu Xiu, who was disguised as the coachman. In such times, It is better to err on the side of caution than to miss even the slightest possibility. As for whether he was indeed the person in question, that will be revealed shortly. A quarter of an hour later, the Zhang family's carriage halted before a certain estate. The coachman dismounted and knocked on the door before entering. The master said you should remain outside for a while. And return to the capital in a few years. Consider this silver as your travel expenses. A middle-aged man of similar stature and age said softly to him. The coachman silently tore off the false beard and removed his outer robe. Observing his departure after receiving the silver, the middle-aged man sighed inwardly. The master had taken this individual in years ago, recognizing his capabilities, anticipating that he would remain in the household for the long term. Yet, unexpectedly, this person's carelessness had left behind a compromising trace. Now, the only option was to send him away from the capital. Whether he would ever return was uncertain. He donned the garments left behind by the other and, with his head bowed, exited the estate, directing the horse-drawn carriage towards Qingyu Temple. The earlier figure had departed through the back gate of the estate, following a deserted path heading eastward. After covering some distance, he gradually slowed his pace and ultimately came to a halt, his cracked lips parting to emit a hoarse voice. "Do not follow me. Come out." There were not many of them. It was best to resolve this matter swiftly to avoid delaying his journey. Zhu Xiu, accompanied by two cloaked subordinates, emerged without uttering a word and charged at the opponent. Initially, the man merely defended and evaded, but after a few exchanges, he subtly turned his left hand, drawing forth a finely crafted crescent blade from the ample sleeve of his robe. As withered leaves fell in the wind, coldness emanated from beneath his disheveled hair, revealing a pair of icy eyes. Once the crescent blade was unsheathed, it would inevitably draw blood. There had been but one exception 7 years prior. On a sweltering afternoon, when he had been compelled to demonstrate how to slice a watermelon for the young lady of the Duke of State's residence with that very blade. Yet, that singular instance would remain unmatched. A second occurrence was not to be entertained. Just as the man's thoughts settled, he leaped into action, gripping the blade. At that precise moment, a girl clad in a water-red gown behind him narrowed her eyes slightly. With deft fingers, a silver needle flew forth, piercing through the air with deadly accuracy, embedding itself in the nape of his neck in an instant. The man's form stiffened, and the crescent blade, yet to taste blood, clattered to the ground. Struggling, he turned to gaze back. The girl's delicate features bore a chilling composure. Having witnessed him wield the crescent blade with his left hand confirmed her suspicions. There was no reason to delay in neutralizing the threat. Would she allow him to showcase his martial prowess? In terms of entertainment, he paled in comparison to a street performer. Reluctantly, the man collapsed. A second time. Once more, it was her. "How shall we deal with this individual?" Zhu Xiu inquired respectfully. "It is unwise to return him to the city. Let us bind him and take him to the nearest estate," she replied. The Su family possessed several estates outside the city, among which the largest, located 3 miles away by the banks of Xiang Lake, was part of her mother's dowry. Zhu Xiu promptly acquiesced. As their party swiftly departed, skillfully concealing the traces of their skirmish, the concealed dark guard, hidden among the underbrush, silently retreated from the scene. Upon his return to Qingyu Temple, Wu Yang found his mother enjoying a meal of temple fare in the meditation room. Observing the boy finish a bowl of porridge, Su Shi expressed her satisfaction. This porridge, known as the fate porridge, might not possess any magical efficacy, but it was a gesture of good fortune nonetheless. "Eat well, my son, while I savor my meal," she said. Wu Yang wiped his hands, rose, and bowed before exiting. Su Shi paid him no further mind, contentedly continuing her meal. Once outside the meditation room, the dark guard revealed himself. "Why have you returned so soon?" Wu Yang inquired. The guard hesitated, agreeing that it was indeed a quick return. Yet he had been of little assistance. He recounted the events. That man, though skilled, had not even the chance to strike before Miss Su subdued him with a silver needle. I could see the unwillingness in his eyes as he fell, and I understood the humiliation of a master defeated without a fight. Taken aback, Wu Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Excellent." The guard, puzzled, wondered how it could be deemed excellent when he had been unable to aid Miss Su at all. Wu Yang walked away, hands clasped behind him. "It is indeed peculiar." When I first became acquainted with Xu Mingyi, even before our meeting, I had already sensed a fierce and imposing aura about her, reminiscent of a warrior spirit. Coupled with the circumstances surrounding the auspicious occasion and the Xu family's demeanor, I could not help but view her as a perilous fire pit, one that entices yet offers no return. In hindsight, it is evident that she possesses the capability to ensnare those who dare to offend her. Yet, strangely, I find this quite admirable. Were I to have a daughter, I would aspire to raise her in such a manner, lavished with affection at home and possessing the strength to protect herself in the world. I would undoubtedly be a devoted father. The moment this thought crossed my mind, a peculiar expression crossed the youth's face. How absurd it was for someone who had no desire to marry to entertain the notion of raising a daughter. He raised his gaze to the sky. Had the fates of progeny already begun to intertwine with his own, even before the thread of romance had been cast? The gentle breeze caressed the surface of Xiang Lake, causing ripples to dance gracefully across the water. On the lakeside estate, a young girl sat within the hall, cradling a cup of steaming tea, its pale green liquid swirling gently, mirroring the lake's surface as it was disturbed by the wind. A middle-aged man, bound and cast to the ground, struggled to open his eyes, his blurred vision slowly scanning the surroundings. Has he awakened? The girl's cold voice reached his ears, causing his body to tense involuntarily. With great effort, he lifted his head, gritting his teeth and gathering his strength to declare, "Such an unfair victory, capturing me in this manner, and yet I remain unconvinced." Unfair victory? Xu Mingyi, you dare to lay hands on a mere 13-year-old girl and claim it to be honorable? As for the matter of conviction, she turned her gaze towards Xu, who understood the cue and stepped forward. To be candid, she relished hearing others assert their defiance in the presence of the young lady. Xu retrieved a row of silver needles, methodically inserting them into the man's body. Though less gratifying than a knife's swift stab, the young lady had instructed that this method would yield a greater effect in the long run. The man gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. It was merely the sting of needles. After all, the girl was still just a girl, resorting to frivolous methods. However, once Xu inserted the final needle into his arm, the man suddenly felt a surge of pain coursing through his once numb limbs. In an instant, the agony spread throughout his body, intensifying as if countless insects were voraciously gnawing at his insides. The needles are poisoned. Cold sweat broke out over him, his expression contorted in agony, veins bulging as his body involuntarily curled in on itself. Anticipating your stubbornness, I chose not to indulge you. Now, I shall pose my questions, and you will answer. Should your responses satisfy me, I may offer you an antidote. Xu Mingyi regarded the man's tortured struggles with no hint of compassion. The truly pitiable souls are her cousin, who teeters on the brink of life and death, and the noble lady of the yeoman marquis, along with her cousin Wei, who await her return. If you truly possess the skill, then simply end my life with a single stroke. The man glared at her with bloodshot eyes. Enough with your meaningless prattle. Whether I choose to kill you or not is inconsequential. Your fate is not yours to dictate. Xu Mingyi gazed at him, her voice icy as she inquired, "The girl you abducted and rendered unconscious in the bamboo grove. Where is she now? Is she still alive?" The man clenched his teeth tightly, yet an even more profound agony surged through him, as if it sought to tear him apart, threatening to obliterate his sanity. A voice within him struggled to break free, urging him to speak, to release himself from this torment. He uttered, almost involuntarily, "I do not know if she still lives. I was merely following the orders of Zhan Qian." Xu Mingyi's brow furrowed deeply. "Where did you take her that day?" "To au cyclo de vilo." That woman was also taken there. Xu Mingyi's expression shifted subtly. "That woman? There are others who have been abducted?" She rose to her feet and demanded, "Where is this villa located?" "In the western part of the city," the man replied with great effort, "Qingyu Alley." The second household. In the secluded manor of Qingyu, Xu Mingyi was taken aback. As far as she knew, while Qingyu Manor could not compare to the likes of Qingyun Manor, the surrounding area was indeed affluent. Although it could not be said that every household was of noble lineage, it was certainly not a place where ordinary folk could establish residences. At the very least, It was inhabited by those of considerable means. Why would Zhang Qian choose to abduct Qing's cousin to such a conspicuous location? She temporarily set aside her speculations, as the whereabouts of her cousin were possibly at hand, and her tone grew more urgent. Who resides in that manor? Why has Zhang Qian instructed you to undertake this task? The man, gritting his teeth against the pain, shook his head and replied, I am merely responsible for delivering the person to that manor. Beyond that, I know nothing. In his youth, during the tumultuous times of the former emperor's rise to power, he had roamed the world as a chivalrous figure, unrestrained by the authorities and unaffiliated with any particular faction. However, after the establishment of the Great Qing, his identity as a knight placed him perilously close to the edge of legal repercussions. During the chaotic era, he bore the weight of many lives lost. Should a thorough investigation ensue, even his so-called righteousness would land him in prison. It was then that Zhang Qian took a risk to harbor him, granting him a new identity that allowed him to lead a stable life. Those of the Jianghu valued loyalty, and he was immensely grateful for this. Thus, despite his aversion to being constrained, he had continued to reside comfortably with the Zhang family. Yet in recent years, Zhang Qian's ambitions had grown, subtly directing him to engage in unsavory deeds. Initially, it involved trivial tasks, but it escalated to the point of requiring him to take lives. Once a figure of some chivalry, though not particularly virtuous, he was by no means a bloodthirsty individual. It became clear to him that he and Zhang Qian were destined to part ways. To kill the young scholar, to exchange one life for another, would allow him to settle his debts to Zhang Qian completely. However, he was not articulate enough to voice his internal conflict. Faced with Zhang Qian's fervent aspirations and a plethora of tasks awaiting him, he recalled his impulsive vow to repay his benefactor through servitude. The harsh words of disillusionment stuck in his throat. When he had the opportunity to end the scholar's life, he could have easily snapped his neck. Yet he opted for the crescent blade. This choice was not merely an expression of a Jianghu man's pride and defiance. He intentionally left behind a trace of evidence, hoping that once this flaw reached Zhang Qian's ears, he would be compelled to facilitate his departure. Yet he never anticipated that this very clue would lead him into the clutches of a peculiar young girl. Seeing that he was not lying, but rather genuinely unaware of much, Xu Mingyi decided not to linger any longer. As she walked out, she instructed Uncle Xu, accompany me back to the city, leaving 2 people here to keep watch over him. Zhu Xiu responded affirmatively. Zhu glanced at the man on the ground. Feeling disappointed that they were leaving so soon, she had yet to fully appreciate the lingering effects of this poison. However, as a mature maid, she understood that personal interests must take a back seat to pressing matters. Forcefully inserting an antidote into the man's mouth, Zhu quickly followed in stride with her young mistress. Outside the Zhuangzi lies the picturesque Xiang Lake. However, Xu Mingyi, indifferent to the beauty surrounding her, briskly ascended the carriage, hurrying back to the city. As dusk gradually descended, Zhang Qian returned home from the Ministry of Personnel, as was his custom, to change into his official attire. Madame Zhang dismissed the maidservants and personally assisted her husband in changing clothes. Is everything in order? Zhang Qian inquired softly. Madame Zhang nodded and replied, all has been done according to your instructions. No one has noticed along the way. The steward personally saw them off at the Zhuangzi. After a half-hour of careful observation, all appeared normal. Zhang Qian sighed in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, they had managed to see the matter through successfully. He had not anticipated any complications when he initially tasked the other party with this undertaking. Yet now, to ensure safety, he had no choice but to dispose of that exceptionally useful knife. He had contemplated silencing the witnesses, but their martial prowess and vigilance left him uncertain of his ability to execute it cleanly. To avoid further complications, he resolved that the only option was to expedite their departure from the capital. I have often dreamed of those 2 girls lately. My heart remains unsettled, Madame Zhang said, her eyes slightly reddening. They must be. Zhang Qian patiently patted his wife's shoulder. His wife, gentle by nature and devoted to her faith, was particularly tender-hearted. He had not wished for her to be burdened with such knowledge. However, given the Zhang family's limited resources, He had no alternative but to involve her in devising ways to obscure the matter. "It is their misfortune. We cannot be blamed," Jean Chien remarked, gazing at his wife with a sigh. "We had no choice." Madame Jean nodded tearfully. "I understand that you were compelled to act this way. I will earnestly chant sutras for them, hoping they find peace soon and are reborn into better circumstances." Jean Chien nodded in silence. If chanting sutras were truly effective, he would not need to risk taking lives. Despite his wife's years of devotion to Buddhism, his official career had been lackluster. Now, having found the proper path, his fortunes had finally begun to turn. "By the way, you need to speak with Jean Ping. Tell him not to dwell on these matters any longer. The autumn examination is fast approaching, and we must ensure he remains focused on his true endeavors," Madame Jean urged, wiping her tears. Jean Chien nodded, and when his son's name was mentioned, a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. Jean Ping had always been remarkable. Under his tutelage, he had become increasingly composed. Not only was his intellect exceptional, but his conduct was equally impeccable. Most notably, he understood what truly mattered in life, setting him apart from the ordinary, pleasure-seeking sons of officials. With both himself and Jean Ping, the Jean family's reputation would surely flourish. At that very moment, within the Shi garden, Zhu Xiu entered the study and whispered, "Miss, it seems the young lady from the Yongnan Marquis' residence is not at that villa, and no one nearby knows who owns it." He had discreetly inquired with a servant from a nearby household, who informed him that the villa was typically uninhabited, with only a single servant assigned to oversee the entrance and maintain daily cleanliness. Zhu Xiu relayed this information in detail. Xu Mingyi furrowed his brows slightly. In the capital, many affluent families possess residences, yet seldom occupy them. Those with ample wealth do not seek rentals, often retaining a couple of servants merely for upkeep, occasionally visiting for leisure. However, since the individual surnamed Zhou mentioned having sent his cousin here, it suggests that this villa harbors unusual significance. As for why it was chosen in such a bustling area, it may well conceal a different kind of secrecy amidst the brightness. Contemplating these thoughts, Xu Mingyi turned his gaze towards Zhu Xiu. "Have you thoroughly examined every corner of the villa?" As the evening descended, Zhu Xiu nodded confidently, stating, "I have thoroughly investigated. Apart from that servant, there are indeed no signs of another presence in the courtyard." Xu Mingyi pondered deeply. Even the darkest of nights must have its limits. Otherwise, it would become foolishly audacious. If the other party were indeed to confine Qingxia here, a living person capable of resistance would inevitably make some noise, stirring the neighbors. However, if they intended to transport her elsewhere, why initially bring her to such a crowded and scrutinized place? As for whether Qingxia had already met with misfortune, such dire outcomes were not what she ought to contemplate at this moment. After much contemplation, Xu Mingyi felt an unsettling dissonance in every aspect. Half an hour later, gazing out at the inky night, she summoned a Zhu. "Go fetch 2 sets of night attire from a Kuei. I shall venture out." As she spoke, the young lady deftly removed her hairpin, letting her half-up hair fall freely, and took a ribbon from the side to gather her thick, dark tresses into a single knot. This secluded courtyard was her only lead. To abandon it would mean severing all connections, and she needed to see it for herself to find closure. A Zhu, invigorated, hurried to find a Kuei. It was only when a Kuei retrieved 2 sets of dark robes from the chest that a Zhu realized the peculiarity. When had the young lady's chamber ever been stocked with such attire? However, adhering to the principle that any odd occurrence concerning the young lady is unsurprising, a Zhu swiftly accepted this reality. As she watched a Zhu accompany her mistress out, the anxious Kuei quietly slipped to the rear courtyard shrine to light incense, praying for the protection of Su family ancestors for the young lady's safe return. In the night, Qing Yufeng was shrouded in darkness. Most homes had extinguished their lights, losing the daytime bustle. Several shadowy figures silently infiltrated a secluded courtyard. Zhu Xiu had already scouted the area during the day, easily locating the servants' quarters, through which she slipped Xu Mingyi's soporific smoke onto the door. Upon Zhu Xiu's return, Xu Mingyi signaled for the 3 to search for clues separately. Today, she had no intention of startling the snake. Thus, the soporific was merely to ensure the servant slept more soundly not to truly incapacitate him. Should any considerable commotion arise, it would still rouse him. A lantern was left in the corridor. Although the surroundings were not particularly bright, it was not difficult to discern the general arrangement of the courtyard. Xu Mingyi entered his study, where a faint and elegant fragrance lingered in the air. Adjusting to the light, she turned her gaze to the incense burner beside the writing desk. The aroma was evidently residual from the incense within. This delicate yet cool scent seemed familiar to her. Perhaps due to her childhood training in martial arts, her senses of hearing and smell were sharper than most, and her memory was quite reliable. This fragrance, subtle and somewhat chilly, though rare, was evidently intended for a man. A man! Xu Mingyi's expression shifted suddenly as she searched her mind. She had encountered this scent before at Shanyu Pavilion. Although many were present at that time, among the men, aside from the servants in the building, there seemed to be only one of sufficient status to indulge in such fragrance. The second young master of the Xia family, Xia Han. On that day, the missing cousin Qing was also present. Xu Mingyi's mind raced with thoughts, including the recent promotion of Zhang Qian. Glancing back at the incense burner, her gaze grew colder still. Did this villa have any connection to Xia Han? Even if human intentions are inscrutable and external appearances are untrustworthy, how could a scion of a prestigious family, who had achieved the status of a jinshi at such a young age, known for his gentle disposition and harmonious marriage, be driven by any ulterior motives to risk such reckless actions? She recalled her father's words, "Those with shallow minds, the more they possess, the less they heed caution. In contrast, those of deeper contemplation, the more they have, the more they understand the importance of prudence." Xia Han certainly did not appear to be of the former ilk. Or could it be that Xiaxi had grown increasingly brazen, resorting to harm against cousin Qing over trivial disputes? Regardless of the scenario, everything before her seemed to indicate that the disappearance of cousin Qing was inextricably linked to the Xia family, and the Zhan family merely acted as pawns, willing to be manipulated in exchange for gain. Xu Mingyi momentarily suppressed her myriad speculations, her gaze meticulously scanning the study. After a brief pause, she stepped toward the bookshelf against the wall. On her way here, she and Uncle Zhu had speculated that this villa might harbor hidden chambers, and such mechanisms would surely require concealment. The bookshelf, paintings, and even the rockery in the courtyard warranted thorough examination. In the dim light, Xu Mingyi cautiously explored the bookshelf. Upon touching the edge of a particular panel, she noticed it was slightly loose. Her eyes flickered with intrigue as she applied a bit of pressure, causing the panel to yield to her touch. A faint sound, akin to a copper-core lock being released, reached her ears, and in the next moment, she beheld the bookshelf parting before her, revealing a narrow passageway just wide enough for a person to slip through. Indeed, there was a mechanism. Moreover, such intricate craftsmanship must have required considerable time, effort, and expenditure, far beyond what the Zhan family could afford. Her suspicions solidified further as Xu Mingyi hesitated for a moment before swiftly slipping behind the bookshelf. In contrast, the mechanism's activation was far more evident behind the bookshelf. She raised her hand and turned a brass axle on the wall, causing the bookshelf to close behind her. Before her lay a stone staircase leading to an underground chamber. Xu Mingyi descended step by step, her vision gradually expanding and clarifying. This hidden chamber was entirely different from her expectations. It was surprisingly well-lit and meticulously arranged, furnished with tables, chairs, incense burners, and tea sets, and even adorned with several well-maintained bonsai trees. The presence of such delicate decor in an inappropriate setting only intensified the strangeness of the scene. Xu Mingyi held her breath, heightening her vigilance as she ventured deeper. On either side of the main hall were small chambers. One was separated by a screen, while the other was draped with pale, pink curtains. If she was not mistaken, there were indeed people within both rooms. Xu Mingyi approached the right side chamber, circumventing the screen, and beheld the furnishings typical of a woman's bedroom. She approached the bedside step by step, gently lifting the smoky curtain that hung down. Upon sensing the slight movement of the curtain, the girl sitting cross-legged within suddenly widened her eyes, startled into silence, instinctively clutching her body tightly and burying her head in her knees. "Qing, cousin, Glancing at the girl who had tucked her head down, Xu Mingyi tentatively called out. The trembling girl froze, and after a moment's hesitation, slowly raised her head. Upon recognizing the familiar features, a great weight lifted from Xu Mingyi's heart. Qing, cousin, is alive. Zhao. Zhao, cousin. The girl gazed at her intently, her voice slow and almost unrecognizable. Xu Mingyi felt a pang in her heart and softly reassured her, do not be afraid. Your cousin has come to take you home. Tears immediately brimmed in Cui Yunqing's eyes. Just then, Xu Mingyi suddenly heard footsteps approaching. In the midst of upheaval, he has arrived. Cui Yunqing, akin to a startled bird, spoke with a taut voice. Cousin, you must hide at once. We cannot allow him to see you. Xu Mingyi hesitated for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Noting that there was only one set of footsteps approaching, she reasoned that it would not be overly difficult to resolve the matter on the spot. However, given the uncertainty of the current situation, she opted to observe discreetly from the shadows. Should anyone dare to harm her cousin further, she would be poised to intervene without hesitation. Xu Mingyi swiftly concealed herself behind a large screen beside the curtain, striving to regulate her breathing to remain as quiet as possible. Peering through the narrow gaps between the screens, a man clad in a deep indigo brocade robe approached leisurely, his hair elegantly tied back with a jade crown, and a closed folding fan in his hand, exuding an air of cultured grace. As he drew closer, Xu Mingyi discerned the visage of a young man, approximately 24 or 25 years of age. Her fingers tightened slowly. It was indeed Xiao Han. He had orchestrated the abduction of her cousin, concealing her within this secret chamber. The motives of a grown man hiding a young girl were not difficult to surmise. Xu Mingyi struggled to suppress the surge of indignation rising within her. She understood all too well that revealing herself recklessly at this moment would be ill-advised. Even if a commotion were to ensue, deliberately alarming the surrounding populace would not guarantee that his guilt would be established through their words. Instead, it would surely tarnish her cousin's reputation, irrevocably ruining the life of a girl who had just begun her journey at 13. This world is unjust to women. She could not recklessly sacrifice her cousin's plight as a weapon. Though it might inflict some harm upon Xiao Han, the true blade would ultimately pierce her cousin's heart. In critical moments such as this, impulsiveness must be avoided. Outside the secret chamber, two attendants brought by Xiao Han remained vigilant in the corridor. The servant, who had been abruptly awakened by the sound of knocking, was now outside the study, stifling yawns. He had slept deeply that night, taking a considerable time to respond to the persistent knocking from his master's messenger. Even now, he felt overwhelmingly drowsy, likely a consequence of the autumn fatigue settling in. The courtyard lay shrouded in silence, punctuated only by the yawns of the servants. Zhu Xiu, stationed by the back courtyard wall, felt a twinge of unease. He had witnessed a man enter the study, and it was clear that a secret chamber lay beneath, as the young lady had yet to make her appearance. She had likely discovered the hidden room and ventured inside to investigate. Such audacity on her part left the servants in a state of anxiety. Zhu furrowed her brow slightly. She had observed that the solitary man entering the secret chamber was evidently a frail scholar. A girl like her could easily best him tenfold, assuming she refrained from employing poison. It was the attendants of that man who ought to be more concerned for their master's safety. Yet, despite her faith in her lady, Zhu was not entirely free from anxiety. After deliberating for a moment, the father and daughter decided that if no signs of movement emerged from the secret chamber within a quarter of an hour, they would boldly intrude to ascertain the situation. In the dimly lit chamber, Xiao Han settled beside the bed, gazing at Cui Yunqing with a gentle voice, inquiring if she had been obedient and eaten well today. Cui Yunqing, too fearful to meet his eyes, curled up in a corner, trembling and appearing considerably thinner. Xiao Han sighed softly as he looked at the girl huddled into herself, and said, "Come here to my side." His tone was warm and tender, imbued with a patience akin to that reserved for a cherished possession. Yet, Cui Yunqing appeared utterly terrified, biting her lower lip as tears streamed continuously from her eyes. Was she still yearning to be confined in a cage? Xiao Han's voice remained sufficiently gentle. Cui Yunqing se complexion pâlide instantly. A cage? Xu Mingyi's gaze was fixed upon the imposing black iron cage beneath the window, her brows furrowed tightly, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of oppression and anger. Cui Yunqing trembled as she gradually moved toward Xiaohan. A satisfied smile flickered in his eyes. Very well. Initially, she had been quite obstinate, yet youth rendered her somewhat pliable, making her a manageable presence in his hands. You are far more perceptive than her. It was not in vain that I felt an immediate fondness for you upon our first encounter. Xiaohan raised his hand to wipe away the girl's tears, his gaze imbued with approval. The woman in that room had been excessively obstinate, once exhausting his patience. Thus, when he encountered Cui Yunqing at Shanyu Pavilion, he had contemplated using this reserved yet spirited young girl to soothe his own temperament. This little lady had indeed not disappointed him. Sensing her trembling intensify at his touch, he withdrew his hand and comforted her, saying, "Do not be afraid. I had promised you before that I would never force you. You are still quite young, and we have ample time to spend together." He held disdain for the mere act of coercing a woman. Such shallow pursuits were easily attainable for him and had never stirred him in the slightest. He was not like those brutish individuals who degraded women. What he desired was to manipulate the hearts and minds of those initially difficult to tame, watching them gradually transform into obedient and docile beings under his influence. The sensation of complete control was what pleased him most. It was precisely because this power was sufficiently covert and exhilarating that it could be deemed fascinating. His existence had always been excessively dull and monotonous. Only within the confines of his chamber did he find a semblance of amusement in life. He retrieved a jeweled hairpin from his sleeve, slowly inserting it into the girl's hair. Then, rising to fetch a bronze mirror, he placed it before her, smiling as he asked, "Especially chosen for you. Do you like it?" Cui Yunqing cautiously lifted her eyes, gazing at her tear-streaked reflection in the mirror. Behind the screen, Xu Mingyi's brows knitted tighter, a chill surging within her heart. What she had witnessed today was nothing short of a revelation. The other party seemed to embody gentleness and patience, yet every word appeared to be an attempt to breach her defenses, justifying his predatory actions under the guise of affection. Comparing her cousin to another woman, and then there was that menacing cage. This was also an act of cruelty. The spirit surpasses the physical, and the torment inflicted is even more terrifying. If you prefer not to converse with me, that is quite all right. Rest early, for I shall go and see her. Xiaohan placed the bronze mirror upon the nearby round stool and rose to his feet. "No." Cui Yunqing suddenly spoke, her gaze lifting to meet his. Filled with a plea, "Do not go. I beg you." Her deepest nightmare, aside from the frigid cage, was the sounds emanating from the adjacent chamber. He coerced that sister, who resisted his demands, enduring relentless torment and emerging bruised and battered. She dreaded the thought of hearing such sounds. Even though he promised her that he would not treat her as he had treated that sister, she remained engulfed in terror. Xiaohan replied softly, lowering his gaze to her, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "What is it? Do you not wish for me to draw near to other women?" Upon hearing these blunt words, Cui Yunqing's heart raced, her complexion alternating between crimson and pallor, her fingers clenched tightly. How could she? How could she? It was merely her desire to prevent that sister from enduring further torment. Yet, the smile in Xiaohan's eyes deepened, revealing his evident delight. He raised the folding fan to her chin, compelling her to lift her gaze and meet his. The girl's tear-filled eyes darted anxiously away. He gradually leaned closer. Cui Yunqing felt as though she had been ensnared by a spell, her body paralyzed as she watched his face approach, her blood draining from her visage. Just then, the sound of footsteps interrupted Xiaohan's advance. Xu Mingyi slowly withdrew the silver needle from her fingers. "Young master," a servant entered, halting at the threshold without crossing into the inner chamber. "What is it?" Xiaohan inquired, adjusting his sleeve. "Someone has come to deliver a message. It seems the second young mistress has accidentally fallen down the stone steps, experiencing severe abdominal pain, likely affecting her pregnancy. The household is searching for you, young master. Will you return to the estate?" Xiaohan furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, he promptly departed the inner chamber with the servant. He understood the gravity of the situation, Even if his feelings for his wife were not as profound as they appeared, she was still his spouse. And she bore his child. As he left, Cui Yunqing's body weakened, and she leaned against the bedpost, gasping for breath. Xu Mingyi emerged from behind screen. Her words few, but her actions decisive, as she effortlessly swept Cui Yunqing into her arms. The girl felt almost weightless, requiring little effort on Xu Mingyi's part. She was determined to take her cousin away from this wretched place. Cui Yunqing clutched Xu Mingyi's robe tightly, as if that alone could provide her with some measure of comfort. She lifted her head from Xu Mingyi's embrace, observing the girl clad in dark night attire. Her raven hair elegantly tied up, exuding a sense of vigor. Her skin was porcelain white, her lips naturally rosy, and her finely sculpted jaw was now set in determination. "Cousin, can we truly escape?" Cui Yunqing asked in a hushed tone, trembling at the thought. She felt utterly trapped, unable even to dream of fleeing from that person. Xu Mingyi looked down at the girl in her arms and gently corrected her. "It is not an escape. It is a return home. This place, shrouded in darkness, was never meant for us. How can it be called an escape? We are merely returning to where we rightfully belong." Cui Yunqing stared at her in astonishment. Xu Mingyi exited the inner chamber but did not hasten away. She made her way toward another room. "Cousin." Cui Yunqing suddenly grew anxious again, her lips quivering as she shook her head repeatedly. She did not want to go, nor did she dare to look. Xu Mingyi paused, turning her gaze toward the entrance of the secret chamber. The sound of footsteps indicated that someone else had arrived. She did not need to guess. It was undoubtedly Xu. Mississippi. Xu hurried over, relieved to see her mistress safe and sound. Despite her trust in her mistress's capabilities, she resolved never to stray far from her side again. The man had just departed the villa with his entourage, and the weary servant was making his way to the bedroom. She instructed her father to wait outside, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed in. "Guard the young lady well." Xu Mingyi entrusted Cui Yunqing to Xu and proceeded into the room, separated by a curtain. The torment did not afflict only her cousin. If rescue was to be undertaken, it was imperative that no one be overlooked. Yet, even with her expectations, upon witnessing the conditions within the room, Xu Mingyi's lips tightened. The furnishings of this bedroom bore little distinction from those in which her cousin resided, and there was indeed an iron cage. Inside, a frail woman leaned against the bars, her disheveled hair and bruised visage betraying her extreme weakness. Yet her dark eyes remained wide open, fixed upon Xu Mingyi as she entered. The moment their gazes met, Xu Mingyi strode forth. It was the daughter of General Xu. No wonder she possessed such resilience. The woman managed to tug at the corners of her mouth in a strained semblance of a smile, and spoke in a hoarse whisper. "Miss Xu, your beauty is renowned in the capital. It is hard to forget upon seeing you. I am Xu Ying, and we have crossed paths at Shanyu Pavilion." Startled, Xu Mingyi paused, her hand hovering over the dagger she had just found, and looked up in astonishment. "Xu Ying, Master Xu." The woman nodded again. Xu Mingyi's heart raced with disbelief. It turned out that this Xu Ying had not vanished after stealing the exquisite ruby, but had instead been imprisoned here. The man surnamed Zhou had mentioned that he had been commanded by a certain Qian to abduct 2 women and deliver them to this villa. If calculated, Xu Ying had likely been confined here for nearly 2 months. For an ordinary person, even if they survived, they would likely have succumbed to madness. Xu Mingyi's gaze fell upon the woman's scarred hands, which were once capable of skillfully carving exquisite jade. The owner of these hands was an admirable young woman who had thrived in the capital through her own abilities. The impulse to dismember Xia Han surged within Xu Mingyi with renewed intensity. She tightened her grip on the dagger, intent on prying open the copper lock. However, a hand pressed down upon her wrist. Miss Xu Ying shook her head. Her parched lips bled crimson as she spoke. "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I cannot leave. If I were to escape, even if I returned to the authorities to testify, I would lack the evidence to prove that all of this was orchestrated by Xia Han, or to substantiate that I was once his captive. The Xia family wields immense power. Without such concrete evidence, he cannot be touched. If that were the case, would it not be in vain to have endured such torment at the hands of that beast?" Xu Mingyi fell silent. She was acutely aware of this reality. Her unwavering desire to rescue both women stemmed not only from her reluctance to let them linger here any longer, but also from her inability to decide for them, leaving them here as potential witnesses. Only by allowing the officials to uncover this matter and bring it to light can my plight be validated. Su spoke Sao. Miss Chui remains pure, hailing from a noble family and still quite young. It is only natural that she must safeguard her reputation. Miss Su, please escort Miss Chui away. As for my own affairs, I'm well aware of my own boundaries. Noticing the young girl before her hesitating to rise and depart, she smiled and continued. If Miss Su wishes to assist me, please discreetly inform the authorities of this incident, so that I may fulfill my desire to expose the atrocities committed by this beast. If that is inconvenient, it matters not. I shall find a way to rescue myself. She is a kind-hearted young lady, unwilling to burden the other with her troubles. In the face of the formidable power of the Xia family, Miss Su initially aimed to rescue only the daughter of the Chui family. Now that the opportunity to save her has arisen, the necessity to risk offending the Xia family seems diminished. However, she cannot simply depart under these circumstances. The struggle she has endured to reach this point encompasses far more than the mere instinct for survival. She seeks to unveil the crimes of her adversary to the world, ensuring that justice is served. Upon hearing these words, Xu Mingyi gazed at her and remarked, "Once I take my cousin away, this matter will inevitably come to light swiftly. I worry for your safety should you remain here alone. Rest assured, he will not easily take my life." Su Ying retorted with a sardonic smile. "He cannot abide by the existence of anyone beyond his control. I have planted a seed of doubt within him. If I perish, he shall find no remedy for his affliction. It would drive him to madness." Xu Mingyi shook her head lightly, disapproving of such sentiments. More precisely, she could not endorse Su Ying wagering her life on the patience of a madman, even if Xia Han would not resort to lethal measures against her. It was inconceivable that he would allow her to remain here once his cousin had been taken away. If she were sent elsewhere, locating her again would be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, Su Ying was not oblivious to these realities. Her words of reassurance were merely an attempt to convince Xu Mingyi to leave with her cousin, despite the adage that one reaps what one sows. In her understanding of the importance of respecting others' choices, Xu Mingyi found it impossible to simply turn away. Despite their lack of kinship, a life was at stake, one that ought to be preserved. Moreover, her internal conflict further complicated her decision. Before Su Ying could speak again, Xu Mingyi's hesitation vanished. She looked intently at the woman before her and declared, "Since you, Miss Su, have made your decision, I shall refrain from further argument. I promise you, by whatever means necessary, I will bring officials here tomorrow to rescue you. It must happen by tomorrow at the latest, or the situation may change." Su Ying regarded her with a steady nod. "Very well. I shall await your arrival. If I am fortunate enough to retain my life, I will repay your kindness with unwavering loyalty." She was acutely aware of the perilous individual she was confronting and understood that pursuing this path would likely exact a heavy toll on her life. Nevertheless, she remained resolute. Her motivations extended beyond mere self-preservation. "When will the servants come to check on you?" Xu Mingyi inquired. She needed to ensure that the officials arrived before the servants discovered the absence of Su Ying's cousin and informed Xia Han. "They come twice daily, delivering food and necessities." Su Ying replied, "I am confined within this chamber and cannot ascertain the exact time, but I know one visit occurs before noon and the other before nightfall. Xia Han has deliberately dulled my senses. This chamber is equipped with everything except a means to mark time. I must rely on my judgment to estimate the intervals." Xu Mingyi nodded in understanding. "Then let us act swiftly. Miss Su, could you do me one more favor?" Su Ying's voice grew increasingly feeble, perhaps due to her earlier outpouring of words. "As a martial artist, might you deliver a single blow to send me into a deep slumber? I have not experienced a true night's sleep in far too long, and the pain coursing through my body renders me tormented day and night." Yet, Xu Mingyi did not acquiesce to her request. On the final night, Xu Ying needed to muster her strength, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. "I shall leave a few individuals to guard the vicinity of the other courtyard. Should any danger arise, they will come forth to protect you, Miss Su. Please prioritize your life above all else. Do not act recklessly." The young woman bore an earnest and solemn expression, and Xu Mingyi nodded slightly. I am grateful for your courageous assistance in this perilous endeavor. Having endured torment for 2 consecutive months without shedding a single tear, Xu Mingyi now found herself on the verge of tears as she gazed at the unfamiliar young woman before her. I may not truly be able to assist you, thus there is no need for thanks. Xu Mingyi rose, stating, I shall take my leave now. Do take care, Miss Xu. You too, be cautious, Xu Mingyi replied. Xu Mingyi nodded, casting one final glance at the woman in the cage before turning to depart. She sensed that the captive was watching her leave. Though Xu Mingyi wished to spare her the burden, it had already taken root in Xu Mingyi's heart. From the moment she laid eyes on Xu Mingyi, that burden became inescapable. This night, she was destined to make a profound choice. Upon exiting the courtyard, the moon hung high in the starry sky, and the world appeared vast and open. Yet, Xu Mingyi's heart felt anything but unencumbered. She turned to Zhu, instructing, You shall escort Miss Biao back to the Duke's residence. Be sure to avoid the main entrance, and do not alarm too many people. Additionally, relay to the young lady of the house that the search for Qing Biao should remain discreet for the time being. We cannot allow Xia Han to sense anything amiss until I rescue Xu Mingyi. Zhu responded with a serious demeanor. After arranging for the remaining individuals, Zhu Xiu accompanied Xu Mingyi back to the Duke of Zhengguo's manor. Naturally, it was unwise to use the main entrance at such a late hour. Zhu Xiu escorted them to the back gate. However, Xu Mingyi proceeded in the opposite direction. The young woman walked towards the banks of the Qing River. Sitting upon a large stone by the water's edge, gripping the dagger tightly in her hand. Her mind was consumed by the events within the secret chamber. Her heart heavy yet tumultuous due to her many concerns, making it difficult to find solace. Zhu Xiu maintained a distance, refraining from approaching. He was not adept at comforting young ladies. Although he had a daughter, she was a martial arts enthusiast who preferred to spar with him whenever troubled. As Zhu Xiu pondered how to console his own daughter, he faintly heard a rustling sound approaching from behind. A shadow darted over. Zhu Xiu instinctively sheathed his half-drawn blade. It turned out to be the plump vulture that the young lady had taken care of before. The large bird called out and landed steadily on the stone beside Xu Mingyi. She reached out to stroke the bird's head, finding its bare skin rather unappealing to the touch. There, Zhu Xiu had drawn his blade halfway, only to sheathe it once more. It turned out to be Wu Shisan, the master of this vulture. The young man approached slowly on horseback, his dark blue robe immersed in the night, accentuating the coolness of his features. Xu Mingyi gazed in surprise at the figure atop the steed. Wu Yang, clearly taken aback by the sight of her in this place, leapt down from his mount and walked towards her. Young Master Wu, what brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something of great importance? Xu Mingyi inquired with a serious tone. After all, it was unusual for one to be wandering about at such an hour. A reasonable person would not engage in such behavior. Wu Yang glanced at the large bird, which was dutifully crouching beside the young girl, and remarked, I followed it out of Tianmu, fearing it might cause a disturbance in the night. The large bird widened its eyes in surprise. Was it not the master who had been restless, pulling it from its nest and claiming they would take a stroll? The celestial bird seemed increasingly animated these days. Xu Mingyi gently smoothed the feathers of the creature, offering a compliment. In her recollection, this rather unattractive bird was notoriously lazy. Yet now it appeared restless even in the dead of night. Perhaps it was simply youthful exuberance. The bird puffed out its chest at her praise. Observing her belief, Wu Yang felt a slight relief. He was not one to indulge in deceit. Yet his presence at the back gate of the Duke of Zheng's residence was indeed difficult to explain. It would be unfortunate if Miss Xu misconstrued his intentions as an attempt to scale the walls of the Duke's estate. As a scion of a prestigious family, such an act was utterly beneath him. In truth, he found himself inexplicably restless this night, leading his thoughts to wander to various unrelated matters. For instance, he pondered how Miss Xu had dealt with the individual she had apprehended during the day. If she had gleaned any clues from that person, her fiery disposition would surely compel her to take further action. After departing from Qingyu Temple earlier that day, he had contemplated this issue, even considering having Xiao Wu continue to shadow her. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it inappropriate to intrude upon her personal affairs, which could easily be misconstrued as overstepping boundaries. Although they had grown to be friends, having assisted one another, it was still unwise to breach the limits of propriety. As it turned out, he was correct in his assumptions. Xu Mingyi, with her hair bound and garbed in black, had a dagger prominently displayed upon a nearby stone. As the young woman absent-mindedly caressed the bird's feathers, her expression betrayed her unease. Wu Yang hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Has the situation not progressed smoothly?" "I have located my cousin Qing," Xu Mingyi candidly replied. "Fortunately, no grave harm has befallen her. I managed to rescue her and returned her to her family." Wu Yang felt a twinge of confusion. This was indeed good news, yet her demeanor clearly indicated she faced challenges. "Do you know who was responsible?" he asked, sensing her distress. Xu Mingyi gazed out towards the river, replying, "A beastly madman." Wu Yang was taken aback. He had never before heard a lady speak so harshly in his presence. Strangely, he found no fault in her words. In fact, they were rather pleasing to the ear. However, given his exceptional status, it was not easy to condemn the perpetrator. The matter involved numerous complexities, and he found himself unable to determine whether he should intervene. Xu Mingyi did not mask her uncertainty. Her frustration bubbled to the surface as she confided in the young man beside her. She had agreed to assist Su Ying in reporting the incident to the authorities, but what would follow? If she remained passive, it was likely that Su Ying would not have the opportunity to speak before her life was extinguished, not to mention the obstacles that would undoubtedly arise thereafter. In the capital, despite its facade of prosperity and tranquility, dark and bloody deeds transpired almost daily, hidden from the light. Each year, countless individuals slipped away silently. Some victims dared not pursue justice, while others, even if they did, were destined to find no resolution. Even though the actions of Xia Han were currently unknown to the Xia family, once the truth emerged, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect their reputation and exonerate Xia Han from any wrongdoing. Life is replete with choices, and she pondered the possibility of saving Su Ying. Yet, upon introspection, she recognized that in the brief span of her rebirth, she had scarcely grasped the intricacies of the situation. Numerous concealed crises remained obscure, and at this juncture, she was far from prepared to confront the Xia family directly. Alone, she would harbor no fear, acting in accordance with her desires. However, the weight of the entire Duke of Dingnan residence rested upon her shoulders. Thus, in matters of great significance, she was accustomed to deliberation, exercising utmost caution in every step. She confided in Wu Yang about the affairs of the secret chamber. Wu Yang furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling that Miss Su's earlier remarks had been rather mild. Without further commentary, he stated plainly, "If Miss Su finds it inconvenient to intervene, allow me to resolve this matter." A young lady should not be perpetually troubled by such concerns. Xu Mingyi turned to regard him. The youthful countenance displayed little emotion, save for his finely shaped lips pressed into a taut line, indicative of his displeasure. Yet, Wu Gongzi remained unaware of the identity of the individual in question. She sensed a subtle difference in the man before her compared to her recollections of Wu Shi's son. The Xia family? Wu Yang inquired. He had gleaned enough of Miss Su's temperament to understand her propensity for weighing advantages and disadvantages. Yet her gaze reflected more than mere calculations. Had the individual been of ordinary standing, she would not have hesitated in the least. In the capital, aside from the royal family's offspring, the only individuals that could provoke such contemplation from the young lady of the Duke of Dingnan's residence were indeed the Xia family members. Furthermore, among the royal kin residing in the capital, there were no males of such a tender age. Taken aback by his accurate deduction, Xu Mingyi nodded. It is the second son of the Xia family, Xia Han. A flicker of recognition crossed her mind. Wu Yang's countenance remained largely unchanged. While the Xia family still wielded considerable influence, it posed no significant threat to him. Moreover, this situation was not one of defamation. Rather, it stemmed from the Xia family's prior misdeeds. Recognizing his composure, Xu Mingyi could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Such confidence was a privilege reserved for those of the Wu family. Yet, even if Wu Yang did not perceive the matter as formidable, she could not, with impunity, Involve him, who had no connection to this issue. I am not entirely devoid of options. I am simply weighing the gravity of the situation. Ultimately, I shall confer with my grandfather upon my return. Her grandfather placed unwavering trust in her, indulging her. And given that this matter pertained to the relationship between the Duke of Dingnan residence and the Xia family, it would be unreasonable for her to conceal it from him and make unilateral decisions. She regarded Wu Yang. Her tone significantly softened compared to earlier. The reason she shared these thoughts with him was born of overwhelming emotion, and expressing them had indeed alleviated her burden. Thank you, Wu Gongzi, for lending me your ear. Wu Yang offered a slight nod. As long as you feel better, that is what matters. He had once heard his second uncle speak of many soldiers returning from the battlefield, haunted by the harrowing images they had witnessed, leaving indelible shadows in their hearts. What Miss Su witnessed tonight, though not a matter of the battlefield, undoubtedly left a profound impact on a young lady, rendering her discomfort entirely understandable. He found himself unexpectedly grateful for his sleepless night, as it led him to this place where Miss Su needed a confidant for her emotions. However, he could merely lend an ear. Should she desire assistance, he might offer some help, yet he was not particularly adept at providing comfort. Contemplating this, the young man suddenly turned to the side, deftly loosening his collar. Xu Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. Although he was positioned so as to avoid her gaze and prevent her from witnessing anything inappropriate, one could not help but wonder, what was the purpose of this sudden disrobing? Tian Mu, too, was tense, observing the scene with apprehension. Did the master wish to abandon his humanity and embrace the beast within? The youth resolutely removed the bright yellow talisman sewn into the inner side of his robe, straightened his collar, and turned to present it to Xu Mingyi. This talisman had been consecrated by a venerable monk and had received my mother's devoted recitations for several days. It is said to possess the power to ward off evil and soothe the spirit. You might consider carrying it with you for a few days to find peace of mind. Fearing he would refuse to wear it, his mother had sewn it into his garment. Although he held little belief in such matters, the mere existence of certain objects can provide a semblance of reassurance, rendering them somewhat effective. Xu Mingyi, momentarily taken aback, instinctively responded, "This is a token of your esteemed mother's affection for you. How could I accept it?" She felt that this gesture was rather too significant. "It is of no consequence. My home is filled with many." Wu Yang replied candidly, "It is merely a talisman. Nearly all of the robes I wear have one. If Miss Su feels uncomfortable accepting it without reciprocation, you may bring some pastries to the tea house as a gesture of thanks another day." Knowing her reluctance to owe anyone, he quickly added, "If you wish for pastries, feel free to speak up. There is no need to barter for this." Last time she sought out Qi Lin's remains, she still owed him a favor. Wu Yang raised an eyebrow. "If you wish for pastries, do not hesitate to ask. Is there such a delightful prospect?" Recalling the delectable pastries from that night, the youth's outstretched hand lingered, his gaze resolute and sincere. With such generosity from Miss Su, he felt no hesitation in offering this talisman. Ultimately, Xu Mingyi lifted her hand and accepted it. "Then I thank you, young Master Wu." The talisman seemed to retain the warmth of the youth's touch, and holding it provided a comforting warmth that appeared to dispel the shadows from her heart. Xu Mingyi gazed earnestly at the young man before her. In this world, there are individuals like Wu Yang, blessed with a striking appearance and a heart that is unafraid of scrutiny, pure and sincere. Their existence brings a sense of comfort and beauty, akin to the summer sun, yet they are all too rare. The dark and vile truths are destined to remain hidden from the light. What she aspired to do was to bring those hidden truths into the glaring sunlight, obliterating them and ensuring they pay the price they deserve. Clutching the talisman, her courage began to return. She stood up abruptly. "I shall go to see my grandfather and explain this matter to him." Wu Yang nodded. "Then I shall wait here for you." Observing her confusion, the youth explained earnestly, "If the Duke of the State does not permit your involvement, I will take it upon myself. The Duke's residence lies beneath the Emperor's very feet. Xia Tingjin is the current Prime Minister and a close confidant of the Emperor, so it is only natural for the Duke to have his reservations." He understood that Xu Mingyi did not intend to involve him in this matter, yet if she truly found herself unable to proceed, he would be her fallback option when no alternatives remained. The youth's demeanor was serious, indicating that he was not speaking lightly, but was earnestly committed to the matter at hand. Xu Mingyi regained her composure, smiled at him, and nodded. Then young Master Wu, please await my return. She was acutely aware of his goodwill. However, she firmly believed that it was not appropriate to delegate this matter to him. Yet, should her grandfather remain obstinate, she would have to devise alternative strategies. Wu Shi's son, known for his intelligence, would be an invaluable ally in formulating a plan. As she turned and strode purposefully towards the residence of the Duke of Dingnan, her silhouette clad in dark attire appeared slender, yet resolute. Wu Yang observed her for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Why was Miss Xu entering her own estate without knocking, opting instead to scale the wall? The upbringing of the youth prompted him to consider this behavior somewhat inappropriate, but a countering thought soon emerged. Perhaps this was simply a more expedient approach, considering her impulsive nature, which could be excused. Before long, he witnessed one, then two, then three. Xu Xiu, accompanied by a retinue of dark-clad attendants, silently vault the wall. Wu Yang refrained from further commentary, redirecting his gaze to the tranquil river surface illuminated by the moonlight. The impetuous Xu Mingyi made her way directly to the courtyard of the Duke of Dingnan. Was her grandfather resting? Upon entering the courtyard, Xu Mingyi inquired, Miss Mississippi. The young servant stationed in the corridor stared in astonishment at his mistress, who was dressed in night attire with a gleaming dagger at her waist, momentarily forgetting his response. Was it truly appropriate for the young lady to be attired in such a manner at this late hour? Yun Boi emerged, greeting the young woman while discreetly casting a sidelong glance at the astonished servant. The young lady had merely donned a black garment. What was there to be so alarmed about? In her own home, should she not wear what she pleased? The servant silently bowed his head, acknowledging his momentary lapse. Indeed, there was nothing remarkable about her attire, as it fit her character perfectly. The old master has just retired, Yin Bo quietly inquired. If you have urgent matters, I shall rouse him immediately. Although awakening the old master was akin to plucking feathers from a tiger, the young lady was always an exception. Xu Mingyi nodded slightly, proceeding toward the hall. Under normal circumstances, she would never disturb her grandfather's rest, but the urgency of Su Ying's situation could not be postponed. She must arrive at a decisive resolution this very night. Making such a racket, are you trying to disturb someone's sleep? It seems you're itching for trouble, came the disgruntled voice of the elder from within the chamber. A man accustomed to the rigors of battle was attuned to the slightest disturbance, waking at the faintest sound. Old master, it is the young lady who has arrived. Yin Bo hastily entered the inner chamber. In the next moment, he observed the furrowed brow of the old master easing as he inquired, his tone devoid of irritation. Is it Zhao Zhao? The young lady must have urgent matters, waiting for you in the hall. The Duke of Dingnan immediately rose, donned his shoes and clothing, and strode out of the bedroom. I have disturbed your rest. Xu Mingyi offered a respectful bow. It matters not. I had only just begun to doze off, replied the Duke, glancing at his granddaughter's attire with a frown. Is there something amiss? Yun Bo discreetly ushered the servant out to the corridor. Xu Mingyi recounted the events that had transpired in meticulous detail. Upon hearing her account, the Duke's expression darkened significantly. How could Xia Tingjin have raised such a beast? What valor is there in bullying a frail woman? Were he in military command, he would have faced the full rigor of martial law long ago. However, that remains a mere hypothetical, for not just any wretched creature would be accepted under his banner. Is a young lady still confined within the secret chamber of his secluded estate? The Duke of the State gradually composed himself and inquired of his granddaughter. Xu Mingyi not that, explaining that she wished to serve as evidence, hence her refusal to leave. Does Zhao Zhao wish to assist her? Xu Mingyi nodded once more, awaiting her grandfather's response. It is only right to offer aid. The Duke gazed at his granddaughter and declared with conviction, Rest assured, dear, your grandfather shall stand by you in this matter. Pursue whatever you desire with unwavering resolve. In the beauty of the world, Xu Mingyi gently tightened her fingers, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, fixating her gaze on the elder. If that is the case, the Xia family will undoubtedly realize that it is our Duke of Dingnan estate behind this matter. My granddaughter fears that the Xia family may seek revenge in secret. Does he, Xia Tingjin, truly believe that by disregarding this situation, we will regard him with benevolence? The Duke of Jinghua spoke dismissively to his granddaughter. Moreover, the fault lies with the Xia family. As for someone like Xia Tingjin, who harbors convoluted thoughts, he has always prioritized the so-called greater good. I doubt he possesses the courage to confront me directly. Even if he were to employ some underhanded tactics, there is nothing to fear. Since we will inevitably cross paths, resolving this sooner rather than later would allow for a more peaceful slumber. It is hardly a misfortune. Xu Mingyi nearly laughed aloud, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Justice cannot rest solely in the hearts of men. The elder gently patted his granddaughter's shoulder, his tone softening. In this capital, if even our Duke of Jinghua as a state dares not advocate for them, then truly no one will come to their aid. Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down the girl's cheeks as she reached out to embrace her grandfather. She understood that, beneath his seemingly irascible exterior, he had secretly aided many. Her grandfather had once told her that his rise to this position was not solely due to his own prowess, but also a stroke of luck. However, luck in this world is finite. When he claimed it, others with equal capability were destined to forfeit their share. Therefore, after reaping such benefits, one must harbor gratitude and reverence, never losing sight of one's origins. For those deserving of assistance, one should extend help discreetly, not to showcase kindness, but simply to act within one's capacity, finding solace in one's conscience. She was fortunate to have such an extraordinary grandfather. The matter concerning Xu Ying was, to her, no trivial issue. Although she was not known for her softness of heart, the events of today ignited an unparalleled fury within her. She yearned to act, yet the shadows of her past compelled her to tread carefully. The experience of losing her family in a previous life had seemingly hardened her exterior, while internally, she had become considerably more timid. To speak candidly, she had been thoroughly frightened. In former times, her ignorance and fearlessness would have prompted her to act without hesitation, embodying her grandfather's sentiment to pursue her desires boldly. Yet now, she found herself excessively fearful, always contemplating the worst outcomes. In this moment, as she embraced her grandfather, drawing strength and confidence from her family, she finally convinced herself that preparing for the future was not a fault. Yet, if one were to fixate solely on gains and losses, they would inevitably face loss. Her father had once told her that in life, if one were to measure gains and losses, peace of mind is the ultimate gain. Her grandfather understood her to be a determined child. If he did not urge her to act, she would surely struggle to overcome the barriers within her heart. The Duke of Jinghua gently patted his granddaughter's back, saying, "If it truly cannot be done, I cannot allow you to act recklessly."